This shiny new building here in the Silicon Valley was to be the home of several new high-tech startups with dreams of making millions in the computer business. But this building is vacant, and the one next to it unfinished and at the moment abandoned. What caused the crash in computers, and will it last? We'll get answers to these and other questions today as we take a look at the slowdown in the Silicon Valley on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, these two computers we have in front of us here are known as orphans in the industry, as you know, machines which when they first came out were highly praised for their technology, their price-performance characteristics, but machines which basically went out of business and aren't being made anymore. And indeed, all one seems to hear about the computer industry these days is disaster and failure and layoffs and plant closings and so on. You've seen this from two perspectives, having founded Digital Research several years ago, and now as a kind of new startup company with ActiveVenture. From your perspective, what is really going on in this industry these days?
Well, there are a lot of components to this industry. Take, for example, the chip manufacturers like Intel are being hit really hard by the Japanese lower prices. Let's say commercial hardware systems, such as the Osborne, are in a market now that's largely dominated by IBM. Take the home market, something like the Coleco. That was something that really never hit the target. After the games, what else do you do with your home computer system? And of course, the software is layered on top of all this, and there's been growth in the software industry, but also that growth includes the growth in number of suppliers, and of course, price erosion there. But I think that the way that we get out of this is sort of the same way we got into it, using innovation in the new technology that's coming along and also innovation in software.
We're going to begin a special two-part look today at the slowdown in the Silicon Valley. And on today's program, we're going to meet a venture capitalist, an industry analyst, a Silicon Valley business correspondent, and one of the nation's leading computer retailers. We're going to begin this program, though, with a background look at how this industry got to where it is today.
Silicon Valley's brief but tumultuous history is marked by unlimited optimism and brilliant innovations, bringing companies sudden success and frequent failure. But if continuing growth has cushioned the Silicon Valley from America's economic problems, the recent news is not so good. In 1983, worldwide sales of personal computers increased 76%. But last year, the increase was only 19%. And this year, analysts predict that sales growth will slow to about 4%. Losses among the two largest home computer makers through June of this year surpassed $600 million. Repercussions in the related industries have been equally severe. Canceled chip orders have created backlogs for semiconductor manufacturers, where sales have dropped by 25% in the last year. The number of American computer makers has declined from over 150 to about 40, with a similar drop among software developers. While poor sales have led to curtailed predictions and a bleak outlook, the reasons for the slump are not clear. The more expensive group of PCs aimed at the business market grew by 25% last year, while sales of machines under $1,000 showed no increase. At worst, it seems that the industry's new self-doubt is based on uncertainty about who is using the product and for what. Putting pressure on PC manufacturers is a growing group of sophisticated buyers who can afford to be more selective and more patient.
Joining us now is Dave Crockett. Dave is president and CEO of DataQuest, the largest market research firm in the computer industry. And sitting next to Dave is Sam Colella. Sam is a general partner in Institutional Venture Partners, IVP, one of the top venture capital firms in the Silicon Valley. Gary?
I'd like to start out with a question for Dave. Clearly, computers and microelectronics are becoming more and more important in our society. If we're talking about an industry slowdown, what industry is it, and really where are the slowdowns occurring?
Okay, I think that it's probably somewhat of a misnomer about a slowdown compared to what the industry's accomplished in 10 years of its existence. The personal computer industry in 1984 was $26.3 billion. In 84 grew over 80%. So I think that this year is somewhat more of a consolidation or a pause, if you will, before expansion. And even then, there are certain segments that have done very well this year. The business computer areas, the higher-end personal computers have done remarkably well.
So in a sense, it's sort of building on the crest of the wave, and then when the crest breaks, then what do you do with the extra resources you have available, in a sense?
That's right, and I think we developed a overcapacity problem. There are over 375 manufacturers. That caused, once demand caught up with supply and the supply outstripped it, we see somewhat of a adjustment period that's going on.
Dave, excuse me one second. Let me just follow up. Was this a case of kind of bad forecasting or bad management within these companies and not planning ahead and getting overloaded with inventory and so on?
No, I don't think that so much. It was just that we've never had an industry that's grown at this phenomenal rate. And in fact, the industry grew much greater than our own predictions at DataQuest. But because it was such a phenomenal growth rate, that it invited a lot of people into the industry. And the supply chain caught up all the way along. As an example, in semiconductors, there's now 40% overcapacity in semiconductors. And some of the semiconductors have had as much as 85% reduction in price since last January. That eventually is going to spur more demand for personal computers as you get better price performance.
Stewart, what I was going to ask is just what affected IBM's dominance or becoming so important in the personal computer industry? What effect did that have on, say, a slowdown in the industry?
It certainly plays a role in the following sense, that they established their channels, reached to a certain level, and then I think this last year set lower goals themselves than they had in previous years. They publicly announced in '84 that they were going to triple their supply of computers, which they did. This year they were talking about doing more like 20%, and I think that's probably about what they'll make.
Now, Sam, from a venture capitalist standpoint, how did you see this whole chain of events take place from the early days, let's say the late 70s, early 80s, where venture capital was very abundant, let's say, to a point now where it's really dried up? What happened there?
Well, I think there was an excess of investment. I believe that's one of the indicators of why there are 375 companies in the business. There were great expectations. It looked like a very large opportunity. Anybody that could build a microcomputer got into the business. Someone that had a concept for the next better computer could get funding. Too many deals were funded, and there was a rush to the market. And all of a sudden, the startups ran headlong into IBM. And I think that's where IBM has had a major impact, is on the fledgling companies. And now today, certainly the venture capital community, which sees itself at the front end of any market, now sees itself as being overinvested and not very interested in new personal computer deals. If you're looking
at let's say the personal computer area and just high technology in general, what do you look for in say a small company nowadays for that growth?
Yeah. Well, what we look for is certainly the same things we looked for before, and that's a well-thought-out plan, a management team that understands their market, and an exciting, unique new market niche. And I think niche is, it's a word that's overused, but I really believe that's the key. We want to find new existing or new markets that the existing players or existing large companies are not paying attention to, and where we can establish a beachhead and then grow.
So in general, I guess the previous approach to this might have been to invest in a company that's very broad-based, trying to hit the whole market, but now you're looking, say, those vertical markets that might be medicine, law, or whatever, that would be, say, in their own right, very, very profitable.
And I think as it relates to this business, it's in the application of the computer rather than in the personal computer itself. And I believe that's an untapped market yet, because people are looking for higher utility of their hardware. They're trying to get greater productivity, improve their bottom line in their businesses, and so they need more intellectual help, and that's where I think the venture capital community is more interested today.
Any idea specifically what that's going to be? You talked about niches and special new markets. I mean, what kinds of applications? What kind of new intellect?
Well, one that I think all of us are interested in and talked about before is maybe the application of CD-ROM in databases, which are now either distributed online or distributed in paper. You know, with the new optical technology we have, we can put those databases, those large databases, on a disk, on a 5 1/4 or a 12-inch disk, and use the PCs we now own for data manipulation, for database handling, for computation or whatever. I think that's an exciting new field, as one in specific.
Dave, let's take a look at the home market as distinct from, say, the commercial market. What's happening as far as that home computer market?
Okay, the home computer market in 1984 had about a saturation rate or penetration rate in the home of 9%. This year it's up to 13%, so it's continued to grow. However, it's been at more of the high-end type of computer system, the above $500 as opposed to the low-end systems. And to be sure, most of the people that have home computers are using them for business or professional related work. So in order for it to become a true home market, it's going to have more of the kind of applications that Sam mentioned, of where maybe a localized database that could have transactions over the telephone line in order to place orders or to make changes or to get additional information on a localized database.
So you sort of feel that the home application really hasn't been found yet.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this really healthy in the long run? I mean, we've heard sooner or later there's going to be this sort of healthy shakedown, and while it may hurt a little bit right now, are we going to end up with better managed companies and, in fact, a better, more fine-tuned industry after this?
Well, I think that's true, and I think that you'll find that in most, throughout the computer industry, I use the 375 for personal computers, but you can say the same thing for all the peripheral devices, printers, disks. There's probably 3 to 4 too many players today. As that changes, the companies that survive will have lower cost manufacturing, will have methods of distribution. So I think in the long run, it is healthy for the industry, and all industries have gone through this. You look at the automobile industry, any of them historically have gone through such a
Computers are no longer immune from the rules of economics. We have about a half a minute left. Sam, what is your projection as to when things will turn around and in what way?
Well, I believe that the market is plateauing now, and I think we're going to see a stronger latter half of 85 and certainly a stronger 86. And I don't believe it's going to be the dramatic 80% growth we might have become accustomed to. But I think we're going to see an emergence of the applications. I think we're going to see an emergence of new peripherals. I think we're going to see an emergence of making this hardware and this equipment easier to use, both in the business and in the home. So I think the turnaround started.
Okay, gentlemen, we're out of time for this part of the show. Thank you very much. In just a minute, we're going to meet a Business Week journalist who specializes in covering the Silicon Valley, and we'll meet one of the country's top computer retailers. So stay with us. Joining us now is Deborah Wise. Deborah is a correspondent with Business Week magazine covering the Silicon Valley and the microcomputer beat in particular. And next to Deborah is Dave Norman, who founded DataQuest and who is now the president and CEO of Businessland, a chain of 61 computer stores across the country.
Deborah, those of us within the industry know a lot of times that the press will take some notion like an industry slowdown and really work it to death. Maybe is that a media hype to sell more magazines, or is there really a slowdown taking place?
I don't think it's a hype at all. I mean, there is a slowdown. There are many firms who are losing money at the moment. Apple Computer shuts down several factories. It lays off thousands of people. And this was once the darling of the personal computer industry. IBM has untold number of machines in inventory. They won't let us know how many. This is a definite slowdown in the industry.
What do you think is the cause of that?
Well, I think, as we've been talking before, it is oversupply. And people ramped up expecting there to be these 80% growth rates, and it had to slow down. So whenever you get a time of oversupply, then you get a glut and companies start losing money.
Dave, do you see that happening in the retail channel?
Gary, sometimes I wonder if I'm in the same business because we, in the first half are up almost 200% from a year ago through this coming June. And so I'm wondering sometimes in terms of the industry. But I think something is really clear. The industry growth rate has slowed, but it's really important to recognize that in the business segment of the business personal computer market, it's still growing 30 to 40% this year. And the big factor has been that one major company has gained so much market share in a very short period of time. I estimate that IBM has about 70% of the personal computer marketplace for business computers in that segment of about $1,500 and on-up segment. So there's been a big shift in market share, and that's causing a lot of dislocations in the industry right now.
So if we have a growth of the retail channel, and it seems to be a slowdown on the suppliers, are you finding that there are just more and more suppliers trying to get shelf space?
Absolutely. There's just, oversupply relative to the available shelf space and to the marketplace, even though the market is, a very strong growing market by any other measure. When you look at an industry growing at 30 to 40%, that's pretty strong growth. But that is down from 80% plus last year, and so there's tremendous oversupply in peripherals and personal computers and across the board.
Now, another part of it just might be, I guess, the overall dollar value that we were talking about. We talk about a growth in terms of number of computers sold and so forth, but is there a price erosion also taking place? No.
Well, I'm really talking in revenue dollars, and I personally believe those are 30 to 40% growth in revenue dollars in this particular industry, and from our own growth we see that. But I'm talking about the business segment now, not the home computer marketplace.
But even in the business segment, Dave, there's been squeezing of margins at many of the other computer stores. There's been a lot of the grey market machines out there which have forced retailers to really cut the prices. IBM didn't have a good hold on the grey market. There was a tremendous oversupply of grey market machines. And a lot of retailers are really hurting now. You've distinguished yourself, okay?
Well, I think there's certainly a lot of competitive price pressures in the marketplace today, but on the other hand, we're finding that our margins are moving up. Our average price has gone up from a little over $5,000 for an average system 2 years ago. It's now approaching $6,000. So even though semiconductor prices and prices are coming down 20 to 25% per year, we're finding that the business professional is buying more power, more memory, faster printers, and so forth.
With those kinds of prices, you're clearly talking about a commercial market.
Absolutely.
Right? Now, what about the home market again? That's that side of the equation. What's happening with the home market as far as you can see at the retail channel?
Well, we have never really been in the home marketplace, and I have trouble understanding it. I guess, my first response is I really don't see at this point where there's value to buy a computer for the home, in all honesty. You certainly, it isn't worthwhile putting your menus into a computer for the home and doing your budgeting. I don't think it's there yet.
Deborah, what do you think?
Well, yes, the home market has slowed down. I don't think there are the applications there for these machines, but there have been a lot of new announcements recently, so there is a new heating up competition among the vendors. You've got Atari, you've got Amiga coming out, you've got Apple positioned for the Christmas, you've got IBM still plugging it out in what it thinks of the home market. So there'll be a lot of hype, to borrow a word from you, this Christmas, and there'll be a lot of advertising. So I think they'll draw some people back into the stores, and the sales will go up again. True to what Dave says, there really isn't an application for the home computer yet. It's a lot of people just buying it as a replacement typewriter or for working at home, that sort of thing.
Now, what about the price now this is one issue that comes up in the software industry, obviously, is the price erosion, the problem of everybody talking about the $50 software product. If we go through standard retail channels, with the percentage margins that we see at distributor and retail level, the money just isn't there to develop software. Doesn't that have also a dampening effect on, let's say, the whole industry?
Well, it certainly would. From our standpoint, even though you have a low-cost software package, it still takes support, and you have to train people to sell that particular product. So that, again, will push people like Business Land into the higher-end segments of the market, and that's happening today. In the vertical markets, computer-aided design software we sell is $2,500 a package. Our salespeople really aren't focused on that $50 software package out there because of the support that is required.
Dave, you say Business Land, business is up and everything is fine, the business market, but if we can talk about Computer Land, I don't know whether you think of them as a competitor or not, and we read in the paper, in the press reports, that Computer Land's having troubles and laying off people and bankruptcy and so on. Why should there be that such a problem there at their level?
Well, I believe it's a difference between being in the business market segment, which is still a strong growth market, and being in the home market, which is really a very soft, almost non-existent market right now. And I think it goes back to companies really doing their market research and going out there and talking to the customers. There's tremendous opportunities in this market. There's going to be tremendous opportunities for integrated voice data workstations and for really software that will meet the needs of the business in the future. And I think a lot of it is just people designing products or Me Too products that really aren't adding value. As Dave Crockett mentioned, 375 computer companies all building the same basic IBM AT is not going to make it for a successful company.
When the next article comes out about how the growth of the industry has really taken off, what's going to be the cause of that anyway? What's really going to enliven this industry up?
Well, as I was saying before, I think that there'll be a new infusion of interest for the Christmas selling season. There's always going to be promotions, there's always going to be new products on the market. It'll be the applications, the new applications, that make the machines more interesting to use.
What about the home market, though, as Dave mentions? I mean, is there a viable market there? You mentioned the new Amiga and the Atari 520 ST. I mean, is somebody going to buy those?
Yes, I think there's going to be quite a market for it. I don't think there'll be the massive growth rates. I mean, Dave Crockett was saying about penetration levels, 13% of the penetration level. That's not very much when you think about what a computer really can do.
But I mean, Dave says there's no useful purpose at home for that computer.
For that computer?
I mean, you've got 13%. Why should those other 87%? What I'm hearing is, why should that other 87% spend $1,000 on a computer?
I'm saying that there will be new applications in the long run. They're not here. They are overhyped. The machines like the Amiga and the Atari are of a lower price performance. I mean, they're lower price, higher performance. And that means that you will be getting new applications. There will be more graphic animation and that sort of thing, and
things
more
just
CD.
weren't possible
It weren't possible before, as you quite rightly say. In the retail channel, you do have a problem with who's going to sell these things. We were talking about Business Land and Computer Land. Computer Land is having a hard time finding a market for itself. It has had a margin squeeze problem. It is the largest chain with 800 plus stores worldwide. There are plenty of retailers that are in a difficult time at the moment. The margin squeeze, as we were talking, has really hurt them sorely. The number of stores going Chapter 11, number of buyouts. So the distribution will be a major problem in getting these new computers out into the marketplace.
So maybe there's a slowdown, maybe there isn't, depending on who you talk to, apparently. We're going to continue this discussion next week as we take a look at some of the specific segments in the computer industry, taking a look at hardware, software, and semiconductors. And I'll be back in just a moment with this week's computer news. In the random access file this week, it looks like you can count on PC-DOS on the IBM PC and the clones for some time to come. The new long-term development deal between Microsoft, the PC-DOS developer, and IBM means that IBM will not be moving toward a new proprietary operating system. That prospect had made a lot of software and hardware developers nervous about their investment in the PC-DOS standard. The new confirmation of the PC's open architecture should stabilize the PC market and stimulate new support products for the PC standard. If you're in the home market and looking for a mortgage, you've just found a new use for your computer. There are now several online mortgage database services that will quote you the best rates in your area, calculate your monthly payments, and even advise you on how big a mortgage you can handle on your income. The three biggest online mortgage services are CompuFund, Loan Express, and ShelterNet. Well, some computer magazines may be hurting, but the entrepreneurial spirit is hard to keep down. Despite the current slump in the business, 17 new computer magazines have appeared in the past 8 months. Meanwhile, most of the older established magazines are having a hard time. Ad revenue is sharply down at 9 of the 10 leading computer mags. The slowdown in the Silicon Valley has not slowed down the steady trek of foreign countries seeking to lure industry from the Northern California region. Recent visitors to the valley have included delegations from Austria, Germany, the Netherlands, Thailand, and Switzerland. The most successful so far have been Scotland and Ireland, with some 300 American high-tech firms now located in those two countries. Paul Schindler is back now with this week's software review.
I have a lot of trouble with my mailing lists, just like everyone else, so I'm constantly on the lookout for the ultimate mailing list program. Catalyst may just be it. Now, for one thing, it stores foreign addresses and phone numbers, and that includes Canada. This is the only program I found that does that well. Another thing, I make mistakes. Most programs just let you make them. Catalyst is smart enough to warn you about all the common silly mistakes as you make them, not afterwards. Its screens are colorful. The program connects with a wide range of popular printers at the touch of a key. Now, there isn't time to demonstrate everything Catalyst does, but its menu gives a flavor of just how comprehensive this program is. You can print two kinds of Rolodex cards, as well as labels, envelopes, or bulk mail flyers. Catalyst can be used with more than a dozen popular word processing packages to create form letters. Its input screen is both comprehensive and flexible, leaving little to chance, including a variety of titles. Plus, it has the fastest sort I've ever seen. Catalyst, a truly impressive mailing list program, $250 from Automation Consultants International in Encino, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Where do you go if you want to learn to be a computer artist? Well, the answer was nowhere up until now. But come this fall, the Computer Arts Institute will open in Corte Madera, California, and change all that. Courses include things like 3D transformations, wireframe models, video tricks, computer painting, and introduction to computer graphics. The Computer Foul-Up of the Week award goes to Mellon Bank in Pittsburgh. A memory disk in the computer which runs its automated teller system failed, and so the computer couldn't recognize any account numbers. Well, when the automatic teller machines can't recognize account numbers, they're programmed to eat up the card and not return it to its user. So for an hour and a half last week, Mellon ATMs all around the city gobbled up about 2,000 bank cards. There were lots of screaming customers, but the bank said everything worked just the way it was supposed to. The computer's instructions are, when in doubt, don't give out the money. Finally, in this wonderful world of high technology with computer analysis of this and that, the people at the Intel plant in Albuquerque, New Mexico might be a little embarrassed. They had been having a bad time at their new modern wafer plant with low production yield and equipment problems. Then, despite the best efforts of their high-tech gurus, one worker put up a hoppy Indian Kochinka doll reputed to bring good luck in that part of the country. Call it what you will, Intel says the Albuquerque plant is now its most efficient. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
In the heyday of the Silicon Valley, they were even naming streets after this business, like Semiconductor Drive here in Sunnyvale. But of course, the heyday is over. And as fewer people buy computers and fewer computer companies buy chips, the slowdown spreads. What is the future of the high-tech business? We'll find out today as we continue our look at the slowdown in the Silicon Valley on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, we have here two new computers, very hot machines, the Atari 520 ST, the Commodore Amiga, machines which everyone is praising for their good technology, their low price, and so on. Yet analysts are saying neither of these machines may make it in today's computer marketplace. How bad is it? How difficult is it to bring out a new product now in this environment?
Well, I think the key issue is just the one you mentioned, that's price. The Amiga is $1,500, the 520 ST is $800. They both have Motorola 68K processor, a half mega memory, so it's a very capable kind of machine. In fact, it's at least as powerful as the early IBM PC computers that came out. Now, the question is, how can they break into the markets, the commercial market and the home market? The commercial market means word processing software, spreadsheets, graphics, all the things that are going to get them through the IBM stronghold. The home market, that's a more difficult target. They have to come up with software that people really want to use in the home. They've already been past that technology sale a few years back. Now it's make the machine work. But basically, if these two guys can't make it at the prices they're talking about, we might as well hang it up.
Really? Well, today we're going to look at part two of our special two-part look at the slowdown in the Silicon Valley. And today we'll focus on particular segments of the industry, looking at the software side, the hardware side, and the semiconductor business. And we'll get going in just a few seconds. Joining us now is Trip Hawkins. Trip was formerly with Apple, but now, of course, president of Electronic Arts, the software company. And sitting next to Trip is John Merson, vice president for marketing with Ashton Tate. Gary?
Trip, there's been a lot of discussion about the computer slowdown, but there's a recent article that came out that said software sales are up 60%. Why the contradiction?
Well, actually, I think the industry has been going through a phase of consolidation, and overall this year has been a slower growth year than what some people expected. I think there are three major reasons for that. I think, number one, that consumers are tremendously confused, and that's largely a function of all the conflicting promises that have been made to them and all of the bad news that they've heard about in the last few years, so that's not surprising. In fact, in 1948, when CBS introduced the LP format for records for the first time, RCA followed out with the 45 to compete with it, and the record industry went into a 4-year slump. And that brings me to the second point.
Everybody's sort of waiting to see what the results are going to be at these times, right?
Yeah, and the second point I was going to make is that there's been a technology war going on, and every year we get a few new models that are incompatible. And you have to wonder if you would buy a new and improved television set if it didn't allow you to watch any of the current television shows. It creates additional confusion and isn't necessarily in the consumer's interest unless it is a fundamental technological breakthrough.
And that analogy basically is between things like the Amiga and the 520 that don't really have software that's compatible with the old home machines.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And then finally, there's been real chaos in the channel of distribution for computers and software, and it's been going through a lot of change.
John, when Trip mentioned the industry, are we really talking about two different situations? Is the software industry not in the same situation as the hardware industry?
I think the software industry faces many of the same factors as the hardware industry. There are too many players trying to bring too much product to market, and the market, both the channels of distribution and the customers, really can't absorb it all. At the same time, people tend to buy software throughout the life of a system that they own. As they become more conversant with it, they tend to want to do more and more with it. So '84 was a fantastic year for hardware, and I think as those people mature in their understanding and use of their machines, they'll want more and more software.
Well, John, what about the price erosion problem that we see in software? The problems of, at least what I've seen, in my own personal experience, of going through multi-channel distribution where the percentage taken at each level is fairly high, and then we see that the prices at the retail level go down and down and down, and you finally get to the point where you say, well, why should you even be in the business?
Yeah, so you call it price erosion, see, as a buyer. See, I like that. That's on your perspective, isn't it? Sorry.
Well, the irony is that in in many ways, software prices have been moving up and defying gravity. We have software prices in a mass market right now for $600 and $700. That would have been unheard of just a couple of years ago. Another curious thing
Now,
is...
when you say, though, a mass market, what do you mean by that? Do you mean a mass
throughout the
commercial market?
Yes, throughout the business software market, which covers 4,000 stores just across the U.S., we have software products selling at the $600 and $700 price point in very large numbers. Ashton Tate sold over 70,000 copies of Framework last year. I think anybody a couple of years ago who would have been asked to make predictions for a $695 product would have thought that kind of number blue sky.
But Trip, now if you're writing software, say, for something like the Amiga at $1,500 for the basic hardware, isn't it going to be kind of hard to sell a $600 or $700 software package to those people?
Yes, it will be. In fact, just to correct you, it's $1,295 for the basic hardware. And in fact, I think that's the configuration that many people would buy initially.
Without a monitor.
Without a monitor. Because you can use it with a television set or any composite video monitor. You don't have to buy the RGB monitor that they're offering, although that's a very nice monitor. But most of the software for the Amiga, I think, will be priced under $50.
So how are you going to make money at $50? Direct sales, telemarketing?
Obviously, it has to be done on volume. I think prices coming down is obviously in the consumer's interest to the point that it allows the manufacturers of software and the creative people that are developing software to make enough money to continue to be attracted to being in that business.
Now, if you're going to be successful, and these people that are selling low-cost machines are going to be successful, what is going to have to be the installed base, let's say, middle of 1986? Or toward the end of 1986. Let's say Christmas of 1986.
Well, curiously enough, most of the software that we sell goes to new buyers, and many people buy a lot of their software when they buy their first machine. And right now, since the distribution of software is such a confusing, jumbled situation, we're much more dependent on what retailers decide to carry than we are on the installed base. So we don't even think of it in installed base terms.
Okay. Now, let me just ask one other question here. Now, this is where a little bit of controversy may come up, but if we were to, let's say that the installed base was very large and Trip was very successful selling $50 software, would we see a $49.95 version of DBase 3?
Well, I think we'll probably see $49 versions of some business software. In fact, we've already seen that. Companies like Borland have brought desktop accessory software, which is in the business category, to market on a direct basis and also through retailers at the under $50 price point. So it can happen. I think customers look at business software, though, not just what am I getting today and what can I do with it, but I'm making a major investment of my time and energy in learning this product and in putting my information into it. That far outweighs the cost of the software package itself. And people want to be sure that the company that made the software is going to be around for a long time to support them. So there's much more brand consciousness. Brand meaning how strong is the company behind the package.
Speaking of how strong is the company, you've been involved, of course, in acquisitions and buying Multimade and so on. Is that a trend that's going to keep your end of this industry alive? Do you see more of that happening, a merger of all these software companies out there?
Yes, I think so. We are in a period of consolidation. There are too many software companies for the size of the market and its projected growth. And we're probably past the point where a one-product company, even a company with one very good product, can be viable on its own. And as these companies get together and share sales force, share distribution, share certain kinds of marketing know-how, they'll be stronger. So there's a great incentive for everybody to do that.
There's also a sense of integration of products, too, that is good for the customer.
Well, the customers want products to talk to each other. What good is the greatest word processor in the world if I can't exchange data with the greatest database in the world? Customers are much more insistent now on software compatibility across a broad range of products.
Now, the question that we talked about before is that, what is it that's going to make that home market? What kind of a product is going to make? It's not going to be probably a database program, right?
Well, I have a theory about that. I think the three most important applications at home are work at home, and homework. The work that you bring home from the office in your briefcase, the business that you run on the side or as your only business out of the house, and the homework that kids do in school. Those are very work-oriented markets. And I think when we have a significant installed base of personal computers in homes, we're probably going to see work-oriented software as one of the leading categories, and Trip's very close to it.
Trip, one last question. We're out of time. When you mention $50 software, which Electronic Arts will be turning out for the Amiga, you're talking about business software, not just games?
I'm talking about all kinds of software for creativity, productivity, and entertainment. Although I think that the home market is going to be driven, historically, every kind of consumer electronics product that has been purchased by the home has been purchased by men, just as personal computers have been, primarily for entertainment. And it's just a question of value. When they understand that the entertainment experience is dramatically different and profound, and they really want it, then they're going to be willing to spend the money for it.
Gentlemen, thank you. We're out of time for this segment of the show. Now, one of the companies you've heard an awful lot about in this slowdown in the Silicon Valley is Apple Computers, with reported layoffs and plant closings, shuffles in the executive suite, and so on. Our reporter Wendy Woods talked to several former Apple employees to see how the slowdown has affected them.
Perhaps no other company symbolizes the dream of making it big in computers as Apple does, which is why the world quaked when Apple laid off 20% of its staff last summer. The dream seemed to have died, or at least been curtailed. But the dream didn't die with these ex-Apple managers. Dave Larson and Bill Cleary learned a wealth of lessons from Apple, which they've applied to their new company.
Yeah, we're a lot more frugal now than we were. Dave and I remember when we rolled out the Apple IIc, working on that project together, we spent over $2 million in one day. Now, we couldn't do that in 10 years now, but we've become a lot more frugal.
Bill and Dave's new company, International Solutions, markets unique Apple software and hardware from abroad and ships innovative American products overseas. Their products exploit mouse technology, which enables the Apple II to emulate a Macintosh. Demand for their products has been strong, and they're making good money for a startup without venture capital. These entrepreneurs see problems in the industry as opportunities for them.
What I know now is that a lot of my friends who were there and a lot of people I've met throughout time in the industry, there's, I think, a real resurgence of the entrepreneur in the Valley. A lot of people now are out working on various things, and a lot of those are going to bear fruit, and there will be a lot of new products and a lot of new product concepts and businesses which shake out of the Valley in a new generation.
So we're real positive, and we tend to be bullish. We wouldn't be in this business working 16 hours a day if we thought the business was over. We think it's just going through its doldrum period, and it's a transition period, and that, you know, the business is very, very viable.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us now is Ben Annixter. Ben is the Vice President of Corporate Marketing at Advanced Micro Devices, AMD. Sitting next to Ben is Richard O'Brien, who is Corporate Economist with Hewlett-Packard. Gary?
Ben, we just heard about the software industry not being in that bad a shape. What about the semiconductor industry? Is there a slump going on there?
Well, there's been a severe slump in the semiconductor industry. Starting about last September, there was a very rapid slowdown in orders and shipments, which I think has about stabilized at this point, but we're down about 25 to 30% compared to this time last year.
Now, is it the Japanese influence that's caused that?
Well, that's one of the common concerns, but it's not the only one. Mm-hmm. There's been a tremendous inventory accumulation which has had to been worked off. Plus, there was a lot of over-optimistic forecasting, which resulted in a lot of companies buying stuff that they didn't need. Mm-hmm. Especially in the PC industry, but in lots of other industries too.
Richard, at HP, we've been talking earlier in this show and in the show we did last week about the home market, the business market, and HP is involved in lots of science and technical market and so on, and yet lots of problems at HP with people taking forced days off and those kinds of cutbacks. How did this all affect Hewlett-Packard, this slowdown?
Well, I think the slowdown has probably been in effect about 9 months now. I think that one of the things that you have to take a look at is that 1984 was a phenomenal year. And if you take a look at where we are today compared to 1983, the growth over that 2-year period has been fairly good. You have a case where people's anticipations for 1985 was more of a continuation of 1984. I think really 84 was more the anomaly than where we are today.
Now, in your business, you cover scientific and, like as Stewart was saying, commercial, personal computers and so forth, where do you see the major decline?
Well, we break it out into about 4 areas. You've got the instrument sector, the computer sector, communications, and the semiconductor area. The weakest area by far is the semiconductor area. The computer area, that area is probably around flat. Both the instrument and the communication sector are continuing to show reasonable growth.
Well, how are you going to pick up the computer part of it?
I think that the industry, if you take a look at it right now, is following along a slowdown that is true of all capital goods industries. Our industry in the past has followed the capital goods industry. We are following more or less a slump in the capital goods industry. When those customers start to be a little bit healthier, you'll see a recovery in the computer portion of the market.
Ben, you're with AMD, and one of the stories that we've read about in the papers and so on is about some of the excesses in this high-flying computer industry and the $100,000 Christmas parties and all the elaborate things that used to go on in this business. Did people overdo it and really get too aggressive and too fanciful in this industry?
No, I don't think so. I think the $100,000 Christmas parties, it was actually a lot more than that, but I think that's part of sharing the wealth, and we feel that we have a very loyal employee base, and we want to reward them when times were good, and they stand behind us when times are bad. As you probably know, we have a no layoff policy at AMD, and that's going to be very important for the upturn, because then you don't have to train new people. You have people who understand their jobs and can pull us out of this upturn.
Well, to be clear, no layoff, but I mean, you do furlough people when business is down. I mean, they don't work for a while and don't get paid.
Yes, we have had short work weeks, but that's the way that we all share in the bad times as well as the good.
Now, one of the things that happens from an outsider looking at the chip industry, that once a particular part, let's say a memory chip, turns out to be something anyone can build, then it goes over across the ocean and it's built over in Japan, for example, at a very low cost. And so one way we get, I guess, of our advantage is we innovate and we come up with new ideas and so forth for new chips, new processors, things of that sort. What is AMD looking for in terms of innovation? What kind of areas are you getting into?
Well, I think, Gary, that the whole part of the product line is important. You can't build a computer with just memory chips. You have to have innovative other products that make the memories work. And actually, the memory business is only about 20% of the total semiconductor business. And the thing that separates the companies that customers want to deal with are the ones who can make the innovative products. And so those are networking chips, graphics display chips, microprocessors, peripheral chips that really make the memory parts sing.
Okay, now we hear in the industry a lot about local area networks becoming very, very important and graphics being an important part of computer systems. Now, from a chip standpoint, you probably see that demand. Do you see the demand growing very rapidly, or is this more speculation that graphics and networking is going to be important?
No, it's not speculation. It turns out that in revolutions or evolutions as large as this thing, it takes a long time to get this thing going. And we talk to the customers who are designing these things now, which are going to be production realities a year down the road, sometimes 6 months down the road, sometimes 2 or 3 years down the road.
Will this be the sort of thing, like let's say local area networks, for example, where we're going to see some of the things that will offset this decline right now?
Well, there's 2 things about the decline. First of all, nobody likes lower levels of business. But in this particular decline, and in many declines, prices go down very rapidly. And in our business, we have a business where these lower prices stimulate the demand for new applications for these products. And that's what you're going to see the next time around.
Okay.
And the innovative products, such as the things that are being made at AMD, we have a very strong push on innovative products. That's the thing that creates the new applications.
Richard, do you see any permanent changes taking place in the computer industry because of the slowdown that everybody's going through now? I mean, the way companies are run, will people be more conservative, less willing to take risks and so on?
I don't think that's going to happen as far as people becoming less conservative in the long run. People's planning horizon, certainly for this next year, may be a little bit more conservative because we're sort of what we'd say walking along the bottom. Things aren't deteriorating, but things haven't started to turn around yet. Indications are, as far as our leading indicators go, think that things will, But I think people are going to be fairly conservative, say, for this next year. They're going to really want to see some proof that things have turned around. But I don't think it means for a long-term permanent shift.
We have just about a minute left. Ben, Gary, I think, mentioned briefly the Japanese situation, and a lot of times in the press the comparisons have been made and the other industries which have moved offshore, moved to Japan, moved to Asia, and so on. Is there a long-term serious problem here in this business in terms of our losing control of this industry?
Well, I think that when you realize that innovation is the thing that drives this industry, you can compete if you can integrate, if you can innovate. Manufacturing or assembling offshore is simply a way to maintain your competitiveness in the international marketplaces. The innovation and the brain power that makes these new chips is the things that's going to keep America and our side in good shape.
Mm-hmm. Okay, gentlemen, we're out of time. Thank you very much. Now, what will happen in the future and what lessons have we learned from the past? We have some thoughts from our commentator, Paul Schindler.
Thank you, sir. Want a pencil? Listen, now things haven't really gotten this bad in Silicon Valley, at least not for me personally, at least not yet. But some people say it's just a matter of time. Well, it's my job to be a contrarian, so I'm going to tell you that things are going to get better. Nothing lasts forever. The good times of '84 were an aberration, but so were the bad times of '85. The real long-term growth potential of the computer and electronics businesses lies somewhere in between these extremes. A lot of people, led, I'm sorry to say, by some of my colleagues in the media, want you to think there's something fundamentally different about this recession, that it marks a complete restructuring of the computer and electronics business. Well, I'm sorry, I don't think so. In fact, I think nothing could be farther from the truth. Everyone's favorite analogy is the auto industry. You know, there were once 50 U.S. car companies. Now there's just 4. And they say the same thing's going to happen in computers? I don't believe it. Cars are not computers, and vice versa. A car just helps you get around. A computer thinks. Getting around is common. Thinking is unique. Until we are all thinking the same, we're going to have a multi-vendor computer industry. That's my opinion. I'm Paul Schindler.
In the Random Access file this week, it looks more and more like Steve Jobs will be starting a new computer venture. After selling off $14 million worth of Apple stock last month, Jobs this week announced he'll sell off another $7 million worth. Some analysts are predicting Jobs will soon sell all his Apple stock and then launch a new startup. There was bad news for Apple this week in a market study done by a Connecticut research firm. Here are the figures. They show a dramatic drop in business plans to buy Apple computers, including the Macintosh, and a big jump in plans to buy IBM. The other big losers appear to be Radio Shack, Commodore, and Hewlett-Packard. IBM kept up the pressure this week, announcing an 11% price cut on the floppy version of the XT. A one-drive floppy XT will now sell for under $2,000. The recent IBM Microsoft deal to further develop system software based on the PC-DOS standard appears to be a major blow to Unix and AT&T. One Infocorp analyst says the IBM Microsoft deal puts another nail in the coffin of Unix in the single-user desktop world. Meanwhile, there were signs that even AT&T might be abandoning Unix. A company called Alloy Computer Products of Massachusetts announced that AT&T is buying its new card that allows the Unix PC to run PC-DOS software. AT&T reportedly will put the card in the Unix PC to make it a hybrid in an effort to boost sales. Who is the biggest computer user of all? The United States government. It's been mainly mainframes in the past, but now even Uncle Sam is getting into micros. Sales of PCs to the feds were up 400% last year, according to a just-released GSA report. The U.S. government bought nearly 38,000 PCs, the most successful PC vendor to the government, IBM. Paul Schindler back now with this week's software review.
Like me, you may have thought that this was the ultimate in trivia. Well, I'm here to tell you that it isn't. Now, some of you may have tried computerized trivia games, only to be turned off by their triviality. I mean, let's face it. How many different ways can you play and score games that really amount to nothing more than recall of random facts? Well, I can't answer that question, but I can tell you about Ultimate Trivia, a game that's captured my heart. I play it for 15 or 20 minutes every day, and as they say, it's trivia that pursues you. You can't get away from the color graphics in this game, some of which are really rather cute. It begins, innocently enough, with the info grid. As you answer questions, you reveal the ultimate graphic. You get 4 choices, but just 3 chances in each category, so sometimes you don't get to see the whole graphic. Then there's another round. Which of these 4 things go together? And another graphic. Score more than 1,003 regular rounds, and you get to the bonus round. A real killer. Now, let's just say that I get to the start of the bonus round every day, but never much further. And as if Ultimate Trivia was not enough, there's now an Ultimate Trivia version 2. Both are just $50 from Mentor Learning Systems in Santa Clara, California. Both could drive you crazy. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
The University of Illinois at Urbana will be conducting an experiment in the use of computers on campus. In a special deal with IBM, the university will install 125 IBM PCs in one of its dorms. That will be one computer, monitor, and printer in every room, about $700,000 worth in all. The university will then study the students to see how computers change their academic and their personal lives. UC Berkeley has just completed a study of how grade school students feel about computers, and the results were a bit surprising. 61% of the students said they did not like computers. Most said that kids who did like computers were, quote, unpopular. The study concluded that the stereotype of the computer nerd is alive and well in America's grade schools. Finally, if you had any doubt about the importance of the spectacular sound and graphics capabilities of the new Commodore Amiga and the Atari ST, listen to this. The new technology has enabled new versions of some classic games to come out. In the new deluxe pinball construction set, you can hear the sound of the ball ricocheting off the computer-generated bumpers in stereo. And in the new one-on-one, not only do Dr. J and Larry Bird move more smoothly than before, but when Julius makes a quick move on the bird, you can hear his sneakers squeal on the gymnasium floor. Now, folks, that's high-tech. And that's it for this week's edition of the Computer Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
This is the hands-on computer exhibit at the Exploratorium, a science museum here in San Francisco. And one of the most interesting things about this exhibit is the kids who come here, because there are as many girls as there are boys. The stereotype is that computers are mainly for boys and men. But today we're going to take a look at women in computing on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, we have up on the computer here an adventure game called Cave Girl Claire that features a young girl as the main figure in the adventure game. And that reminds us right away that, in fact, most adventure games, most computer games are aimed at men. Now, a lot of people thought computers and high-tech would be an equalizer among the sexes, but yet most computer engineers, programmers, scientists are, in fact, men. What is your theory as to why there is this gender gap in computers?
Well, our industry is really based in general engineering, which is a male-dominated field. But our industry also thrives on talent and innovation and not on artificial biases and barriers. What's the reality of the situation? I don't know what it is exactly. I do know in my personal experience, my son is a computer nut and my daughter loves horses. Now, I love both of those directions, but I can't tell you what I did to influence that. Maybe our experts can.
I think so. We're going to meet the woman who created this particular piece of software for women. We'll meet several of the top women in the computing field to find out why there are so few women in computers. Now, their numbers may be few, but there are some precocious young women out there in computers, and we're going to begin with a profile of a young female computer whiz.
Computers in the classroom are no longer scarce, often introduced to both boys and girls as early as the first grade. But while the sexes are about evenly divided in this elementary school class, the ratio changes in later years. A recent study indicates that first-grade girls are just as likely to use computers as boys. But by the 6th grade, boys outnumber girls by 2 to 1. By the time they leave junior high school, boys make up 80% of the group learning to program computers. Educators cite different reasons for the discrepancy, from intimidation and parental pressure to educational software's male-oriented games. But while it may be a simple job to count heads in a classroom, it is harder to keep track of the computer's influence outside of school. Corey Grimm is 16 years old. She's also a graphic artist working at her mother's software company. Since the age of 10, she's used a joystick, a mouse, and an electronic palette to give form to her ideas. To Corey, the computer is not intimidating or alien, but the most natural resource to produce her artwork. She talks about progressing from low to high-resolution screens like a promotion to the next grade. Unlike many artists who only reluctantly traded the tactile sense of a paintbrush for a light pen, Corey began her graphic arts career using the computer as her primary tool. She also has 3 computers at home, programs in BASIC, and does her homework on a Macintosh. With the help of teacher workshops, female enrollment in computer classes has expanded recently, and hoping to find a new market, some software vendors continue to develop programs specifically designed for women. But Corey Grimm learned naturally to assimilate computers into her life without worrying about either one.
Joining us now is a mother and daughter team of computer scientists. First of all, Thelma Estrin, a professor of computer science at UCLA, and next to her, her daughter, Judy Estrin, the executive vice president at a company she helped found, Bridge Communications, a company involved in local area network technology. Gary?
Thelma, you're considered successful by any measure in computer science and engineering. And your daughter is certainly very successful with following your footsteps with advanced degrees in electrical engineering, computer science, new company that she's formed, a very successful company. How did you manage to get into a field such as engineering at the time that you did?
Well, you may remember during the Second World War about Rosie the Riveter, the women who went into war industries. Well, I had the opportunity to work in an engineering lab and replacing the men who were going to fight. And after that, I decided to go back to school and major in engineering, and it was at a time when I just went right through and got a PhD in electrical engineering. And
you're considered pretty rare at that point?
Yeah, very rare. I was married at that time to my husband, who also has a PhD in computer engineering, and most of the people thought I was in school either to do his homework or he had me in school to keep me out of mischief. But nevertheless, we both went on to careers, and he had the opportunity to go and work at the Institute for Advanced Study with John von Neumann, and I worked there for the summer and then went into another field, biomedical engineering, but then subsequently came back to computer engineering.
Have you seen attitudes shift at all during that time?
Yes. Tremendously, in the sense that then I was very rare. Somebody would say, what do you do? And I'd say an electrical engineer, and they'd always say, well, you don't look like an electrical engineer. Well, I don't think you find a woman who says she's a computer scientist today, anybody saying, well, you don't look like a computer scientist. So from that point of view, I think.
Judy, one thing that people talk about is the role model. What effect do you think your mother had in terms of your career?
I believe very strongly in the impact of role models, and is one of the reasons why more and more women are going into computers and engineering, because those role models exist. And I think one of the main differences and the things that have helped me be successful has had to do with how I approach my entry into the industry and my moving along in that industry. I never questioned whether or not I should move into a man's profession. I watched my mother do it, and it was a question of why shouldn't I, and let's see anybody stop me, as opposed to going out there cautiously. I might add also, though, is when I say that I'm an executive VP of research and development, I still get people who tell me I don't look like an executive VP of research and development.
So maybe not that much has changed.
So it has changed, but if I said I was an electrical engineer, they wouldn't question it. But it is still at the higher levels of management, I think, that the attitudes are
Judy, we had your mother's perspective on the things that have changed in one generation's worth. I was wondering what your perspective is on what it's like now compared to what you saw your mother going through when she got into this field.
I think you really have to separate out the individual contributor and the first level managers from upper level management. And at the engineer level, it has changed dramatically. And I entered the workforce in an industry with young men, and so those younger men were very accepting of me. And I'm very happy to say I have had very few obstacles going through my career. It's the reason I've been able to do what I have so quickly. And I think that there have been dramatic changes. At the higher levels, someone earlier was mentioning that the women at the top have tended to be at the top of companies they have founded. So I do believe that there are still obstacles there, and mainly attitudes of people in terms of upper-level management.
Is that an attitude about business in general, or is it the computer industry and engineering?
I think it's business in general. I still think that the computer industry is a lot more advanced in their attitudes than other industries, and it's because it is a young industry driven by younger people who have grown up in a world in which it's more acceptable. But it has not disappeared. And there still are, again, when I introduce myself, people look at me. And it takes a couple minutes for them to believe that it's really true. So.
Thelma, you teach computer science at UCLA, and I'd be interested in what you see in the differences in your male and female students, if any.
Well, I really teach at the graduate level, and talking about UCLA, there's one overwhelming difference that you see that transcends male-female, which is the large portion of Asian Americans that are in the school. And interestingly enough, among that new community, you see almost as many women in engineering and in computer science as you do, this is both graduate and undergraduate, as you do, as many women as you see men. Now,
more so than among the American students?
Yes, more so than among the American students. And among the American graduate students, you still see a smaller percentage. You see about 10 to 15% women, while at undergraduate level, it's about 20% women.
Okay, Thelma and Judy, thank you. Now, in just a minute, we're going to meet a woman who creates software for women, and we'll meet a woman who heads up a women's computer project at UC Berkeley, so stay with us. Joining us now is Elizabeth Stott, co-founder of Rhiannon Software, creators of software for girls. And next to Elizabeth is Kay Gilliland, director of the Equals in Computer Technology program at the Lawrence Hall of Science at UC Berkeley.
Elizabeth, Judy was telling us when she grew up in her home, she felt like it was okay to work with computers. Now, do you feel like the software that's out there for the home right now makes a young girl feel like it's not okay to work with computers?
Most of it does. The artwork, the content, the way that the games are played, they all say, hey, this is a boy thing. The advertising, the whole industry has said this is pretty much a male machine. I agreed with what Judy said. It's like cars were in the 1920s. You know, a woman wasn't caught dead driving a car then. So we have this tremendous psychological barrier to overcome with girls. And when you talk about role models, that's a big way that we've addressed it is by very appealing, realistic, spunky, fun, energetic kind of girl characters that are having these neat adventures. That will appeal to girls. They'll say, hey, I'd like to do that. It's not like being a robot or something like that.
As long as that's acceptable among the peer group, then it's okay. What sort of things have you done with your software that really is, say, oriented toward, well, not necessarily, say, little boy oriented?
Well, they're oriented toward girls in several ways. The characters is one way. The style of the graphics is another way. Our graphics draw at a rate that the eye can follow, which is very appealing. We tend to find that people lean into the computer when they first see our graphics rather than leaning away from the computer like they typically do with other software.
Can you show us an example of that?
Sure, yeah. We had such a good response from our adventure stories for 7 to 12-year-olds that we designed something for 4 to 8-year-olds which does not involve reading. So with this program, Kristen and Sarah are two new little friends that are for a pre-reader group, And they have a different sort of adventures where you use 3 keys on the computer, but you don't have to type or you don't have to read. Now, this is the menu that Sarah would have. It shows a bunch of different activities that she could choose. She can put pictures in top, middle, bottom order. She can choose. In this one, you have weather conditions, and they can choose clothes to wear certain days. You can tell nature stories. You can figure out what goes on a calendar. And you can put little stories in first, middle, last order. Now, this all goes along with the elementary school curriculum and the things that are being taught there. Now, here's some of the appeal of the graphics. You know, kids love that, and they identify with riding bikes at this age, of course. So Sarah and her friends are always zooming around on bikes.
So the idea basically is that as a child really gets into this quote game, the computer is just kind of an artifact that's there, and then, oh, by the way, it's okay to work with computers because it does happen to be a way that you can play the game. So.
They identify with what's going on. They make it real. They take it into their own real life. We've built these games around children. We haven't said, let's match children to the computers. We're saying, let's make a computer game that's going to match the interests of the children. So the animations are cute, and the clothes, well, for example, if a kid wants to choose a bathing suit to wear in the snow, they can, and they do, and they giggle a lot. Grown-ups might think that the right answer is the mittens and the boots, but kids like to try different things. So we encourage them to experiment and have a lot of fun and just find out what the computer can do.
Do you ever have boys playing with this software?
You know, the extraordinary thing is that you have this girl picture on the cover, you say it's for girls, and boys will say, aha, a new computer game, let me try it, because it is such a male-identified machine. Whereas girls will say, oh, I didn't know they had anything for girls, and then they'll try it. And then what happens is that after they've used our software, they'll go on to other kinds of software. And that's really the point, to crash the barrier so they can go on to other kinds of things.
Okay, what is your feeling about this, introducing, let's say, computers into this?
Well, I think it's very important that we use whatever entry point that we have in order to make sure that girls have this experience. And many of the things that Rhiannon has done are used in the home, and this helps tremendously. However, it's also true that in the schools, something must be done. Many parents really don't have the same feelings of awareness of this, so that one of the interesting things that happened at the Lawrence Hall of Science recently, we were watching a little group of youngsters, preschoolers, using computers. They were all boys, 12 of them. And a mother was standing there watching the kids, and I said, do you have a son in that class? Oh, yes, he's that one over there. And I said, does he like it? Oh, yes, he likes it. Of course, he might rather be out playing, but yes, he likes it. I said, do you have a daughter? Oh, yes, she's older. And is she interested in computers too? Oh, we never thought about it for her. You know, and this is an intelligent, ordinarily aware person, but our whole society says to us, computers are for boys.
And so it's up to our educational system to make sure that we introduce the things in a way that does not have an orientation toward one child or the other.
Okay, now your program is called Equals at the Lawrence Hall of Science, and I saw some startling numbers. I think you call them startling statistics, which shows why equals is probably a good word. I think 7% of home computer users are women, 5% of the subscribers to Byte are women, 2% of PC buyers are women. Why do you think that is?
I'm not sure that I can explain all the various reasons why that is. I mean, our culture says it to girls when they're very young. You open the magazines and you find pictures of men. You open that manual for the Macintosh, and every entry picture is of a male. And so there are many, many reasons why. But I think what we have to accept is we need to do something about it. If awareness is a very important thing, then parents need to be aware, teachers need to be aware, and in designing the program, actually Equals, directed by Nancy Kreinberg, started in 1977 as a teacher education program in mathematics, and it has developed in a number of ways: family math, Equals in computer technology.
Okay, what kind of software do you use in your Equals program?
I brought along Gertrude's Secrets, which is from the Learning Company and is used widely by teachers who are aware of the need for software that is bias-free, that is interesting to girls as well as to boys, and those are some of the things we look for.
How does Gertrude's Secrets really accomplish that?
Well, a lack of violence. I think that's something that girls have done for us in a way. Many girls do not want the violent games, the war games and so forth. And so we as teachers have the opportunity to say, hey, I'm not going to have that in my classroom. And so the ideas that are presented are things that both girls and boys enjoy. And the learning outcomes are important for both, particularly important for girls, because attribute games such as this, spatial relationships have been an area where girls have had particular difficulty. And apparently they have very different experiences as little kids. And so if girls are school dependent for this learning, it's important for us to have it.
Okay, there's another project aimed at training women in computers, and it's called the Women's Computer Literacy Project in San Francisco, and Wendy Woods has a report on that.
All these women have one thing in common. They know nothing about computers. They're at the Women's Computer Literacy Project in San Francisco, an intensive 2-day school for women only in which Deborah Brecker teaches the basics in a unique and controversial way. Deborah Brecker has written the Women's Computer Literacy Handbook, in which she contends that women learn differently from men. Men, she says, can memorize a set of instructions and then follow them. But women, she says, require an understanding of the concepts and the machines before they can fool around with them.
I've been looking in research actually to see, is that true? Am I the only person that notices these things? And what I saw is in game theory, what they point out is that boys learn rule games really young, right? Girls are doing process games. They're playing dolls. They're not rules, right? And so I think that patterning, that early childhood patterning, leads into gender differences about how styles of learning.
So what the women get are analogies. Brecker compares a buffer to a filling bathtub, RAM memory to mailboxes.
Because the class is all women, there's a certain common background that I can assume. Everybody knows how to cook, right? They may not enjoy cooking or be gourmet cooks, but they all understand what a recipe is, they understand what ingredients are. So if they understand what ingredients are, then they know what data is, because the data is the ingredients for a computer recipe.
3,500 women ranging in age from their teens to their 70s have gone through this course, which is the only one of its kind in the country. The proof that Brecker's teaching method works is in hundreds of letters that she gets from students. Many of them say, "I learned all I needed to know," which is the highest compliment. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Stewart, maybe Byte Magazine ought to run those classes to get that 5% on up their ways.
That's a good idea. Gary, we have two people joining us now, and I'd like to introduce Adele Goldberg, who is the manager of the System Concepts Lab at Xerox PARC. Adele is also president of ACM, the Technical and Scientific Computer Society. And next to Adele is Jan Lewis, formerly with Microsoft and Infocorp, among others, and now president of the Palo Alto Research Group.
Adele, well, this is actually a question for both of you. I'll start with Adele. In your roles in the computer industry and in the research work you've done, you have to predict sort of what's happening, where the markets are going to be, things of that sort. Do you see a software market, say, for women specifically, or is that just so general that a word process, a spreadsheet's a spreadsheet?
Well, two answers to your question. First, I don't spend my time predicting the market so much as predicting the future and trying to come up with innovative new ideas that will change the marketplace.
Okay.
Secondly, I don't distinguish between men and women. I think they're people, and I think the previous segment discussing the computer examples, you kept talking about the child and exciting the child. I'm out to excite children and adults in the software that we present.
Now, Jan, what was your experience? I mean, you've come a long way as a woman in this business. I mean, did you have hurdles? Did you have problems? What was the experience you had?
The interesting thing is there probably were hurdles and problems. I don't think I realized it until probably about 5 years ago. When I got out of college, the first thing I wanted to do was be a programmer, because that was a good field for women, and I never thought of it in terms of discrimination. In 1974, I went into sales for informatics. I was the first female of a 100-person sales force, and I really was in a fishbowl. At this point, a typical high-tech sales force will be about 50-50. At that point, I still hadn't thought in terms of discrimination. As you start getting toward the top, you start realizing that you really have more opportunities if you go off and you start your own company, and you start your own thing. At least this is what I realized. And you
Seems to be a sort of recurring theme that the upper levels of the management of the company are difficult to penetrate them.
I think there are exceptions, but if you look at the examples that are out there, by and large, the really upper levels have, in fact, started their own companies. And this is really the direction I've gone in, and at this point I feel no problems whatsoever in anybody I deal with in terms of suppliers, in terms of clients, in terms of employees or prospective employees. And I think what I've really done, the tack I've taken, is I have just simply ignored what may or may not have been the obstacles and gone for being the best in anything I do and going in that direction.
Adele, is there some concern that girls, young girls who don't get familiar with computers and so on, will be at some disadvantage when they get to be adults and get into the professional world? I mean, it might not have mattered whether you played with model airplanes, but it may matter if you didn't play with computers.
I think that is true of not just girls but boys as well now. It's like never having a pencil and paper in your hand and expecting to get a job when you're an adult. It's becoming more and more imperative to at least have an understanding of what computers are about and how you can use them. One of the things that have been talked about here today has been the importance of role models. I want to emphasize the importance of also having some jobs related to what you're interested in and getting some experience. I don't think we would hire any longer anyone who hasn't had some computing experience and done some real work in the computing field, even though they just graduated from school. You expect them to know and have experience using the tool, if not doing the science about the tool.
Now, suppose you are a young girl, like we talked about Gary's daughter before. I mean, it's just, I don't like computers. I'd rather have horses or paint or something. I mean, is that a concern of a parent because of what you say?
There are days when I don't like computers, and I'd rather have horses and paint for a while. I don't think it should be a concern. I think that different people are going to be interested in different things. I have two daughters. I do not have computers in the house for them to play with. Right now I have pianos and art supplies and other people, and I just assume that as they grow up they develop their particular interests. I do expect them in school to have some computer experience, and I will give them some as well so they understand.
Do you see a positive trend here? That is are we working in the right direction now? That more and more women are being involved in computer technology or not?
Absolutely, both in the early levels. I think there is a natural inquisitiveness on the part of children, and as long as nothing stands in their way, in other words, as long as a computer is there for them to play with and nobody thinks it's something verboten for them, I think it goes in that direction. I think also in terms of business nowadays, I disagree, by the way, with that 2% of purchasers. I see women, the surveys I've done in the Fortune 2000, the number of women who are doing the purchasing is increasing dramatically at this point. So I see a great move in the direction of women as well as men simply using computers.
I'm sorry we're out of time. Thank you so much. We just have enough time to go to our commentator, Paul Schindler, for his closing thoughts.
As the father of two girls, ages 5 and 1, the subject of this show has special meaning to me. In my other job as senior West Coast editor of Information Week, I wrote a cover story on women in computing. And frankly, it makes me as mad as hell to see how badly women are underused in the computer business. I think it should make you mad too, whether you're a man or a woman. Let me tell you why. If you're a woman, you should be mad because the accident of your birth puts you at a permanent disadvantage in the computer business. Sure, your disadvantage in this field's less than in other fields, but so what? It's still a disadvantage. If you're a man, you should be mad because you're watching a terrible waste of human resources. I hope no one still argues in this day and age that women aren't as smart as men. If they are as smart, they should be half the DP workforce, but they're not. That means, on the face of it, that millions of women who could be the best people in computing are doing something else. That's a shame. Now, I'm not saying hire women because they're women. I'm saying hire the best person for the job, regardless of sex. That's my opinion. I'm Paul Schindler.
I'm Susan Chase, sitting in for Stewart Cheifet. In the Random Access file this week, Franklin Computer Corporation unveiled the first personal computer not made by Apple to be compatible with Apple software. Franklin filed for reorganization under federal bankruptcy laws last year after a lengthy legal battle with Apple over previous alleged copyright infringement. The new Ace 2000 will come in 3 models, all priced under $1,000, about $600 less than Apple's 2C and 2E models. Franklin says shipments will begin this week. Apple Computer continues to improve its own products. Apple will offer a memory upgrade for its 2E that will expand its memory to almost twice that of the IBM PC. Other improvements to be announced this month include a higher capacity floppy disk drive, a color monitor, and software that makes the machine more like the Macintosh. AT&T and Atari are reportedly negotiating an arrangement for Atari to sell some of its ST computers through AT&T. Such an agreement would give Atari a major customer for its new computer, while giving AT&T a low-cost entry into the personal computer market. Officially, both companies declined to confirm the negotiations. Get ready to put away your Lotus 123 spreadsheet program. A new program called Javelin goes beyond the current spreadsheet columns and rows by giving users the ability to look at data in almost a dozen different forms. Javelin allows users to see where data came from, the logic that determined the formula used, and which pieces of data are affected when any variable is altered. The program is designed for IBM PCs with at least 512K of memory and will sell for about $700. And now for more software news, here's Paul Schindler with his review.
You know, getting organized must be difficult for all of us, judging from the number of software packages that promise to help, MaxiThink, for example, or ThinkTank. But every time a need becomes clear, someone comes along and builds a better mousetrap, or in this case, a better thought trap. They call Da Vinci a renaissance in thinking. They may be right. Da Vinci is faster, cheaper, and more flexible than any other outline program on the market. It uses color well and includes both a calculator and a calendar. Your outline can contain up to 5 levels, each of which can contain 99 topics, although there's an overall limit of 255 headings. Each heading can be as long as 60 characters. Each can have 50 lines of text associated with it. This text can then be exported into your word processor. If you change your mind about the order of subjects, reorder them. If you decide to make subtopics into topics and vice versa, you can do that too. This thin book tells you all you need to know about how to run the program. That's how simple it is. Da Vinci from Applied Microsystems, Roswell, Georgia, costs $60 and offers the best outlining help on the market. It's not copy protected. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. See you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
A few years ago, when we looked at printers, we saw this experimental color laser printer. It cost about $100,000. Now you can buy a laser printer for $3,000. In fact, impact and thermal printers have also shrunk in size and in price. Today, we take an updated look at printer technology, next on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, I have this paperback book here, which looks like any other book you might see in a bookstore, except this book was made entirely on a Macintosh and on a laser printer. And there's a big difference between the kind of print we see here and what we're used to seeing from printers a couple of years ago. Now, Gary, a couple of years ago, we did a show on printers, and at that time you told me that progress in printer technology would be very slow because printers depend a lot on mechanics and not on electronics. Were you wrong?
Well, we're never going to get over the fact that a printer is where that electronic signal becomes ink on paper, and that's a process that hasn't been helped largely by microchip technology. However, things like laser printers are going to lead to, I think, that affordable high-resolution printer. But now we're asking them to do high-resolution color graphics as well, so that just adds another problem to it.
Gary, on today's program, we're going to see the latest in laser printers, in color printers. We'll see the new printers from IBM, and we'll take a look at software packages which help you get the most out of your printer. First of all, we're going to take a look at a company now that does all its publishing in-house because it has a computer and a high-end printer.
The effectiveness of a document depends on the visual impact it makes on the reader. As a result, most companies with in-house publishing departments depend heavily on their graphic artists for attractive publications. There are numerous drawbacks to this dependence, like the obvious typewriter look of the text and the tedious manual paste-up of drawings and diagrams. But the rough edges of on-the-spot publishing are getting a lot smoother with the help of new software and a great leap in printer technology. The flexibility of a word processor has been extended to integrate graphics with print-like text for some remarkable results. On this high-resolution screen, an operator can choose from a large number of font sizes and styles and mix them with extensive graphics to create an integrated package. What he sees on the screen matches what comes out of the printer. Data-driven business charts, diagrams, even external artwork and photos can be pasted up with aesthetic precision. While office computers may have reduced the need for some paperwork, the demand for computer-generated hard copy continues to grow. In 1983, 2.5 billion pages of computer printout were produced in the world. By 1989, that figure is expected to grow to over 4 billion pages. As the gap between in-house and professional publishing narrows, the quality of office documents will make it more and more difficult to tell the difference between typewriter and typesetter.
With us now is Bob Lamvik, Regional Sales Manager of Oki Data. And next to Bob, John Dickinson, Special Projects Editor with PC Magazine. And John was the editor of the magazine's recent special edition on printers.
John, in 1975, I remember when I was buying printers that you'd buy a teletype printer to do your listings and a Diablo high type to do your letter quality stuff, and that added about $5,000. Now, I understand that you reviewed about 200 different kinds of printers. What are the, just from a user standpoint, what are the different categories that you'd find in printers?
Well, you can divide printers into categories in a couple of ways. You could go by price, for example, Gary, and you can go down as low as about $100, or you can go as high as $8,000 or $9,000 or maybe even $12,000 pretty soon. That's one way to divide the price. You can still divide by those low-quality printers, like you were talking about the teletype versus high-quality, the Diablo, but even that's no longer simple because what used to be considered low-quality printers, matrix printers, are now perfectly capable of producing very acceptable correspondence quality. Matrix technology has gone into the non-impact field, and we now have thermal printers and laser printers, which are really matrix printers. And of course, those Diablo-style printers are still in there, the daisy wheels and thimble printers, and making a big dent in everybody's market. So it's a wide open field.
Bob, let's turn to you and this OkiMate 20, which is probably the extreme from what you were talking about, Gary, in the good old days. This is probably one of the newest, hottest things around. And I know it takes some time, so could you fire up the OkiMate 20? Because we're going to take a look at, well, you tell us what that's going to print out.
Well, the OkiMate 20 here is going to print out a color screen dump. The OkiMate 20 is one of the lower-end price range printers. It's under $300, and it uses a thermal transfer technology. Now, I'll quickly point out that that is not thermal. A lot of people in this industry think of thermal printers, which is a technology that's been around for 2 or 3 or 4 years. This is a new technology where we're actually moving a waxed ribbon ink onto plain paper. You'll see when we get the output in a few minutes, it's glorious colors, vibrant, and really comes out nicely.
Now, Gary, sitting behind the OkiMate is one of the new IBM Quiet writers. And John, you mentioned the fact that the dot matrix isn't quite dot matrix, and you've got quiet, and you've gotten away from impact problems. Could you fire that one up, Gary? Let's listen to a quiet writer and see how quiet it is.
Okay, there it goes.
Now, John, why don't you kind of give us a description of the Quiet Writer while it's working there?
The Quiet Writer is similar to the OkiMate in that it's a thermal transfer printer. using an electronic technology to thermally transfer an ink from a wax-based ribbon onto the paper. It's a higher grade machine. Naturally, it costs more. It's about $1,400. It has higher resolution, and its standard mode of operation is in correspondence quality, which the Okime 20 can also do. The newest version of the Quiet Writer also includes graphics, which again is an Okime feature, but the Quiet Writer does not have the color feature of the Okime 20. It's definitely an interesting thing to sit here in an impossible scene 2 years ago. We have two matrix printers running at the same time and are holding a conversation at just normal over-the-desk levels. We're not screaming at each other.
Now, is the daisy wheel printer dead? You talked about, well, there's still a lot of them cranking away, but when we look at this technology, and it seems to make the daisy wheel a kind of dinosaur.
I'm one of those people who just doesn't think dinosaurs are going to go away that easily. If it were truly dead, new brands would not be coming out, and new brands are coming out. New and less expensive printers are coming. You're getting more for your money today, and they're also getting to be much faster. There are daisy wheel printers now that are capable of 50 and 60 characters per second on a throughput basis. That was unheard of a couple of years ago. They're still being made. They're still selling well. The only difficulty you have with the daisy wheel printers is in the new software, such as your GEM and other products, Microsoft's Windows, which basically require a graphics-based printer to operate correctly. And that's where, if those software packages take off and really do a lot, those printers are in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now are they going to suffer, even the new printers that say would be adaptable to Windows or GEM or the high-resolution graphics, are they going to be high speed, or are we going to be left with a situation like this where all of our letter quality stuff is going to come out at this rate just because it's graphics based?
At the risk of sounding like a wise guy, the answer is yes, because you're going to have a range of speeds and qualities just like you do today. You're also going to have a range of compatibility standards, which will make some printers work better than others with those products. And you're going to have just as many choices and probably just as much confusion in terms of what exactly to buy as you do today. And we'll probably be doing the same thing in 2 years at PC Magazine, where we'll take another 100 printers or 120 or 200, whatever it turns out to be, and work them with more of a graphics orientation probably 2 years down the road than we do now.
Bob, there's one question that I have is how important is color in printing? I mean, is it a novelty, or is it something that is really going to be an important part of the future generation? All are going to have color, or is black and white enough?
Well, I think it's fair to say that color is an up-and-coming technology, and especially in printers. Prior to, let's say, 1985, the biggest downfall in color graphics on a printer was software compatibility. One of the ways that's been addressed on the Okimate is the customers purchase a generic printer, and then they buy a personality module which slides in the side of the printer. With the personality module comes two diskettes. One is a learn-to-print tutorial diskette. The other is a color screen print utility that's created this output.
Let's take a look at the output for a second while we've got it.
The color screen print utility is a device that lets you rotate. You can size the object to whatever aspect ratio you're looking for. You can change the colors. And that now is included with the printer. So to summarize it, anything you can get on the screen, you can output on the Okimate 20 very easily.
John, quickly, you had that kind of critic smile when Gary asked his question. What's the short answer to that question from your view?
It's a big if. A lot of people keep saying the color printers are really important. I think the Okimate 20 and its ilk of printers can prove it, because at the kind of price that they're charging for that printer, there's just no excuse not to have one as a second printer. So if that printer really takes off with the kind of software they're providing and support they're providing for the IBM PC, for example, then I think there's a good shot at determining whether color printing is that important or not.
Okay, gentlemen, now in just a minute we're going to see the newest laser printer from Hewlett-Packard, so stay with us. Joining us now is Chuck Ulfers, the marketing manager for the printer division at Hewlett-Packard. Chuck, we were just looking at one new printer technology, thermal transfer. This is another new printer technology, laser printers. What goes on inside a laser printer?
Well, actually, Stewart, the technology of a laser printer is very similar to the technology that's used in a photocopy machine. The image is actually transferred to a photoconductive drum using a laser. The drum's then rotated past a station that applies a powdered plastic or a toner. That toner is then transferred to the paper and actually melted or fused into the paper.
Chuck, can you get the printer running here and just answer a couple of questions about things like speed, the cost of the machine, the cost of operation, things like that, so we can compare it with the other printers?
Sure. The LaserJet is an 8-page per minute device. It sells for $29.95. It prints in either direction on the page. It has the ability to put a number of different fonts on a single page. And
what about the cost of, let's say, per page copy?
The per page cost is somewhere between 5 and 7 cents.
Okay. Now this particular page right here has, I notice, looks just very much like a typeset page. That seems to be one of the big advantages of the laser printer over some of the others.
That's correct. Laser printers today have a very high resolution, typically about 300 dots per inch, and that gives us the ability to do very nice artwork and graphics. The print that you see here actually has a number of different sizes of font. It has a graphic. It has proportionally spaced text. That's one of the strong capabilities that the product has brought into the office marketplace. One of the other abilities that it has is the ability to do a form. This one's a very popular one, the 1040 form, which is certainly attractive in the accounting marketplace. We also have the ability to do graphics with this sort of a product.
Chuck, I've heard the name of the Canon engine quoted in the context of laser printers. What does Canon have to do with this whole development?
Well, as I said earlier, the technology is based on the same technology as photocopy machines. And so you will find that in most cases, the photocopy companies are the ones that have a early presence in the marketplace. Canon has been particularly successful in that a number of machines in the marketplace today are currently based on their technology.
Does this use the Canon engine then?
This product uses the Canon engine, that's correct.
What would some of the other typical laser printers do?
Some of the other products that you may be familiar with, the Apple LaserWriter uses the Canon engine, the QMS printer is based on the Canon engine, and there are a number of others in the marketplace.
Chuck, why would people want to spend the $3,000, say, to buy a laser printer? What are the main features that the user would look for in buying something like this?
Well, interestingly enough, our studies show that the primary reason that people buy a product like this one is because it's very quiet, it has a very high quality output, and it's very fast. We expect that over time the market will evolve to a more sophisticated appreciation of the graphics capabilities of these products, but certainly in the office, those are the reasons why people buy them.
Now, are we going to see a smaller version of this thing for, say, home computers, personal computers, and less cost?
I'm sure you will see the technology continue to evolve downward, both in cost and in size.
And what time frame would that be?
I would expect to see that continue to move down continuously. We actually, this is the second generation of this product. It's less than 18 months old, so I think it'll move rather rapidly.
You know, already now, obviously with output like this, the laser printers are radically changing the publishing business and the graphics business. Our reporter Wendy Woods went out and took a look at a graphics house which has nothing but PCs and laser printers.
For centuries, the pencil, the ruler, and the knife have been the major graphics tools, until 1 year ago. This is the first shop in the U.S. to exploit the Macintosh, LaserWriter, and PageMaker software by Aldus. TechArt of San Francisco does virtually all its typesetting, from flyers to books, by computer. The computer does the drudgery of paste-up and layout, leaving humans to the more creative tasks.
You still have to have an eye for design. I see these really more as tools. We're just using different tools, and they're a little faster, and they really take out, from my way of thinking, they really take out more the mundane aspects of traditional techniques. But you still have to pay attention to what you're doing, and in fact, we've had artists here who feel that their illustration capabilities have improved from using the Mac.
There are two other advantages to computerized typesetting. New employees can pick up graphic skills quickly, meaning less training time for the shops. And the basic equipment, which turns out camera-ready galleys and originals, costs a fraction of conventional typesetting gear. TechArt's success is inspiring people to call every week to ask for help in starting their own computerized typesetting businesses.
Of course, who benefits by all of this? Customers. Customers get their work a lot faster and a lot cheaper. TechArt priced the cost of an 8.5 by 11 flyer and found that conventional shops charged 5 to 6 times more than they did, which speaks for itself. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
This looks like a real clear move from old-style character printers into something where we can really use the full graphics capability.
Yeah, we're going to get into some more of this, Gary. Joining us now is Dr. John Warnock, co-founder and president of Adobe Systems, Inc., the developers of something called PostScript. And back with us, of course, John Dickinson from PC Magazine. Gary?
Okay, John, it appears that if we take the idea of just a pure ASCII printer and the common codes that have been used for line feeds, form feeds, and so forth, that's really helped the whole industry evolve. Is around some standards, very simple standards. Now, you've got a product that does that same sort of thing for, let's say, high-resolution graphics laser printers. Is that right?
That's right. PostScript is actually the magic that sort of sits inside of the laser printer, and what it wants to do is it wants to take the description of a printed page, and that description includes text, typesetting command kinds of things, things to describe shapes, photographs, anything that you can imagine that can be printed on a page can be described in this language that really describes what the page is looking
like. This language wouldn't be a language that, say, an end user would operate with, but it would be, say, at a program interface level. Is that correct?
That's correct. PostScript is designed to be emitted by application programs, chart-making programs, graphics programs, CAD/CAM programs. And what the idea is that you take this description of the page over the communication wire to the printer. That description is interpreted, and actually the marks that are on the paper are determined by that description.
Okay, now as long as you get let's say, a wide variety of printer manufacturers that adhere to that, then you're in good shape as far as standards. Is that correct?
That's correct. Our company sort of offers the product to a wide variety of printer manufacturers, and we're finding that this is being very well accepted because it is a device-independent description that it can allow many different resolution devices to be driven from the same page description.
John, do you think this is a good approach?
Oh, yes. The character printers, the standards that you mentioned were the very simple ones, were accepted for a long time, but when it came to things like in print enhancements, bold-facing and underlining and things like that, standards just didn't exist, and it's only recently that we've seen a convergence on 3 or 4 major standards. A product like Adobe has a chance of standardizing lasers before it gets out of control, because even now, for as well accepted as Adobe has been, other vendors such as Hewlett-Packard, Canon have adopted other standards that are totally different from Adobe, and I have a strange sense that we'll go through the same incompatibility all over again.
Well, the other thing that sort of appears to be the case is that this kind of PostScript interface could be used in a sense to maybe even encroach on the whole typesetting industry. Is that really true?
Absolutely. PostScript was designed with the graphic arts industry in mind. In other words, it does do halftones, it does do full typefaces, ligatures, kerning, all the words that the typesetting industry has been familiar with.
John, you've got some examples there, I think, of something out of a laser printer and comparing it to what really comes out of a typesetter. Show us that.
Yes. On the right here, this is a form that was designed and printed on the Apple Laser Writer, and on the left-hand side, and this is done at 300 spots to the inch. On the right-hand side, this comes out of a Linotronic typesetter at 1200 spots to the inch, and this one is appropriate for day-to-day use in the office. This one is appropriate for high-volume print runs.
And the major advantage of this now is that it's the same basic application program that produced this as the one that produced this.
The file that told the printer what to print on this page is identical to the file that told the printer what to print on this page, except they're in an entirely different resolution.
John, will we ever see that kind of resolution coming out of a laser printer?
This is it. Go ahead.
I think we both hope so an awful lot. This currently is what you can get for $3,000 to $5,000 or $6,000. 2 or 3 years from now, perhaps you'll be able to get that at the same kind of economical price.
Is there any competition for this standard, let's say, for a printer interface? Do you have are there other software companies, say, that are producing this kind of an interface?
Xerox is promoting a standard description language called Interpress, and as a matter of fact, I was part of the design team for Interpress.
John, I'm sorry, you would have more?
No, that was it.
Okay. John Dickinson, we have just about a minute left. Just quickly about some of the other cutting-edge printer technologies. We hear about magnetic, LED, LCD. What's happening beyond the laser printer?
Well, they're just at the back of the crest of the wave, and we're hoping they're up on the cutting edge of the wave by the end of the year. We're seeing array printers being announced, and they should be out, we were told, of course, 4th quarter of this year. We hope certainly 1st quarter of next year to see some products from both the East and West Coast companies and from both the Japanese and American companies.
Real quickly, what's the advantage of an array printer over the laser printer?
Fewer moving parts. The laser printer has the rotating mirror, and the array printers don't have such a device. The smaller number of moving parts, the less the cost is going to be.
Okay, well, Gary, maybe we'll come back in 2 years again and take another look at printers. Who knows what we'll see. Now, how do we sum up all of this changing technology in printers? We're going to turn to our commentator, Paul Schindler, for his thoughts.
To you or me, a printer. To the computer nerd, a hard copy output device. If we were to look inside, we'd see gears and pulleys. Yes, it's the printer, the last mechanical outpost in an increasingly digital and electronic world. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm as anxious as the next person to move on to some completely electronic output device with no moving parts that'll be as cheap and dependable as all the other components in a computer system. But until then, being a basically mechanical creature, like all human beings, I find it reassuring that no matter how fancy input gets, or how fast the computer calculates, in the end, they're of relatively little use until they can get it down on paper, a mechanical process. I'm reminded of the oft-repeated dictum of the office automation consulting business that the paperless office is about as likely as the paperless bathroom. Few people realize that computers create more, not less paper, in most offices in which they appear. Printed matter and business graphics are increasingly vital to the function of almost every business in America. Of course, both can be done by hand rather than by computer, but you could also get across town with a horse and buggy. Would you want to? I wouldn't. That's my opinion. I'm Paul Schindler.
I'm Susan Chase, sitting in for Stewart Cheifet. In the Random Access file this week, Sperry Corporation introduced another PC-AT clone. The new Sperry PC-IT is faster and offers more memory than the IBM model. It also runs Unix, allowing it to accommodate more users than the PC-AT. Sperry's entry joins about 12.5 other computer companies already marketing PC-AT lookalikes. Rumor has it that Hewlett-Packard will also announce a high-quality, competitively priced PC-AT clone shortly. AT&T has unveiled a system that will let people gain computerized stock information simply by speaking into their telephones. Instead of typing into a computer or punching buttons on a touch-tone phone, a synthesized voice will ask a caller what information is desired, retrieve it, and read it. A Boston-based brokerage house will be the first company to try out this service next month. Users will be able to attain quotations at any time for some 6,000 stocks. Lotus Development is also entering the stock business. Lotus introduced a new hardware and software package called Signal that gets financial quotes through a radio receiver and stores them in a personal computer. Besides receiving stock quotes, Signal alerts its users to key price movements of a favorite stock with a loud beep, hence the name Signal. Lotus made news with another event this week. A serious flaw has been detected in the new Symphony 1.1 program, leading Lotus to recall all the boxes on the shelves. Lotus became aware of problems after users complained that some data disappeared when they performed common tasks on the program's spreadsheets. Present owners of Symphony will receive a floppy disk next month that will enable them to correct the problem. And now for another colorful review, here's Paul Schindler.
Fish bowls are popular for one simple reason. They provide hours of mindless entertainment. Well, this is PC Color. Now, you may say to yourself, just what I need, an electronic fish bowl. Well, I'm not saying anyone's going to rush out and buy a personal computer just to run this program. But whether you use your PC at work or at home, you've surely noticed you can't use it all the time. When you aren't using it, its big empty eye stares at you, just like a dead TV set. In between programs, why not flip on PC Color? I find it soothing and interesting. For you technical types, it stays in text mode, increasing the number of colors it can display. You can make the colors go faster or slower, you can freeze them, and you can change the color scheme. Watch it while you're on the phone. There are two versions of PC Color. If you don't mind copy protection, it's yours for $35. If, like me, you prefer a program you can use, pay $44. Either way, PC Color is a bargain from a firmware in Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Neither Commodore nor Atari will be among the exhibitors at the Consumer Electronics Show in January. Though both are waging an intense battle over consumer dollars, neither plans to participate in the Las Vegas show, which attracts some 50,000 key retailers. Many companies believe that the advent of the computer would be the end of the paper chase. It seems corporate America was wrong. In fact, the American Paper Institute reports that the market for office paper grew over 5% annually from 1972 to 1984, when the move to office automation was in full swing. Some companies say the higher paper consumption is the result of computers making it easier to produce more originals. Finally, for those of you who are frustrated with your Apple II, there's a new product for you. Jeff Raskin of Information Appliance has created a plug-in board called SwiftCard, which simplifies computer operations. There's no startup procedure, no disk to load, and no need for separate word processing programs. Users simply turn on their computers and begin typing. It may not take advantage of the microprocessor, but it certainly beats using your 2E as a plant stand. That's it for this edition of the Computer Chronicles. Tune in again next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
This looks like just another computer terminal, but this terminal is hooked up to a television production facility. Indeed, computers are all over television stations these days, for without them, you wouldn't be able to see all those fancy special effects, like this one. How do they do it? We'll find out today as we take a look at computers and the media on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet. Gary Kildall is off this week, and sitting in for Gary is George Morrow. George, what we're doing here is checking some late news headlines and sports scores on the AP Wire via CompuServe. Now, in the past, if I wanted this kind of information, I'd have to run down to the corner store and get a newspaper or turn on my radio and TV and wait for them to give me that information. Now I can get it whenever I want it. There's been a lot of talk about the electronic delivery of the newspaper, but not much has really happened. Do you think anything will happen there?
I don't think people are going to give up paper, Stewart. But certainly if you put these computer access services, hook it up with a laser printer, with the prices of these things, pretty soon not only will you have a high phone bill, but you'll keep your paper bill right up where it was.
And I'd be able to, in fact, custom make the newspaper, probably
right.
Tell it what stories I like and what stories I don't like.
That's right.
Well, our subject today is computers and the media, and we're going to find out the effect of computers in radio, television, and the newspapers. First of all, we're going to take a look at the first television station in the country which completely computerized its news operation.
At KRON-TV in San Francisco, computers have become an integral part of the newsroom's operation. Faced with the daily task of sorting through mountains of information, the news department seems a natural choice for computers. But KRON is one of the very few stations to automate almost every aspect of its news center. A reporter on arriving at work can obtain instantly his assignment, the stories being worked on that day, and any messages waiting for him. Replacing the familiar clickety-clack of a teletype, the system carries wire service bulletins throughout the day, signaled by discrete beeps at each terminal. The job of covering news events is not, however, entirely electronic. A good part of the day is spent on location with a camera and a notepad on hand.
But the suggestion of protecting this legislation seemed to be successful.
Reporters still ask questions and listen for revealing comments. But with as many as 40 reporters in the field at one time and fast-breaking stories arriving throughout the day, the computer streamlines the job.
In the 3+ years they've had the computers here, people have forgotten what it was like to do it without computers. And every once in a while, when there's a little glitch and people think they might have to use typewriters again, there is a panic the likes of which you've never seen before. It speed things up immeasurably and in all sorts of subtle ways that are difficult to measure. Instead of having to get up from your desk and walk over to a clipboard someplace where the wire service copy has been clipped up, you just sit here and bingo, you get it. Well, how much time does that save you? I mean, does that save you a minute? Does that save you 2 minutes? It doesn't seem like a big increment, but it adds up. Even more important, what it does is it encourages you to gain access to all of the information that's available to you.
While at work on a story, a reporter can check the latest developments coming across the wire services, list subtitles, and specify the pictures that will accompany the text. This information is then immediately accessible to the producers, editors, and artists who determine the final shape of the videotape package. Another part of television that the computer has changed forever is the newsroom's closest partner, the art department. Instead of slides or rough sketches, computer graphics accompany the text of a news story. Artwork and photos are combined to create a fast, flexible electronic library with a polished look. But behind all of the computing power and convenience, the sophistication of a network that links offices from San Francisco to Washington is one overriding concern.
It's the speed, and in this business, speed is very important. We score our victories here in minutes rather than in days, and if you're on the air 5 minutes, 3 minutes ahead of somebody else with the big story, then you won.
And now, from the West's most honored newsroom, the news center for Northern California, this is Live at 5.
You might expect television stations to have lots of computers. That's a high-tech business. But what about good old-fashioned newspapers? Well, even the print side of the media business is full of computers these days, and there's probably no better example of a computerized newspaper than USA Today.
Without computers, USA Today would not be able to produce the kind of newspaper that we do. The computers in this room are used to collect news and information from major wire companies such as the Associated Press, United Press International, Gannett's own Gannett News Service. We receive information from Gannett's other 85 daily newspapers. We can receive data and information from reporters traveling in the field using portable computers. All that information is fed into this one computer source. Once the pages are created and produced, computers are then used to take a facsimile image and convert it in a digital format so that in 1/4 of a second it's shot 22,000 miles into space and bounced off of West Star 3, and then another 1/4 of a second travels another 22,000 miles to the various print sites all around the country.
The USA Today system consists of 12 DEC 1134s using proprietary software. All 12 minis are networked and serve only the editorial functions of the paper. Gannett has a mainframe system which it uses for corporate purposes, data processing, payroll, and so on. While USA Today is probably the most computerized newspaper in the country, it still does some basic things the old-fashioned way, like page composition and layout. But Ray Douglas says he hopes to enhance their computer system so that it can take over those tasks too.
Well, the reason for the enhancements and going to things like what we call news layout, which some people may call pagination, is that that kind of product helps us produce a better paper. and helps us be able to create and make changes at a later deadline so that our readers get a more up-to-date, a more precise and exact product.
USA Today is famous for its use of color, and Ray Douglas is now experimenting with a computer system that lets photographers in the field transmit color photos back to the paper in the same way reporters now transmit text.
We also see using computers to transmit color photographs directly into our computers here so that we can treat color photographs much the same way we treat news stories, where we can transmit a news story in a matter of minutes so that we can get a news story into the newspaper just before deadline. We expect in the short term to be able to treat photographs the same way, be able to transmit electronically photographs and get them included in the newspapers so that in the morning when that reader picks up that paper, he not only has the most up-to-date news information, but has the most up-to-date color photographs as well.
Perhaps the most important part of USA Today's computer operation is its ability to transmit pages via satellite to 30 printing sites around the country. Computer-controlled color laser scanners transmit the pages with a resolution of 1,400 lines per inch. The transmissions are then received a split second later by computer-controlled reconstructors, which check for errors, automatically ask for the retransmission of faulty scan lines, and then produce a negative for the making of the final plates to print the paper. George, you know, the interesting thing about USA Today, the paper is perhaps best known for its graphics like this and the weather chart that everybody knows in USA Today. But despite all the use of computers at that paper, right now these charts are still being done by artists sitting at a desk.
Probably has to do with reliability. You know, the microprocessors have been around since the mid-'70s, but it's only now that people like the government and probably the communications people feel comfortable enough with the technology to really begin to rely on it. You don't want your television program going haywire right in the middle of a segment.
Well, you can't miss your newspaper deadline, I guess, either if the computer decides not to work.
That's right.
Well, we've talked about newspapers and television so far. In fact, the first broadcast station in the country to completely computerize was a radio station, the all-news CBS radio station here in San Francisco. Wendy Woods went to KCBS and has a report on how they use their computers.
KCBS News Time 9:36. Bob Hallman and Joan Ravier with KCBS Weather and Traffic in 1 minute.
At KCBS Radio in San Francisco, everything you hear, reports from wire services, from reporters, the rewrites, the edited copy, and the very structure of each program is compiled and written on computer. Even the anchors read copy either printed out or directly from their terminals. KCBS was not only the first station in the country, but the first broadcast station to computerize. It's a virtually paperless newsroom and a model for the rest. This station has 12 terminals hooked up to a New Star mini computer. The system has 140 megabytes of storage, or enough for a good 2 years' worth of stories. The system has worked virtually bug-free since 1979.
It's very reliable, which is very important. If it were not reliable, it probably wouldn't be accepted in newsrooms. But it's worked out well here, and now more and more stations, both television and radio, are using systems such as this. And overall, I think everyone is pleased with the computerized newsroom.
I love it. It's clean, it's quiet, it's efficient, other than the little glitches sometimes when the computer gobbles up something right before you need it. It's wonderful. The only problem I've had is eye strain.
That's just one problem. The other is training. Reporters can't just walk in off the street here without computer experience. Still, computers have produced accurate, efficient, and a timely news operation. The CBS network, in fact, has a system just like it, only bigger. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
George, I guess one of the most spectacular applications of computers in the media is really in graphics and special visual effects. We've been dealing with words and other kinds of things up to now. I'd like to introduce the two gentlemen who have joined us here. First of all, Dave Patton. Dave is Vice President and co-founder of the Prism Arts Group. And next to Dave, Rodney Stock, President and founder of the Computer Arts Institute. George?
It's so easy to get excited about this stuff. Tell me, what is the mix of hardware and software in the system?
Well, the hardware, of course, is what makes it possible. There's a very unique hardware, which essentially is a high bandwidth memory that can store the entire image in one place so that it can refresh the television screen. And then all the interaction with how you manipulate images is a fair amount of software. It's actually a fairly sophisticated technology. When you think that a single image is a minimum typically of, say, 250,000 pixels, each one that has color to it, and the computer has to manipulate, and you have to interact with a way to...
This does plug into something that I can afford to buy in my computer store, doesn't it?
This particular system plugs into an IBM PC AT. There are other systems that plug into even smaller machines like an XT, or XT compatibles, if you will.
You do want a hard disk in something like this?
Typically, yes. You can fumble along with a floppy for a short amount of time, but images have a lot of data.
Dave, let's get to your system now. You've got the Aurora system up here. Now, this is running on an AT, but it's a pretty expensive piece of software, by the way, isn't it? What would it cost?
Generally, I think now the base price is about $32,500.
Okay. Now, show us what this kind of system could do, if you will, and kind of give us a play-by-play as you do it.
Well, currently now I have the Aurora image up here, which was animating. I'm going to call up one more picture out of the memory.
So you're using a standard AT keyboard plus your paint pad.
Yes. Now this was an image that was completely created on the Aurora system, and when it comes up here, I'll run the animation. It's got a simple cycle animation on it, which does that.
That $32,000 was for the complete package, wasn't it? Not just the software.
Yes, it is. Yes, it includes the hardware. It can go.
It doesn't include the CPU or the monitors.
No. I've got my computer. I spent another $32,000, and I have this.
Well, you still have to buy the monitors.
Oh, what do the monitors cost us?
Well, good RGB monitors, maybe $2,300 to $5,600.
I see.
Dave, what do you have up there now?
Well, I just called up a little drawing, a cigarette that was done by a man in Japan. It's got a small piece of color table with cycle animation on it to create the smoke. The cigarette was completely, again, was produced on the system. I'll zoom into it a little bit, and you can take a look at it.
What is the possibility now of doing some cycle animation where we actually move the ash back and make it appear that the cigarette is burning?
That can be done on a system. This particular piece of animation doesn't have it, but it would be
Do you
easy
have tools
to
that allow that to happen fairly easily?
Yes.
There's another higher level of this machine, another member in this family that's more expensive but can do those kinds of things even more readily.
And this kind of technique is something that you people teach at your school?
Yes, that's correct.
So if I went over there and took a course, I'd be able to learn how to make that cigarette burn?
Well, burning is tougher than making the smoke move, but we can make the smoke move easily. Yes.
Quickly, Dave, we have time for maybe one more demonstration of your system before we get on to something else.
This is another little color cycle animation.
So how do you do that, what you're doing now?
Well, basically, when I stop this, you can see that it's a matter of picking up a particular pattern on the screen and repeating it with a series of colors, and then the computer, basically, you cycle these colors.
Now that stripe there is the places that's going to be at.
Yes.
Exactly. The snowflake is either background color, which makes it disappear completely, or it's snowflake color and it shows up, and then you assign different colors to the...
But there is a stripe, if we went back to this other picture here, there.
There they all are.
This right here is actually where that color lookup table positions itself. Where I've decided it's going to position itself as it moves. Is that right?
Where the snowflake, those are the positions of the different snowflakes, and you turn them on and off, so to speak, by assigning them different colors.
Rodney, I want to move along to the next dimension now, if you will. We have the little things, the $100 programs you can buy for your little PC. We've got about a $30,000 range. There are $1 million computer graphics programs, aren't there? Things like PDI. We're going to roll a tape right now and show some of that material. And as we look at that, maybe you can describe what it is we're seeing.
All right.
And tell us about the machine while we're waiting to see the tape, anyhow.
Okay, well, first of all, it should be appreciated that PDI, known as Pacific Data Images, is a production house.
Okay, I think we can see it now. Yeah, just give us a little explanation how this kind of stuff is done. It's so incredible.
And they don't have, it isn't a machine that you purchase. They bought Vaxes and Ridges and wrote their own software to generate these kinds of images. The one you saw previously, Chrome, is one of their fortes. Doing Chrome, this is a very popular piece for a local station. Most of their work is actually done for national accounts, such as this one here for NBC, which one has won a number of awards for the quality of the work.
What would it cost to produce just one of these little logos, one of these little movie openings?
Well, the price on this is three-dimensional graphics now. It's very different than what we saw in the paint system. and you go to a specialty house, and it's typically charged by the second, and it's typically $2,000 to $5,000 a second for a finished result. Well, but then again, this is used over and over again nationally, and it's got to look good. You want, you know, motion and color, and it's got to catch people's attention.
Look at this one. How do you do that?
Well, actually,
keep watching.
Yeah, it's fascinating. That's a very fun piece, and you actually work backwards is the way you do it. It's like when you create it.
Sure, you break it up.
Right, you have everything all come into one place. Well, really what you did is you started one place and blew it up, and then put it in reverse.
Now, is there an actual camera taking a picture at any point in this process?
There's no camera, there's no models.
All digitally created.
Digital computer created from the computer. It goes directly to videotape. It goes into a frame buffer and onto videotape.
Could I ask you, this football here that we see, that's a single image that you can rotate and look at from different angles.
Right, any object is free to move in three-dimensional space. And notice what's important here is the nice soft edges. You don't have flickering and what is called aliasing in the field. There was a nice effect there with the blurring. It was done mathematically.
Look at this now. This is incredible.
This piece was interesting. This was their first major production, and it was done for Fantastico show down in Brazil, and they actually coordinated it with live action. So what they did is they did the models and created the stills, and someone took a picture of that, trucked on down to Brazil, and then with that one 35mm slide, built a set. As
Which
we'll
I think we're
see here
going
in a
to
moment.
see.
Boom, there we go.
There you go.
So there we have the physical set to match up with the computer graphics set, to make it look as if they're dancing in space, as it were. And that's actually more difficult than it sounds to do.
Now this is incredible. Tell me about this piece, Rodney.
What this represents for me is where 3D graphics is really wanting to go, that you try to use reality as your metric to establish your meter of how good an artist you are, and then that frees you to go to surrealism. So once you can model dinosaurs and you can model chrome, you can have chromosaurs.
All right, but these are not models. I mean, this is all, again, digitally created.
It's all numbers in a computer. You sit there and you model it, but you model it with numbers in space and patches and objects, spheres and squares. And
we have just about a minute left, Rodney. What's the balance in terms of television and the movies? I know you worked at Lucasfilm and the special effects there. Are movies really driving this technology or television?
It's primarily television. The movie industry, there was the movie Tron, there was the movie The Last Starfighter, there was a short sequence for Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan, done by the Lucasfilm people. I know of one production going on right now. But it's really such a specialized special effect that although movies can afford a lot of money for a single effect, there are not that many people doing it.
Gentlemen, we're out of time. This has been fascinating. Thank you so much. Now, there's no question computers are invading the media, the news business in particular. The question is, does that mean there's too much emphasis on technology, too much attention to form, and not enough to substance? Our commentator, Paul Schindler, has some thoughts on that.
What's wrong with this picture? Well, to an old-time journalist like me, what's wrong is there's no longer any clacking teletypes in it, or pounding typewriters, or paste pots and thick pencils. Even broadcasters, who aren't considered real journalists by us print types, are slowly succumbing to the temptation to process their words instead of writing them. Now, I don't want to sound like a nostalgic fogey, and I don't want you to get me wrong. All my commentaries are composed on a word processor. I'd go crazy if I had to return to a typewriter. But something has gone out of the nation's media as they've gone into the electronic age. Newspapers, I'll admit, have fewer stupid typographical errors of the old type. Now they have brand new stupid errors. I've no time to describe the difference, but editing on a tube is different from editing on paper, and it's not always better. Now we're starting to hear the effect of electronic newsrooms on broadcasting. On the plus side, news is fresher. On the minus side, it doesn't flow as well as it used to because it's written faster, not necessarily better. And of course, sometimes computers crash, leaving broadcasters on the air with nothing to say. Is that so bad? I don't think so. That's my opinion. I'm Paul Schindler.
In the Random Access file this week, the much-talked-about Christmas price cuts have started, with Apple leading the way. A black and white 2C has been reduced from $12.95 to $9.95, and the 128K 2E has been cut from $11.45 to $9.45. There were other price cuts on the Macintosh and the color version of the 2C. Meanwhile, IBM has rolled out its new AT featuring a 30-megabyte hard disk. The upgraded AT will sell for just $200 more than the 20-megabyte version. Analysts say prices on the older model ATs should now come down. Apple has successfully stopped digital research from marketing its new GEM software. In an out-of-court settlement, DRI agreed to modify the GEM desktop interface along with GEM Paint and GEM Draw. Apple had claimed that the GEM software violated Macintosh copyrights by copying various icons and pull-down menus. Well, it's just been weeks since Steve Jobs quit Apple, but already there is a fan on the market for the Macintosh. Jobs had reportedly refused to put a fan in the Mac. Now a company named Bectech is selling a Mac fan that it says reduces the Mac's inside temperature from 135 to 86 degrees. In our legislative update file, Senator Paul Tribble of Virginia has agreed to amend his proposed bulletin board pornography bill to meet the objections of the ACLU and several BBS operators. In testimony before a Senate subcommittee, witnesses said there were hundreds of boards across the country that deal with child pornography. After being courted by IBM, Apple, and just about every other American and British computer company, the Russians have decided to buy MSX computers from Japan. Their first order, more than $1 million worth of micros to go into Soviet schools. Time for this week's software review, and here's Paul.
Gosh, it's never done that before. You know, have you ever stopped to think that each of your $5 floppies has several $1,000s worth of your time and effort on it? And for those of you with hard disks, multiply that by the storage capacity you have. It's frightening to think what would happen if something goes wrong and your disk fails. And it's even more frightening to think that most of you have never thought about it. Well, lucky for you, someone else has been thinking about the unthinkable, and they've come up with Backup, a package also known as intelligent, high-speed backup and restore software. The problem, you see, is that a full backup takes so long that most people never do them, while partial backups create a substantial management problem. Backup takes care of all that for you automatically. Its simple, crystal clear menus guide you through every step you need to save today's work, this week's work, or this year's work. Now, I've been backing up a hard disk for years. Before I had backup, I made every mistake in the book. Since I got it, no matter how hard I try, I can't do anything wrong. Backup is $150 from InfoTools in Cupertino, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
If you're into high-tech toys for your car, forget a cellular phone. Listen to this one. For $1,500, you can buy a computerized navigator that will constantly display a map of your location on a CRT screen and will also display the map of a destination point. The ETAC Auto Navigator does not depend on radio signals. It uses an electronic compass, motion sensors, and a computer map database. ETAC says its navigator is accurate to within 50 feet. Well, it's goodbye piano rolls. Hello, computer disks. The nation's biggest piano roll maker says it is converting 10,000 of its piano rolls into floppy disks that can be played back through a Commodore 64 or an Apple IIc. Finally, a computer scientist playing around with a $10 million Cray XMP has discovered what is so far the world's largest prime number. It's 2 to the 216,091st power minus 1. The world's new largest prime number has over 65,000 digits. It replaces the last largest prime number discovered 2 years ago that had a mere 39,000 digits. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
If you have one of these, and you have one of these, but you don't have one of these, you're missing half the fun of owning a computer. This is a modem, and with it you can turn your computer into a window on the world. How? Well, we'll find out today as we take a look at modems and bulletin boards on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet. Gary Kildall is off this week, and sitting in for Gary is George Morrow. George, we've been playing around with my computer here, using it as a terminal, and it is amazing these days how much of the world comes to me through this little wire, thanks to something called a modem, which is sitting inside here. Before we get any farther in the show, I want you to explain what a modem is and actually what it does.
Well, Stewart, the information in the machine is zeros and ones, which are voltage levels usually. The information that goes over your telephone line is generally tones. And it's an agreement about how to turn voltage levels into tones, while the modem means modulator, demodulator. Modulating means to take those voltage levels, turn them into tones. Demodulating means to do the reverse. And so as long as you agree about these tones and voltage levels, why it all works.
Just can talk to that.
That's right.
Okay, we're going to find out more about modems and bulletin boards on today's program. We'll meet several bulletin board operators, and we'll get into the legal questions which are now surrounding the whole bulletin board issue. First of all, we'll take a general look at modems and computer communications and see how they are changing the way people do things now.
With little fanfare but a lot of ingenuity, a parent support group in San Francisco has found a way to enhance its operation with a computer. Parents Place offers education and support to parents of preschoolers, including supervised care, discussion groups, and professional advice. And now, for fathers and mothers too busy to drop in, they've added a computer bulletin board. Available to anyone with a personal computer, the Parents Place bulletin board is online every evening from 5 p.m. to 9 a.m. It offers up-to-date articles on child rearing and answers questions about typical childhood events, from temper tantrums to toilet training. One of the most popular aspects of the service is its interactive sharing of experience between new and often unsure parents. While the center keeps a telephone helpline open for voice communication, the popularity of the electronic message board is growing steadily. First-time fathers and new mothers can get answers to questions which might be difficult to ask face-to-face, or simply seek reassurance. Most importantly, they can do it from home or work without having to move the family. The Parents Place bulletin board was started with a grant from Apple Computer as a convenience to the center's members. But it's proving to be more than an electronic messenger. It can be a survey taker and a trading post, a teacher, and a referral guide. But most of all, it's a quiet place in which to share the common feelings and fears of parenthood.
Joining us now is Ezra Shapiro, the West Coast Bureau Chief of Byte Magazine, and sitting next to Ezra, Rory O'Connor, news editor of InfoWorld Magazine. George?
I have a heck of a time with these modems and all this computer stuff connected to the telephone line. But you people at these publications probably use it an awful lot. Maybe you could tell us a bit about how InfoWorld uses all of their bulletin boards and that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's not as smooth as many people might think. We have our own problems too, but we have been using modems and telecommunications for a number of years. I think journalists have been using them for as long as most anybody. We gather stories in from the road and so on, and we use electronic mail systems to communicate with our bureaus in various parts of this country and also with the publications that our company owns in various parts of the world. So I can exchange stories or research information or notes, or simply ask an editor in Europe if he can do an interview for me and supply me with that kind of information.
And you do this regularly?
Oh, yes. In fact, we just did it last week for the front page story. We needed to have a pair of interviews done over in Europe, one in Stockholm and one in Paris, sent some electronic mail to our offices there, and got the interviews back within a few hours over the same electronic mail system.
Rory, why is that communication better than a telephone? Why can't you call that guy in Europe and ask him about the interview?
Well, one problem with dealing with places like Europe or Asia is the time zone difference. That's the reason people use telex, for example, is because if I pick up a phone in the middle of my day, it's 3 in the morning and the editor in Paris doesn't like to be woken up. Another reason is that over the telephone, if he was to give me notes or a story, I would have to have someone sit down with a headset and type this all into our computer, whereas if it's prepared in Europe, it can be sent over the wire and it's in my system ready for a reporter to use.
Ezra, now you run your own bulletin board. Tell me what that is.
I've been sort of a nut about these things for about 3 years, and I have finally set up a bulletin board system in my basement that runs on my computer when I'm not using the machine. And it's there as a sort of community chat center and a source of public domain software programs for people who want to download or upload them.
Is there any particular type of programs that you offer on your network, on your bulletin board?
Stuff basically that I'm interested in.
Such as?
There's an area for Radio Shack Model 100 computers. There's another area for fairly technical programs for the IBM PC. And there is another area for the software for the bulletin board itself. So that if somebody wants to set up a bulletin board, he can call my system and get the software so that he can do it in his own.
If somebody else were going to do this, what kind of prices and what kind of complexity do you run into?
Well, the complexity is I'll take that issue first. Basically, all this stuff is confusing, and it takes a lot of time working with manuals and trying to figure it out, particularly because most of the bulletin board systems are public domain software. They're not very well documented. So plan to spend a good deal of time. But for a modem and a computer and a second phone line coming into your house, the software is free. You can spend anywhere from $600–700 on up into enormous sums.
Ezra, now you mentioned it is complicated, and George, you mentioned this is even too confusing for you, a lot of this stuff. Why does this have to be so confusing? Why are there so many different standards, and I've got to answer all these questions about parity and protocol and baud rate and so on to do this?
Well, look at the number of things you're trying to link together. You've got the software, the computer, the cable to the modem, the phone system, the cabling that goes from one, or satellite stuff that goes from one phone location to another phone location, then possibly a very different combination of modem and computer at the other end. So you're dealing with lots of elements here.
Each one, I guess, have their own standard, you see.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to, there are people watching this program who are not into modems, bulletin boards, or CompuServe yet, and they're thinking about buying them, and you see this tremendous variety of modems out there, low-priced, high-priced, all kinds of different factors and standards they can get to. How do you tell somebody what's the right modem for them?
It depends on what they want to do and what kind of information they want to get on the other end of this phone line.
Where do they go for this? Ezra?
Well, my recommendation for almost any kind of technical information is join a local computer club or users group. There is always somebody there who has paved the way a few months earlier or a few years earlier.
My feeling is one of the best resources in computers is the
users groups. Yeah, we get whatever the problem is. That's often the answer. What about there's a lot of talk about the peculiar or particular way that people behave on a bulletin board when they talk to each other in this sort of blindfolded fashion. Yeah. What have been your observations, both of you, about the social, psychological aspects of communicating via modem?
It is different, certainly, than communicating via telephone, because to a certain degree you're insulated. You can choose, for example, to back out of a conversation and listen for a while. It's sort of like a party line, if you like, a telephone terminology.
Would you say that people are more adventuresome in this environment, or less, or is there any feeling?
There are the equivalent of personals advertising and bulletin boards and you know, computer dating among people. And then there are bulletin boards with their specific specialties that range from the unusual, like survivalist bulletin boards, to what some people might consider to be outrageous, right through pornography and so on.
Ezra, when you talk on your bulletin board, what do you call it, by the way? What's your... You have a name?
The software is called Fido Bulletin Board software, and since I was thinking about rewriting it at one point, my board is called Modifido.
Modifido.
So just get a bad pun.
When you're on Modifido, do you behave differently? I mean, do you think you communicate differently with the people you're on because you're at a keyboard instead of in person?
Well, there I'm controlling the thing and I'm much more puppet master behind the scenes. But when I log on to another bulletin board or a big service like CompuServe or The Source, I have seen quite a few things that indicate that people are dealing with this stuff differently. You're typing little letters and they disappear very quickly. And you can be anything you want to be behind those letters. There have been any number of romances that have led to marriage.
Really?
And there was one, and you know, it goes to the other side too. There was one woman who attempted to commit suicide while online on one of these major services, typing in, "I am now killing myself." And fortunately, somebody listening to this stuff, reading this stuff, actually said, "Wait a minute, this is serious."
This was not a hoax.
This was not a hoax, no. So you're getting all sorts of different types of social behavior now that range through all the psychoses and neuroses of the general populace.
Is this a fad, you think, the bulletin board? Is this CB radio and then it'll die out? Or is this a kind of new permanent way for people to communicate with each other?
We reported in a recent issue of a study that was done by a market research firm that said by the end of this decade, a majority of the population, or majority of the American workforce anyway, will have the opportunity to, at least some of the time, use modems and computers to do their work, white-collar work, and work at home, what they call telecommuting. And this does not seem that it's going to die out, but it's going to gradually increase in popularity. The complexities have to be addressed first.
How could we possibly expect more computers in homes than typewriters? And I don't think there are probably 60% of the homes on a high-end guest that have typewriter. Mm-hmm. Why would there be more computers in homes than typewriters?
Well, your corporation at some point might very well provide a low-cost communications terminal for a few $100s. You can put together a keyboard, a screen, and so on.
But I'm sure the IRS will find a way to tax that.
Well, George, to help answer your question, actually, we sent out our reporter, Wendy Woods, to take a look at how people are using computers now and modems to telecommute.
Steve Renton goes to work every day like thousands of other San Franciscans, but unlike thousands of others, Steve doesn't have to fight the traffic to get there. Steve is among 75 Pacific Bell employees who telecommute. Using his home computer, Steve spends 20 hours a week compiling data for Pacific Bell's marketing department and sends it via modem to the company's time-sharing network.
For me, it's wonderful. It improves my productivity. It makes for greater clarity of thought, consistency of work, and it saves me the cost and hassle of commuting. And I have all the amenities of home at the office.
Those involved in the test do spend some time at the office. Human interaction is still a vital part of doing business. But their ability to be at home has big advantages for both employee and employer.
Some of the ones that we've identified already include cost savings, reduced overhead from the office space savings, also improved recruiting of new employees by being able to offer them flexible scheduling. So those are some of the types of savings, as well as timeshare savings from the flexible schedules that telecommuting offers, enabling companies to access their mainframe computers at odd times, cut down on their timeshare costs.
Pacific Bell estimates there are 7.2 million Americans who could be working at home. Over the next few months, the number of people working for Pacific Bell at home is expected to increase to about 100. And what better place for a test like this than at a company whose business is the telephone? For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us now is Matthew McClure. He's the sysop of a bulletin board system here in the San Francisco Bay Area called The Well. And sitting next to Matthew, Don Ingram, who is Assistant District Attorney for Alameda County across the Bay. And George Don has been involved in the prosecution of cases dealing with computer crime.
You know, these modems are awfully hard to use. Maybe one of the advantages that I get out of it is perhaps access to a new kind of communicating tool. Is that something that the well offers?
Yeah, it does. The idea is that anyone with a personal computer and a modem can dial into the well and have access to hundreds of other people with their knowledge and their information who are also talking to the well with their computer.
But why would I use something like that rather than a telephone? What is the advantages that I have not...
Well, one of the things that teleconferencing does is when you post a notice on a bulletin board or in a teleconference, you are reaching 100 or 200 people within the space of, say, 24 hours. And if you were to try to find someone who knew the answer to your question, it might take you 10 or 20 phone calls. If you put a question up onto a network, you'll get an answer back within 24 hours most of the time.
Obviously more efficient.
Yeah.
What kind of things do you have here on the well? I mean, I see things in the real world and things in computers.
Right. We've got most of the user groups are represented on the well, so that if you have a technical question about a computer, you can put your question up and someone will answer it. We have public domain software for computers. But the more interesting stuff in teleconferencing, I think, is in the real world. We have a spirituality conference, a legal conference.
I see something up here, the pub.
Yeah, the corner pub. That's
I knew you'd find the pub eventually. Right?
People go here to relax.
I see. Where's the lubrication?
That's provided by the users.
I see.
It's in the disk drive, George.
Right. When we leave the pub, we have a message that asks people to please drive carefully.
Well, let's change that to please type carefully.
Yeah, right.
It's
you
more
need
suitable,
to.
wouldn't you?
So what goes on in the pub? This is really like a computer pub.
Yeah, here's meeting at the bar, where there have been 149 responses so far. And
does this mean 149 people, or perhaps somebody?
No, in this case, there are several people who have. We get into some repartee in the pub, and people going back and forth.
What is some of the repartee?
I'm not sure you want to repeat it here. We got Don here, remember that?
Oh, that's right.
Assistant DA here.
That's right. Well, let's skip that then.
We have a telecommunications conference that's kind of interesting since we're talking about modems and telecom. And one of the items in there is when I was told I was going to be on this show, we said we were going to be talking about some of the legal issues, and one of the questions that I was interested in was what was the text of the Computer Pornography and Child Exploitation Act of 1985. So I went to the well where some users had downloaded it and typed it in, the full text of the...
So one person does a little work here, and a lot of people have the potential benefit of it.
That's the idea, yeah.
Okay, Don, let's get you into this. Now that we're talking about this legal issue, which Matthew brought up, and he mentioned legislation pending in Washington right now. I know there's legislation also here in California. How does the law currently view a bulletin board? Is it like a newspaper with First Amendment rights, or is it like a utility subject to government regulation?
That's an interesting question, because the legislatures, obviously here and nationally, are dealing bulletin boards, holding them to some sort of a standard of responsibility in what they carry on. Now, the problem in implementing those laws in a court is going to be what is the extent to which the First Amendment protections are going to apply to this kind of immediate online electronic communication. There's a real problem here. This is an ongoing conversation. It can be taking place over a long period of time. Who is responsible for what any particular person says? If they run your credit card number, yours personally, that's not the kind of thing any newspaper would run. They wouldn't stay in business. You could sue them. But you can run it here. It's been done. It causes harm.
But we're talking now, criminal liability, right? I mean, suppose I published a newsletter with people's credit card numbers. I mean, I have the right to publish the newspaper, don't I, in terms of my criminal liability?
I think you'd better be subject to a prior restraining order. You certainly could be sued later by the people who were the victims of it. This one, particularly, is in regard to child pornography and child abuse. We have boards here that are designed for people who are interested, if indeed obsessed with the idea of committing sexual attacks on children, and this is a way they communicate. All the benefits of anonymity, of being able to go online and the rest of it, which don't exist with paper, do exist on this board, and it creates some incredible legal situations.
There's no way to tell. If a call comes in, Matthew, onto the well, is there any way to tell where that call has come from?
Not really.
I see.
Anyone can sign up, and they can have any kind of predilection.
This is the problem. If you print somebody's credit card number, we can find you. But if that happens,
well, as Don points out, it's certainly a harder problem. Matthew, as a sysop, you're a guy who might be on the line under some of this legislation. What kind of control do you have, and do you think you ought to have, over what people put on your bulletin board?
Well, it's a two-edged sword. There's control on the one hand, and there's privacy on the other. And my stance, and that of most of the BBS operators that I know, is to err on the side of privacy. that if someone, especially in private mail, we regard that as inviolate, and no government or anyone else has any business in getting in there on what people had done privately on the well. If I were to be responsible for every word or every character that anyone put up on the well, it'd be a very burdensome task, and I wouldn't be very likely to go out and do a bulletin board service. That's what we mean by...
If somebody put up a credit card number, is it practical for you to edit that in real time so that it doesn't show up?
No. It would be impossible for me to know that it had happened. We have a multi-user system where there are as many as 30 people on at once, and if one of them is typing something, I have no way of knowing.
This is a real problem.
Now, Don, Matthew says he would err on the side of privacy. Is that a mistake?
I think it probably is the right way to go if we're going to make a legal issue out of it. Certainly the last thing any legislator wants is to destroy a thing of the potential for our national communication, for people to get together and rap, for people to talk, that this affords. There are going to be snakes in Eden. There always are. Yeah. I'd hope a systems operator would not be chilled, but would not encourage it. Every board we've had to take so far, and we've taken several, has encouraged people. Let me know how to hack the school. Let me know how to hack NORAD. Everybody got good numbers so we can rip off the telephone company. Now, if I can prove he put that on his board, I have no trouble, moral, legal, any other way, in saying this person is being socially irresponsible, they're abusing a good technology. But he would individually be no more responsible for a credit card number than the manager of a supermarket if somebody stuck it on his board. No law would create that responsibility.
But in a sense, as a sysop, doesn't that put Matthew in the position of having to kind of make these judgments? I mean, there might be some close calls where perhaps in your sexual child pornography case, perhaps someone is calling up asking for advice or wanting to talk to other people with a problem. That might be a very useful function of the bulletin board, and yet he might be tempted to erase the thing.
It could be, and that is a risk we're going to have to run with a new technology that promises as much good and, unfortunately, risks as much evil as this does.
You know, in social problems, there's two attitudes to take. Just fix a problem anyway, or be careful about fixing it. Maybe you'll make it worse.
Yeah, Matthew, we have just about a minute left. Are you concerned? I mean, you find yourself being more conservative and other people in the bulletin board community kind of suffering from what we call a chilling effect of all this legislation?
Yeah. When the Pacific Telephone went in and raided Tom Tsimpetis for having some kind of telephone credit card number on his board and took his equipment and seized $6,000 worth of stuff. A lot of bulletin board services the next day who had previously been free and open started requiring registration, password, money, and whatnot to get in because they were afraid.
Gentlemen, we're out of time. Thank you very, very much. There are lots of social questions raised by communications on bulletin boards. One of them is the etiquette of the people who can talk to each other kind of hiding behind their keyboards, and our commentator Paul Schindler has some final thoughts on that.
What do you mean I need a modem to access a bulletin board? Why can't I just walk up to it? Oh, you mean an electronic bulletin board? Well, seriously, electronic bulletin boards really are nothing more than bulletin boards in electronic form. Of course, that means they don't have the pictures and cartoons, which are so much a part of bulletin board lore. Now, I say for the most part because you can draw pictures with letters on a screen, and if you don't believe it, sign on any bulletin board at Christmas time, and you'll see several dozen Christmas tree cartoons. Again, like so much else in the world of computing, electronic bulletin boards are bulletin boards taken to the nth degree. They're bigger, wider, and faster than any mere physical bulletin board. They amount, in fact, to a new form of communication. Participating in an electronic bulletin board is a unique experience. It isn't like talking to someone in person or talking to them on the phone. I know I belong to a half-dozen bulletin boards, most of which I check every day. Bulletin boards are still primitive. Not technically, but socially. If you're looking for a big opportunity, why not try to be the Emily Post or Miss Manners of bulletin boards? They've yet to develop real etiquette, and some of them really need it. That's my opinion. I'm Paul Schindler.
In the Random Access file this week, IBM has introduced its local area network system. The IBM network will be a token ring system. It is not compatible with Ethernet and will not be able to network minis or mainframes. The software and circuit cards to make the system work will cost about $800 per workstation. IBM says its new network system can link up more than 200 PCs and peripherals. Other LAN vendors are expected to hop on board the IBM standard to develop compatible networking products. Another major development this week was the unveiling of Intel's new 32-bit chip, the 8386, essentially a mainframe on a chip. IBM is reported to be working on the successor to the AT, which will use the new 32-bit chip. That computer is expected to be out in 1987. The 8386 can access 250 times more data than a 16-bit chip. Kpro has cut the price of two of its PC compatibles, the 16E and the 16-2E. Prices slashed about 20%. Ericsson is calling it quits in the U.S. desktop market. The Swedish company says it will focus on telecommunications and network products instead. Digital Equipment Corporation has announced a major move in CD-ROM technology. DEC will sell a CD-ROM drive for the Rainbow and the IBM PC. DEC will also be selling databases on Laserdiscs. It's software review time, and here's Paul Schindler.
As football once again takes over America's living rooms, every armchair quarterback in the country yearns to be out on the gridiron directing a National Football League team. Now you can with NFL Challenge, an official National Football League product. For all of you who have ever hankered after the real thing, here it is in computer form. The game starts with a coin toss. You can choose to play another person or against the computer. The offense chooses from among 5 groups of 6 plays, while the defense chooses from among 5 groups of plays. Maybe you've heard of the overtwist, Willie. I haven't. Notice there's a time clock and a scoreboard on the view of the field. Then, each play is shown in X and O notation, followed by an instant replay. If you can't finish the game, you can store it and restart it later. To keep things interesting, NFL Challenge randomly throws in penalties, injuries, interceptions, and fumbles. For $99, about twice the usual price of a game, you also get these handsome playbooks and a book on football strategy. This is the rarest of birds, a game you can load on your hard disk because it's not copy protected. NFL Challenge comes from Zor, that's X-O-R, in Minnetonka, Minnesota. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
In our legislative update file, the Joint Congressional Economic Committee was due to hear testimony last week from the president of Hitachi, but Tsuneo Tanaka failed to show up. The committee is investigating charges that Hitachi dumped computer chips on the U.S. market at what were described as predatory prices. And the computer industry is up in arms over a proposal before the House Ways and Means Committee, which would drastically cut back tax benefits of high-tech research and development. One Hewlett-Packard spokesman said the tax proposal would cost his company $100 million a year. Soviet spies in the Silicon Valley are finding it easier to track down the latest military technology projects. They've signed on to use Dialog, a sophisticated online database operated by Lockheed. It features such spy-tempting sections as federal research in progress and defense markets technology. It looks like one of the original computer magazines is about to fold. Word is that Ziff Davis will be pulling the plug on creative computing at the end of this year. The annual North American Computer Chess Championship opened in Denver last week. The favorite, a chess computer called High-Tech from Carnegie Mellon. It has 64 VLSI chips, one for each square of the board. High-Tech's designer says a computer will someday be the world's best chess player. Finally, if you're looking for the ultimate high-tech Christmas card, here it is, the Jingle Disc from Thoughtware. It'll run gorgeous color Christmas scenes on your computer while it plays a variety of Christmas carols. It's $9.95 and it runs on Apple, IBM, and Commodore. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
When most people think about networks, they think about three-letter combinations like NBC or CBS or even PBS. But when we talk about networks, the more relevant three-letter combination is probably IBM. For IBM's new Token Ring computer network may finally put computer networking on the high-tech map. Today, we take a look at networks the computer kind on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, all these wires and cables and connectors we have here are potentially part of a computer network system, or local area network, LAN as it's sometimes called. And I suppose one of the most important things to happen is the recent IBM announcement about its new Token Ring network system. Now, networks is one of those things that it seems computer guys have been talking about for years, but from a user's point of view, nothing really ever seems to happen. Is this IBM move now finally going to make things happen in networking?
Well, Stewart, local area networks let personal computers or office computers share huge data files. And when you're talking about office computers, then IBM set standards. There's no question about that. Now, if these standards can be set, I think there are going to be some real exciting possibilities in network-aware software that really uses those networks properly.
Gary, today we're going to go to New York to find out some more about the new IBM system. We'll meet one of the principal developers of Ethernet, and we'll shed as much light as we can on one of the more complicated computer topics. One of the issues in networking are the wires that are used to connect one computer to another, and we're going to begin by taking a look at a relatively simple system that uses existing telephone lines to connect computers.
As PC workstations become more common and their standalone functions more elaborate, they become increasingly attractive as alternatives to mainframe-based networks. But so far, they've had limited acceptance due to the usual incompatibility of operating systems and the expense of installing miles of coaxial cable. But the logic of a PC-to-PC network is powerful, and some new solutions have arrived. For businesses already equipped with a telephone PBX, a practical network can be installed over existing phone lines. One of the first of these is Northern Telecom's Meridian system, which works in conjunction with a local PBX to handle both data and voice over standard twisted pair telephone wiring. Equipped with its logical counterpart, an integrated voice and data terminal, the network combines computer and communication functions, like an online directory and automatic dialing. Messages can be transmitted in text or voice mode, or a combination of both. Terminals tied into the network feature automatic logon to outside databases, protocol and code conversion. Two users can share multimedia information simultaneously. The star-shaped network allows shared use of printers and hard disks, and the internal bus operates at a respectable 40 megabits per second. Memory-enhanced telephones are nothing new, and any PC will store a directory of numbers. But this computer's digital voice has found a new, practical route to travel, along wires that you'd find in every office wall.
Joining us now in the studio is Bob Metcalf. Bob is the founder and chairman of one of the leading networking companies, 3Com. And sitting next to Bob, Sherry Geddes, formerly of SciTech and now an analyst specializing in networks with Strategic Incorporated. Gary?
Bob, 2 years ago we had a show on LANs, and at that point we were talking, I think, through modems and so forth to big computer systems, and I really didn't consider that, myself at least, a local area network. Would you say that we've really made some progress in the last 2 years, or LANs are successful, or just what's happened?
Well, I think LANs are going to be a long time coming, and they, for some of us, if they go back 10 or 15 years, I'd guess there's about 100,000 LANs with several 100,000 personal computers connected to them now, and to some of us that's a big number, and to others that's a small number.
Well, relative to the number of people that really need an LAN, I mean, the average person in the home really doesn't doesn't have to have a local area network, really, do they? I mean, so if we have 100,000 installed, I think that would be considered a success, wouldn't it?
A relative success. I think some of us think the potential is much bigger than that. As we're looking at the arrival of PC LANs as sort of the next major generation of how computing is to be accomplished, and so to us, 100,000 LANs seems like a small number. There are 7 or 8 million PCs so far in business, and so I think the numbers could get quite a bit larger than they are.
Well, in the case of, let's take business as an example. The real advantage of a personal computer is it's sitting there on a desk, it's all by itself, but the disadvantage is that it doesn't have access to a big database, and it really isn't built for I/O processing. So is that where LAN really helps out in an office?
Absolutely. The standalone PC is sort of a transient in the development of computers, useful up to a point, and as you say, one of the main reasons to have an LAN is to give that PC access to large amounts of data it can't have itself, or which is updated frequently by many, many other people.
Now, one of the things that's been mentioned is the token ring standard that IBM has proposed. This is just one of many different ways that these machines can communicate. Sherry, you've been working apparently with PBX systems.
Yes, I have PBX and local area networks.
Can you get high data rates, say through a PBX? PBX is basically a telephone system, isn't it?
You can get high data rates on specialized PBXs called data PBXs. On the general purpose PBXs, the high-end ones, the integrated voice data PBXs, the rates are still relatively low. But the throughput's very good, and that's a critical distinction between throughput and data rate. Many users don't need a high data rate, they need a high throughput rate because lots of people need access essentially simultaneously.
Bob, now you've got a system here. As we mentioned, I think earlier, you were involved in the development of Ethernet, and you have a kind of derivative of that you call EtherMac, which happens to be connecting some Macintoshes here. Show us how this works, this existing network system.
Well, here's a Macintosh, which is now familiar to hundreds of thousands of people, but and you'll notice that there's this one diskette and its keyboard. Now, by putting this diskette in, what we're causing it to do is to go out over a network. It's connected to an Apple Talk network, to a network server elsewhere in the building.
Okay, well, let's explain right now. In fact, we have the network server right over here elsewhere in our studio with Derek as if he were in another office, let's say, in the building operating another Macintosh, and that's the network server over there. Now, what's happening as you load this up then, Bob?
Well, because this is my diskette, and so it logs me into the network. That is, it identifies me to the network and hooks me up with my data which is not on this boot diskette, but which is elsewhere, in this case on that network server.
Yeah.
And then according to my normal practice, it's now identified me and connected me up to my data, and what you'll see here are what amount to virtual diskettes. That is, each of these icons represents a diskette that's on that network server down the hall.
Now, if you were to compare this, say, with the speed of data access from one of these from this floppy disk, from this little disk to the network, what's the comparison in the data rates?
It's a funny thing. You would think that going a greater distance, things would be slower. In fact, in this network, we get performances 2 or 3 times that you get off the diskette. That is, the network is faster than the disk in the network server. Is a Winchester disk, is quite fast.
Now, could you give us an example now? We've got Derek over there working in his office, and you want to find out what he's working on or share a particular file with him. Could we actually see you do that?
Well, here's I happen to know that Derek, this is Derek's diskette here called Data 2. So if I open it in the normal way that I would open a diskette, I now see a bunch of documents that Derek is probably currently looking at this very moment. And so if I were to go up here to let's say diag X and open it up, this is the same Mac draw document that Derek is now hopefully looking at on his Macintosh over there.
Now, this brings up the question about file protection, of course, and I assume that that's part of the system as well.
While I was connecting up to various volumes, if there was a password associated with the volume, I would have had to present it, as I did.
And how about simultaneous access to the same files, writing to the same files and things of that sort?
Well, most of the software that runs on PCs, and by most I mean 99% of it, is written to run on one PC. If you direct 2 PCs simultaneously at the same diskette, and they both try to manipulate the data, some data damage can be encountered. And that's why you have to take special concerns in the designing of the network to be sure that people don't simultaneously manipulate the same
Because this
data.
is a sort of a traditional problem with taking single-user applications and bringing them into a multi-user environment.
Bob, your demonstration here happens to be with two Macs, but of course the system you're demonstrating could be with two IBM PCs or other computers, correct?
Yeah, in the case of this particular system, there could be hundreds of Macintoshes and hundreds of IBM PCs and compacts and so on.
Sherry, given the problem that Gary and Bob were talking about of standards, we have a system that's working right here. What's the big deal about the IBM token ring system? Is it just one of a new standard?
Well, it's a different approach. The type of system we have here is a collision-based system, and it provides very, very good access for users in an office-type environment. One of the key advantages of the token approach is that every device knows it is going to get the token at a predetermined time. This can be very important if you have, for instance, a factory-type situation where you know those devices have got to be polled every so many nanoseconds or microseconds, as the case may be. In an office environment, this is useful in a bisynchronous situation, an IBM Bisync. It is also useful if you have a very large population and you don't have any type of prioritization scheme to. Otherwise, you could literally have users who maybe never succeeded in getting on the network. I personally consider that's a very rare possibility. I think the significance of the token ring is for IBM customers and those shops that are primarily IBM equipment, because it will eventually interface into SNA and provide a very nice transition through.
Bob, on your Ethernet system here, we're just sharing files right now. You could be sharing peripherals, I assume, under this system also.
Yeah, and in fact, one of the strong advantages of this configuration is you could put a laser writer on the network server, and then all the PCs and all the Macs could send documents to the laser writer and share it.
What does this system cost? This is an example, what we're showing right here.
About $10,000 plus the cost of the PCs.
Okay.
Okay, Bob, Sherry, thank you very much. We've got to move on. We're going to next go to New York and take a look and find out a little bit more about IBM's new token ring system. Soon we'll see a demonstration here of a network that combines Macs and IBM PCs. First of all, we're going to meet another key player in the network story, someone who has another idea about all of this, Bill Godbout, the president of CompuPro. Wendy Woods has that report.
The difference between a multi-user system and a network is that a multi-user system is designed to be networked, unlike an office full of PCs. And one of the players in this market is Viasyn, maker of CompuPro CPUs and terminals. Viasyn's chairman says there are two advantages to going his route.
Speed of operation and the bottom line, the measure of all economic endeavors, is what does it cost, a cost-performance ratio that you look at. And actual bottom line cost is going to be quite a bit less for a lot more performance.
Godbout says multi-user systems are generally 20 to 50% less expensive than a network of PCs. CompuPro terminals use DataPoint's ArcNet, the networking architecture with the largest installed base in the world. This system can link up to 14 users and more if the CPUs are connected at central points called nodes. Viasyn's own departments are interconnected in this way.
Unfortunately, the biggest drawback to networking, whether we're talking about multi-user systems or a room full of PCs, is cabling. Cabling has to go throughout the building to every terminal hooked up to the network.
There's not much that people in the industry can do about that, but one thing is certain. Even IBM is planning multi-user systems, systems which can be linked to a local area network of PCs. Meanwhile, how's business grown here in Hayward?
Several million %.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
The latest development in computer networks is IBM's new token ring network system for PCs. What is a token ring network, and will it finally set a standard for computer networking? We came here to IBM headquarters in New York to find out. We spoke with Richard Goldberg, Director of Marketing for IBM's division which handles computer communications. I asked him how the token ring network differs from IBM's existing PC net.
As you look at the PC network, again, for the small departments, small establishments, from a lower cost implementation, if that set of requirements is all the customer needs, PC Network's an ideal solution. For the different set, for maybe an expanded set of requirements and capability, the token ring, which is a little bit more expensive is probably the better solution.
One nice feature of the token ring system is that it doesn't have to use IBM's expensive cabling system, but can work on regular phone lines. I asked Goldberg about the trade-offs.
When we looked at the telephone twisted pair and the cabling system, both perform at 4 megabits per second. But in order to achieve that performance, which is what we wanted to shoot for, you would put certain distance limitations, as an example, from the wall outlet to the wiring closet. In the case of twisted pair, it's 100 meters. In the case of the cabling system, it's 300 meters. The number of devices on a given ring, instead of the 260 devices, it's 72 devices for the twisted pair.
IBM is following its open architecture approach with the token ring network, and Goldberg says they learned the wisdom of that approach with the PC.
To be meaningful, it has to recognize the real world out there in terms of supporting a wide variety of device types that exist and that should exist in the future. So from a device standpoint, that's the value of being open. Second piece is the same thing. It has to support application development. It has to foster application development.
The next big step in getting full benefit from computer networking is to find software that is written to take advantage of it.
A lot of software has been grown up, has really been developed as single user kind of activity, not distributed sharing of files, if you will, and it doesn't recognizing that distributed architecture. And what we see happening now is more and more software packages coming out with a true local area network implementation, which recognizing that files will be distributed, and in fact allows the databases to be distributed and managed that way.
Goldberg says the growth of computer networking fostered by the new token ring standard will have a major effect on the way we work.
We have an awful lot to learn about how to better manage ourselves and how to better operate once we start distributing files and distributing information and resources. And that's where really local area networks are. It's a resource sharing device, and it will change work habits.
Stewart, even if the token ring doesn't become the predominant standard, at least we know which way IBM is headed.
And that's a useful thing to know. Gary, I'd like to introduce now Nat Goldhaber is joining us. Nat is the president of Centram Systems West of Berkeley, California, and of course we've already met Sherry Geddes.
Nat, you have a different kind of a network system here. We saw a Mac connected up to a Mac. Here's a Mac now that's connected up to an IBM PC AT.
Okay, so let's make clear we've got the AT over there on the other side of our studio where our producer Holly Murray is, and you've got the Mac over here which is networked to the AT.
Right. It's important to point out that the TOPS product can network Macs and Macs, PCs and PCs, or heterogeneously both.
Okay.
This is a product which is a distributed file server environment. It is also interoperating system, as you pointed out. That means that any device, any computer on the network, regardless of operating system or processor type, can act as a file server on the network or make its data available to other users. If we pull down our desk accessory, the TOPS desk accessory, it shows us the names of who's on the net, along with an icon representing the kind of machine that it is. If we double-click on the icon of a specific machine, we can see that these data volumes have been made available or published for the network. And in fact, if we double-click on them, it allows us to, in the metaphor of the Macintosh, mount them. That means that those volumes are actually available to this Macintosh from the IBM PC just exactly as if they were inside this Macintosh. And in fact, if we take a look here, we can see that there's a mix of IBM files which appear as generic icons and actual Macintosh files in the same directory on the IBM. If we now close that, I can show you probably one of the most interesting demonstrations that we can.
Dan, let's stop for a moment. The programs that you're actually running on the Mac are 68K programs. That's the processor that's on this. And the programs running on the IBM AT are 286 programs.
That's right.
286. And so you're actually just sharing files. Not to say just sharing files, but you're sharing files in a very convenient way.
We're interchanging data freely between the different operating systems. Exactly correct. If I run this program called Microsoft Excel, a clever program by Microsoft which can both read and write to the Lotus 123 format, I can show you one of the advantages of this TOPS networking system. It is possible to open up a spreadsheet that it resides on the IBM AT that was created by Lotus 123 on the IBM T and use it on the Macintosh.
This could have been done by just transferring files, say, on a floppy disk or something, but this is a very convenient way of doing it.
That's right. This does it in real time.
Right.
So what are you doing now then?
I'm going to get a standard file box which shows me the names of the files that reside on the different volumes. Here is the IBM volume called Worksheets, and here is a WKS file, an unadulterated, legitimate Lotus file. Okay. If we click Open, it will now go to the IBM AT, get the data from that file, bring it to the Macintosh, and display it as if it were an Excel file. And
now,
here
let me
we
ask you the same question that I asked Bob earlier, and that's how does this transfer rate compare to, say, the floppy disk that's on this?
It's slightly faster than the floppy disk speed to get it off of an IBM AT's hard disk, which, as you know, is very quick. So the speed is excellent on the network.
And also the cost of this is basically the node cost then, right?
Right.
Because you're not duplicating.
Exactly. It's a software-only product for the Macintosh. The Macintosh already has a networking system built into it. For the IBM, a card is required. The expected price for the Mac is $100. For the IBM AT, is $300 with card and software.
Let me ask you one question now that has to do with software, and this is the issue of now we're able to share files. What about the problem of licensing software? That you now have, let's say, 1,000 nodes on this network. What does it mean to buy one version of the program?
We certainly don't recommend that anybody violate the licensing agreements that they have with the manufacturers.
But do the licensing agreements generally say anything about that?
Yeah, a lot of them say that it's for a single computer to be used locally by one single computer. I think, though, that all companies are now addressing the issue of so-called site licenses, which will allow multiple computers to use one copy of a program.
Sherry, we have about a half a minute left. From a user's point of view, should one sit back and wait till this network thing settles itself out before you buy something?
No, I don't think so, Stewart. The issue is so complex on several levels that if you wait, all you'll end up doing is feeling more confused than you do already. I strongly recommend that people get out there and get their feet wet. Get a small-scale network, hook up a few machines, try it out, and find out really what are the benefits of networking for your organization. Then you can make a much more informed decision. If you're thinking about networking the entire corporation, you have your much better idea of what will work for you and what changes it'll make in your organizational structure are.
Get into it now.
Get into it now.
Nat, Sherry, thank you very much. Where will all this network technology go? We're going to turn now to our commentator, George Morrow, for his thoughts.
Well, what's all this confusion about in the business of LANs? The culprits are as obvious as targets in a shooting gallery, and of course the biggest is IBM itself. They keep wanting to sell mainframes as file servers, and they're afraid that people that see wire won't pay as much for a mainframe if they don't see that wire. To keep the confusion at a maximum, they've embraced not one but 3 different standards, all incompatible. The latest one is the least efficient and the least reliable. But the problems with LANs might go a little farther than just marketing and the fear of not being able to keep selling mainframes. The boundary between the analog and digital world is a jagged one, filled with quagmires and landmines and the like. And LAN technology straddles that boundary. Now, ever since LANs have started, we've been sending in digital engineers to solve those problems, which are both analog and digital. And maybe they're just not up to it. That's my opinion. I'm George Morrow.
In the Random Access file this week, the intelligent office building, the intelligent home, and the intelligent factory were all in the news this week. First of all, several deals were announced to develop the so-called intelligent factory, where robots and computers run the whole plant. Hewlett-Packard said they had signed a deal with Bechtel to design and develop a completely automated electronics plant. Earlier, Ford Motor Company announced a deal with MeasureX to develop a computer-controlled system for running Ford's body and assembly plants. And General Motors said it is about to reveal its model for the factory of the future, using what it hopes will become the new standard for the intelligent factory, a standard GM is calling MAP, short for Manufacturing Automation Protocol. Meanwhile, the Real Estate Research Corporation says there are now nearly 200 smart office buildings around the world. Among the first were the Citicorp building in San Francisco and this new office development called Exchange Square in Hong Kong. Tenants in these buildings not only get centralized heat, air, and phone service, but centralized computer applications and electronic mail. However, the demand is still slow for smart buildings, with only a small percentage of tenants signing up to use the centralized computer systems. And the smart home is also coming on the market. Ryan Homes of Pittsburgh is the nation's first builder to be offering homes that come standard with computerized controls for all home electrical outlets and security systems, including the ability to program the home's electronics over the telephone. The most intelligent home of all is in Dallas right now. It's called Future Home, and it features 13 computers, 26 monitors, 14 telephone terminals, and a $500,000 price tag. Back on Earth, more than a dozen computer companies have already jumped on the IBM Token Ring bandwagon. AT&T, Data General, HP, NCR, Sperry, and Xerox all say they'll offer bridges to the IBM network, and networking companies like 3Com, Novell, Nestar, Proteon, Corvus, Bridge, and Ungerman Bass all have announced new Token Ring networks or links between their LANs and the IBM network. Time for this week's software review, and here's Paul Schindler.
What will they automate next? Rolodexes, calendars, index cards, they were all obvious candidates for oblivion in the digital revolution, but who would have thought they could improve on the globe? Well, the people who wrote Concept's computerized atlas. They have a clever sales method they call the Phoenix Plan. You can get the package for $5 and try it 3 times. Then it freezes up till you send them another $50. Clever, huh? Well, if you think the marketing method is clever, get a load of the program itself. After the animated opening, the cursor always starts at Springfield, Illinois. Because it does, that's why. We'll move it to Philadelphia, where a large Polish community might want to know how far it is to the shrine at Częstochowa, Poland. Over 4,100 miles. You want facts on the town and the country? Here they are. Switch to a map of Europe, and you can see the other side of this transaction. The normal view is from 12,000 miles out, but you can also move in for a close-up. The Concept's computerized atlas includes information on tens of thousands of locations. Armchair explorers will go crazy trying to exhaust the possibilities of this program. Alas, it is copy protected, which reduces its utility. Software Concepts, Stamford, Connecticut, will accept either your $5 or your $50. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Borland International says it's about to release new software called Turbo Lightning, a RAM resident program that provides an AI-based spelling checker, thesaurus, and encyclopedia. The price, $99 apiece. A court clerk in Sonoma County, California was arrested this week after he broke into the court's computer system and deleted court records relating to his recent arrest on drunk driving charges and canceling his scheduled court appearance. The courtroom hacker now faces 3 years in jail and a $10,000 fine. Finally, it may not matter whether you like new Coke or classic Coke, but some new Coke machines are now featuring built-in computerized games and speech synthesizers. The machines remind you to take your change, and they offer 2 video games. One, a kind of Space Invaders thing called Catch a Coke. Unfortunately, you don't get any free Cokes or money if you win. That would be classic or new gambling. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a non-profit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, Leadership and Service in Computer and Information Technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
The United States government. It cranks out millions of pieces of paper a day. You couldn't find a better prospect for the paperless office and computers. Indeed, computers are being used increasingly in the political process, especially in that little process called campaigning and getting elected. Today, we're going to take a look at computers and politics on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, along with these constituent societies, brings you the National Computer Conference, NCC 86, offering a showcase of advanced technology and the industry's foremost professional program. For conference information, call 800-NCC-1986. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, what we're looking at on the Mac here is a database service called Washington Alert Service. It's kind of expensive, about $100 an hour, but it has an incredible amount of information about what's going on in the political process in Washington right now. For example, we can find out the exact schedules right now of all the committees in Congress, what's going on the floor of the Senate or the House. We can check the status of any particular bill that's before Congress right now. We can check the voting records of the members of Congress and of the members of their constituent districts. It seems this is a very good example of how computers are being used to handle the massive data management problems involved in the political process. But aren't people also concerned that computers could be used in a dangerous kind of 1984-ish way to threaten the political process?
Well, Stewart, this is a clear example of how we're moving into the information age, where information is a valuable commodity. If you have access to quick and ready access to this information, you have a tremendous competitive advantage. Now, if there's value in, say, the background of a congressman or their constituents, then you can imagine what the value would be of having our own personal records accessible. And how do we keep that from happening?
Well, that's a problem. We're going to talk to politicians and pollsters and lobbyists and political consultants today to find out, in fact, how they are using computers in the political process. We're going to begin by taking a look at the use of computers in the California state legislature.
At California's state capitol in Sacramento, politics as usual is giving way to automation as usual. At the Senate, in congressmen's offices, at almost every level of legislative life, computers have arrived. In an effort to trim the 500 million pages printed every year for the legislature, the Capitol's data center has established a network of mainframes and PCs to provide instant access to legislative activities. Using unique bill tracking software, representatives can watch the progress of legislation through the Assembly, the Senate, and the myriad committees. The system's new terminals display proposed amendments in the same way as the traditional paper document, but with the advantage of highlighting them in color. As members become accustomed to their new machines, they find their own applications. In this office, letters from constituents are coded and then matched by topic to the bill tracking database. When a controversial bill approaches the crucial vote, warning letters are quickly dispatched to interested voters. While to some critics, a database of choice voters might seem like an open invitation for campaign activities, legislators are eager to point out their genuine need for the system. On average, each office holder has 8,000 bills to watch over and several 100,000 constituents, each one with an opinion to express.
Joining us now in the studio is Roger Lee. Roger is president of Capital Data Communications. And next to Roger, Frank Toby, president of Bealow, Toby & Associates. Both these gentlemen involved with two of the leading companies in the use of computer technology in politics. Gary?
I'll start with a very general question for Roger. Just how are computers generally being used in the political campaigns these days?
Well, basically what we do with computers is try to target voters for political campaigns and office holders. In other words, we build databases using the registered voter file and then using other files, match it against the voter file to pinpoint as much information as we can. What's their occupation, what's their age, what's their ethnicity. We might take an ethnic surname dictionary and bounce it against it, or their gender in a lot of cases. So we're trying to find out as much as we can about that individual voter, how many times they voted in the last 5 elections, let's say.
So it's basically a database problem, trying to figure out what the target audience is and so forth, collecting all that information. Frank, is that basically the same kind of thing that you're doing?
That's the beginning. The beginning is to develop a database that you can give the strategist to a campaign the different segments that make up his district. And then he has to spend the campaign's money to try and develop these segments into people who want to vote for his candidate. And so they use pollsters and other forms of direct contact to try and find out what's going to persuade these different segments. The more that we can identify through the use of the database, the better opportunity the pollster has to try and find segments that we can target. Once that we target them, then we start using different types of products to get our message, to get the campaign's message across. We use direct mail, we use door-to-door canvassing, we use phones. You know, there's a lot of campaign products.
So really, to be competitive in, let's say, in a political campaign right now, you really have to have that information. Is that sort of the way it's...
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all politicians know they need it now.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Frank, it sounds like a kind of inverse, if not perverse, process in a way, where you're saying that the candidate may, in a sense, be transparent. You simply go out and find what the constituent wants, and then that's what the candidate becomes.
Not exactly. What you do is you find out the components that make up his district, and then you try and find out the way that the candidate can address each of the different segments within his district. For instance, if you've got a highly ethnic district, then it's incumbent on the candidate to have something unique to say to those ethnic groups. And it might not be the same thing that a non-ethnic working guy would pay attention to. So you have to identify them just to get their attention. You know, a lot of people throw campaign mail as they throw junk mail away. And so what you try and do is to find some affinity. And that affinity is determining that they are an ethnic or have an ethnic background, or they're a working man, or they live in a high-rent district, or they're, and so on. All the different segments.
Now, Roger has a product, a software product that is used apparently in political campaigning. Could you show us what you have here?
Sure. This is Solon, and Solon is a software product for IBM PCs and compatible that small campaigns primarily can use, although large campaigns can tie into the mainframe with it as well. And it has really three components to it. The first section is for incumbent office holders, and it allows them to track casework. When someone writes their office or calls their office, you can record where that referral came from, if it came maybe referred to the governor's office or something, or it came directly, who you assigned it to in your office, and what action you took with that particular constituent's inquiry. The second part is more campaign administration, to candidate scheduling. You can actually schedule multiple campaigns. They'll do all the finance-related types of items, record contributors, who they are, their occupation, their income, their amount of contribution. You can also do some polling, set up questionnaires, tabulate the questionnaires, do district analysis, and so forth.
How about a demonstration?
Sure. Let's take a look at the political office management segment. This actually is installed right now in every assembly office in the state of New York. And that's this first one that's up here now.
So this would be the case management, casework management you were talking about.
That's correct. That's correct. And so the constituent writes to the office, and the first thing you'd probably want to do is see if that individual had written previously. In this case, let's take John Davis here and take a look at him. What do we know about him? Well, let's see. Obviously, we know his name, we know his address, his phone number. We know he goes by a nickname Jack. Obviously, or probably he's written in this case before, because we know quite a bit of information about him. We know he's president of a computer company. And then we also know his date of birth in this case, Social Security number. We can see that his national ancestry is Italian, he's Caucasian.
Where do you get all this information?
Well, it just depends. On a case of someone writing the office or having correspondence with the office, you may pick it up from information that they provide to you. In the case of voters, we get it from a variety of sources. We may get DMV lists if they're available to us. We may take tax assessor lists to see who owns property, who rents, what type of property it is. So it comes from a variety of sources.
And what is your feeling about, this is obviously an issue that everybody concerns themselves with, and that's access to what people consider their own private information. How do you feel about that? Well, this question really, let's start with Roger.
Well, all the lists that we take are basically public information. They are public information, and we match them against the file, as I said, to make the message that our clients are sending to the voters more relevant to the recipient. We're not prying into anything that's either not public or is in any way secret, I don't think.
Frank, how important is this stuff? I mean, is it possible now that candidate A beats candidate B because he had better software?
We have found, and there's been some studies made, that campaign tactics account for perhaps as much as 2 or 3% of a vote. Now, most people win by 5% of the vote. So 50% of the campaigns doesn't have that much of an effect. But the other 50% has one heck of an effect. And so if you have products that really get people's attention, and using techniques like this to just find that extra group of people who will give you that attention, then yes, you can have an actual effect on an election.
Now, Frank, I understand your database, the work that you've done with your database is pretty much nationwide. Is that true?
We have 90 million voters that we retain, principally
in the
database, principally Democratic.
Gentlemen, we've got to take a break. Thank you very much. We're going to go to Washington in just a minute and see how a congressman uses a computer in his office. First of all, we'll take a look at political polling and see how computers affect political pollsters. Wendy Woods has that report.
As politicians have become increasingly dependent on polls, pollsters have become increasingly dependent on computers. Field research, for instance, is filled with a network of terminals connected to a VAX minicomputer. The system draws random phone numbers that operators will call, allows interviewers to read questions right off the terminal, enables them to send those answers directly to the minicomputer. The analysts can then look at the data in a number of ways and compile their reports.
We can turn things around much faster now. When we get the data, it's a matter of 2 or 3 days. When we can have tables, before it was probably a week to 10 days, something like that. In fact, now with the CRT interviewing, we can turn a study around the minute the interviewing is complete.
Over the last few years, computers have virtually taken over the research field. However, one job where computers won't intrude soon is the job of interviewer. Human operators still beat out the synthesized voice.
Perhaps the most important aspect of automated research, however, is that the results produced are far more accurate. Field research polls, for instance, claim just a 3.1% margin for error in general, and few politicians can argue with that. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
So you used computers and got yourself elected. Next thing you know, you're a congressman here in Washington. What do you do next? Well, in the sports vernacular, you go with the guys, or in this case, the machines, that got you there. In Congressman Bob Carr's case, that means computers. If you look around his office, you'll find 4 typewriters, 7 people, and 10 computers. Congressman Carr is one of only 3 members of the House who has his own computer system, IBM PCs, and an Ethernet network. Congressman Carr says computers have revolutionized the way his staff works.
We don't have any secretaries in this office as such. We require, when I hire a person, that they have some computer friendliness, that it's even better if they have some computer training. As a result of that and the requirement that they be able to type, and they type their own letters, there's no one in this office who asks someone else to do essentially their job for them. They have a computer, it's available, they use it.
Congressman Carr uses computers not only to run his office in Washington, but also to get elected back in his district in Michigan. And he thinks better computer systems can make a difference.
I've tried to put into my organization, both on the official side in Congress and in the campaign, people who are computer smart. And I believe, generally speaking, when it comes to the campaign, we've generally run circles around the opposition. They've made their effort. They've gone down to Radio Shack or wherever and bought their computer and started out from scratch. But we've tried to institutionalize that knowledge and that learning, and I think we start way ahead.
Congressman Ed Schau represents the Silicon Valley area of California, so you'd figure he'd use computers, and he does, particularly to handle mailings to voters. Though some people complain about computerized letters, Schau says it all makes sense.
In a campaign, essentially what you're trying to do is get your message out to the voters. Some messages that you have make no difference to the voters. So you're wasting your time and your energy and your money if you're sending that message out to those voters. Another message to those voters could be very influential in their decision making. So the use of computers in order to target, if you will, the messages that you send out to those who really care about what you're saying, I think is perfectly appropriate.
Congressman Schau sees the day when a computer program could actually design a political campaign.
I could envision models, computer models, of exactly how to win a campaign based on first your polling data, your historical data, taking that all together in order to form the kind of campaign strategy and themes that will appeal to enough people to get you 50% plus one.
But both the congressmen we talked to sent out warnings about carrying computers in politics too far.
You always have to keep the technology in its appropriate place. Computers can help you assimilate and cross-tabulate vast amounts of data on what people are thinking, and importantly, who, as a profile, are having those thoughts. You still can't computerize the human element.
Stewart, we now have proof positive the computers are user-friendly. We've got a politician using one.
Even politicians can use them. You're not saying anything
I'm just
negative
kidding.
about politicians. I'd like to introduce now another Gary Chapman, who has joined us. Gary Chapman is Executive Director of Computer Professionals for Social Responsibility, and with us again is Frank Toby.
Gary, we'll get to you in just a minute. Frank, first of all, let's take a look at the result of some of the database searches. What kind of materials are actually produced?
Well, here's a really interesting one that addressed a particular problem in an Arizona campaign. The pollsters found that senior citizens were going to have the most impact on this health care issue, and yet they were paying the least attention to it. So the campaigner decided that he would design a product, and this looks like a handwritten letter, but it really isn't. It's a mass mailing done in 175,000 quantity. And it looks like it, and it draws people's attentions, and it's addressed only to senior citizens. And it's got something like 1,500 variations on it. But what it did is it took the senior citizens and made them read it, because it's such an unusual piece. It looks like a handwritten letter.
What's inside?
Inside is a totally personalized letter.
Which is not really personalized.
Which is not personal. I mean, it is personalized on the computer.
But written by a computer.
But it is lasered.
In script.
In script on a computer with a matching from the desk of that tells the particular issues that we would like the candidate to vote on.
Was this a successful campaign?
Yes. In fact, this particular piece had so much impact that there were 20 people whose names were used to write the letters. We had their approval to use it. These people received a little over 14,000 telephone calls. And their telephone numbers are not on here. Telephoning was not requested. So, I mean, this is a huge impact.
Right. Now, this immediately leads to ethical questions, and this gets to the question I want to talk to you, Gary, about. We have, 90 million names now that you've created a database that has apparently all sorts of material about background, ethical backgrounds, ethnic background, and so forth. What do you feel about ethics of this?
Well, first of all, I don't want to malign Frank and suggest that he's doing anything unethical, but I think as a social question, this is something that we have to have some sort of public debate about. The idea of actually targeting particular constituencies to address a single issue that they might be concerned about is something that is somewhat disturbing. I think that computers have played a large role in the rise of one-issue politics, where people are actually voted into office on their stand on one particular issue, and that is a disturbing trend in contemporary politics.
And what about the gathering of the information? Now, we heard that it comes from DMV, for example, Department of Motor Vehicles. Some of that information I might consider myself to be, well, sort of private. Now, what about that kind of information? I think that's
well, I think that
accessible.
There's quite a bit of confusion about that particular issue, about what kind of information should be private and what should be public and so on. Obviously, there's some things in tax assessor information and so on that should be public. There's some information in your driver's license database that might not be made public if you had your preferences. What disturbs us about it is that these are things that are collected basically for some particular purpose that the person has agreed to supply that information for, and then it's been used for another purpose which they have absolutely not given their consent to.
Now, Frank, how do you and the companies you work with deal with that particular issue?
Well, there's about 3 levels of dealing with it. First of all, it's a serious problem, because by identifying senior citizens, in this example, I could use it, a campaign could misuse it just as well as properly use it. We needed to get the senior citizens' attention. So this was a way to target them. We did it by matching the voter file against the driver's license file, which was available in Arizona, and that gave us their date of birth. So we were able to identify this group of people. But you could also misuse it. You could write a message to people who weren't senior citizens saying it's time to cut out Social Security. And you could write a contradictory message to the seniors saying, I'm all for Social Security.
Or, in fact, if it was used by someone entirely, not even, just say, get the database and use it for the purpose of trying to get a contribution to a fund that doesn't even exist.
Well, there are rules.
This gets back to, I think, Gary's Gary's question about the misuse of the database, how do you take care of the problem of misuse of the database?
Well, there are a couple of basic rules. One is that voter files can only be used for campaign or governmental purposes. So they cannot be used to sell insurance. They can't be used for any commercial purpose whatsoever. That's why my business is 100% political. We can't use the lists for anything else.
But that list has value, though, right? The list has value, and if it has value, it could be stolen.
We have very serious security just for that purpose, because they do have value. So we try and protect it so that it won't be stolen. And even if it was stolen, it wouldn't have any meaning.
But there is no mechanism, no formal mechanism in place that really makes that protection happen.
That's correct.
Gary, we have just about a minute left, and one other issue, the question of using computers now in the actual voting process and the tallying of votes. Some people have expressed concern about centralizing the possible tampering point. Does that bother you?
Yes, that's a serious concern, and there's actually several court cases going on in the United States now concerning computer voting, where a particular computer program has been accused of being very, very susceptible to fraud and manipulation, yes.
In what way?
Well, in this particular case, it uses data punch cards, and those data punch cards can either be added to the stack of legitimate votes, or new data punch cards can be put in that actually change the software code that tallies the votes in the first place. A serious problem.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. There's no question computers, like any other tool, can be used for good or they can be used for evil. We're going to get the thoughts of our commentator, George Morrow, on the subject.
You know, paper made it easy to record information. The printing press made it easy to duplicate information, and the computer makes it easy to manipulate information. Politics is the art and science of manipulation, manipulating people and events. So you can expect that the computer and the politician are going to go hand in glove. Now, lobbyists have manipulated legislatures for a long time, and the politicians are now going to use this computer as a device to try to manipulate you, to try to make you think that things are something that they aren't. Now, having a leg up on it is your best defense. And nobody ever told us or promised us that a democracy was going to be easy to run. But a well-informed population, a well-informed electorate, is the best device to keep it running well. Knowing what these computers can and will do is your best defense. That's my opinion. I'm George Morrow.
In the Random Access file this week, the Spring Comdeck show in Atlanta is now over. No major news there. About 50,000 attended, including some 700 exhibitors. IBM had the biggest presence with an elaborate IBM theater and a multimedia IBM totem pole. IBM was pushing the theme of connectivity among Big Blue products. The major no-shows were Apple and Microsoft. Despite all the rumors during the past week, there is at the moment no deal between Steve Wozniak and Nolan Bushnell to merge their two companies. There were stories all over the place that Wozniak's CL9 company and Bushnell's Axelon Inc. would join forces to produce computer-based toys. Both high-tech pioneers say they do intend to work together, but at the moment, no merger. In our legislative update file, you may find Congress a little more attentive to the problem of computer crime these days after Congressman Ed Zhao's computer system was broken into by a hacker last week. His entire database, consisting of constituent mailing lists and form letters, was erased. It's believed to be the first computer break-in on Capitol Hill. Meanwhile, the House Subcommittee on Crime heard testimony this past week about computer crime. Representative William Hughes of New Jersey, sponsor of a computer crime bill, said hackers are no longer teenagers motivated by fun, but professionals motivated by profit. The Hughes bill would make it a felony to maliciously cause damage to a computer program or database. And hacking moved into the video arena last week as Captain Midnight surfaced as the first space hacker. The mysterious intruder broke into HBO's satellite feed with a protest message. FCC investigators say they suspect the transmitter dish was somewhere in Texas. They're studying the characters and color bars used in the transmission in an effort to identify the kind of equipment the hacker used. Time for a software review, and here's Paul Schindler.
Does this remind you of a database management system? Of course not. It's a Lotus 123 spreadsheet. And never the twain met until a company called ANSA in Belmont, California, borrowed the spreadsheet idea from Lotus as the basis for their data management program, Paradox. And that's not all they borrowed. Even the command menus look like 123. And a venture capital group, Seven Rosen Partners, helped ANSA get started. The same people helped fund Lotus. Paradox may look like a spreadsheet, but it operates like a fully relational database manager, just like the ever-popular DBase. But unlike DBase, you don't have to learn a complex programming language. Creating files is logical and straightforward. You then enter records or transfer them from your current data management program. Paradox automatically reformats a variety of records from other programs into its internal format. Now, Paradox takes a lot of hardware, at least 512K of memory, and while a hard disk isn't absolutely required, it's a practical necessity. Add to that the $695 price tag, and you'll see I'm talking about a serious investment. But if you need powerful data management, combined with relative ease of use, Paradox is worth it. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Zenith has announced that it's cutting prices on its personal computers. The single drive Z158 goes down $300 to $1999, and the hard drive AT compatible, the Z200, is being cut by up to $1,000. Zenith may have won the IRS portable contract, but Grid Systems announced this week that it has won a contract to supply portables to the post office. The deal could be worth up to $8 million for 3,000 Grid portables. Voice technology moved a giant leap forward as IBM and AT&T made their first appearances at the annual Speech Tech trade show in New York. Sales of voice products passed the $100 million mark last year. The products shown range from toy bears that speak and listen to office automation systems and industrial systems. And major work is underway by the Air Force to provide speech technology to pilots. The American Electronics Association is trying to do something about the shortage of teachers in the computer field. The AEA has set up a new scholarship program that will provide up to $76,000 for a PhD student if the student agrees to teach for 3 years after graduation. Finally, a piece of game software zoomed up the charts last week, moving from 15th to 5th on the bestseller list in just 1 week. It's called F-15 Strike Eagle. It's a flight simulator that lets you pilot an F-15 attack bomber. Among the pre-programmed targets is a terrorist camp in Libya. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, along with these constituent societies, brings you the National Computer Conference, NCC 86, offering a showcase of advanced technology and the industry's foremost professional program. For conference information, call 800-NCC-1986. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
This is the Penn State heart, the heart that was used to keep Tony Mandia alive for 10 days here at the Hershey Medical Center in Hershey, Pennsylvania. But this is nothing compared to this new heart. It has a microprocessor in it that controls all the functions of the heart. It will be ready for implantation in about 5 years. It's just one example of how computer technology is being used in medical research. Today, we take a look at computers and medicine on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, along with these constituent societies, brings you the National Computer Conference, NCC 86, offering a showcase of advanced technology and the industry's foremost professional program. For conference information, call 800-NCC-1986. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, what I have here is something called a laser card. It looks like just a credit card, but it's actually called a life card because what it has on here is 800 pages of medical information, including x-rays, EKGs, the complete medical and pharmaceutical history of the patient that carries this card. And you may think this is kind of something out of Star Trek, but it's not. It's being used right now by Blue Cross in the state of Maryland. I think it's one good example of how computer technology is being used in the medical field. And I would think, Gary, that computers could be used in a variety of ways in medicine.
Well, medicine, like law, is very information intensive, and cards like the Drexler card help us manage that information. But computers in medicine, they're used anywhere from measuring your body temperature to CAT scanners, and the list goes on and on. Now, in the future, well, artificial intelligence, expert systems, maybe someday we'll have the doctor in the box. Who knows?
Well, we won't see that today, but we'll see several examples of how computers are being used in medicine now. We'll see some software that helps diagnose lung disease and eye problems. We'll see how computers are being used in hospital emergency rooms, and we'll see a computer program that helps to develop cancer treatment. Now, we're going to begin by taking a look at how computer graphics are being used to help design replacement parts for the human body.
The most common tasks given to computers usually involve time-consuming or tedious jobs that humans don't otherwise like to do. But in the medical field, computers are more than time savers, and new applications can produce radical results. An image processing computer, developed by Contour Medical Systems, is capable of reconstructing the shape of damaged parts of the human body to permit nearly flawless repairs. Working from X-ray slices taken by a computerized tomography scanner, the CMAX can create three-dimensional images of bone structure or soft tissue. For many kinds of surgery, it's a dramatic departure in method.
It really began when I was a junior resident at Stanford and saw the means by which facial reconstruction was undertaken. And we essentially would take a planar projection X-ray that would have multiple overlying shadows and try to make a diagnosis on that basis. And once we had done that, we'd go to the operating room, open the patient, and try to reconstruct what we thought was there. Often when we got to the operating room, we found that the diagnosis was different from what we had thought it was. And then we would be faced with going down to the hip or the ribs and taking a piece of bone, bringing it up and carving it. The definition of what the problem was wasn't clear, and then it really relied on art and the ability of the individual physician to carve what had to be placed and have him place it. What I was trying to do was to make it a scientific, well-defined exercise.
The system begins by highlighting selected areas of the scan, picking out the boundaries of different tissue densities. In this cross-section, looking up from the jaw, the skull bone is distinct from the inner organs and soft tissue because of its different mineral density. Each slice can be examined this way to assess the kind of surgery required. In the case of unilateral damage, CMAX will first create a mirror image of the intact side and then fill in the missing parts for perfect symmetry. The software provides a neat mathematical solution to an aesthetic problem, with some limitations.
Computers won't replace surgeons, and what one can deliver in the operating room is affected by lots of other things besides mathematics and cybernetics, and there are so many factors that affect what can be delivered that generally in a facial malformation of that magnitude, one tries to get a reasonable looking face, but nature and physiology don't allow us the luxury of picking specifically the fine nuance of what detail we might like.
To complete the process, once the program has designed a screen model of the missing part, a plastic mold is carved by a software-driven milling device. The mold yields a precise model of the final synthetic or bone graft replacement.
I think that there's going to be a computer explosion in medicine over the next decades, and this is the beginning of an exciting era and approach to surgery and medicine, and the computer and the physician are going to be inextricably linked.
Joining us now in the studio is Dr. Ben Honigman. Dr. Honigman is the Director of Emergency Medicine at the University of Colorado's Medical Center. And next to Dr. Honigman is Mark Tuttle, a lecturer in computer science at UC Berkeley and a specialist in computers and medicine. Gary?
I'll start with a real general question for Mark, and just how effective the use of computers been in medicine these days?
In some areas, they've been extremely effective, and in others, not effective at all. Mm-hmm. And if we take a patient coming into an emergency room or a doctor's office. At the moment they walk through the door with some complaint, almost anything in the world could be relevant to that patient's problem. At this point, computers have not been terribly useful because we can't program a computer to measure relevance. On the other hand, as the problem that that patient has becomes more narrowly defined, we eliminate the 99.9% of the things which are not relevant. We get into much more specialized knowledge where the explosion in medicine of this specialized knowledge has put great burdens on physicians. They can't remember all this stuff. Mm-hmm. And at that point, having made a decision that the patient's problem is in this area, computers have been successfully applied in a number of different contexts.
So it's the initial diagnosis where it's very difficult to put all the facts and materials together.
Yes, because of that relevance problem.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now Ben has a product, representing a use of a product here called Poisindex, which is very unique in the sense that it has a lot of information stored in a little compact disk. And so this, I guess, is a specialized area, isn't it?
Well, it's more than just a toxicology product. It is a product that is contains information about a number of different relevant areas, drug information, clinical information, and as Mark has pointed out, there is an explosion of information out there, and what this attempts to do, what this computer program attempts to do, is to try to get as much accessible current information as there is in the medical literature.
Now, one place this might be used is in the medical, is in an emergency room?
Yes, in any sort of critical care area, be it an emergency room or an intensive care unit. And we can actually go through an example of how this can be utilized. For example, if we have a toxicologic problem, since you happen to mention that, someone comes in with a poisoning, and we happen to find an empty bottle of aspirin next to a child that has taken this poisoning. This creates all sorts of havoc, obviously, in the parents and in the medical care workers as well. If we go to the computer and we type in aspirin, it will lead us to an index that will go through manufacturers of aspirin. Then from the manufacturers we can find out exactly what is contained inside each of these tablets and go to a management of those tablets just by following the simple instructions that it's...
I think it's probably worthwhile again mentioning it, that you have lots and lots of information that's just stored local here. This is not an online system.
No, this is not via phone lines, and it's that's an important point, that all of this information is stored on one of these CD-ROM disks, and there's over 250 megabytes of that information. If we wanted to find out the treatment of this particular ingestion...
Now, why wouldn't every doctor know the treatment for aspirin toxicity?
Well, there are some idiosyncrasies about the treatment in terms of severity. If it's a mild aspirin toxicity, then obviously the kinds of therapeutics that would be needed would be a lot different than if it was a severe toxicity. And if we can go to another portion of the computer, a more dynamic portion, we can find that once we've obtained the amount of aspirin that this child contains, we can type that in. This is a blood test result that we've obtained from the laboratory. We determine that it's the ingestion is about 6 hours old, and we see that this is a very severe toxicity. Once we know it's a severe toxicity, then there are different parameters of treatment that we need as opposed to the milder toxicities.
How would a doctor have found this information before a system like this was available?
Before this, there would have to be searches through textbooks, or searches through journals, or searches through microfilm, or other kinds of mediums.
Or they'd make the wrong choice.
Well,
they wouldn't make the search.
Or they wouldn't make the search, and they may have...
make the best judgment they have.
That's right. Now, the nice thing about this is obviously that the kinds of treatment that we can utilize or obtain information from this can then be transported to our colleagues in the hospital from the emergency department by just printing out this data as it comes from the computer. The other areas, let's say the child happened to have a cardiac arrest, just the heart stopped. What we can then do is children have various weights, and we don't know what the exact dosages are for any particular child in terms of that weight.
And what happens if they get the dose wrong?
Well, because of the small size of the child, any wrong dosage might create havoc in terms of treatment. Let's say we didn't even know what the weight was, but we guessed that the child was 24 months old. or we knew that the child was 24 months old, what the computer can then tell us is give us specific information about dosing for that weight or age of a child, and then again we can print that out and utilize that at the head of the bed and go from there.
In the sense of all the lawsuits and so forth against doctors these days, do you run any risk of being sued if your information is, say, wrong in a situation like this? Some entries are wrong?
It's an interesting question, and it's a gray area as far as the courts are concerned. No one really has an answer for that yet, and in the same way that textbooks are deemed to be an appropriate source of information, I think computers now are also deemed to be an appropriate source of information.
Now, Mark, this is all very impressive what Dr. Honigman has showed us, but
Very
in fact, doctors seem to have been slower in getting to use computers than lawyers or other businesses. Why is that?
One of the answers is that there's a fundamental confusion about the worth of their judgment. Some doctors would take pride in the fact that they were helping their patients by doing this calculation in their head. Whereas no mathematician or engineer would ever design a bridge and say, I'm giving my client more of their money's worth because I designed the bridge in my head, rather than using the formulas which everyone agrees to apply. Now, some of the biochemistry here is very well understood, and there's no reason why that part shouldn't be handed over to the computer.
So you mean to suggest a doctor might think he's not as good because he has to go to a computer to get the answer. Is that true?
Some of that is very relevant. Another important area, I think, is that computers up until very recently have not been very friendly in terms of being able to access it. It gives you numerous instructions, numerous codes. You have to look in manuals. You have to dial up a phone. You have to do all sorts of things. And it makes it more difficult for a physician to actually obtain the information. It's easier to go to a book and then open it up and find that information as opposed to going to the computer.
In simple terms, a doc is bigger than a PC.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Now, in just a minute, we're going to take a look at a computer program that diagnoses eye disease. First of all, we're going to look at Puff, not a magic dragon, but a seemingly magic artificial intelligence program that analyzes lung disease. Wendy Woods reports.
They call it Puff. It works in the Pulmonary Function Lab at Presbyterian Hospital in San Francisco. It's a true expert AI system that diagnoses lung ailments. Designed by Dr. Robert Fellett in cooperation with Stanford University, the system duplicates Dr. Fellett's own thought processes. It assimilates data from patient tests and translates it to a diagnosis that Dr. Fellett would make himself, using common English sentences.
It doesn't list phrases, it actually puts everything out in the English language, and it speaks the same way that Dr. Fellett speaks, and even actually uses his punctuation.
Puff runs on a Tektronix terminal connected to a hard disk. Its central memory bank is due for the first major revision in its 4-year operation. If the new version proves successful, Puff will take the name MicroPuff and work on PCs, and it will be commercially available from Medical Graphics of St. Paul. The software's biggest selling point will be its time savings.
The time saving is actually really phenomenal. The amount, the volume of patients that we do, we literally have increased our patient load 100% in the last 2 years. But we've been able to keep up with it, and we haven't had to increase our staff by 100%. We've only had to hire one part-time worker.
Medical costs are rising 3 to 4 times the national inflation rate. But here at Pacific Presbyterian Hospital's Pulmonary Function Lab, they haven't, mainly because of Puff. When you don't have to hire people, you save money. So instead, they hired a computer. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us now in the studio is Dr. Chandler Dawson, director of the Proctor Foundation at UC San Francisco, and also Dr. Mark Musin with the Medical Computer Science Group at Stanford University.
Mark, I remember when I was going to school, and 10 years ago studying computer science, there always seemed to be a project going on in artificial intelligence relating to medical diagnosis of some sort. Has there been any progress in the last 10 years?
I think there's been enormous progress. It is interesting that the domain of medicine has been the area where a lot of artificial intelligence research in general has been directed. There are certain things about the domain of medicine which make it interesting for that work. I think what we're beginning to see now is that a lot of the work that was done in the last decade is being put to practical use to some degree, and that's very encouraging.
Now, your particular project, could you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. I'm working on a system called Oncosin, which is an expert system at Stanford which provides advice to doctors who are taking care of patients who are undergoing chemotherapy according to certain protocols.
Now, is this actually, it's in practice, it's a practical usage of the program, right? It's being used daily?
That's right. It's used in an experimental way in the oncology clinic right now.
Now, what is the success of that program, Ben? How do the doctors like it? Is it a threat? Does it help them out?
Well, it certainly represents a way where computers are being used in a new way, and so the doctors approach it with some degree of ambivalence, although they're certainly surprised at how well it's able to give advice in certain regards. We find that generally if the physicians disagree with the advice of the computer, when expert faculty members have reviewed those cases, it turns out about half the time the expert faculty member would have agreed with the physician, and half the time would have agreed with Onkeson's recommendation.
I see. Dr. Musa, give us a specific example. What kind of information would you feed into this program, and then what kind of information advice specifically would it give the doctor?
Well, we're dealing with patients who are undergoing very intensive treatment for cancer. And generally that involves many different kinds of drugs which are given in special sequences over time. And what Onkeson determines based on how the patient is doing clinically, based on certain laboratory tests and so forth, whether it's appropriate to give treatment, and if so, exactly what treatment, what drugs, what their dosages should be, and if necessary, what new lab tests need to be ordered in order to adjust treatment the next time around.
Now, Chan, you have I guess we could say, is the other end of the spectrum here, a smaller PC-based version of a diagnosis program. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, this is a program to give advice on how to take care of eye problems, but it's aimed at healthcare delivery people in developing countries, the sort of barefoot doctors. These are people who've had very little training. They change frequently.
So people who are in fact not doctors.
They're not doctors at all, by and large.
Okay, so this is also expert system based, though.
This is expert system based using the experts shell from Rutgers.
Okay.
And
now, how would you get your expertise into it? You're a doctor, and could we go through a kind of scenario where we would build the program?
Why don't we have a case presented to us? Does anybody have anything wrong with their eyes?
We talked earlier about the fact that my daughter has an eye infection that comes up, or appears to be a redness.
How old's your daughter?
She's 14.
14, so she's 12 to 18 years old. And her eye gets red from time to time?
Red, yeah, just in the white part of the eye.
Not painful at all. And
No?
she's had no injury to the eye, hasn't got any chemicals in the eye at all, so we'll say none for that one. And no foreign bodies in the eye. She hasn't got something stuck in the eye. Let's see, the white part of the eye is red, though. Okay. She's had no pus with it, though. So her vision is all right. That hasn't changed at all. Okay. Does light hurt her eyes? Does it water at all?
Nope.
Okay. So the surface.
I feel like I'm in a doctor's office.
That's right. It's clear. There's no discharge from the eye at all. So none of these. And there's no blood inside the eye, and she hasn't got a cataract showing.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Don't have any trachoma in the community, I trust, down there. And it's happened, but it does happen again and again.
Yes, it
okay. Now, as the program is under development, I'm putting in my expertise at this point.
Okay.
And so it sounds to me like she has something called a pterygium. Let's see if I spell it right.
Now, you're going to check and see if the program comes up with the same diagnosis at this point?
Well, this program doesn't do a diagnosis. This is intended just to do treatment.
I see.
Okay, so you are doing the diagnosis.
I'm doing the diagnosis.
And you're now putting your answer into the computer.
That's right. And so we're going to say a vasoconstrictor. And this summarizes the findings on the program. This is a child between 12 and 18. The eye is red. The white part is pink or red. And the problem does happen again and again. And then my diagnosis and recommended treatment there. And then here's what it advises to do, which is give a topical antibiotic. Now, this, while it may not be appropriate here, these healthcare delivery people have topical antibiotics. That's their one medication they have to use.
So the theory is now, when this program is developed, somebody in some third world country will interview a patient which responds who responds in the same way Gary did, and the computer will then give them the advantage of your expertise in diagnosing.
Now, this also, you mentioned earlier, it would be appropriate for a handheld.
Well, we're aiming at putting into a handheld with EEPROMs. If we could use that CD technology you just showed, that would be terrific, because we could show pictures along with it to illustrate the various problems.
Would you see a use for this, not in third world countries, but say in this country, in some sort of home advice situation where I might have that on my computer at home when I see my daughter has a spot in her eye?
Well, I think that would be very helpful, yeah, particularly sorting out the problems that are serious, or not serious. Obviously, the general approach is primary health care for all health problems.
Now, how close is this to being, let's say, a completed
well, we're going sort of the
device?
beta testing, field testing this winter in North Africa.
Now, this basic approach now is the same. This is a low-end, high-end system based on expert system, not just a set of rules that somebody typed in here, but is actually based upon a very well-tested and thought-out process of expert systems. Do you really feel like this is going to be very productive, both of you? I guess the question maybe for Mark. Are we really going to be seeing expert systems replace a lot of the, say, diagnosis process, say, in the next 10 years or so?
That's a difficult question because most of the work that's being done now is still very experimental. I think we're going to see expert systems in widespread use toward the narrow end of that spectrum that Mark Tuttle alluded to earlier in the program. As far as more complicated experiences, it's really hard to know. There are a lot of fundamental questions in artificial intelligence that also need to be solved before we can see a lot of practical expert systems in this field, I think.
We have just about a half minute left. Dr. Dawson, is computer training getting into medical schools? I mean, are doctors learning about this?
More and more they're learning at the medical school level, and particularly even at the postgraduate level now, we're using computers to access the National Library of Medicine database so we can look up particular subjects very quickly and really get a thorough review of that subject.
Okay, we're out of time, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Well, some people think using computers to come up with medical advice is a very good idea. Some people don't think it's a very good idea at all. We've asked our commentator, George Morrow, about his opinion.
Computers and medicine go so well together. Let's see if we can understand why. There are 3 points, I think. The first has to do with the acceptability of these devices to the doctor. They're a part of his life from the time he starts school well into his practice. Second, medicine by its very nature is filled with disappointments and failures, and any device that reduces this is a very powerful psychological feedback for the doctor. And thirdly, they're trained to be suspicious of data, whether it's from an experiment or whether it's from the symptoms of a patient. So when they apply this suspicion to computers, they make sure that the software is well wrung out, the bugs are gone. We have here a perfect formula for applying computers to any number of applications. That's the way I see it. I'm George Morrow.
In the Random Access file this week, MS-DOS on the Macintosh. Reports are that Apple President John Sculley has told industry analysts that Apple will soon offer the MS-DOS operating system as an option on the Mac. Apple says it does not plan to get into the PC clone business, but said MS-DOS and Unix would be available on future Mac systems. You've already heard the news, no doubt, that Burroughs wants to buy out Sperry. If the deal goes through, the new Burroughs-Sperry conglomerate would have combined annual computer sales of over $10 billion, making it second only to IBM. The stock of both companies has soared, suggesting investors like the idea. Some disturbing research out of London this week. The British National Library has been looking into converting to optical storage, but after testing CD-ROMs, the British are challenging the claim that the laser discs last forever. The research shows that after about 10 years, the lacquer coating on the discs can crack, leading to oxidation of the underlying aluminum surface. The researchers said the small cracks would not affect video or audio, but could be catastrophic to data. The study questions the safety of putting archival material on the laser discs. In our Washington Update file, the FCC has requested comments on a Motorola proposal for a wireless computer network. The Motorola proposal would interconnect computers and peripherals via low-power radio frequencies. The proposed system would allow users to move computers around an office and go from device to device without having to drag around or reconnect cables. The system would work within a range of 500 feet. On Capitol Hill, the House Judiciary Committee has approved and sent to the full House the new computer crime bill. A similar version of the bill is moving through the Senate. Passage is expected by the end of the year. Time for this week's software review, and here's Paul Schindler.
It just so happens that I like apples, so I'd eat one every day even if they didn't keep the doctor away. Besides, doctors don't make many house calls anymore anyway. But for those occasions when an apple isn't enough to keep you well, you might appreciate the help of a computer program called Apple a Day. This program is a lot of things. It's a repository for medical records, a source of health provider information, and an online medical encyclopedia. As with all generalized medical advice, the program warns you not to follow its serious suggestions without first talking to a physician. That's good advice. The online medical guide covers everything from acne to venereal disease. One example of its advice is hangovers. It helps you decide if you're suffering from one, and then offers advice on how to avoid them. It suggests eating some cheese before drinking. Or, if you have a headache, it takes you through a series of questions to figure out why you have a headache. It also has a section for all your medical telephone numbers. What Apple A Day doesn't have is any color, making it pretty tedious to look at. Still, it's a great idea, and there aren't many packages like it on the market. This one comes from Avant-Garde Publishing in Novato, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Two new interesting portables on the market. Toshiba has come out with the first AT-compatible laptop. It features a full-size gas plasma display, a built-in 10-meg hard drive, and a 3.5-inch floppy. And Data General has shown its second-generation laptop, the DG2, features an electroluminescent display, a 10-meg hard disk, and up to 640K of internal memory. When you get your new Sharper image catalog next month, you'll see on the cover the world's first low-cost picture phone. The picture phone technology has been around for 20 years but never quite taken off. Now Mitsubishi is coming out with a home picture phone for under $1,500 that sends still photos over ordinary phone lines. It takes a few seconds to send the picture, during which time you can't talk. The new Pic phone is being distributed by Luna Telecom of Santa Clara, California. Finally, from Carnegie Mellon University, that respected research center for robots, parallel architecture, and the world's best chess computer, comes a new project called Sexpert. It's a sex therapy program developed by Dr. David Servan-Schreiber. He says research shows people talk more candidly about their sex problems to a computer than they do to a human therapist. The computer program asks about 100 multiple-choice questions and then recommends a treatment program for the couple. The software is expected to be available in the future for the Mac and the PC. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, along with these constituent societies, brings you the National Computer Conference, NCC 86, offering a showcase of advanced technology and the industry's foremost professional program. For conference information, call 800-NCC-1986. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
It would take about 200 of these file boxes, or about 1,500 floppy disks, to store what you can get on one compact disk. Is it any wonder that optical storage is the talk of the computer industry? Today, we take a look at the CD-ROM on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, along with these constituent societies, brings you the National Computer Conference, NCC 86, offering a showcase of advanced technology and the industry's foremost professional program. For conference information, call 800-NCC-1986. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, you know, about a year ago, there was not a single laser beam in my house. I was laser-free, but during the past year, I had to go out and buy a laser video disc machine, and then, of course, a laser audio player, a compact disc machine, and now I'm getting into a CD-ROM disc drive for my computer. It seems that optical storage is just taking off now. Now, is optical storage just another small step in storage technology, or is this a giant leap for computers?
Well, I think my biases may show up in this particular case. I'm very interested in optical storage. From a hardware evolution standpoint, we've been working with magnetic storage ever since the 40s. Now, optical storage gets us orders of magnitude more information in the same amount of space. Now, with that tons and tons of information we're able to store, if we organize and index it properly, that means we can replace whole libraries and maybe even someday replace the printed page.
On today's program, we're going to take a look at laser storage, optical storage technology. We're going to look at an encyclopedia on a laser disc, something you may know a little bit about. We're going to see a worm disk, a laser disc you can write to, and we'll see massive databases that you can buy, not online, but on a laser disc. We're going to begin by taking a look at the technology of optical storage.
The magnetic disc, preeminent recording medium for most computers, could soon become a fringe accessory as the vastly more powerful optical disc comes closer to being mass-produced. Offering up to 1,000 times more storage than magnetic media in the same format, the read-only optical disc records information in small pits or bubbles burned in by a high-intensity laser. These encoded marks, much smaller than those on magnetic discs, are later read back by a low-energy laser beam. The long-awaited erasable disc is actually a magneto-optical medium, using a laser to change the polarity of magnetized spots in the light-sensitive surface. Still in its infancy, this industry is faced with several different standards, from 120mm read-only CD-ROMs to several kinds of 130mm or 5 1/4-inch writable discs.
The compact disc standard, or CD-ROM, is ideal for pre-recorded databases where you would logically go in sequential fashion. For example, if you're searching a large database, this is an ideal methodology. It is, however, too slow for direct access of computer information, particularly computer software. We feel there is a need for a rapid access version where the disk would rotate at constant RPM, constant angular velocity, and the optical head will zip back and forth by reading the format information. And the key is that it'll be physically interchangeable in the same disk drive as this in its write-once form and with the erasable read-write disk.
The enormous capacity of CD-ROMs, about 250 megabytes per side, has attracted much attention from manufacturers at a time when computer sales are leveling off.
Why is the computer industry in a slump today? Because there are, in an average building like this building right here, I probably have 30 personal computers in this relatively small building, of which at any one time 25 are gathering dust. There has not been enough easy, accessible user applicability developed to make it a tool that the average person finds easy and comfortable and worthwhile. What optical provides is one more part of the jigsaw puzzle. Only one part, not the total part, but at least an important part of solving the jigsaw puzzle of making that immense power that's available in the personal computer usable to the average person.
As with the first PCs, finding clever uses for the voracious optical disc is just a matter of time. But for a technology that shows such promise from the start, the future is even more remarkable.
But there is a very clear route in optical to put such increase of density on the disk that it becomes almost no longer a question of any limit possible. It becomes to the point where a single disk can approach the human brain.
Joining us now in the studio is Tim Oren. Tim is a designer with ActiveVenture, a company involved in CD-ROM software development. And next to Tim, Dr. Robert Kaltoff, CEO of Access Corporation of Cincinnati, a company involved in optical storage technologies. And Gary, I suppose I should kind of introduce you on this particular program and make clear that you have a rather special interest in optical storage. You're the founder of ActiveVenture and Tim's boss. Gary, let me ask you the first question then. It's a long way from CPM to CD-ROM. What is it about optical storage that got you so fascinated in it?
Well, about 2 years ago, Digital Research was doing a project in video discs that I was directing, and that project was dropped, and I asked permission from the board of directors if I could go off and form a company to pursue optical publishing. And it's just that tremendous amount of information that you can store out there. What do you do with it? An encyclopedia is sort of a prototypical example, so I thought I'd chase that one down.
Okay, we'll get to your encyclopedia in just a minute. Bob, in general, is optical storage something that we're seeing as something that will replace magnetic storage devices or that will work with magnetic storage devices?
Certainly with. I doubt that it will replace it at all.
Why?
Because I think that you're talking about in computer applications.
Yes, yes.
I think optical disc is probably 5 years away from the time that could be even possible. In the meantime, you're going to have erasable optical disc media that will be in there, and that would probably have an effect long before the fixed disc itself could.
Okay, Gary, let's get back to your encyclopedia reference. Now, we have, in fact, the full set of books in the encyclopedia behind Tim there, Grolier's Academic American Encyclopedia, which you claim you can squeeze onto that 4 3/4-inch disc. Did you do it?
Well, it's text only, and that's the same as the online system, basically. And it's actually stored in a ring that's only about 3/8 of an inch wide on the disc. It's about 20% of the disc is full. And so the remainder, if you have pictures of your grandchildren you want to put on there, whatever.
So you get it on a small portion of
Very small
one
portion
side of that disc.
And in fact, half of that is the encyclopedia, and the other half is indexing information telling us where things are located.
Now, Tim, you're involved in the user interface aspect of the product. And let me ask you, my first reaction is, I mean, I'm comfortable with all those books, and if I want to go to the encyclopedia and look for volume A, I pick it up, pull it out, I thumb through the pages, and it's very easy. It seems to me rather difficult to have to use a mouse and a keyboard to do the same thing. How did you solve that problem?
Well, I'm glad you put it that way, because if you look at the screen, we did exactly what you suggested, which is we put the 26 letters of the alphabet up there in a bookshelf representing the books.
So they're my volumes.
Right, and just take the mouse and point to the one you want. And let's go look something up. Let's, for instance, go look for the Polar Explorer, Raoul Amundsen, who's in the volume A. So we point it and click, and it's going out.
You essentially pulled out volume A, and there it is.
There it is. There it is on the screen, and we look in the alphabetical order, and this is the one we need to select, and it's working its way down through the volume here, giving us finer and finer divisions. Then finally we go down and find the article titles, and here they are just as if we were thumbing through that section of the encyclopedia, and we can point to the title we wish to examine.
So you're just pulling out that article now.
That's right, and here it is, the exploits of Raoul Amundsen.
At this point, you can page back and forth, take a look at the article and things of that sort. Now, that's all in the CD-ROM that's in this player right here.
And what's the amount of storage involved? How much? What's the
this
capacity?
is 550 megabytes. 500 million bytes of information, enough to stretch 10 characters per inch from here to Denver.
And in fact, you're not using the 550.
That's right.
Okay, now, Tim, that's an easy case. Suppose, I take it one of the advantages of this system is you can do a kind of word search. Suppose, for example, I want to know about PBS, but there's no listing for PBS in the encyclopedia. How would I use this?
Okay, we go out and go over to the word search, and it's asking us here for PBS. Okay, so we have that typed in. Okay. And we go over and hit search.
Okay, so now it's searching the entire 20 volumes to find any reference to PBS.
Found 33 occurrences of PBS and 16 articles, and now we're going to ask.
And it did it in about a second.
Yeah. And now it's going out now, and it's going to give us all the titles, the articles.
Now, this request can be much more complicated, of course. It can say, I want this and this or this, combinations of things of that sort.
Okay.
What they call Boolean searches, but we're trying to avoid that and make it a little simpler.
Okay, well, here we seem to have gotten some strange things in here. Okay.
Yeah. Now, what does Galena have to do with PBS?
That's a good question. Let's go take a look.
There was a PBS Nova special once.
Okay, well, it turns out PBS is also the abbreviation for the chemical lead sulfide. We don't want that, so let's go back out here and say we'd like PBS, but not lead,
not
please.
Not references to lead.
And let's try the search again.
Okay.
So
now, I guess that's a mistake, in fact, one could have made even by thumbing through pages.
This is a artifact of a free text search or full text search.
Yeah.
You get whatever you get.
Okay, and now it's going to pull out the remaining articles that don't talk about that.
Now we see that there are a good deal fewer articles there, and the Muppets just went by. We're on target this time.
Okay.
And here we are, and let's, for instance, go look at radio and television broadcasting, and it will put us into the article wherever PBS occurs. And it turns out we found an entire outline point on the growth of PBS. So if you're working on a term paper about PBS, there's the information.
In fact, that's an example. Pull back to the outline level at this point, you can see exactly what the whole article looks like in outline form at this point, and go in and say, browse around and find something else.
Bob, this is a very impressive example, and this is a very new product, which is actually not quite out.
It's out in 2 weeks.
Okay, on its way. How is this same technology being used in industry?
Well, of course, this is a replicate technology in which these discs are stamped. The area that you're possibly asking about is how is the write once technology, read many times, applied. And of course there, the document is scanned, converted to a digital bitmap, if you will, and fed into the disk by a focused laser, which physically changes a point or does not change it. On a 12-inch disk, you have 1 gigabyte, which is 1 billion bytes of information that can be stored.
We're going to take a look at a worm demonstration in just a minute. Also, in just a minute, we're going to go to a trade show where the star of the show was a CD-ROM. First, let's take a look at a real-world application of optical storage technology at a library. Wendy Woods reports.
Those of us familiar with endless searching through periodical indexes will appreciate this. Searching is as easy as the touch of a finger on an IBM PC. Here you see a video disc essentially contains the contents of a good wall full of books. It's connected to a micro through a controller and is part of an ongoing experiment by UC Berkeley's library to find the best optical storage reference bank.
Well, it's very useful. What it does, it combines a very large and comprehensive database with the power of a computer, a microcomputer, and allows people to get at the information in the database with non-traditional types of searching techniques.
Here, you just have to type your search subject and all of the listings are there. You can even choose subtopics. This is the creation of Information Access Corporation of Belmont, California. Each video disc holds 530,000 pages from 1,000 magazines indexed since 1982. It's also user-friendly, as evidenced by the logs kept by students. A 4-terminal system with monthly video disc updates now costs about $16,000 a year. But as the price comes down and the efficiency of the systems increase, optical storage is expected to become a lot more common in libraries.
More and more material is available in electronic form now. And in fact, much material is only available in electronic form. So reference rooms are going to have to evolve to handle not only the traditional type materials like books, but materials in this kind of form.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
This is the Information Industry Association's convention here in Washington, D.C. And the star of the show is this little compact disc. Why? Because it holds a heck of a lot of information. About 600 megabytes, or about 300,000 pages of work. With that kind of storage capacity, applications are not hard to find. There are CD-ROM encyclopedias, 4 years' worth of a newspaper on one compact disc, CD-ROM databases for drugs, and CD-ROMs replacing the old print version of the Realtor's multi-listing book, complete with custom searches and graphics. One of the new players in the CD-ROM field is Digital Equipment Corporation. It's just come out with a CD drive for its Microvax and Rainbow PC. The drive also works with the IBM PC. DEC is offering a variety of scientific and technical databases and some customized applications like this one. A manufacturing company can put all its maintenance manuals on one small compact disc and distribute them around the world. Then, if an assembly line goes down anywhere, the maintenance supervisor can go to the computer, ask for help, find a description and schematic of the faulty part, in this case a robot arm, and complete instructions on how to repair it. Ed Schmidt is in charge of digital CD-ROM marketing, and he says the move to optical storage for computers represents an information age revolution.
Compact disc in particular represents really a major discontinuity in the cost of producing and distributing information, and probably you have to go back to almost the invention of movable type in the printing press to find something that's as step function different than the way it was being done before. I think whenever you have something like that happen, it results in a major new evolution of new applications and technology, and that to me is particularly exciting.
Several problems face the burgeoning CD-ROM business. One is the old bugaboo of standards. DEC has proposed an information retrieval format called Unifile, but there is still dissent within the industry as to which standard should prevail. Another concern with optical storage is a relatively slow access time. But Digital's Ed Schmid says it's not a problem.
The access time of the compact disc, depending on which manufacturer's product you use, is probably somewhere around 1 second. To a typical computer people, that is a very slow period of time. Magnetic discs have access times of milliseconds. Floppy disks are about 1/4 of a second. However, based on the feedback we've gotten from actual use of this product in applications, in general, the users seeing these applications demonstrated have been impressed with the speed at which the information can be retrieved and shown on the screen.
The big question is, when will CD-ROM systems come down from the factory and the large corporation to the average user? Atari has promised a $700 CD-ROM drive for its new 520 ST, but Ed Schmid has his doubts.
I'll believe it when I see it. Tramiel has made a considerable number of announcements of products that never appeared and never were shipped, and I think, based on what we know about the cost of that product, I think he would have a tough time doing that.
But at whatever price, these new CD-ROMs are incredible. If you wanted to transmit online all the information on this one compact disc, you would have to transmit non-stop at 1200 baud for 46 days.
Stewart, with large databases like that, it just shows a wide range of applications we're going to see with CD.
Okay, I want to ask you more about your encyclopedia in a minute. First, I want to introduce Fred Lloyd, who has joined us. Fred is the head of software development with ISI, Information Storage Incorporated of Colorado Springs, and back with us again, Dr. Robert Kaltoff of Access Corporation. On your encyclopedia, there were no graphics pictures, are there, in the computer CD-ROM version of that? You said you had all that room left over in the disk. What's the problem?
Well, the obvious next step is to go ahead and include pictures. It's not really difficult. You have to just go ahead and digitize or put them in some form that can be displayed again. And then, of course, the next step is to go beyond just simple pictures, but actually some animation and that sort of thing.
I guess there's a space problem?
Space, not too much of a problem, in the sense that if you try and digitize, say, a black and white picture and get all of beautiful resolution, you can take up to about 1 megabyte, but that can be compressed, and there are ways of reducing it somewhat.
Okay, we've been talking about CD-ROMs. Now we're going to talk about worm disks, and I want you to explain the difference in the two.
Well, about a year ago, I met Fred at the November Comdex and with some of the other people from ISI, and they showed me some of the pre-production versions of their worm drives. That stands for Write Once, Read Mostly. And this is in comparison with a CD-ROM. CD-ROM is a lot like a book. It's printed. You don't usually write in a book in the same way you don't write on a CD-ROM. And a worm disk is basically blank. It's like a blank piece of paper to begin with, and you write on it, and it accumulates information. But you can only write, but you cannot rewrite. Now, the interesting thing about Fred's system when I first saw it is 100 megabytes per side of the disk, and this makes a fantastic peripheral to a computer system. What basically does this medium cost, anyway?
This media will sell for about $60 a copy when it's in volume production. Our media is enclosed in a really tough plastic cartridge to protect it against the weather and the elements with a stainless steel door.
Now, how do you see the use of this particular drive?
This particular drive can be used not only for backup, for which it's an excellent medium, but also for your online data, things that you use every day but don't change.
So like documentation or programs, things of that sort?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, how have you set this thing up so that you work with, say, an IBM PC?
Well, the initial setup involves nothing more than plugging in the circuit card like you would for any peripheral and running a simple installation program on the disk.
Fred, one of the problems I would think, you've got 100 megabytes aside here. You can store, what, 1,600 files, I think it is, on one of theirs, something like that. How do you manage all that information on the disk?
The information is managed with our proprietary software, which we make available with the drive, called ISI DOS. ISI DOS solves the management problem.
Why don't you show us, if you will, on the system?
And this is compatible with PC DOS, so it's as far as the file structure is concerned.
Absolutely. It's actually an add-on to PC DOS that helps PC DOS understand Write Once media.
Okay.
The optical directory, in the case of this disk, currently has 1,600 files on it. It could have as many as 65,000 files on it.
Is this your own personal little disk that you use here for your development work?
Yes, it is, actually.
How long have you been using this one disk?
I've been using this disk since last June.
Okay.
And I might point out, it says they're 111 megabytes free.
Yes. Okay. Yes, that's correct. As we look at the master directory, we see there's a very large number of files. And also, we see that in some cases, the same file will appear more than once. This is something that you won't see on a magnetic drive.
Right, so now you have the revision number that tells you just these revision numbers just increment as you make new changes to the files themselves. Then.
That's right. That way you always have access to your old file, and you can see how a file is changed on a day-by-day basis.
So this is a perfect archival kind of a device, because you can go back to the very first line of code, for example, for your program, or you can go back to the very first line you wrote for a particular application and recover it.
That's
okay,
that's
Fred,
exactly
when you
right.
want to write to the optical disc, what do you do?
Writing to the optical disc is very similar to copying with the standard DOS copy command. To write from one drive to another, you would say copy, file name, to another drive. In the case of the IS-DOS system, you simply say IS copy. That tells the system to use the optical drive and followed by the file name. And we're doing that now. And as
you're
we're
copying something, what, from the hard disk onto the optical disc?
That's correct. And right now, as we can see, the computer has noticed that there are 13 other versions of this file that I've just copied, so it's automatically told me that I've made an update, a change.
It's done.
Yes.
It's done it.
And there's no way short of scratching the medium itself, I guess, is to get rid of that particular program.
That's right. It's there for good.
Bob, I want to ask you, how do you see applying this kind of technology, which is pretty impressive, in the workplace and industry?
Well, he is discussing right now computer-related applications. But in my field, we're utilizing this kind of technology to implant documents at 50,000 bytes, which is compressed from 4 million when the document is digitized. We can plant on a 12-inch, 1 gigabyte disk, 20,000 documents, or 3 to 4, possibly 5,000 engineering drawings of an average C size. These then can be communicated to high-resolution terminals across the room, across the country.
Currently, how is that information stored? Is that microfiche? Where you?
Yes, in the engineering drawings, typically they are a 35 millimeter image in an aperture card. These can be automatically delivered to charge coupled scanners as well, and the image lifted and transmitted as well. The same thing can also be done with microfiche or roll film, where the specific images are.
So this
digitized.
may lead to the paperless society, then, in a sense.
Oh, don't kid yourself.
Gentlemen, we're out of time. Well, how important is optical storage to the future of computers? We asked our commentator, George Morrow, for his thoughts.
500 or 600 million bytes of storage in a CD-ROM is a lot of space, enough to dazzle even the most jaded systems designer. But bubble memories also promised huge storage capacity, and hundreds of millions of dollars were spent chasing its potential, most of it in vain. Look, any technology that has a lot of potential is going to be attractive. But to really succeed, it's got to fit comfortably in the environment that it intends to serve. And bubbles had a heck of a time ever looking like rotating disk memory. Likewise, the read-only nature of CD-ROMs requires specialized software and unique applications to make it fit right in the normal operating system of a computer. But worse, different specialized software for each different DOS, whether it's IBM, Apple, or whatever. And experience shows that software is the most expensive, difficult, and time-consuming part of any development project. CD-ROMs and bubbles share another common attribute, and that's high cost. These players are going to cost you at least $800, while their audio counterparts are selling for $200 or $300. Thus, the penalty for connecting this technology to a computer rather than a speaker is about $500, a rather formidable barrier to easy entry into the home. That's the way I see it. I'm George Morrow.
In the Random Access file this week, Apple reports that for the first time ever, the Macintosh earned more money for the company than the Apple II. The results are from the first quarter of 1986. Mac sales have boomed in the area of desktop publishing. And Apple is promising to bring out at least 6 new computers in the next 12 months. The first new unveiling is expected to be the Apple IIX. It reportedly will feature a 16-bit chip, making it much faster than the Apple II. It'll also come with an upgraded 6502 for 2E and 2C compatibility. Other features rumored are a detachable keyboard, built-in networking, built-in color graphics, and 4 expansion slots. Zenith has announced the first new CRT technology in years. The new Zenith Flat Tension Mask, or FTM, supposedly eliminates faceplate reflection. The tube is being offered first to OEMs. Some potentially devastating news for the makers of tax preparation software. The IRS has ruled that tax software which provides substantive tax instructions will be considered a tax return preparer, subject to a variety of fines. The potential liability problem could put the tax software companies out of business. Is the microcode on a computer chip software or hardware? That's the fundamental question being decided in a San Jose courtroom where Intel is suing NEC on a copyright infringement claim. If the microcode is software, it can be copyrighted. If it's hardware, it can only be patented. Time for this week's software review, and here's Paul Schindler.
Even if you've never worked in a place with time cards, this scene should be familiar to you. It must be easy to understand. Even the slowest people can use a time card rack. Well, that's just what Paul Heckel had in mind when he created Zoom racks. The biggest problem with database management software is that people can't get a picture in their minds of how the stuff would look if it were on paper. Spreadsheets are easy. Word processors are easy. Database managers are tough. So we have Zoom racks. The first line of each card shows up on a summary. With a single keystroke, you can take a look at a card. Another keystroke takes you back out to the rack. Notice the words look funny. Zoom Racks uses a special smart zoom to make up abbreviations. For example, it says Press Rels Etten. That's clearly Press Release Edition, as we see on the full card. You move around the rack with arrow keys or by typing numbers. We move over to the contact list and assume that HCK is Heckel himself. We're right. Zoom Racks isn't perfect, but it is interesting, and it's relatively cheap at $125 from QuickView Systems in Los Altos, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
In our legislative update file, California's computer privacy bill is moving to the state Senate. The legislature has a deadline of June 26th for the bill to be included on the November ballot for ratification. And in New York, that state's computer crime bill has moved out of committee. The New York bill creates the new crime of computer trespass, making it illegal to gain unauthorized access to a computer. The University of Maryland has just completed a study on what happens in an office when PCs move in. The results are interesting. Managers move from handwriting first drafts to typing them on computers. Secretaries are used less for first drafts. Managers ask for more rewriting of documents, believing changes are easier to make. Financial analysis moves from mainframes to PCs, and workers stop using the copying machine, printing multiple copies of documents on their printer. A researcher at Virginia Tech is trying to dig up the remains of one of the world's earliest computers, the Mark III. It was apparently dumped in Maryland in the late 1940s. It was the first computer to use drum storage, which eventually led to the disk drive. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, along with these constituent societies, brings you the National Computer Conference, NCC 86, offering a showcase of advanced technology and the industry's foremost professional program. For conference information, call 800-NCC-1986. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
This is the way some businesses still operate, with adding machines, accountant pads, fine point pencils, and typewriters. But more and more businesses are turning to computers and business software. Are you ready to computerize? We'll help you find out today as we take a look at the latest in business software on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, leadership and service in computer and information technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, what we have up on the AT here is something called HAL from GNP. It's a Lotus 123 enhancement. It's kind of interesting. You can see my problem. I did my totals, and my column width wasn't wide enough. Normally, I'd have to go back to my worksheet menu and then column width, range, all these things. The problem is I want to make column E wider. With this program, I can simply say, make column E wider, and it does it. Now, this is a very interesting example of some of the new kinds of business software which are out, but really it seems the world of business software hasn't changed very much since Lotus 123. And have you software guys just run out of ideas in the business world?
Well, Stewart, truly generic software like word processors, spreadsheets, database products are very difficult to come up with. And of course, the market's gotten much larger, so software developers can concentrate on specialty areas like law and medicine. Now, while we're trying to come up with those truly generic products, we can also just put frosting on the existing ones.
Well, we'll look at some of the basics today, from word processors to spreadsheets to database managers. All of these have changed the way people do business, and we're going to begin with a real-world example of those changes.
About 30 miles south of San Francisco is the Obister Winery, a small family-run business producing about 10,000 cases of wine per year. Winemaking is an uncommon blend of artistry, craft, and science, but it is also a business that demands a lot of tedious bookkeeping to keep track of customer orders, a perishable stock, and several layers of excise taxes. To help run their successful business, the owners have just one full-time employee and one computer. For the Obisters, buying the computer was a major decision. While many aspects of winemaking benefit from new, labor-saving technology, computer programs for the production side are expensive luxuries for a small business. Instead, the owners concentrated on computerizing the most tedious office jobs. Automating the accounts receivable, accounts payable, inventory, and mailing list has resulted in one less employee and much less time spent in the office. On the other hand, to be able to make a smooth transition from old to new accounting systems didn't come cheaply. The customized software cost $8,000 and the hardware another $8,000. Too small for corporate software, too specialized for canned software, this company has managed to integrate computers in the practical way, automating just those parts of the business that don't require the human touch.
Joining us now is Louis Levin, Product Manager for WordStar 2000 at MicroPro, and Dr. Alan Ashton, Co-founder and Vice President of Satellite Software, makers of WordPerfect. Gary?
Alan, WordPerfect is a relative newcomer compared to WordStar. What features really make it great?
We've had really good success with WordPerfect 4.0, and this last month we've come out with a new version 4.1, where we've added to our automatic table of contents and automatic index generation, and to the math and to the columns capability and dictionary capability some new exciting features. For instance, there is a thesaurus that's been added. You can automatically press a key on a word and look up the meanings for that word. There's the capability of going up to a shell environment and getting down into a calculator, getting into a math plan, which is a spreadsheet product, bringing in a graph right into WordPerfect, doing automatic line drawing, and a number of other exciting features that we have.
Okay, we'll get a chance to see those in a few minutes. Louis, WordStar has been with us for some time. What's new with WordStar?
Well, WordStar is going strong for its community of technically oriented users. I'd like to tell you about Release 2 of WordStar 2000, which is really designed for a corporate and professional office environment and has features that adapt it for that kind of environment, including DCA conversion, and what I'm going to show you right now, a way of incorporating Lotus spreadsheets directly without any kind of conversion. I just use the block insert command like I would for a text file, and what I'll see are the ranges of the spreadsheet that I can pick. And I don't need to read in the whole spreadsheet. I probably don't want the whole spreadsheet. I've picked a specific range. When we look at the document, we'll see that. There we are.
So you just pulled up a WKS file.
I pulled up a raw WKS file, and one thing I'm going to do is pull up a list of some of the features, and since I don't have to type that, I'll just point to the file, features.2, and we'll put that in, and this will be a list of some of the new capabilities in the product.
And they are?
Well, in reverse order. They are improved performance. We've made the product faster, footnotes at the bottom of the page, a document history screen which serves as an audit trail for a document, newspaper-style columns to print things in multiple columns.
And so it also looks like a feature for doing some sorting here, too.
That's right. I'm just going to sort those, and now I've put them in the correct order. There's some other capabilities that make the product more convenient, like a quicker installation, simplified installation, and really outstanding support for laser printing.
Lewis, you can exit from WordStar, and we'll turn the keyboard over to Alan. Let him get started. One of the things you have here as a new feature is this connection to Lotus. Just how important is it for WordStar to be, let's say, in the business market?
The standard issue PC in a corporation has 512K and Lotus 123. That's the environment in which we see word processing fitting in the corporation. Many managers and analysts are users of word processors, not just secretaries and administrative people.
Now, so the whole idea then is to make this an integrated approach to...
An integrated approach because of the way it fits in with the natural pattern of work that people in corporations have shown us.
Alan, looks like you've got this thing up and rolling here. What are you up to?
I'm showing the spell utility. In this case, it finds the first word that's misspelled, which is spelling, and then gives suggested spelling. Notice that if the L were a W instead, it would be spewing. In this case, it should be spelling. So I type the A, and it automatically replaces the word and changes to the correct spelling. It also gives a word count of the number of words in the document. It's very nice for writers. In this...
what about your thesaurus?
The thesaurus, let me show you the thesaurus. If I look for the word simply, that's down at the bottom here, and go into thesaurus, we can automatically look up meanings for the word simple. Notice that they're categorized in different meanings. It might be easy or elementary or modest or plain. So there's a great deal of work that's been put in. If I want to look up further words on innocent, if I hit just the I, then it shows me innocent. If I want to look up pure, I look up...
so you can keep on going deeper into that thesaurus.
That's right.
And how many words basically are you dealing with in this thesaurus?
We're dealing with maybe 100,000 by the time you get all of the words that you can link together and the associations that you can make. I've just substituted easy for simply. Now we can just rewrite the text on the screen. We also have the capability of multiple columns on screen, so that you can be editing in one column and not affect the side-by-side columns.
Now, one of the things also that you have with you is an example of the, say, laser printer output from WordStar and from WordPerfect.
The real glory of laser printing is the ability to change fonts throughout the document. And with WordStar 2000, our objective was to make it possible for someone who knew nothing about fonts or typography to use those really sexy capabilities. So we give on-screen cues by always keeping things right justified on screen, measuring tabs in inches, so that if I say ½ an inch, I can switch proportional fonts on a line and get perfect output without any trial and error.
Okay. Now let's take a look at WordPerfect.
We've had some real success with laser printers and using the capabilities such as highlighting and shading. This shows the automatic table of contents and outlining that we have. And also line draw. We can bring in a spreadsheet example from Lotus and do the conversion as well, and then automatically have the graph imported into WordPerfect and then print the graph
Looks like
out.
you also can handle formulas and special characters of that sort.
That's right.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for that brief introduction. We're going to turn from word processors to the newest in spreadsheets. Matter of fact, it's so new they don't like to call it a spreadsheet, so stay with us. With us now is Stan Kugel, president and co-founder of Javelin Software, based in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Stan, I was joking a bit before about a spreadsheet and Javelin not being a spreadsheet. How is it different from a spreadsheet?
Well, Javelin is quite simply the best business analysis software available. It's for anyone who uses a spreadsheet but is tired of the frustrations of the computerese required to get a spreadsheet to work. Javelin addresses three principal shortcomings that we've identified with computer spreadsheets. Spreadsheet users have difficulty understanding the logic and assumptions behind a spreadsheet analysis. A number may pop out on the screen, say 467. How do you know where that number came from, whether it's right, whether the assumptions behind it are correct?
Okay,
In addition,
how does Javelin address those problems?
Javelin is based on an entirely different paradigm than a spreadsheet. This is a tangible illustration of how Javelin is organized. It has 10 different views. One of those views is very similar to a spreadsheet. But more importantly than that, these other views allow you to look behind a spreadsheet analysis and ask the question, where did that number come from? Are the assumptions correct? Did the analyst use the correct logic in forming the analysis?
Okay, could you show us on the program then?
Sure. On the screen you see here a model I built earlier today. It's for DeSoto Automobile Company. I've shown a projection in the lower window of DeSoto's operating income. This is a graph. And in the upper window, I've shown one of Javelin's 10 views, the diagram view. If I present to you these operating income projections, you may very well ask, is that correct? Can I really have confidence in that result? If you ask that question, I'll refer you to this diagram here that will show DeSoto operating income is derived from total sales and total costs, at least according to my model. If you have faith in those assumptions, then you may ask to see what were the total sales, or what were the total costs.
Now that you can also go back, now can you discover what the basis of total sales were?
Yes, you may. In this case, if we want to see total sales, we can see the total sales is composed of car sales and truck sales. Now seeing the car sales data here, you may very well ask me if this is really valid. You may think that the growth rate is going to be somewhat slower. So using only the cursor keys, you can adjust this data and see what effect that will have on operating income.
Propagate that down to the final result. Then.
Yes, it does. Up here you can see something that no spreadsheet can show you, where total sales was derived from and where in the model it's used. This allows you to communicate much more effectively to others how your analysis was done and whether the assumptions are correct. Next thing I'd like to show you is the ability to change the data using what we call a quick graph. Here is a graphic representation of car sales as entered. If this looks like an unrealistic projection, we can use the arrow keys to adjust this. And then, as soon as we make those adjustments, you can see they're reflected here and in all of the other 10 views in Javelin. Here are the 10 views. The worksheet view allows us to show, for example, DeSoto income by month. And here it is. If I synchronize the graph to it, as I select, for example, truck sales appears in the graph below. Here's total sales. And here's car costs.
Okay.
Finally, if I want to...
Stan, we're going to have to move along. That is very impressive. One of the most difficult problems business users have is what kind of software to buy. So we went out and asked a business computer consultant, and Wendy Woods got the report.
There are thousands of business software products on the market and no end of reviews in magazines vying to tell you which ones are the best. For the average executive, this translates into a nightmare. Enter a new kind of doctor, the consultant. Charles Bornheim spent 18 years in the data processing field and has watched people make a lot of mistakes.
There's lots of pitfalls. I mean, it's a very complicated process. There's lots of details to be aware of, and there's many places to go wrong. Spend money, waste money, lose money, etc. Some people do it themselves and they do just fine, but that's a minority of people.
Good consultants provide the technical, business, and even programming knowledge data processing executives need to make the right choices about software and hardware. Consulting is a booming field, and because it's growing so fast and unregulated, executives must also choose their consultants with care.
There's a number of people who aren't consultants at all, who are calling themselves consultants, and in general the public is not able to discern the real consultants from the imposters.
Some of the imposters, says Bornheim, include salesmen out to make commissions, or people new to the business out to make a fast buck.
In terms of advice about choosing a consultant, Chick Bornheim recommends that you get references, especially about a consultant's jobs that were similar to yours. Or call the Independent Computer Consultants Association at 1-800-GET-ICCA. It could be your guide through the jungle. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
We're going to talk about database managers and filers now, and here to help us are Steve Dow, President and CEO of ANSYS Software, and Jim Button, President and founder of Buttonware. Gary?
Jim, we've seen some hot new products in word processing and spreadsheets. What's new in the database business?
Well, with our new product, PC File R, a relational database, we've integrated a word processor and a mail merge capability, and that's the main feature of the new product.
Okay. And Steve, we have a you have a product called Paradox. What's new with Paradox? Can you show us what's going on there?
Sure. In fact, we can even do it perhaps easiest with the demo.
Let's do it.
A couple things that we've tried to do is to make it as familiar as possible for people to use, and that's why we've gone to the Lotus-style menu, so it's very easy to navigate through. And I think we'll go in immediately and talk about asking questions or querying your data. And it's very easy. You select Ask. And what we've done is made an enhancement on IBM's Query by Example. And we can bring up a query form. And you use this query form to specify what it is you're interested in.
What kind of database is this we're working with, Steve?
Any kind of database is, to some people, maybe a customer list. To other people, I mean, an airline reservation system is a very complex database, so it really depends on what you want. But it's broad enough to be used by literally anyone. And we can literally check off the columns of information that we want to see, hit a key to ask for the answer to our query, and we've gotten an answer, which is we just want to see the first 3 columns. But people never get it quite right the first time, so we make it very easy to go back up and say, for example, I want to specify only those orders that are greater than 20. And again, it's very quick. You can change your mind. And to show you that it's relational, we can go back and say, I want a query form, say, for our clients list, because I want to see the address of these people. And it's another query form. This is a very large 13,000 record table. And all we do is tell Paradox that, to give it an example of a name, connect it into the column that has the same information in the other table, and without specifying exactly how to go about doing it, Paradox figures that for you, and in about 4 or 5 seconds brings you back an answer and tells you what city they're in.
Okay. Now, Steve, if you could
sure.
Quit the program, we'll turn the keyboard over to Jim to start his up. One of the criticisms of a relational system has been, in the past at least, that it's difficult for an average user to put together the relations. Have you added tools to make that easier?
Well, we've made it very flexible, because most of the problem is inflexibility. Once you establish your table, it's very hard to go back and change your mind, add columns, delete columns, restructure the data, and we do that very easily and without any penalties.
Okay, great.
Jim, you've got PC File R up here. Tell us what this does and what's new about it.
Well, I'll show you, just have time to show you the new feature, one of the new features of PC File R, which is the integrated letter writing capability. Let's say that I wish to send a custom-tailored letter to each of the customers in my database. I can select the letter writing function, and PC File R will take me into an integrated letter writing program. Now, in this letter that's on the screen, I've written a small letter to a customer. And within the letter, I've embedded commands showing what pieces of data to place at which spots in the letter. Upon completion of the written letter, I can then go back into PC File R and create the letter on my printer.
Okay, and the information that's actually included in the letter then has been brought up as part of the request?
Yes, I can pull selected records, selecting on up to 10 different search criteria for determining which customers in the database to send the letter to. And as a matter of fact, as each letter is about to be printed, there will be one final pause on the screen showing me the customer and asking yes or no, would you like to send this one?
Okay, what's in the future? What are we going to see as far as the next versions of new database systems?
Well, as far as our product is concerned, we'll continue to enhance it in terms of capacity, speed. We're looking at networking version of PC File R in the very near future.
Okay. Steve, how about integration with, again, we've seen the integration of word processors with spreadsheets. Is this important to be able to talk to a spreadsheet?
We think it's very important to communicate. In fact, we have built-in export and import capability with a variety of formats for other databases, spreadsheets, as well as word processors. But the reality of living in a 640K environment in the DOS world means that there's a limit to how much you can put all in the same package.
Steve, we've heard a lot about the name Paradox and why you're calling that product Paradox. Give us a little bit more background about how it's different from the previous database manager.
Well, the key difference is that most, especially the high end of the database market, required you to be a programmer. You told your database in very explicit steps how to go about doing something. So you had to decide both what it is you want as well as how to go about doing it. With Paradox, we've minimized the how-to. In fact, you focus on what it is you want, giving an example of what you'd like, and Paradox figures out how best to go about doing it, so you don't have to know quite as much to get...
So you kind of have an AI aspect in there?
Yeah, we try not to hype it too much, but we use what's referred to as machine reasoning technology and algorithms to actually synthesize internally a program, and then we actually optimize the program dynamically.
I'm sorry, I wanted to ask just a little more question, a few questions about the relational model again.
Sure.
Is this sort of taking over the industry as far as that the way that database systems are being built now as a relational model, or are there alternatives to that?
Well, there's certainly alternatives, you know, hierarchical and other kinds, but the relational has a lot of advantages in terms of flexibility. Unfortunately, relational is also one of sort of coming on like AI is an abused term. Not everything that says it's relational is relational.
Jim, you were involved with freeware, and this whole issue of the price of business software is still an issue. What do you think about that? I mean, you've been in the lower cost end of this stuff, and some of these other products are still pretty high up there. Are we going to see business software prices come down?
Well, I think that it's probably inevitable that many vendors will lower prices as competition becomes a more prominent factor in the industry. PC File R is our first attempt at what I would term an expensive package.
Which is $150.
$150. That's 3 times the price of anything I've ever sold before.
And Paradox would go for what, Steve?
Its list price is $695.
Okay, well, that's about the ball game. Well, despite the abundance of computers in the business workplace, one place you still don't find very many computers is in the CEO's office. Why? Well, we asked our commentator George Morrow for his thoughts.
CEOs don't use computers much. In fact, they've created a new class of machine, the credenza computer. It sits on the credenza, displaying a bar graph, and is otherwise unused. Visitors, however, get the impression that the machine is part of the CEO's activities. This is good and bad. Good for the store who sold the machine, since it needs no maintenance, but bad because it reinforces the mistaken notion that computers should be at work in every nook and cranny of a business. Nothing could be farther from the truth. No one expects a CEO to use a typewriter or a calculating machine, and they would never litter his office. And computers are really just another office machine. However, since they can be programmed to do more than one task at a time, there has developed the notion that somehow they can think or improve the thinking of those who use them. In reality, computers let people make mistakes faster and get businesses in trouble quicker unless they're very carefully used. The fact that CEOs don't use computers may be a sign that American business is not in as bad a shape as the trade deficit would otherwise indicate. That's how I see it. I'm George Morrow.
In the random access file this week, Eastman Kodak has announced a new floppy disk drive with the capacity of a hard disk. Kodak's new drive is a 5¼ inch drive with the floppy disk encased in a plastic cartridge. The floppy has a capacity of 10 megabytes of formatted storage. Kodak is also introducing a 5 megabyte drive using standard floppies made by its subsidiary Verbatim. IBM has announced a freeze on new U.S. dealerships. Analysts said the move was designed to stem price cutting on IBM computers and to impede the growth of the gray market in PCs. There are now about 2,500 IBM dealerships in the country. Tandy has announced the newest in its line of MS-DOS computers, the Tandy 3000, an AT clone. Tandy says its AT will sell for under $4,000. The IBM AT goes for about $6,000. Tandy also says its Model 3000 will be faster than the AT and will come standard with a 20 megabyte hard drive. Lots of new product announcements this past week at Comdex, the annual computer show in Las Vegas. There were fewer exhibitors this year than last, but still more than 80,000 people turned up for the show. The biggest booth belonged to IBM. The biggest no-show was Lotus. In our legislative update file, a House subcommittee has reported out a new computer security bill aimed at adding existing wiretap protections to data transmissions, and 2 versions of a government computer security bill have moved out of committee to the House floor. Those bills seek to provide federal agency authorization to protect the security of the government's computer files. The Internal Revenue Service says it's ready for the new tax season. The IRS has added 20 new computers, rewritten its software, and retrained its personnel in an effort to avoid the computer fiasco of this past year. Another move by the IRS may be the biggest shot in the arm yet to the lap portable market. The IRS says it will soon buy $36 million worth of lap portables for its field auditors. No decision on which portables the IRS will buy. Time for this week's software pick, and here's our reviewer, Paul Schindler.
You know, some people are going to use one of these to look for Halley's Comet, but the rest of us are just going to have to try to peer into the sky for the big celestial event of 1986. If you want to see it early, though, it helps to have a sky chart. But sky charts have a problem. They really only show you roughly where celestial bodies are in the sky. Wouldn't it be nice if there was some way to obtain a sky chart that showed just what the sky looked like above your house? Well, as you've probably guessed, I know how to get a chart like that by using a package called PC Planetarium. Now, first it asks you for your latitude and longitude. If you don't know them, it draws a globe and asks you to point to your location. Note that the screen is colorful and the instructions are simple and easy to follow. When you complete a task, PC Planetarium says thank you, an often overlooked but pleasant touch. Then it asks for the time and date of your sky chart and what time zone you're in. Obviously ready for 1986, the program points out Halley's Comet as well as other celestial bodies and constellations. PC Planetarium is slow as the dickens. It takes 15 minutes to draw a screen and 20 minutes to print it. But heck, how often do you need a sky chart? PC Planetarium is $52 from Light Software in San Francisco. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Dragon Systems of Massachusetts says it has developed a new software program that significantly enhances the ability of existing speech recognition programs. Dragon says its new system can recognize 2,000 words at a speed of 25 words per minute. Dragon developers say that essentially would allow someone to dictate correspondence directly to a computer. While President Reagan was talking to Mr. Gorbachev in Geneva last week, some computer hackers were holding their own summit online. Joel Schatz of Berkeley conducted the first ever computer conference with a fellow hacker in Moscow. The online conference was initiated by ARC Communications using a computer network based at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. Finally, a new software program does for computers what Dr. Ruth does for television. It gives you sex advice on your PC. The program tests you, then gives you an analysis of your sexual attitudes and your likely compatibility with a particular partner. The program is called Intracourse. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, leadership and service in computer and information technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Two of the hottest new computers on the market are this 520 ST from Atari and the Amiga from Commodore. What can they do and which one may be right for you? We'll help you find out today as we take a look at two new computers with a lot of power for the price on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, leadership and service in computer and information technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, these two rather old-looking computers are really just about a year old here. The Commodore 64 and the Atari 800. These represented the battle between the low-end manufacturers just about a year ago. The 64 very successful. The 800 really the last machine before Jack Tramiel took over Atari. Today the battle is different. There's the Commodore Amiga, the Atari 520 ST, very sophisticated machines. Both have received lots of critical praise, but people are trying to figure out what you do with them. Is this another case of computer technology in search of a market?
Well, Stewart, the 64 and the 800 really took us through the first generation of home computers, but people have gone back to their VCRs and TV sets now. And to get the consumer attention, the second generation machines have to have higher resolution, more color, faster animation, better sound capability. That means higher performance processors and more memory. Now, these new machines, the 520 and the Amiga, give us that hardware capability, and it's really up to the software developers to make it happen.
Today, we're going to get up close and personal with the Commodore Amiga and the Atari 520 ST to see if one of these machines is just right for you. Now, before the computer manufacturer can sell you on a computer, he's got to sell the retailer first. So we're going to begin by going to Comdex in Las Vegas, the Computer Dealers Expo, to see how Commodore and Atari are pitching the middlemen.
Comdex, Las Vegas, 1985. At the world's largest computer show, Atari held court at one of the biggest booths on the floor. And at the centerpiece of the display was the star of Atari's computer lineup, the 520 ST. Nestled inside Atari's sprawling booth were dozens of software vendors, each with a sign and just enough space for a chair and a computer. Atari seemed to have at least two goals in mind: a highly visible presence at the show and a message to dealers that this was one computer company that didn't forget about software. From business to education to sophisticated graphics, the substance of Atari's show was the extensive variety of its software. Atari's most likely competition, the Commodore Amiga, was conspicuously absent from the Comdex show, although Commodore did hold private meetings with potential dealers. But in spite of its low-key sales pitch, Amiga has successfully wooed some unlikely dealers.
You know, our focus as a store has primarily been on business software, business computers, business users. So this is a little bit breaking new ground for us in that this machine has certainly a lot more of a home kind of focus than what we normally deal with.
The Amiga's dazzling graphics and advanced hardware has attracted equally sophisticated retail buyers.
So far, it's kind of been half and half between people who are just kind of anxious to have the latest and greatest and people who are interested in writing software for it. There are a lot of people who are extremely interested in writing software who haven't got into it yet because they're just kind of hanging in there waiting to see what the consumer response is going to be. And the consumer response has been great.
Joining us now in the studio is Rick Geiger, General Manager of Commodore Amiga. And next to Rick is Tim Mott, Vice President for Product Development and a co-founder of Electronic Arts, a software company which is writing for the Amiga. Gary?
Rick, I think everybody would like to see what the Amiga does, and I would like to go right into the demo.
Okay, fine. What we see here is what we call the workbench, which is the graphic user interface of the Amiga, and it works in a fashion like other graphics user interfaces. In addition, we also supply a command line interface down here so that people who are more familiar or have applications for command type interfaces can deal with something familiar. Now, of course, I'm sure that you've heard about the famous graphics and sound of the Amiga, and here's one of our classic demos we'll call the bouncing ball.
It's really impressive.
Now, Rick, this is an impressive demo, but I want you to tell me why it's impressive. What are we seeing that the computer can do?
Well, what you're seeing is synchronized moving graphics, color graphics with the sound all at the same time. And in addition to this, we still have down here below an application running.
So you're running a word processor while you're carrying on this sound graphics demo.
Yep, and I can correct my typos.
Now, Rick, we've heard a lot about special graphics hardware that's available on the Amiga. What basically is behind this?
Well, what's behind this is 25 DMA channels.
You may want to lower the bouncing ball, Rick, so we can hear you a bit of sound, if you could. Thank you.
That provides for all of the graphics rendering functions, the hardware bit-blit, all of these controlled by DMA channels so that they don't load down the 68,000. And in fact, in my office, I frequently run a telecommunications application along with word processing while simultaneously doing printing.
So I'm sure you're familiar with the popularity of the sidekick type programs, and with the multitasking features of the Amiga, this makes those kinds of things very simple to do.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Tim, I want to get you in this. Electronic Arts is kind of going heavily into writing for Amiga, as I understand it. Tell me, number one, why you're excited about writing for a machine like that.
Well, the first reason is when we started the company 3 years ago, we envisioned a home computer of the future that would support much higher quality audio-visual effects than was possible 3 years ago. And we knew enough about the technology and custom VLSI technology to realize that that was something that was going to happen around this time frame. And when we first saw the Amiga, which was in prototype form about 2 years ago, it was real clear that that was a machine that had this kind of potential.
Okay, it looks like Deluxe Paint is up here and running, so...
Okay, is that one of EA's new products for Amiga?
Right, Deluxe Paint is the first in a series of creativity products for the Amiga. Deluxe Paint is a painting program. In addition to all the usual features that you find in a painting program, it's got some unique features like...
Rick, you going to show us what goes on here while Tim talks? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, this we're still loading up some disk files up, so they'll be up in a moment.
Now,
so
how do you see someone using Deluxe Paint? This is, you say, creativity tool?
It's a creativity tool. It's unusual in that it has enough features and powerful enough features for a professional user, but also has a lot of simplicity in the way you use it, such that it will be usable by consumers and people in the home.
What other kind of tools would you be coming out with?
Well, as I said, this is the first in a series, all of which will enable data to be exchanged between them. There's a deluxe printing program which will make it very easy to create banners and meeting notices, greeting cards, things like that. There's a deluxe music construction set, which is a version of a product that we currently have available on the Macintosh for music composition. And the last one in this series is Deluxe Video Construction Set, which will make use of the unique video features of the machine to enable someone to very simply put together video special effects. Okay, what we see here is a rendering of Botticelli's Venus.
Now, is that an original piece of art done on the Amiga or a digitized version?
No, that was done from scratch on the Amiga using this paint program.
And someone knew how to use the program.
Right, this was done by a graphic designer.
Okay.
Here's another piece that was done. This is a picture of King Tut. You'll see here that what Rick's doing is using the menu features of the Amiga to bring in additional drawings. Here's a waterfall that was done, and this actually shows the color cycle animation capabilities in this software. You'll see that when he turns cycle on, that the water's now cycling and creating the effect of a moving waterfall.
And you're doing this by changing the palette colors?
Doing this by changing the color map registers in the hardware.
Rick, briefly, this is very impressive stuff, but people are asking the question, as Gary and I talked about at the beginning of the show, of who do you think is going to buy the Amiga? Where do you see it being used?
Well, I think the major strong point of the Amiga is that first and foremost, it's a powerful general-purpose computer. Added onto that is multitasking built in from the beginning. Then we took a look at what are the kinds of constraints that people bump into in trying to get their personal computers to do different things. And those are typically anytime they start to do any graphics, the performance goes away. Anytime they try and do any sound, the performance goes away. So if you want to design a friendly graphics user interface, then the very first thing you start having is performance problems. And with the custom hardware, we've been able to take care of all of that.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. So we've gotten an introduction to the Commodore Amiga. In just a minute, we'll look at the Atari 520 ST, so stay with us. Joining us now are Brian Kerr, the marketing manager for Atari, and next to Brian, Jim Titzler, a hardware engineer at Atari who helped develop the ST.
Brian, we've seen what the Commodore Amiga can do. How about showing us the 520 ST?
Okay, well, the 520 ST has been out for about 4 months now. And as you can see, it's a very graphics-based system as well. The desktop that you're looking at here now is based on the GEM technology. And Jim will show you one feature that we like here, which allows each user to customize their own interface. This is what we refer to as the control panel. It allows you to set your own color palettes, the speed of click for the mouse, the keyboard, bells and keyboard clicks on and off, that type of thing. From there, I'd like to show you some of the sound capability of this product. The 520 ST has a built-in MIDI interface. And I'll let Jim describe this a little fuller.
MIDI's an emerging industry standard. It's the musical instrument digital interface, and it allows a computer to sequence a series of notes going to a synthesizer. For instance, here we have it connected to a rather elaborate synthesizer that allows us to either play music through the synthesizer or to actually record an artist playing at the keyboard and do the same sorts of things with music that you would do with a word processor. You can time sync the music or transpose it,
Probably
play it
ought to
back.
mention that there is a synthesizer down on the table here that is
Yes.
actually producing the music. This is driving.
And you're just picking a song file from here, which is going through the synthesizer.
Exactly. We also, internal to the machine, have a 3-voice sound chip, so we can do some sound synthesis. But by building the MIDI interface into the machine, that gives you the ability to spend as much on music as you like. If you're really serious about music, that path for expansion is readily available.
And Jim, that graphic representation we saw was in fact synced to what we're hearing coming
Exactly.
out of the synthesizer.
One of the colors was associated with each of the voices that was being played on MIDI.
We will stress graphics a little bit with the machine. And one of the paint programs that we've developed internally is a program called Neo. And it allows some very elaborate graphic capability like we saw earlier.
And you're pulling that up now,
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
This is a collection of some of the images that was created with Neo. Neo is a very powerful drawing package that really takes advantage of the machine, lets you play with the colors and create very nice images.
Yeah, Jim, you were transferring those images from the hard disk, right?
Right, directly from the hard disk. Each one of those images is 32,000 bytes, and that was coming directly from the hard disk.
That shows off a feature of the ST, which is the DMA port, which transmits information at 10 megabits per second. That's very high speed, and it's typical of the local area networking speeds of many mini-computers. This is Neo in its implementation with one particular picture. We're just rotating the color palette here.
Okay, now this, what is the price of this machine, basically? What, if you were to buy this configuration right here?
The base configuration is with a monochrome monitor, which has a resolution of 640 by 400, which is a little higher than what people are typically used to seeing. Very crisp and solid. That configuration with the 520 ST and one single-sided 3.5-inch drive is retail suggested $799.95.
Okay, now how about this whole configuration of the hard disk, two disk drives? We've got a
Well, the hard
monitor. This is sort of the top-end system.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Well, I've had difficulty configuring systems up to the $2,000 range. Because even with the color monitor, that system's $999. The hard disk is not out yet, so I can't really speak about price, but it will be in the same affordability level that all the other products from Atari are.
Now, where do you see? How do you see the 520 ST getting into the home? What's going to cause people to buy a 520?
Well, first I'd like to just make a distinction, is that we refer to the 520 ST as a personal computer.
Okay. And
we, as a general rule, believe that people determine what computers are used for, whether they're in the home, in the office, in the field, or in business. So the 520 ST is a computer system that is as powerful, if not more powerful, than any other personal computer on the marketplace, but yet it is priced in a consumer level. And I think therein lies the reason for owning a 520 ST.
Okay, Jim, what are you up to right now?
I was just demonstrating some of the ease of use, the fact that I can hop from one program to another quite readily using the GEM user interface.
If we take this idea of you can use it in the home, you can use it in business, what have you got here that would show us how to use it in business?
Well, one example is we have a spreadsheet demonstration, which it's very similar in function to some of the popular programs that are available today. It gives us, however, the advantage that we've got the GEM user interface so that it's very easy for a user to, for instance, plot a graph. You don't have to remember a cryptic sequence of commands. You can just get there directly using the mouse.
Is the spreadsheet on the market, Jim?
It's supposed to be shipping very shortly.
It'll be shipping next week, and it also is a Lotus work-alike, so anyone that has worked with Lotus can move directly over here, but yet you have the additional screen capability with the machine.
Now, Gary's asked you about the business applications. I want to know if you can show a red and white soccer ball bouncing.
Oh, that's easy.
This seems to be the standard demonstration now.
Well, it's a good example of graphic animation for the products.
This machine has 4 custom chips that were designed by Atari, and it has a great deal of graphics power, but it was designed in such a way that the 68,000 still has a great deal of the processor's bus bandwidth. And so the 68,000 is capable of doing a great deal of calculation at the same
Okay,
all
one
the
final
time.
question. How many have you sold so far?
We released numbers at the end of the third quarter that we had shipped over 50,000 units. Now, you have to understand the ST is shipping and has been introduced worldwide, and we are marketing the product in over 30 countries around the world.
Gentlemen, we've got to go. Both machines very impressive. Of course, one of the questions is, where is the software? We went out and talked to a software developer about that question. Wendy Woods has the report.
When new hardware enters the market, software companies have to make a tough choice. Will they write programs for it? Stoneware, famous for DB Master, had to choose between the Amiga and the Atari ST. They chose the Atari.
Truth is, our decision was not to develop for the Amiga right away, in part because the Amiga, when you develop for it, it's very hard to use your development investment for other machines. With the ST, it's much easier.
The success of Stoneware's filing program, which will be marketed under the Atari Soft label, of course depends on the success of the Atari ST. They're betting that the low-cost machine will sell, and the company's management will sell it.
And if you're out on the streets in a very competitive market in a tough business situation, I'd probably bet on those guys. I certainly wouldn't bet against them.
Stoneware realizes there are big risks, but the company is known as a risk taker. Stoneware wrote the first serious business software for the Apple and the Macintosh. The hundreds of thousands of programs they've already shipped are testimony that they made the right choice. In the case of the ST, Stoneware expects the machine's revolutionary low price will make it a big seller. Stoneware eventually plans to make software for the Commodore Amiga, but for the moment they'll concentrate on more Atari ST products, certain that getting in there first with low-price software for a low-priced machine will pay off. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us now is Louis Moore, president of Home Computing Centers, a chain of retail computer stores, and Tim Beharin, vice president for microcomputer research at Creative Strategies.
Louis, I understand that you sell both the 520 ST and the Commodore Amiga. Now, we've seen a price that goes from $800 on up to $2,000, I think that's what Brian said, for configurations of the 520. What is a comparable price, say, for an Amiga?
Well, the basic system for the Amiga is $12.95. But you have to put a monitor on it, and to take it up to 512K, with those two things, you're at $19.85.
Now, what is the customer response in this? Do they see these two different computers because of the price range, or are they comparing them directly, or what?
Well, there's a lot of comparison, but we're also seeing people seeing them as two different systems. I think they're both going to do fine.
Well, what do you hear from the consumers when they walk in and look at the two side by side? You're one of the few dealers that has both of them in your store.
Well, we hear a range of comments. One is that the Amiga has a lot more features, but it's not worth twice the price to most people. We are also seeing quite a few customers who came in intending to buy a less expensive system or one that's comparably priced, like a Commodore 128, switching to the ST.
Tim, one of the questions people have is trying to define the market for these two machines. I mean, is it a classic game machine? Is it really a business computer? Where do you see these machines being sold?
Well, in the Atari category, because of the Atari name and image in the past, it is looking more towards a home game entertainment market rather than a business crossover. Whereas the Commodore, though Commodore has had a strong background in the same area, the Amiga, with its PC compatibility and the emulation as it does, has the possibility of crossing over both the home, high-end home specifically because of its price, and possibly even getting that small business market that we're just beginning to see emerge.
Tim, you brought up the point of the IBM emulation. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, my understanding and watching the demonstrations on it is that it makes the 8080 or the 68,000 chip believe it's an 8088, and it does it through an emulation process and software. Unfortunately, by doing it that way, it is very, very slow.
Okay.
And it is our assumption that the best way, of course, to do that would be to go to a hardware interface, and perhaps someday Commodore Amiga will do that as well.
Lou, apart from the Amiga versus the ST, how are they positioned versus the other machines? I mean, is Amiga really going up against Mac? Is that how buyers are perceiving this?
Quite a bit, yeah. But also we're seeing new buyers, really, who haven't purchased computers before and have been thinking about it, and now that it's here, they're coming in to look. There's a lot of interest. There's been a lot of press on the machine, and so we get 20 or 30 calls a day on it. We have waiting lists for it, and it's gotten a great deal of attention from people who weren't in the market.
Now, what, if you could kind of characterize a consumer of a computer system like this, what is it that they really want when they walk in the store? They look at this and they say, well, we'd really like to have, what is it?
Well, in the early life cycle of this product and the ST as well, you're getting mostly people right now who are enamored of the hardware, and because there's not much you can do with it as of today. And then we're getting people who know the software that's coming out and are interested in it, and the MS-DOS part is important to people too.
Tim, we have just about a half a minute left. What about the software? You think it's going to be there for both these machines?
Well, our survey right now with the software dealers is that there's a wait-and-see attitude. They see that both machines have potential. They are looking at both companies' financial positions, which have been somewhat rocky over the last year, and they're waiting to see what will happen after the first of the year. And if the channels begin to open up and they begin to see the distributors having a demand, the machines can be delivered on a timely basis, then the software guys will start following suit. But it's still a wait-and-see game from that standpoint.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Well, we've seen two very impressive machines today. Of course, the question is, will they make it in the marketplace? And we asked our commentator, George Morrow, for his thoughts.
Will either or both of these innovative machines be successful? Well, the Mindset computer was also innovative and had excellent graphics, but fell flat in its face. However, these machines are linked with one of the magic names in this business, Jack Tramiel. He started Commodore and salvaged Atari. The mention of Tramiel stirs strong emotions within the industry, and his power in the marketplace is legion. He is second only to IBM in the ability to establish de facto standards, and he is the major reason the press and public is willing to give these two machines a chance. But a computer is never more successful than the software written which exploits its potential. And while much of the existing software can be ported to these machines, that in itself is no reason to go out and buy either. There is today 3 major operating environments occupying the energies of programmers, 2 from Apple and 1 from IBM. It seems unlikely the available pool of software developers is expanding rapidly enough to support even 1 more operating system, let alone 2. That's how I see it. I'm George Morrow.
In the Random Access file this week, an encouraging report, if you're a consumer, that software prices are going to fall. Several industry executives and analysts are predicting price cuts for all kinds of software, from games to business packages. A DataQuest report says there are now 27,000 software programs on the market, with a new product being introduced every 11 minutes. One New York analyst predicted that software prices could fall by as much as 50% by next year. A company called Cozen Systems of Connecticut has introduced a new product called SoftStrip, which encodes data or program information on ordinary paper. These strips can then be read by a scanner directly into a computer. Cozen says 17 magazines and text publishers will soon be including the soft strips in their publications. That means you can just slip the page into a scanner and enter the data or program directly into your computer. Desktop publishing was one of the hot topics at the recent Comdeck show. Some vendors were showing complete personal publishing systems for under $10,000, and there were also new laser printers for under $2,000. And you know PC publishing must be hot when, in today's climate, 2 new magazines have just been introduced on the subject, Desktop Publishing and Personal Publishing. Time now for this week's software pick, and here's our reviewer, Paul Schindler.
When I was a kid, if you wanted to buy and sell things, you did it on a Monopoly board. We used to play for days on end. Eventually, it got a little dull because you always knew the prices, and eventually you got to know Community Chest and Chance pretty well, too. Well, since greed is such a fundamental human emotion, it was only a matter of time before a trading game came to the world of personal computing. It's here. Its name is Wizard of Wall Street. This program has a great opening screen. You begin each month of trading with research and a review of your net worth. It's interesting that new research costs money, but old research reports are free. You can buy and sell, or, for the esoteric, there are puts, calls, and options. This is a real-time game with a news ticker and a stock ticker. If you don't execute your trade fast enough, prices change and you make or lose money pretty fast. If you panic, you can freeze the trading day to give yourself time to think about things. Wizard of Wall Street was written by Multisoft of San Rafael, California, and is distributed by Synapse Software. The program offers a lot of fun for $45. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
The Japanese company Ricoh has introduced a fascinating new product called the Write Board. It's an electronic blackboard, it's actually white, that automatically captures whatever is written on the board and saves it in a computer. You can then display the blackboard's contents on CRTs at other locations or get hard copy printouts to keep a record of what was on the board. The Ricoh Write Board can handle graphics as well as text. In our legislative update file, the United States, Japan, and Canada have agreed to eliminate most tariffs on computer parts and peripherals. The American trade representative to the negotiations said the agreement would lower costs in the U.S. and save the industry about $172 million a year. A major computer problem at the Bank of New York last week held up the delivery of $25 billion in government securities. The computer problem forced a large overnight loan from the Federal Reserve Bank and temporarily drove federal fund interest rates down when reserves rose after securities were not delivered. The transfer of government securities is done almost exclusively by computer with no actual paper transactions. This was reported to be the biggest computer snafu ever in the federal banking system. Finally, if you own a new Buick Riviera, you are the proud owner of 10 computer systems hidden inside your car. The 1986 Riviera's computer system takes over the functions of 91 controls and gauges found on conventional cars. All the computer controls are represented on a touch-sensitive computer screen, and when you take the car in for servicing, the mechanic simply plugs your computer into his computer, and the car's systems report out on what's wrong. Maybe. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, leadership and service in computer and information technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Let's see, computer books, software, joystick, what should I get them? If you're trying to figure out what to get the hacker on your Christmas shopping list, Gary, Wendy Woods, Paul Schindler, George Morrow, and I'll be here in just a minute to give you our picks for Christmas presents from the computer store on this special Christmas edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, leadership and service in computer and information technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, but this is either Gary Claus or Santa Kildall. I'm not sure which. Gary, this is the ultimate high-tech Christmas present for the hacker on your list. It's a Christmas card on a floppy disk. It's $9.95. It's called the Jingle Disc from Thoughtware, and it just plays a whole series of animated Christmas cards and Christmas jingles, as you can tell. The only thing I don't know how to do is to stop this thing.
Well, let me use a little hardware adjustment here. My bit banger, I'll work on it a little bit. Get my frustrations out.
Now, is this hardware or software?
It's a hardware adjustment.
Gary, we're going to be talking about computer Christmas presents on this show. You have any things you're buying for
Well, this is sort of a Tinker Toy for Techies show, and what I went out and did as an excuse, went out and bought myself a present.
Okay, well, you're going to show it to us in just a little bit. We're going to have the whole Computer Chronicles family here to go through a list of computer Christmas presents for the hacker on your list. We're going to start out by going out and seeing how the computer shopping season is going out at the computer stores.
Entertaining for some and a nightmare for others, the year's biggest retail event is Christmas. Normally placid shoppers rush into crowded stores, and every kind of consumer product gets a boost in sales, including computers.
I think the computers are moving very well this year. The drop in prices in the expensive top-of-the-line machines has picked up sales in that area and taken away a little from the less expensive machines.
While the range of affordable machines has expanded, different features appeal to different kinds of customers. A youngster is more likely to want color graphics than a spreadsheet, so Christmas sales of low-end computers are brisk. But as the gap narrows between home and office machines, all shoppers are getting smarter.
People are have gotten more knowledgeable, which is helpful. They do seem to know what they want. They have people, friends who own computers, have computers, use computers, so they're able to get better counsel from their friends.
Computer sales have been disappointing this year, and many stores have closed their doors for good. But retailers are optimistic that computers will continue to excite the public.
Well, we're expecting this to be the best part of the year. History will tell whether it was a great year or what. We're not deterred by the last year as far as things being in a slump. It should be good.
Well, joining us now in the studio are a couple of characters I'm sure you're familiar with if you watch the show. Here's Santa Claus over here, Gary Kildall, whom you all know, of course, already. Paul Schindler is joining us. Paul, our regular software reviewer, and in his other life, the senior West Coast editor of Information Week magazine. And over here, this character, George Morrow, our sometime host and regular commentator, and also, coincidentally, the founder and chairman of Morrow Design, makers of the Pivot computer.
Right. Well, we will talk about hardware in the next segment.
Yeah, this is soft. Don't tell us to buy the Pivot for Christmas quite yet. Now, Gary, we're going to talk about software.
Okay, well, let me give the first software gift. Paul has been admiring my hat, so before he rips it off my head, I'm going to turn it over to him as a piece of software.
It's more appropriate to my image than yours, Gary.
Okay,
yeah.
We know who the clown in the crowd is right now.
The Willard Scott of the Computer Chronicles.
Okay, Gary, I want to do one thing before we get on to what the other guys have here. We showed Christmas software at the beginning of this Christmas card on a floppy disk. I want to show you this holiday software is interdenominational. This is a program called All About Hanukkah by Davka of Chicago, and it has a bunch of different programs in here to help kids celebrate the Hanukkah season. And one thing you can see is it actually lights the menorah for you. Tell it how many nights you want to light, and it lights up the menorah for you. So you've got Hanukkah software, Christmas software. Kids is a big part of Christmas, obviously. And what have you got?
The way that I looked at this, there's many opportunities to spend a lot of money in the computer industry. Sure. Yeah. Expensive software that goes $100 on up, add-on boards, things of that sort. If you're trying to get an inexpensive gift, one possibility is to go into a bookstore and trying to find something that's appropriate for a child or an adult, whatever. The trouble is you go into a store and you're going to find anything from ABCs on up to textbooks for artificial intelligence. Now, I took two cases. We have three kids at the home that all like the computers in one way or another. Forrest is 9 years old.
You didn't want to spend a big bucks.
Yeah, right. That's what cheap is. And Forrest likes to play games on his Commodore 64, but he also liked to learn BASIC. And so one book that I picked up for him was his Kids in the Commodore 64. And, of course, it's not oriented toward playing games, but oriented toward learning BASIC. Now, the important thing here is it's got a lot of cartoons, and it keeps the interest of the child. And it's only $13, so that's a good start. Now, Christy is, on the other hand, likes to play around with the Mac and draw pictures and this sort of thing. This is your daughter. The daughter, and she doesn't like to want to learn to program or anything else, but she likes to draw. And so this book here, Becoming a Mac Artist, is an example of one that's very much oriented toward her needs of learning how to create repeating forms, for example, repeating border samples, and shows her how to use this thing in a way that, let's say, an illustrator would learn to use machines.
You're going to keep the surprise in Christmas, keep them from watching the show before Christmas Day, right?
Okay, Gary, I'm very proud of you. You didn't tell us to buy concurrent CPM or GEM or any of that stuff.
Those are too obvious.
Okay, George, let's get back to you. We're talking software now. Now, what to you would be the ideal software gift for somebody at Christmas time?
Well, you know, my orientation is an awful lot toward the business marketplace, and with the stock market doing the things they are now, it seems Signal software is a really innovative product that is going to not only help you with your investments, but protect you on the downside. You know, they've got part of that software will alert you when your stocks start to drop, so that you can sell before.
Okay, describe Signal. It's very new. Most people don't know
Signal allows you to track your investments and to put performance criteria into what you want out of your investment.
I mean, but it's different from other software. It's real time, right? You've got a radio
It is real time. There's an FM receiver associated with it, and you are tracking the market just as it goes on. And it's a very innovative product.
It's kind of a Lotus add-on, right? I mean, you can sit there, be running Lotus, and at the same time you're receiving over the airwaves.
That's true. That's true.
Stock quotes.
That's right.
Stuart, the thing that strikes me about Signal is that I have friends who are serious professional investors. It's hard to talk about serious and professional that as recently as 3 years ago were offered that capability at a cost of, if memory serves me, $8,000 for the software,
right.
And you had to have a separate telephone line to receive the quotes from the market.
Right.
And Signal is a few $100s.
That's right. No, it's quite a product.
It's part of this whole movement. Everything gets cheaper and faster.
Okay, so
now,
go ahead.
Now, there is a product that I wish was around this Christmas. I'd like to have a product where I could give a gift membership to a users group, but I haven't been able to find that. I think that would be a really good product.
Right. Okay, well, that's not available yet right now. Okay, Paul, you're the software genius here, and you've got some packages there. What are your software picks for Christmas?
Well, I brought a few. You asked me to pick my favorite packages, and so I looked through the last couple of seasons of reviews, and I picked the packages that I really like myself, the ones that are daily of the most use
to a child's mind.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. One of the things, just in passing, George, you can give Christmas memberships for sure that I know of to the Source. And they'll send a little certificate. And I, in fact, because I gave one 2 years ago as a Christmas gift to a friend of mine. It's, I don't know what the current pricing is, about $100 to join. And probably CompuServe allows the same thing. And for people who aren't yet into bulletin boards and communicating, that's a terrific Christmas gift.
Well, and the reason for my comment about the user group, it is the best source of support for any computer use.
So in other words, it's going to be like when you get that Christmas toy on Christmas morning, you're
That's
not going to know what to do with it. So you're going to have to go to the
That's exactly right.
Well, I am not a lot to show, but my word processor. Now, everybody with an IBM PC says that their word processor is the best one in the world, but they're all wrong, and I'm right. This one is it's from a company called XyQuest in Bedford, Massachusetts. Now, it costs $300, but it's called Xywrite, and it is, I'm sorry, it is the best.
You reviewed this
word processor. I think we reviewed everything that I'm talking about here, but I brought them because they're my favorites. I use it every day. Now, is it the best for everybody? Maybe not. But for a professional writer like me, it's the fastest. World's worst documentation, but it's fast. However, Christmas is mostly for kids, and so I brought along one kid thing and one piece of software for people who are kids at heart. The kid software that I brought along is Reader Rabbit. Now, this is $50. And it's made by the Learning Company in Menlo Park,
We have
California.
this up on the Apple.
We have it up on the Apple.
Let's sort of run through how this works, and I'll hit the buttons. You tell me what to do.
I'm one behind Gary here. I have a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. The 1-year-old isn't on the computer yet, but the 4-year-old takes lessons on an Apple twice a week, and this is one of her favorites. Now, you'll see here, it's going to give us a pattern to match to. Now, George asked me before we started, how long would a kid be interested in this? And I know it seems amazing, but my daughter's been using this thing for months. Go ahead and push the space bar. And you'll see it'll give us a pattern. We're looking for words that start with, hit the space bar, quick.
Okay, we can't.
Otherwise, we won't
We're looking for words that start with G.
That's right. You got to be fast with this one.
This is a test.
This is a test now.
I do what a 2-year-old
let this go, and it drops into the garbage can. And I know it seems boring, and I know it seems pointless, but teachers tell me it helps teach you to read, and my daughter tells me...
That's a take. What happens?
Reader Rabbit dances.
Okay,
and it's a reward, and it doesn't seem like much of a reward to us, but what can I tell you? Kids are different.
Really enjoy it.
What else
Kids
do you
enjoy
have
it.
there, Paul?
I've got Ultimate Trivia, which is a game for grown-ups, and I just found out today that nobody on the staff here of the Chronicles believed me in my review when I said I play it every morning. I do play it every morning, and in fact, I have to turn the sound off.
That really does fit.
I have to turn the sound off to keep my wife from asking me, well, why aren't you working, Paul? I work at home. $50, ultimate trivia from Mentor Learning Systems in California somewhere.
How does it help your day?
It gets me, I like to play trivia. It gets me started. It gets the juices going in the morning.
Something like a cup of coffee for the normal person.
Yeah, for a cup of coffee from Santa Clara, California is where Mentor Learning Systems.
Real quick, we only have a couple minutes.
Back up. The best $150 you'll ever spend if you got a hard disk. I'm telling you, the first time your hard disk crashes, you're going to wish you had already owned this package. And finally, Higgins, dullest packaging on the market, $400. Most expensive package I'm going to recommend, but I'm telling you, if you need to get organized, it's Aces. It's absolutely top-notch. Kinetic Systems, Portland, Oregon, and I highly recommend it.
Now, Stewart, you have something also.
I sure do. This goes back to kids, I think, and this is one of the cleverest uses of a computer I've ever seen. If you have an Apple II at home and if you have a kid, this is great. It turns your computer into a kind of a science-chemistry lab. What you do is go into the joystick port with this little thing. You've got a thermistor, measures temperature over here, a photoelectric cell that measures light, and you've got all kinds of different electronic meters now. For instance, I can pick thermometer, go into the thermometer mode, and we'll tell it to start measuring temperature. And here it is, and it's telling it's 90 degrees in the studio right now, guys.
That's really clever.
Okay, now I can get out of that. And let's see if I escape and get back to this main menu. We'll get to our light meter here. And I can show you. We'll find out how many foot candles are going in the studio right now if I tell it to start. And there we go, 3.1 foot candles. There's our little light meter going over there. It also has a timer in here so you can do experiments and actually time them. Let's see, I've got to get back here to go down to our timer and call up the timer. And you'll see this is pretty neat, too. You get a timer over here. You can start it. You have a digital readout. Your little timer keeps on going.
Clever.
So you can time your experiments. We can get out of that. And finally, there's another terrific feature in here, which is this thing called strip chart. And if I go into strip chart, I can actually draw a graph of the results of what it is I'm measuring. So here we go, and we can see this is just a little typical thing. And if I hit go, there's it going along there, and I'm not doing anything right now, so whatever it is I'm measuring isn't changing. Anyhow, I think this is a terrific way to turn a computer
like the
into
chemistry kit, except
right, exactly.
it can't stain and it can't blow up. Well, it may blow up.
Anyhow, it's called Science Toolkit, and it's from Broderbund. Okay, we've been talking about software. We're going to have Wendy Woods join us in just a moment, and we'll take a look at some of the neat hardware presents for Christmas on your shopping list, so stay with us. Joining us now is Wendy Woods, who most of you know is our reporter on the Computer Chronicles, and Wendy is also the editor-in-chief of News Bites on The Source. And back with us is George Morrow and Gary. That used to be Paul Schindler just a minute ago. Now, what kind of toy is this you've got?
We got them all mic'd up and ready to go here. Wendy, you brought A.G. Bear in here. What's he all about?
Well, A.G. Bear is one of my favorite toys this year, and if you like computers, this is the toy for your kids or for yourself. This is one of those toys that's come out of Axelon, and they're putting microprocessors in little bears and cats. A.G. Bear
is that Nolan Bushnell's?
Nolan Bushnell's firm, right, in Sunnyvale. This little bear will talk back to you. First, you have to wake him up. You have to wake him up. Hello, A.G. How are you today? Is that right?
Say hello. A good guest.
Say hello to Gary.
Hi, A.G. How are you doing?
That's basically all he does. He'll respond to you depending on the pitch of your voice.
Now, I understand he also goes to sleep after a while, right?
Yes, if you don't talk to him for about 20, 30 seconds, he'll just nod off, and you have to pick him up again and shake him to wake him up.
This is going to be great really for kids going to bed, isn't it?
Definitely. One of the advantages is the bear listens, too.
Yeah.
It usually will listen to you talk and then respond. And I understand that children have a good time just carrying on conversations with it, and it does talk back.
What kind of battery? Sorry to ruin the illusion, but what kind of battery?
This is really not Paul Schindler.
No, he has a battery too.
You open him up here. It takes regular C batteries, and it's got...
It should probably last pretty long, I guess. Just to keep
do a little dissection.
Oh, this is really terrible.
This is basically what's in him. It's a little speaker,
that's the truth.
Little microphone, and you put the battery in here. And
how much does that guy cost?
this costs about $30, and it's sold throughout the country, I understand, in every city. Department stores and toy stores.
A.G. Bear.
Do you know how long the batteries last, Wendy?
Apparently, they do last a long time.
That's cute.
That is pretty neat. Now, I know you have some other little animals there, but we'll get back to those in just a second, Wendy. George, we're talking hardware this segment. What's the neatest hardware Christmas present out there?
Well, I like the PC compatibles. And Epson is rolling out a new one this year.
This is the man who makes the pivot talking.
That's
now,
right.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, we're talking bang for the buck here.
Okay.
And I think the Epson tried once and sort of fell on their face,
Right.
but they've come back and they're now got a product at $9.95 that is supposed to be very, very IBM compatible. And it's the second time out, and generally the Japanese get it done quite well the second time out. So I know it's compatible. The price has got to be right at $9.95.
What's included at $9.95? I mean, drives, memory, and so on.
You get one drive, you get 256K of memory, you get you don't get a monitor, but you do get the graphics card, and so it's a fairly complete machine, not totally complete.
So pretty good IBM PC compatible for $9.95 plus monitor.
That's right.
So if you want to buy somebody a computer, a compatible,
it's not a bad choice.
That's a good pick.
Not a bad choice.
Okay, he wants to buy an Epson computer, and you want to buy a printer, which isn't an Epson. What do you got?
I'll tell you, I thought about this problem of what would I want, what would I actually use, and I went through. I just went to Comdex and looked at all the new things that were going on there, and I guess
Could you get him to shut up? Take his battery out.
We love you, AG, but we're going to have to put you over in the corner. I went through things like voice recognition and speech synthesis and image scanners and things like that, and I thought those are all really neat gadgets, and I love gadgets, but I thought it'd be practical and say, what would I really use? And in fact, a couple weeks ago, I picked up a little printer for doing some debugging work that had on a particular program that used a printer, and I went down and found this Loki data, 192. And the reason I like this one, and I'll say this is actually a group of printers in this category that are very lightweight. You can put them in a briefcase. You can carry them along with the compact, for example, with your transportable computer system. And I hadn't purchased a printer for years, I think, and last time I purchased probably an old Centronics 101 or something like that. And I found that this little machine did the same thing that those old bulky machines did that cost $2,000 a few years ago. It does all, in fact, it does everything. It scrunches the paper up when it misfeeds and everything. All the bad habits of the old printers. But I'd say from my standpoint, from program developer, if you have someone at home that likes to write programs and don't have a little printer, it's a good choice.
How much does it cost, Gary?
I've seen them from $400 to $500 in that price.
And how much does it weigh?
I didn't get the exact. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's very lightweight, and they come slightly larger, but it's a nice fit with a portable computer, something like that.
Now, it's a dot matrix printer.
Dot matrix printer, near letter quality.
Near letter quality.
And again, I don't want to endorse this exact computer, this exact printer, but the idea is that we have some really nice, small, portable printers like this right now that are on the market.
Okay.
You know, there are a class of developing printers that are even smaller than that run from batteries. The printing quality isn't nearly as good.
Right, and I think in this particular case, what I'm looking at is my personal computer that I use is a compact 286, and that kind of a computer system is a large memory system, a hard disk, and things of that sort. It's really not the kind of thing you use on an airplane, but you're going to have an AC plug, and you want this thing to run very, very fast. 160 characters per minute is not.
That is very fast.
Okay, speaking of using on an airplane, or using in the bathtub for that matter, here's my pick, okay? This is a tiny new little computer. I guess you can't even call it a microcomputer. This is just a delightful little machine. It's called the Access, and it just came out from a company called Mellar Technologies of New York, and it's an incredible little machine. It really operates a lot like, say, a Radio Shack Model 100. It obviously doesn't have a real great touch-typing keyboard.
It's a lot smaller, isn't it?
But it's a lot smaller, but it's interesting. Even though it has a 40-column by 8-row screen, which isn't too bad, you can actually create 80-column by 24-line documents and window across them. So it'll wrap it whatever size you want. It opens up in a nice function menu like a lot of those other portables do. It has a built-in word processor, which isn't too bad, so immediately I could go, say, to my text menu. Excuse me. The thing I like about this is it's pretty clever in its file searching capacity. So besides the word processor, it handles files almost like a filer, like a database manager. So if I want to go find a particular file in here, I can just find it normally and give it the file name. But if I don't remember how often we look for a file, we forget what you called the file. Okay, it'll do a keyword search of all the files. Say, give me the file that had Kildall's name in it, and it'll come up with it. Or if I can't do that, I can call up files by the first 6 lines of each document, and it'll just scan through those if I don't remember what it's called.
Do you have a way of communicating them with another computer system, transfer
Well,
these files
that's
back
actually
and
the beauty of this. It's got a modem, comes in with, it's got a little port right over here. And it comes with an acoustic coupler. So the theory is you carry this around, you're at the airport, you can't get to a modular plug, you just go to a payphone, put it on. It's got the built-in communication software in here. I guess I can go back here, and one of the choices is telecom menu. And you can see I can get in there. So I can go get Wendy's News Bites off the source, or call up CompuServe or Dow Jones or my home banking or whatever. I can easily download things in here. I can upload to my computer back home. I can go right out of this port. It's a real computer.
System, yeah.
It really is quite amazing.
We should, for the viewers, I guess we ought to mention that the screen is really excellent. It has very good contrast, and there's very low
It's
reflection.
quite amazing to get the 40 columns and the 8 pretty good. Now, another thing I like about this is, watch this deal. It has 40K internal memory and 64K memory cartridges. So you can carry a couple of these around in your pocket, have a lot of storage, and they're coming out with application software on these cartridges. You just shove it in there, and there you go.
That can be either RAM or ROM then.
That's right, exactly. And it runs on a very little battery back here. Runs for about 10 hours, not plugged in.
Is this programmable in any sense? Could you go past the word processor and actually do any programming?
I understand, not yet, but I understand you'll be able to buy a basic cartridge or another programming language cartridge.
And did you say the price of this?
To program. It starts at $500 depending on the memory configuration. So we only have a minute left, and I want to see what those cats are all about.
Okay, these are called Petsters, and they're another toy from Axlon. Right now it's just a cat. Apparently next year they're coming out with a dog. Petsters are responsive to your voice or to claps.
I guess so.
And they have minds of their own. They supposedly will purr if you say purr, but I haven't been able to get them to do that. Clap. Go to
You have two of them. Now, do they mate? Is that one of their tricks here, Wendy?
No, I just thought it would be double trouble. Go ahead, clap.
Oh, it...
There we
go.
Goes. Well, that's close. Hardware comes to the hardware designer.
Okay, now...
Go ahead.
Okay, Wendy, what's going on inside here?
Well, there's a little custom chip in there, and it's got limited voice recognition. It responds to about 10 different verbal commands. Come here.
Okay, there's a respond to we're out of time.
And
we are. I'm sorry, Wendy. I hope you have a very pleasant Christmas from all of us here, and hope you find a nice high-tech toy under your Christmas tree. We'll see you next time. In the Random Access file this week, December computer sales are looking good, but not because of Christmas. The most activity seems to be in business computers, where buyers are motivated more by year-end tax considerations than by holiday giving. Projections now are that home computer sales will be slower than last year, while office computer sales will be up more than 30%. At the low end, the surprise hit of the season is the orphaned Atom computer, which is selling better than it did last year. Discounts on the PC Junior and on Apple's are also pumping up holiday sales. The rumors are getting hot and heavy about IBM's new operating system. One version of the story is that Microsoft will come out with a generic DOS 5.0, but that IBM will come out with its own superset of 5.0 that will take advantage of the AT's 8286 microprocessor, but still be compatible with existing DOS software. The main features of the new DOS will include better graphics, addressing more than 640K of memory, multitasking, and connectivity with mainframes. It may just be coincidence, but now that Steve Jobs has gone from Apple, his former partner Steve Wozniak is buying up Apple stock. The Woz reportedly has bought $5 million worth of Apple shares and plans to buy more. Data General says it has a new lap portable that will have a built-in hard disk drive and an easy-to-read screen. The new product is being described as a laptop XT. In our legislative update file, the chairman of the House Government Operations Committee says the Social Security Administration's new computer system is a mess, suffering from missed deadlines, cost overruns, and political problems. The computers are now expected to cost nearly $1 billion, almost double the original estimate, and 2 Social Security officials have been found guilty of soliciting bribes in connection with contracts for software. It's time for our software pick of the week, and here is the unbribable Paul Schindler.
You know, it doesn't seem to take much to make a boot kick, right? But if you think of a boot as a metaphor easily grasped by children, you've made the first step into the world of make-believe, in which you'll find Rocky's Boots. This is one fantastic, complicated game. Even adults can learn from it. MIT graduates like myself may have to pinch themselves to be sure they've not died and gone to heaven. This program works okay with a keyboard, but it's a lot better with a joystick. Like other learning company games, the on-screen image is one of walking through a series of rooms, learning things. In Rocky's Boots, what you're learning about is electrical circuits. The cursor provides electricity, which runs the circuits. Sensors are connected via wires to clackers. The program teaches young people about real logic circuits. This is not just a dry tutorial, it's a game. So anytime you want, you can go into the big room and test your skill at building the kind of big machines that Rocky really likes. Can you build a machine that kicks out only blue crosses? If you succeed, you can get Rocky to dance. Well, we didn't manage it this time, but you can if you buy and use Rocky's Boots, a real kick, for $50 from the Learning Company in Menlo Park, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
You want software? Listen to this. Reference Technology is selling a CD-ROM for the IBM PC that has over 8,000 programs on it, and it's free if you buy the optical drive for $1,600. Borland International is reportedly buying up the electronic publishing rights to reference works like Bartlett's, the Columbia Encyclopedia, and Black's Law Dictionary. Can the Turbo reference disc be far behind? If you have a PC Junior and you're determined to use it for business, you can now buy a hard disk drive for the Junior. It's $800 from TW Technologies. And if you need a break from staring at spreadsheets, there's a new RAM resident program called Chuckle Pops. It stores hundreds of jokes in your computer, so when you get fed up trying to figure out where cell H27 came from, you can take a laugh break. It's $14.95 from Enlighten Software. Finally, Jack Tramiel had the last laugh at the Winter Comdex. Atari was probably the only company that knew it would make money at Comdex. Why? Because Atari sublet its big booth to 45 different software vendors who were writing for the 520 ST. They each paid Tramiel $1,000 for the right to help man the Atari booth. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by grants from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies, a nonprofit federation of 11 national societies for computer professionals. AFIPS, leadership and service in computer and information technology. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
In the old days of computers, when you talked about mass storage devices, you really meant mass storage devices. This 40-inch hard disk drive held about 10 megabytes. On this week's Computer Chronicles, we'll be looking at the newest in mass storage devices. Please join us.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, we're talking about hard disk drives today, and what I have here are RAM cards. This is another way to get some mass storage. This is AST's 6-Pack Plus. You can get about 380K on this particular board. This is Intel's new above board. You can get up to 2 megs storage on that board. It seems there are so many alternatives around to hard disk drives, it suggests that there are still problems with hard disk drives.
Well, I think the RAM card and the hard disk those two different phenomena. And the RAM card is really an attempt to expand out that limited amount of memory we have in a 16-bit machine. And I think they'll tend to go away as we go to 32-bit machines where the address space is really unconstrained. Now, hard disks, of course, we have the problems of the mechanical devices, it's bearings, head crashes, things of that sort. So we have to be very careful to make sure the data is backed up properly, can be restored when those crashes do occur, because you'll start to hear the bearings whirl and all sorts of problems with them. So the problems with mechanical devices are still there.
We're going to take a look at hard disk drives today, and we'll take a look at some of the alternatives, like the Bernoulli box, like tape streamers for backup. We'll begin by looking at an incredible new device that's a hard disk on a card, and it's called the hard card.
Once limited to mainframe monsters, the hard disk has become a desirable addition for PC owners. Early disk platters shrank to 12, 5 1/4, and now 3 1/2 inches in diameter, small enough to fit completely on a single PC board.
It's the first hard disk drive subsystem that's been designed to be installed and used by the end user. By that I mean, up until now, disk drives have been manufactured for the systems manufacturers, who then go through a technical installation to put that subsystem into their system. With hard card, anyone who uses the PC can install it in about 10 minutes, so it's very easy to install. Other major benefit is it's extremely reliable product. Because we have designed both the electronics and the mechanical portion of the hard disk together, we were able to greatly reduce the parts count. As a result, we've been able to reduce the size of hard card to a single IBM expansion slot.
Sluggish sales of personal computers have led to business failures and pessimistic predictions. But vendors of add-on peripherals, like the hard card, see the slowdown as an opportunity.
Corporations in 1985 in particular are not buying PCs in the quantities in which they used to. And the reason is that they've bought millions of them in the last 3 years, and they've greatly broadened the use of those PCs among their employees. And today they're focusing on how do they improve the productivity of that investment that they've already made. And so in that respect, hard card is a natural.
Paradoxically, as computer parts become smaller, users have come to expect concurrently better performance and cheaper prices. But the trend toward smaller formats doesn't always exclude multiple standards.
I think there'll be multiple standards, as has been the history with Winchester disk drives. There are still many Winchester disk drives that have 14-inch media, have 8-inch media, and they constantly increase the performance and capacity of those disk drives. 5 1/4-inch in recent years has become 100 megabyte, 200 megabyte drives that have been announced, and some of them being shipped. 3 1/2 inch is the most recent form factor, the size of the disk, and I think capacities will over time increase on the 3 1/2 inch disk as well. Maybe the next question is, will there be a sub 3-inch disk, and I don't know the answer to that. If there are real benefits, then I can guarantee there will be some.
Joining us now in the studio are Joel Kammerman. Joel is the CEO of Kammerman Labs of Beaverton, Oregon, and next to Joel is Alan Ebright, the manager for systems development at Priam Corporation of San Jose. Gary?
Stewart, it seems like any serious PC user now has a hard disk, and fortunately the technology has been improving, the price has been going down. So Alan, could you tell us a little bit about the technology?
Well, the current technology in hard disks is that in the IBM PC XT, 10 megabyte hard disks are being shipped standard. In the IBM AT, the higher performance computer, 20 megabytes are standard, disks are standard, and 30 megabyte disks are available. Also, there are add-in disks, other disks that can be placed actually within the CPU of the IBM PC XT or AT.
Okay, now this particular disk, I guess, is a Cadillac of the line, sort of.
This is the higher end, higher performance, higher capacity disk. This is a 60 megabyte unit, formatted user data. We've taken the cover off of this unit, which has ruined the unit. These units are generally assembled in clean room facilities, and once you've taken the cover off, dust and dirt will get into the unit.
A warning to our
it.
viewers not to do what you're about to do.
We've done this so they won't have to.
Okay.
A disk is an electromechanical device that's composed of the actual disk platters themselves. There's 4 in this unit. These are the platters. They're mounted on a hub which is turned by a motor. Head assembly. This is the actual read-write head, which is moved on an arm across the surface of the disk to access the information on the disk. This arm is moved by a small motor, in this case, a rotary voice coil motor, which is here. In addition, there's a filter on this unit, this black element over here, which, as the disk is turning, it pumps air through the HDA, the head disk assembly, and filters the air to make sure that the thing maintains a clean environment.
Now we hear about this idea of the air flowing through there and the head floating over a surface of the surface by the air that's pumped through there. How does that actually operate?
Well, it's a very critical part of the Winchester disk operation. What actually happens is that as the disks are turned, they pull air along with them in the cavity, and this air is forced in between the head and the disk surface, and it builds an air bearing such that the head to disk distance is very carefully, very closely
Okay, and that's what's known as the head crash, I guess, is when that control isn't there.
When that control isn't there.
Okay.
Alan, that's what everybody is concerned about with hard disks. We're told they're very delicate, fragile things, and you mustn't bang them and so on. How delicate is it?
Well, hard disks are delicate instruments from the standpoint that it's a precision electromechanical instrument, and they should be treated with care, but you would also treat your computer with care. I mean, you wouldn't drop your CRT, or you wouldn't care to drop your system unit. This disk and many other disks have shock mounts on it, which help to minimize the problem of shock to the unit. The unit's mounted here, and the shock mounts will absorb some of the impact of a
just a jar of some sort.
Jar of some
this
sort.
This is an internally mounted unit. Joel, you have I guess an add-on box now. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, this is a Masterflight 6060. Contained within it are two 30-megabyte hard disk subsystems, a 60-megabyte tape backup system. We also have built-in power direction to control access to all your peripherals, a lock and key to control access to your hard disks. We have a surge protector and a built-in filter to control unwanted spikes or noise to
So you
your
just cable this
peripherals.
back in the back end of your PC and you're ready to go.
Everything plugs conveniently into the
Now,
back machine.
this tape cartridge backup, this is again an issue that people talk about. I would back up my files, especially when they're 20 and 30 megabytes. And how long does it take you to back up this particular system?
To back up 10 megabytes on our system takes about 2.5 minutes in a file-by-file mode.
So if and this is a 60 megabyte system, so you'd multiply by
6
to have to do all that, which is about 15 minutes or so.
Now, what is it, and in terms of the, from a consumer standpoint, an internally mounted drive versus an externally mounted subsystem, what is the price difference, just to give a comparison?
Internal subsystems range from about $399 all the way up to about $6,000 for the external subsystems.
Okay.
Alan, what kind of user needs that amount of capacity? I mean, you're talking about 60 megabytes or 60 megabytes here. You said the AT comes with a 20 megabyte drive. When should the consumer start thinking about needing this amount of storage?
Well, the most common application for high-end, high-performance disk drives is in high-end computers. So more likely a user who's using an IBM AT, which has significantly greater performance than an XT, would be using a 60 megabyte disk. Along with the added storage capacity in this disk, you also receive better access time parameters. The disk itself performs better. You're able to get to the data quicker. And when you have more data, getting to it faster is generally one of your requirements.
And so when a consumer is looking at the drive specs, they look at the seek time and latency, and those are two important factors.
Well, it's a difficult process to really fully understand the specs from the standpoint that when you look at seek time is generally quoted over the capacity of the drive. So they'll tell you average access over 60 megabytes, whereas another 10 megabyte unit will be average access over 10 megabytes, and you're not really comparing apples to apples.
I see. Right.
Alan, getting back to this backup problem, which is a problem, it seems to me. It still takes 15 minutes, as you say, to back up what would be on that one drive with a tape streamer. Where is that technology? Are we getting to some better backup system than tape streamers? Anybody?
Well,
any help?
The primary thrust in tape, and streamers in particular, has been to get the cost out of the unit. And so that's been the thrust, has been able to build a less expensive, reliable mechanical system that will allow you to do large capacity backup. I guess that I feel that 60 megabytes backed up at in 12 minutes or 15 minutes is really pretty good performance. If you compare that to trying to back up with a standard floppy, you'll find that it's very good performance.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. We've been talking about the IBM world. If you own a Macintosh, you've had a problem trying to get a hard drive hooked up to it, but then along came hyperdrive. Wendy Woods has a report.
Macintosh owners are raving about the hyperdrive, an internal hard disk for the Macintosh that increases its speed by a factor of 3, boosts its storage by 10 to 20 megabytes, and enables it to run a number of programs simultaneously.
That's a tremendously easy sell. There's no question about it. It's an incredibly popular unit. We probably sell at least one hyperdrive for every Macintosh that we sell here. It's a fantastic unit, and I can't imagine working on a Macintosh at this point without a hyperdrive.
In this demonstration, the Mac with the hyperdrive is on the left. The one without it is on the right. You can see the difference in speed. One can't underestimate the importance of the hyperdrive to the Macintosh, not only because it's expanded the Macintosh's capabilities, but also because it's helped the machine gain acceptance in the business community, according to General Computer's Kevin Curran.
As of late, our product is getting acceptance in the Fortune 1000 companies, companies like Eastman Kodak, AT&T, GE have purchasing Macs and hyperdrives in small numbers, evaluating them as an alternative to the IBM personal computer standard.
One of the drive's biggest selling points has come from Apple itself. Apple decided that installation of a hyperdrive, which takes a technician about an hour, will not void the Macintosh warranty. This is the first time Apple has given a third-party vendor's product this kind of endorsement, a testimony to the hyperdrive's success and its utility. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
We'll talk more about hard disk drives here in the studio in just a minute. First of all, there's another alternative to the hard disk, a rather incredible invention called the Bernoulli box. We took a look at the Bernoulli box at the recent Comdeck show in Las Vegas.
10, 20, 50, 100 megabytes or more, and for some PC users, it's still not enough. One hard disk manufacturer, Iomega, thinks it's found a solution to this data hunger by putting disks in removable cartridges and applying a technique called the Bernoulli principle.
The product is based around a 200-year-old concept developed by Daniel Bernoulli, the Swiss mathematician, who taught us how to fly airplanes, make curveballs curve, sailboats sail. The same principles apply to the way we manage the diskette interface to the reading and writing device, the head. Having accomplished this technical breakthrough, the thing that is available to the user is transportability of a high-capacity cartridge, 10 megabytes or 20 megabytes. We offer the idea of exchanging and interchanging data between multiple systems so that users can share mass databases among multiple sites, multiple units within a given office complex. The cartridge, because it uses a flexible diskette, is very, very rugged. It is very tolerant of the abuse that is found in most office environments. In fact, we can be mailed across the country without special protection.
The Bernoulli box also features an unorthodox read-write head, meant to overcome the hard disk's most disturbing quirk, the head crash.
We, in fact, are immune to head crashes on the basis that we remove air from the disk, media, and the head to maintain contact, whereas a Winchester file forces air to separate the head from the media. If we have a loss of power, we lose our head-disk interface. So the pressure that has been removed, the vacuum that was created through the Bernoulli effect, disappears, and the diskette flies away from the head.
The potentially infinite capacity of a cartridge-based system is one answer to the expanding taste for more and more data storage, but at a price. This drive is at least 3 times the price of a low-end hard disk, and storing files on multiple cartridges means switching them back and forth like floppies. Finally, optical disks could present a serious challenge, offering 50 times the storage capacity of one 10-megabyte magnetic disk. As if to please everyone, Iomega and Reference Technology showed off a combined CD-ROM and magnetic storage system.
The dynamics of data can be best managed by the Bernoulli cartridge. Obviously, the huge volumes and the compact size of the CD-ROM play into a different application function, but the two, when they're brought together, then offer even an amplified capability over what either could do separately.
It looks like there's still new approaches to hard disk technology.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Now, let me introduce our new guest to you. This is Robert E. Brown, the president of Landmark Software. In addition to that, Bob's the author of a book on hard disk drives for the IBM PC. And back with us again is Alan Ebright of Priam.
Bob, you've studied the hard disk phenomenon. Are we, in fact, taking over the mini-computer world with the AT and the 70-megabyte systems and things of that sort?
Oh, yes, that's certainly the way things are going.
Now, what kind of applications do we see? Like mini-computers, they use large database systems and so forth that really, let's say, incorporate these disks into the software. What are we doing in terms of ATs, let's say, in hard disks that really are mini-computer-like?
Well, certainly database applications eat up a tremendous amount of space. Program developers have insatiable appetite for disk space.
Well, would that be in the sense of, does a programmer, for example, let's take that example, does a programmer really need to have, say, 60 megabytes of data, or does it just happen as you're writing programs and you're backing up files, they just kind of go off into the corner and you lose track of them?
Well, it's so much more convenient to have all the information you need on the one disk rather than have to be switching floppy disks.
Well, Alan, in your situation, you've seen lots of consumer uses of your disk. What sort of applications do you see?
Well, what you find is that you're able to do new things because of the new disks. You're able to do new and different things because you have more storage available, and also you'll be able to get to the data in that storage more rapidly.
Okay, what are some of the new and different things?
Many of the things that are happening is that system applications are migrating from large computers down into the personal computer environment. Okay. In a business environment, a person who does cache management, for instance, would be able to have programs online at his or her desk where they could do an analysis of the cache handling without having to go to a large mainframe or time-sharing system.
Now, would that have been, let's say, typically a VAX 750 type of operation?
Would have been a much larger computer in the past, and so now it's within the control of the individual.
How is this going to affect the mini-computer industry, then?
Well, they're going to have to move up. They're going to have more powerful machines to stay out of the way of the super microcomputers that are moving up into their marketplace.
So you think it's more of, say, a business application than, would I, as a home user, be interested in a 70-megabyte drive?
Probably not. Do you feel on that?
No, virtually anybody with that caliber of drive has some sort of business use for it.
Mm-hmm. Bob, any idea where this all ends, though? It seems mass storage is like money. It doesn't matter how much you have, you always need some more, it seems. Any idea where we can go in hard disk drive technology?
There's really no limit. The rate of change depends a lot on IBM. When IBM was selling 10-megabyte drives in the XT, that was the standard size. Now that IBM offers 20 and 30 meg in the AT, that's become the standard size.
Mm-hmm. Now, in general, we hear a lot about optical storage, read-write technology, and so forth. How does that affect the whole hard disk phenomenon in terms of magnetic storage versus optical and so forth?
Well, the optical is going to be a wonderful backup medium for one application, but it's still a couple years away from the standpoint of having a price that a typical business user would be willing to pay. Okay. And the performance does not appear to be as good as today's Winchesters.
All right, so you get higher storage densities. That gives you the ability to back up files, and if you use the write-once capability of an optical disk, then that gives you basically what we saw in a streaming tape.
That's right.
Faster transfer rate.
Alan, go ahead, Alan.
It's also a method to be able to distribute large databases. So with an optical disk, you could begin to have online on your system a very large database. When you have a large database, there's a high probability that you want to manipulate that database, and that'll drive you towards larger internal magnetic disks where you can transfer this large database onto the disk and modify it for your own application.
So you see it as more of a complementary type of technology than something as a replacement, say, for magnetic disks.
That's correct.
Alan, what are the technological problems, going back to hard disks now, in getting beyond, say, the 60 meg level where you are now? I mean, you've got 4 platters, you've got to have 8 platters, but other than that, what can you do to get more storage in there?
Well, in addition to adding more platters, you can increase the track density, the number of tracks that you have across the surface. You can increase the bit density, the number of bits that you have around the surface. And you can also modify the encoding method, the efficiency with which you place the data on the disk.
Now, as a consumer, we, I guess in the past, have been worried about the reliability of disk drives. Now you're talking about packing it in tighter and putting more information in the same space. Is this going to affect the reliability? Do we have to worry again about head crashes and losing data and so forth?
Well, I believe that it helps the reliability from the standpoint of higher performance, higher capacity disk drives allow us to put more drive technology into the unit. Better quality read channel, better quality media. Natural course of events of getting higher capacity forces a better design and a better quality product.
If I buy a drive like this and I put in my AT, can I just sit there and run it? And if I do it that way, how many hours can I expect it to last, day in and day out?
15,000 hours is the quoted spec, and that's a very reasonable number. Greater than that can be expected.
Bob, we have about a half a minute left. What about the prices on hard disk drives? Are they going to fall the same way floppy disk drives have fallen?
Well, they've already fallen a tremendous amount. After all, it was only about a year ago that a 10 megabyte drive was selling for $1,000, and now 10 megabyte systems are as low as, say, $395.
Okay, gentlemen, we're out of time. Thank you very much. Well, it seems like mass storage devices are like freeways. The more you build them, the more the traffic builds up to take advantage of them. Where will it all end? We asked our commentator, George Morrow, for his thoughts.
Like freeways, money is another resource which is consumed as fast as it's created. Now, the computer industry has come to expect that memory density will quadruple every 2 years, a whopping amount when compared with money or freeways. For the semiconductor people, this means smaller geometries and larger defect-free crystals. But for the Winchester disk designers, it means getting 4 times the performance out of the treacherous world of magnetic flux. It means ever finer track densities and having to access those tracks with tricky electromechanical devices, stepper motors, springs, gears, and all the maddening problems with tolerances and mechanical resonances and the like. As if this were not enough, these designers know they have to make all this work while some reporter from InfoWorld or PC Week drops the drive a foot or so onto a desk in order to prove to his readers he's still on the trail of those problems with drives on the IBM AT. Not an easy life. I think it's time to say a prayer that these designers can keep doing the fantastic job we've come to take for granted. That's how I see it. I'm George Morrow.
In the Random Access file this week, it looks like Apple will be unveiling a new upgraded version of the Macintosh next month. It'll be called the Mac Plus, and it will feature 1 megabyte of memory, a double-density 800K disk drive, an expanded keyboard, and greater speed. It will also feature a new SCSI interface to make it easier to connect third-party peripherals. IBM is reportedly planning to cut the price of the PC AT. The reasons for the cut: a heavy AT inventory, softening of demand, and possibly the prelude to a new product. The AT price reportedly will be cut by about 20%. AT&T has announced that it has begun to manufacture new thin-screen plasma displays for portable computers. The AT&T display is about 1 inch thick, weighs 4 pounds. AT&T says it can be viewed under all lighting conditions and within a 150-degree viewing range. Digital Equipment Corporation has announced its newest, fastest, and most expensive 32-bit Super Mini, the VAX 8650. DEC says it runs at some 6 million instructions per second and sells for about $500,000. Business appears to be picking up for Hewlett-Packard. HP plants in California and Oregon will be going back to full-time work after months of shortened work schedules and forced vacations. However, HP workers will be facing a 5% wage cut in return for the resumption of a full work week. Time for this week's software pick, and here's our reviewer, Paul Schindler.
This really takes me back to my youth. Not real ping pong, of course, but a few years before that when I played my first video game, Pong. It was everyone's first video game, just like Life and Adventure were everyone's first computer games, and Eliza was most people's first exposure to a primitive form of artificial intelligence. In the computer game field, barely a decade old, the term golden oldie might seem a contradiction, but these 4 are golden oldies, and now they come in a single package. Golden Oldies is the first K-Tel floppy of a great old computer games. Remember Adventure with its keys and grates and directions? How about Eliza, whose answers can often be as frustrating as those of any Freudian analyst, picking a word or two from your answer and turning it back around on you? Then there's Life, the biology-based game in which the odds favor death, as they do in real life. The generations move quickly here. Finally, there's Pong, in both the original version and a new color version. I think $35 is a reasonable price to pay for this walk down memory lane, which is not copy protected. It comes from software country in Beverly Hills, California. Maybe they'll sell it through a special TV offer. We'll see. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
In our legislative update file, the Senate Armed Services Subcommittee has heard conflicting testimony from computer scientists on whether or not the Star Wars defense program can be adequately supported by the necessary computer technology. Scientists from USC and Bell Labs told the Senate committee that the technology already exists to support Star Wars. However, other scientists said the necessary software could never be adequately debugged since it could never be tested under real battle conditions. One critic also pointed out that the U.S. would be extremely vulnerable to espionage on the software code. The Japanese have come out with a progress report on their fifth-generation computer project, and the report says that progress is slow. The Japanese research team now says the fifth-generation project research may not bear fruit until the late 1990s. The 5G project has been hit by budget cuts and some reluctance of Japanese companies to put their best scientists on the project. However, the Japanese say they have settled on a software format called the Guarded Horn Clause. No clues as to what that means. Meanwhile, computer scientists in Britain say they are making progress on their own fifth-generation project using what they call a functional logic language and transputers. The Brits say they'll have the machine up and running by 1988. Finally, the world's first ballet for humans and robot took place last week in Palo Alto, California. The original ballet, entitled Invisible Cities, featured 9 dancers and a robot developed at Stanford. The choreographer said the robot performed perfectly. The reviews said the robot's performance was expressive, displaying a sensual lyricism. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
A simple computer runs this elevator system. It knows to park the elevators on the ground floor in the morning and on the top floor in the evening based on the pattern of usage. But what if everyone here were to suddenly go on the night shift? Well, the elevators would still park themselves the same way because the computer would require artificial intelligence to automatically adjust to the changing conditions. What exactly is artificial intelligence, and does it even exist? We'll get the answers to these questions as we take a look at artificial intelligence on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. And Gary, this is a product called Ractor. Ractor claims to be able to have an intelligent conversation with you. I just asked it if it uses artificial intelligence, and it's so dumb it can't even figure out what I'm asking it, actually. The makers of Ractor claim it has AI, but they say that's artificial insanity, which may or may not have anything to do with artificial intelligence. Gary, seriously, on AI, this is one of those areas in which there have been so many promises, but apparently not that much delivery. Are there really any artificial intelligence products out there today?
Well, Stewart, the real beauty of artificial intelligence is that it's a moving target. Once the basic research results in a product, it's no longer interesting artificial intelligence work. 20 years ago, Samuels had a checker playing program that was considered good basic AI research. Today, it wouldn't even make it into a Macy's store. So we hear about products nowadays that really have things like, well, they claim things like natural language processing, expert system capability, things of that sort. We have to now figure out what's the fluff and dazzle and what's the substance.
Well, we're going to try to find out today by taking a serious look at artificial intelligence. We'll meet some of the top names in the country in the AI field, and we'll see some fascinating demonstrations of artificial intelligence at work. We're going to begin by taking a look at a vision recognition system that uses AI to interpret what it sees.
Human beings are equipped with stereoscopic vision, a distinctive feature that allows us to judge distance and the relative placement of objects. In addition, humans know how to identify the features of a landscape by color, shape, or placement. But how can a computer be programmed to do the same with the same limited information? In Palo Alto, California, a machine vision project is underway to automatically produce digital terrain models by scanning stereoscopic photographs of the Earth's surface. Working from illumination densities and reflectance values, the terrain modeling system, with some human assistance, can calculate an image from any point of view. It can then synthesize a flight path through the terrain based on any chosen route. While the process of creating topographic maps is simple geometry for a human being, scanning a photograph, no matter how detailed, is full of ambiguities. Tall objects obscure smaller ones. Repetitive patterns can be confusing, and forms can be misinterpreted. To overcome these ambiguities, the SRI project is experimenting with artificial intelligence. The goal is to develop a program that can look at the global constraints of an image, the parts in context with the whole. Like much of today's government-funded AI research, this program is slanted toward military applications. But its future potential will help us recreate more exotic views, from the inside of a human body to the outside of the moon.
Joining us now in the studio are Dr. Harry Tennant, senior member of the technical staff at Texas Instruments in Austin, Texas, and Dr. S. Gerald Kaplan, principal technologist for Lotus Development Corporation of Cambridge, Massachusetts. Gary?
Jerry, the first question. AI is one of those things that people are appending to their products now to make them fancier, add the frosting, and make them sell better. It has a chance of, I guess, in a sense, being misused. And how do you characterize AI in this new technology you're working with?
Well, really, artificial intelligence is a fundamental software technology that's of interest primarily to people developing software. It's not an end-user product in and of itself that one would want to sell or to... there really isn't much of an AI market except for the tools market, and we're going to see some of the tools here today.
Well, characterize some of these things. What are the kinds of things that you'd say AI can add to?
Well, what it
products?
can add, well, first you have to understand what it is. It's really methods for programming using symbols and describing their interrelationships, and then being able to reason about them to reach some kind of conclusions or enhance some existing type of application. What we're going to see in the next few years is a continued growth in the utility and intelligence, if I can use the word loosely.
Making programs a little bit easier to use and a little more intelligent.
A little more intelligent. We're going to begin to see out of Lotus, certainly, and other companies, programs that begin to know more about their intended use, and that can help the user by interpreting the user's intentions as opposed to executing the user's commands.
Okay, Harry, that's a perfect introduction to what you've got.
Give us an example of it.
You've got a natural language system, one part of AI first, and show us what that is.
That's right. What we have is a way to ask questions of the computer in English so that the user doesn't have to learn an arcane computer language before he gets started. In this case, what I'm going to be doing is building a sentence up in this portion of the screen out of words and phrases that I select from the menus down below. For example, the sentence starts with show. Show the average number of days of sun in, and now I'll choose a city, in El Paso. Now I've got a complete sentence and I can ask for the answer. Show the average number of days of sun in El Paso, 319 days. Now the benefit of this is that somebody who doesn't know anything about the kind of database that we're interfacing to or anything about how to command that database can come up and immediately see what kind of information is in there and can immediately find out how to get the information out.
Harry, can you actually do the inverse of this process and type the sentence in immediately, or is it something you select off the menu and construct the sentence?
You select off the menu and construct the sentence. I had been doing research in the area of natural language processing, which is the act of typing in the sentences and so on for quite a few years before I came up with this approach. The benefit of this approach is that 100% of the queries that the user puts in will be understood because the user finds out what kind of sentences he can put together, what kind of things the system is going to understand.
How would you compare this with, say, with products that say where you actually type sentences in and there's algorithms and heuristics that actually go in there and try and figure out what the sentence is? Is this the same kind of a product, or is this a different kind of thing?
Yeah, what we did was, if you take away the menus, behind the menus lies the exact same technology that's in the conventional natural language systems. All we've done, there are limitations to any natural language understanding system, and all we've done is to reveal to the user what the extent of that system is and what the limitations are.
So if one were to peel this layer off, you could actually start typing sentences and it would understand that. So the underlying algorithms are like that then?
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, Harry, you have now an expert system you're going to show us, and I know
Yes.
you've got to reload there. If you could do that for a second.
All right.
And Jerry, I'd like to ask you now, we're trying to get a handle on this definitional problem. Now, what we just saw, would you call that artificial intelligence?
I would say that that's really in the category of a tool, and what you've seen is an application of that tool to querying a database in particular. That's all I would say.
So who knows?
I really don't think it's accurate to say one thing is or is not an AI product. AI is not something special that you add to an existing program. It's an approach to programming and creating programs that are flexible or useful or solve problems which previously might have required some kind of human intelligence or attention.
Well, it's certainly the case that there is a gray area there between what we could call a user interface and something that really understands the sentence.
Yes.
And that's,
I think I would define AI a little bit differently from what we've heard. AI, when it started out in the early 50s, was really a set of problems. How can we make computers reason? How can we enable them so we can talk to them or let them see? Or other problems like that we recognize in humans that we do, and we associate that with intelligence. How can we take that same capability and put it into our artifacts, into our computers? Well, it's this range of problems that make up what is AI. We've developed a whole collection of technologies to address those problems. The natural language that I've demonstrated is one of the approaches. There are many, but one of the approaches to that sort of problem.
Okay, show us the expert system
is another.
now.
Now, what we have here is a technique for decision-making and making of judgments, in this particular case, for diagnosing problems with your car. The system is asking, what is the problem? Well, my car is making a strange noise, so I select that choice. Does the noise change between standing still and driving? Yes, it does. Does the noise change on a different type of road? Well, no, in this particular case, the road doesn't make any difference. Is the noise a squeal? Yes, it's a squeal. Is the noise most obvious when starting the car? No, for my problem, that's not the case. Is the noise most obvious when braking to a stop? Yes, it is. Well, the system has come to a diagnosis of the problem. And the diagnosis is that the brakes may be glazed, the rotors or pads of disc brakes, or the linings of drum brakes should be inspected for glazing or dirt.
Okay. Now here in this particular case, this is again for clarification, how does this differ from, say, just a strict yes or no decision-making process, getting you down to the point where that someone has literally put in all the yes or no answers, get to the final point? Are there judgments and valuations put on each one of these
Now, the real difference that comes through expert systems as opposed to other programming techniques is what Jerry was talking about earlier, is the way that the system is programmed. In this particular case, the case of building rule-based expert systems, as they're called, the knowledge that goes into it is in the form of a collection of rules, the little pieces of information that chained together can build up to make decisions.
And these rules come from where?
They come from an expert, somebody who knows how to fix cars.
Now, behind this, is there a generalized tool that, say, could be applied to not only automobiles, but, say, fixing refrigerators?
Absolutely. What's behind this is a tool that can take these rules, these little pieces of information, for whatever context you're in, and tie them together to make a decision or make a judgment.
Now, is this general list going to be applied to virtually anything? Is any kind of a
well, virtually anything is
in the sense
a big
that
field.
if you had an expert that would come and write rules about Well, literally anything an expert write rules about, could this system apply to that?
The fact is that expert systems are being applied to a very broad range of applications. For example, there was one developed at Johns Hopkins for diagnosing poisoning situations that you can have on a hotline. When somebody calls in, you find out what to do about.
We've seen that here. In fact, Jerry, we have just about a minute left. You mentioned that at Lotus you are working on some ways to use AI, whatever it is, in application software. Give us a clue as to what areas we can see coming up.
Well, I think what we're going to see is improvements really in three ways. The first is new classes of applications and products. And of course, I'm not about to pre-announce anything, so I have to be somewhat circumspect about talking about that. But we're looking into areas of flexible databases, just certain kinds of decision support systems, programs that will help you to keep organized, help you to carry through rational processes that typically are easier for machines than for people. Reasoning aids.
We're out of time. I'm awfully sorry. Now, going back to the natural language aspect of artificial intelligence, one of the leaders in the country is Stanford University, Professor Terry Winograd, and our reporter Wendy Woods went to Stanford to talk to Professor Winograd.
Professor Terry Winograd of Stanford is today working on two projects, one programming, one political. The first is a natural language for programmers, which enables them to use simple English words referenced to the kind of work the software will be doing.
The whole quest has been to move away from having people give very specific details of what the machine should do to putting things more in the terms that make sense to them in their world. If I'm doing payroll program, I want to think about people and payrolls and money. I don't want to think about disk files and records and who knows what's in the computer.
His second project concerns funding for AI research. He's worried that too many of his colleagues are being lured into lucrative Defense Department contracts, detracting them from basic research into AI.
The Star Wars in particular has a very specialized spectrum, and I think it's going to distort research to focus much of the money, huge amounts of money, on those particular technologies which are for, as I said, very fast radiation-hard kinds of computing.
Currently, up to 50% of computer science research is supported by military grants, and only a fraction of computer scientists have refused them. Professor Winograd and dozens of other computer science professors are circulating petitions asking that their colleagues not accept Department of Defense Star Wars funding. Their belief is that it will drain money from AI projects with practical applications, increasingly through the rest of the century. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us now in the studio are Gary Hendricks, Vice President of Advanced Technology at Symantec, and next to Gary is Dr. Hubert Dreyfus, a professor at UC Berkeley, the author of What Computers Can't Do, The Limits of AI, and a new book entitled Mind Over Machine.
Hubert, I'd like to start with you and say, let's just say, what are the kind of fallouts you're going to see from AI in terms of useful products for people?
Well, it's not really my field. I'm a philosopher. I'm more interested in the limits of AI.
We'll start at the bottom end.
Okay. Well, I don't know about the fallouts. I'm on this show to find out about the fallouts.
Okay.
So what I want to say is that you can't use what's called symbolic descriptions and rules and inferences to make computers intelligent like we are, which doesn't mean that you can't find many uses for them. And for that, that's not my job.
Now, what's the reason that you can't do that?
Well, the reason, I think, is that people begin by using rules when they're learning some new skill, but as they get really good at it and develop a lot of experience, they recognize the situation they're in as similar to one that they've already been in, and they just do what worked before. And therefore, they don't need to analyze the situation. In fact, analysis is really for beginners. Intuition is for experts.
So that's where the difference is, in intuition that comes into it.
Gary, do you disagree with that?
Well, I think there's some truth in it, to be sure. But we have to start with the premise of what's the enterprise that we're at. Now, one enterprise is the scientific one of trying to push AI to the limits to find out just exactly what a machine is, in fact, capable of doing. Another is to take the body of techniques that have been developed so far and try to put those into useful products. And here we're paired up a philosopher and a very pragmatic person. My own view is that we haven't nearly reached the limits of what we can do, and what we need to do is take those things that we have discovered, put them into machines, and make practical tools for people.
Gary, there's been a lot of activity around Q&A. Can you show us that product?
Oh, I'd be really pleased to. What we have here is the top screen of the Intelligent Assistant, unlike the
I might have slipped through, by the way. This is called Q&A.
Q&A, that's right.
We're taking a look at.
Go
ahead.
Okay. The system that you saw from Texas Instruments a minute ago had you make selections from a menu of choices. That gave a great deal of control over what could be said. Here we just let people type in questions pretty much the way that they would like, and we go through, well, you can see the flickering cursor to analyze them. After they've been analyzed, we understand what the user wanted to do. We then automatically write a program to produce this result by looking at the database and formatting the data. And just to make sure that we're in sync, another program looks at that program and translates it back into English.
Okay, specifically, what's it doing?
So we had here, I want to find the forms for salespeople who earn more than $15,000 and display them for me. And it translates this into select and view the forms on which the department is sales and the salary is greater than $15,000. And after I see that these two are in fact in agreement, I press the button and away we go to the database to pull up the first form which displays information. Now we can step through these one at a time or zoom in on a whole set of them. Having pulled these up off the disk, I can go down and pick a particular one and then zoom back in on that one as an individual. Now, the interesting thing about natural language is the ability to ask follow-up questions, particularly using pronouns. So the next question that I'm going to ask here is, now I want to see a report that shows the address and salaries of these people. The these people refers back to those sales folks who are earning more than $15,000.
Now, let's stop for just a second now. Do you feel like an untrained individual can come here and just type any sentence?
Well, you certainly can't ask what's interesting on TV tonight and expect it to work.
Let's say it's around the database. I mean, is there going to be a dialogue going back and forth about, well, I don't understand this, and please tell me about this, or because obviously if you type the right kinds of sentences, they can be parsed properly. So what is your feeling? What's your experience so far with that?
We're certainly not able to parse 100% of the sentences that are typed. But if your purpose is not to break the system or to push the limits of AI, but rather to get a job done, and you sort of cooperate with the system, then the probability is very high.
Is it a training process that goes both ways in a sense?
It is.
You've got some examples,
you teach the system, and the system teaches you. And we'll see that in just a moment. Maybe we could finish this one just quickly. We asked that these be sorted by state, and we also wanted to see the totals and averages. It translates that into the internal query. We go off to the database and pull the information up. And now into the state of California, we get the employees there with their addresses, their salaries, the total for salary, the average for salary, and then moving over spreadsheet fashion, we get the same thing for the field that was calculated on the fly of salary plus bonus. And then also spreadsheet style, you can walk down through the whole report and finally get the grand totals and the grand averages.
Okay, show us the teaching part here, Gary.
All right, if we take another sentence, that doesn't have a word in it that's known, that has a word in it that's not known, it'll stop. In fact, I've asked if an employee has a salary between the average Harvard man's and John's, do something, and it doesn't know the word man. At this point, I have a number of options. One of them is to teach the word, so I'll select teach. I'll select to teach it as a synonym, and now I'll say that man is a synonym for male, at least in this database. And having done that, we restart the parse process, and this new definition has been placed in the lexicon, so it'll be there next time we want to ask a question using the word man. The question itself is rather interesting. If an employee has a salary between the average Harvard man's and John's, let me see his evaluation and review comments, because in an ordinary database management system, you'd have to ask 3 questions to do this. First, you'd have to find the salary of the average Harvard man, then you'd have to find John's salary, and finally, do yet a third pass after writing down these intermediate numbers. This does it all for you.
It also has a problem with John here. Apparently.
Yes, it does, because there are 2 Johns in the database. It tells us about that. Now we can press a button and it pulls up a little display. If we know which John it is by name, we can just select it off. If we don't know, we can zoom in on the forms for this. This one makes $32,000. The other guy makes 100. That's the one that I wanted. I'll select that, John, and now we'll make the third pass through the database, and here's the result based on that computation.
So there's an important difference between this and just a keyword type of a search. You're actually trying to take the sentence apart and figure out what the pieces are.
It's just like what you do in about 7th grade in parsing.
Dr. Cheifet, we have just about a minute left. Now, from what you've seen in this whole program, the expert mechanic thing and so on, have you changed your mind at all? I mean, aren't they impressive demonstrations of some degree of artificial intelligence?
They are impressive, but I haven't changed my mind because I never thought they couldn't be impressive. Expert systems can do about 80 or 90% as well as the experts in a field. I would have called them competent systems. I think they're misnamed. But once you are willing to settle for competence, which is important and valuable, you can then use rules and inferences to make these competent systems. But it's a mistake, I believe, to think that if you just work harder, you can get to expertise. You can get that last 15%. And in some areas, one doesn't care. I mean, if you're going to see a doctor and you're sick, you would like to get a doctor that was 100% expert if you could. But if you couldn't, I'd rather consult one of the medical expert systems than my general practitioner because I hear that they're really better. Another thing, if there's time.
Real briefly.
Okay, you can make, there are two kinds of expertise. There's a calculating kind, and in that area you can even do better than people. But most kinds of expertise is of this intuitive kind, and then you settle for less.
Gentlemen, thank you. We are out of time. What are the limits of artificial intelligence, and is intelligence uniquely human? We asked our commentator George Morrow for his thoughts.
Artificial intelligence. Such an overly ambitious name for any discipline. One day, when we're all more computer literate, this expression will take its proper place with other classic contradictions, such as postal service or military intelligence. How could such names such as expert systems or artificial intelligence ever have been coined in the first place? Well, my theory is that in the late 50s, when university-based computer research was largely funded by the military, these names were invented to impress the granting agencies. As often as not, this type of research had little, if any, connection with reality, and the more ambitious the sound of the project, the better chance it had to be funded. Now, much of today's AI-type software is quite novel and very useful, but none of these products will be able to live up to the image that the term artificial intelligence invokes. Why not, as Dr. Cheifet suggests, call an expert system a competent system? On the other hand, if a vendor insists that one of his products is intelligent, we should insist that the product take a standard IQ test and that the score be affixed to the package. That's how I see it. I'm George Morrow.
In the Random Access File this week, it's a new year, and projections are already being made as to what kind of a year it will be for computers. Some industry watchers are saying 1986 may be the year that speech recognition finally comes into its own. There are 3 major speech products which could come out this year. First is Ray Kurzweil's Voice Writer, a word processor that you can dictate to. It has a 10,000-word vocabulary. Kurzweil says it just about works in real time. Speech Systems of Tarzana, California is expected to introduce a similar product this year. It will have a 5,000-word vocabulary. IBM has a speech recognition project called Tangora. No word, of course, on when that may become a product. Major research projects are underway at MIT and Carnegie Mellon to develop talk writers, and the Japanese are also investing heavily in speech recognition technology, with NEC, Matsushita, and Toshiba working on new talk writer products. One major event of the new year will probably be the long-awaited introduction of the IBM Lap Portable called the Clamshell. Inside word is that there may be 2 versions of the laptop, one with a 3.5-inch drive and one with no disk drive. The IBM Portable with the microfloppy drive will reportedly come with a utility called Xcopy that will let you copy any software from a 5.25-inch disk drive. The significance of IBM moving ahead with a 3.5-inch drive is that it seems likely new IBM desktops will also convert to the smaller drives, thus setting the stage for the disappearance of the old 5.25-inch format as the standard. The other major bit of news due out of IBM this new year is probably a new graphics version of its TopView user interface, though some reports say the new TopView 1.2 won't be out until 1987. Paul Schindler's here now with this week's software review.
It was for moments like these that someone invented the automatic telephone dialer. What a pain to look things up. The same thing goes for computer communications. There are, of course, lots of modems that can dial the phone and lots of software capable of running them. Now there's a breakthrough product called PFS Access. You'll recognize the opening screen and function key assignments. Although software publishing buys its software from outsiders, it imposes a standard user interface on them. The problem with every other communications package is setting up logon procedures. Here, no sweat. Turn on the recording feature, log on as you normally would, and it takes everything down for you. You don't even have to remember to ask PFS Access to save your session. It automatically saves every session. For regular communications users like me, this is great stuff. Now, PFS Access isn't perfect. It lacks some flexibility in uploading files. And, darn software publishing, it's copy protected. And that makes it a real pain to use. But the gain is worth the pain for PFS Access from Software Publishing in Mountain View, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Well, we've heard about it for years, but the National Computerized Yellow Pages is finally a reality. It's actually called American Business Lists, and you can access it for $15 a month plus $1 a minute connect time. The company says it's the equivalent of having a national Yellow Pages directory with 6 million pages. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
This woman is not running a word processor. She's a computer scientist at the FBI trying to solve a crime. In fact, law enforcement agencies all around the country are turning to computers to try to make police work more efficient and more effective. Today, we take a look at computers as crime stoppers on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, on the computer we have a game called Murder by the Dozen, in which I play a detective in the city of Metropolis, and I'm trying to solve a crime. And you can see one of the tools I have available to me is a crime computer. And I can call up the computer, and it gives me some clues as to who the suspects might be in this crime. Well, this is just a game, but in fact, real policemen are using real computers to nab real criminals these days. Is this another example, Gary, of one of these vertical applications we've seen before of the computer's incredible ability to massage massive amounts of data?
Well, Stuart, I think it's that and a whole lot more, because not only data records, we're dealing with graphical materials like fingerprints, photographs, things of that sort. And it's a situation now where no one person can deal with these things on 3x5 cards, scraps of paper, and phone calls. So it's going to be interesting to see how computer technology, data communications, database systems are applied in this area where we need to have rapid access to information like that.
Well, on today's program, we're going to take a look at computers in law enforcement. We'll see a supercomputer that can sort through millions of fingerprints in a matter of seconds. We'll see the computers that go into action when you dial 911, and we'll take a look at the latest artificial intelligence systems being used by the FBI. We're going to begin by looking at a $1 million computer that helped nab the prime suspect in California's infamous Night Stalker case.
Since Scotland Yard began using fingerprints to track criminals in the 19th century, law enforcement agencies have faced the uncomfortable fact that a fingerprint without a suspect is often useless. To match a smudged partial print taken from the scene of a crime to one of the millions on file is so time-consuming that a criminal is likely to die before an accurate match is made. But to break this intricate code of loops and ridges that makes every person unique, the California Department of Justice has replaced its 7 million fingerprint cards with billion-byte optical discs, exchanged manual searches with a pattern search by computer, and the results have been rewarding.
In the UCLA murder-kidnap case of the two young people, the only available print was very, very faint. It was lifted from a car that had been torched to try to destroy any clues. And it's a perfect example of a case that would never have been solved without Cal ID. Now, to match this particular print, we had to search over 3 million records, that is 3 million individual prints. We estimate that it would have taken our fingerprint specialist 67 years to do that search manually. Cal ID did it in less than 20 minutes, and of course we got our man.
To match suspect with print, the $22 million NEC supercomputer searches through 12 million digitized prints at a rate of 12,000 per second. As the prints come in, they are scanned and electronically traced. Unclear areas are zoned out with a light pen. Minutia, or the identification points of a fingerprint, are mapped out according to the number of ridge lines between one point and its 4 closest neighbors. It's the relative position of each point to the others that the computer considers when looking for a match. Each print is given a score, indicating the probability of an exact match. But the final confirmation is still done by a human being. The Cal ID system will ultimately offer remote access so that local police departments can get immediate help from the world's fastest and most accurate sleuth.
Joining us now in the studio is Louise Anderson, the marketing coordinator for Command Data Systems of Dublin, California, and next to her, Captain Steve Port of the Hawthorne, California Police Department. Gary?
Sir, I'm just going to start out with a real simple question. How has the use of computers really helped you as a police officer? You've been with the Hawthorne Police Department for a number of years. What have you seen change?
I've seen a lot change. It's helped us greatly. We broke into with computer-aided dispatch almost 10 years ago, what you'll see here today, and it greatly simplified the call routing, finding out what officers are available and getting us to the calls faster and more efficiently.
Well, what about this 911 system that we've heard about?
The 911 system has been really great in that when people call the police, we find out immediately where they are, what address they're calling from, can verify what's going on, and get the police going there much faster. Sometimes it's very hard to elicit information from someone that's very upset and afraid.
Louise, at the dispatch end, briefly, how does you have on your VAC system this computer-aided dispatch? How would it work when I dial 911?
When you dial 911, what will appear at the bottom of the dispatcher's screen is the information associated with the phone number that you're calling from. The dispatcher then will verify, is that where the problem is?
Suppose I'm real nervous and panicked and I say I'm at an Alpha Beta supermarket.
What we can do is then have the computer check to see how many Alpha Betas are in the area, and then the dispatcher can say, are you at the one at Farmers Lane? Are you at the one here? And you can go ahead and key that in.
So this helps coordinate all the dispatching and the collection of information and so forth through a central computer system all at once.
That's right. Also really makes sure that we are sending officers to the right place.
Right. Okay. Now there's also another system that, Louise, you have that collects various pieces of information and kind of gets the clues all together. Can you show us that?
That's right. That's our Sherlock crime analysis system, and what we use that for is to do searches when you don't know a person's name or you don't know a case number. I mean, those things you could, in the past, look up on a 3x5 card.
But this is sort of, you know, a bunch of facts and you're trying to get the...
So you mean witnesses might say, well, the car is something like this and the guy looked something like that and you're trying to track it down.
Okay.
Right. That's right. What we'll do on this is we will look for an older model Chevy or Ford. So I'm going to say, as a crime analyst, that an older model is from 1960 to 1970. And I'll say, okay, I want the Chevys or the Fords. And that's all I know. In the past, you just would not be able to do a search like this.
How big is the database that you're using for the search like this?
This kind of depends.
How many people would be involved in this thing?
This is our demo database, so we don't have as many people. In a regular police department, you may have 300 to 400 people in your known offender file.
So anyhow, let's track down 8 cars, which are Chevys or Fords between a 60 and a 70. Okay, what do you do next with, say, the person's description?
Okay, say that the detective comes and says, okay, I've talked to some witnesses and now I've got a description of a person. What I can do is look at the people who are associated with these 8 vehicles and really narrow it down.
Okay, so you will now enter just a limited amount of descriptive information about a suspect.
That's right, because a lot of times, you know, people think that they have seen a lot from the scene, but they really haven't, or it's just not able to be verified.
So the detective says he was a middle-aged white male. What do you do?
Okay, so say white male. Cop work middle-aged is anybody over 30. So I'm going to say 30 to 45, and say he's kind of a medium height. So I'm going to say he's 5'8" to 5'10", and that's all I know.
Okay, so your computer is now searching all the records of what information you have on
people who have been arrested for crimes.
These are past arrest records.
That's right.
Okay, to see if anybody meets those, well, you did it. So what's it tell you?
We have one person, and as a crime analyst, what I would do is go pull that person's record and take it over to the detective and say, here's your guy.
Steve, has this in fact made crime fighting more efficient? I mean, do you have a higher percentage of arrests and convictions because of your computer information?
Well, I think it's hard to say at this rate. The beauty of this, what Louise just showed you, is that not just Louise, but any officer can get this information from the computer. You don't have to go to one central focal point and say, please do this inquiry for me. Any officer with some training can sit down and extract that same kind of information based on his investigation from the computer. So from that standpoint, yeah, we're more productive because we're able to grab the information, go use it, get a real fast turnaround, and probably solve some more crimes.
Okay, we're going to get back to you in just a minute. As you might suspect, one of the most high-tech police companies in the country is right here in the Silicon Valley in San Jose. Our reporter Wendy Woods went out and rode in the San Jose police car to see how they use computers.
For years, emergency and police services kept track of units in the field through the old card-on-a-peg method. Today, more and more of them have computerized virtually every aspect of dispatch services. And the San Jose Police Department is among a handful who've taken computers one step further. All the command officers' squad cars are equipped with mobile computer terminals, which provide officers with access to the location and status of all units in the field, as well as a variety of motor vehicle and crime record information from state and national databases.
When the system is down, or like the week we didn't have them when we were changing over to our new units, you really feel lost without them. It's sort of like being in a dark tunnel and no lights being available. You don't know what's happening in the district. You really have to listen to the radio to catch every little thing. And you spend a lot of time asking the dispatcher, how many units do I have? Do we have any calls pending in the district? Which just takes up more valuable radio time.
The 48 mobile units access a separate radio frequency and are interfaced to the county's giant digital mini-computers, which control the entire dispatch system, via one simple IBM PC. The system has worked flawlessly since its installation 6 months ago. Within the next few years, virtually all metropolitan police departments are expected to have installed mobile terminals in their squad cars. Now that the terminals are smaller, they are less conspicuous, and their power to help an officer has never been more significant. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
While we were watching Wendy's report, Louise and Steve have set up another program here that runs on a PC.
Yeah, we got a little switch in gears here. We're not talking over a telephone line. We have a regular a compact sitting underneath the table here. Steve, can you tell us what this program does?
What Louise and I want to show you is land track software, and what it does is it goes against the database with some graphic software. It's a map of the city here, and what we'd like to do is to extract from the database all the robberies that occurred between a certain amount of time within the last 30 days. So let's say between noon and 10 o'clock in the last 30 days. It goes out to the database and plots those crimes on the map.
So each one of those dots represents the location of a crime.
That's right. As you can see, they're lined up, many of them along some of the major streets in this area. And so what we would do is use this information visually to go with the police lieutenants, police sergeants, and ask them to come up with a plan, how to deploy, how to deal with these crimes at the time when they're occurring, and look for the types of people that are doing them with some crime analysis information.
So this information can be fairly up to date then?
Oh yes, every day. As a matter of fact, it can be updated every day.
Now, Steve, suppose you want to go backwards now and ask Louise, I want to know exactly what kind of crime was committed on that green thoroughfare there. Can she do that?
All she has to do is center the crosshair on one of the asterisks, and it'll just show a profile of the crime on the lower screen.
Okay, so you're pulling up now the Word file that supports the crime that took place at that particular location, and there it is.
Right, and it gives you a profile of the type of crime. In this case, it's a robbery that occurred on Breezewood Drive, the time of day, the officer that took the report, and just gives you a real good idea of the specifics of the crime.
Now, you also have some things on the panel here that say area zoom, slide, and so forth. What do these other functions do?
That's some different functionality of the software. You can zoom in on a certain area, in this case some reporting districts, certain street segments. You can edit some of the things that are in there if you want to change that. There's just a number of functions you can see listed right there.
Okay.
The mouse enables you to do that.
And Louise, these systems are actually in use now. This is not just
That's right. In addition to Hawthorne, there's one at Norwalk. We also have been contracted to install them in several other places.
Thank you very, very much. Now, in just a minute, we're going to go to Washington and visit the FBI to see the absolute latest in computers that help to fight crime. So stay with us. This is FBI headquarters in the nation's capital. If anybody should know how to use computers to catch crooks, it ought to be these guys. And they do know how, with a sophisticated collection of the latest computer hardware and software. The FBI has invested $500 million in computers. They have 7 mainframes, many with coupled backups, here at the National Crime Information Center. The statistics here are overwhelming. 250 billion characters of mass storage, 17 million records, 500,000 transactions a day. And talk about networks, there are 20,000 terminals accessing this system. Computers have given the FBI investigative capabilities which it never could have had in the days of 3x5 index cards. One example is a recent murder case involving a judge in Texas.
An alibi for one of the suspects was that he was in a different place. We went through all the hotel registrations looking for that suspect's name or aliases. By using a computer search logic and matching logic for dates and aliases and names, we were able then to identify the fact and pinpoint the fact that our prime suspect was, in fact, in San Antonio the night of the murder.
One of the FBI's top priorities is domestic terrorism. And with its new computer systems, it can now provide sophisticated intelligence even to agents in the field.
An agent is driving his car on Route 10 out of El Paso heading west, following a van with suspected terrorists. He can now look forward to accessing any database in the FBI from that car while he's driving it in real time, and he'll be able to do it while he's driving, and he can still maintain his visual surveillance of this suspected terrorist vehicle.
The FBI also uses computer-generated behavior profiles. In a hostage crisis, the agency consults its computers to predict terrorist behavior so as to help develop its negotiating strategy. The behavior profiles are used not only to catch criminals after the crime has been committed, but to prevent crimes from happening in the first place.
We have a file that's sponsored by the U.S. Secret Service of threats to federal protectees, the president and others who are protected under the law. After that file had been activated for 1 hour, there was a hit on the system of someone on his way to Washington with a threat against the president. For the first time, the U.S. Secret Service has the capability now of knowing where people are who are out there, who are not under arrest or under detention, but who are threats, legitimate threats.
The FBI is most proud of its use of artificial intelligence, in particular OSIS, the Organized Crime Information System. It's an expert system using engineered knowledge from the FBI's top agents. It applies its rules to a massive database looking for suspicious conduct. For example, in this fictionalized demonstration, the FBI agent can investigate a particular individual or organization Ask the computer to explore a variety of paths. Ask the computer why it's recommending a course of action or what it knows in a particular area. OSIS can even graph suspected illegal relationships, and on demand, it can pop up a profile of any suspect. Gary, we didn't get to see some of the best stuff at the FBI because of security considerations, but I assure you their computer systems are very sophisticated.
Well, we'll have some of our own sophistication on this segment.
I think so. Let me introduce the two guests who have joined us now. Dr. Earlene Bush, who's the president of Information Access Systems of Boulder, Colorado, and David Hall, the director of Information System Programs at Search Group Incorporated of Sacramento.
Earlene, would you tell us about Probe 1?
Probe 1 is an investigative information management system. That is, it is a professional support system for the investigators. In your earlier segment, you had command data system on which had Sherlock. I think ours could be called Watson.
Okay. Show us what Watson can do here.
Essentially what it does, I'll skip the duller part, allows investigators to enter requests for modus operandi in their own words. In this case, I'm asking the system, I'm pretending as if I'm a detective, I'm asking the system to give me documents in which there was a homicide, the victim was assaulted, and the body was found in the car. Simply that. The system comes back and says it's working. What it's doing, it's handling my request like a document. That is, it is determining the subject matter of the document.
Now, where the source of the material in this case, what is it searching?
It's searching actually a series of telexes on homicides. We have changed all the proper names and facts.
Now, an investigator normally would have to read all this material, trying to assimilate it, figure out what's relevant, what isn't relevant. In this
Not
case,
only would they have to read it, they have to go find it first. So essentially the system works like a very good research assistant.
So what did the system tell you?
Okay, first of all, the system came back and told me that there are 28 documents that are relevant to my request, and it rank ordered them for me.
Now, excuse me, you say relevant to your request, that means what?
In human, very human terms, it is like it in subject matter.
Okay, it found other cases dealing with victims assaulted and found in cars.
Correct.
Okay, and specifically, what's it tell you?
And it tells me how close. That is, the first one is quite close. It would be a bullseye if we're right on, so to speak. The second and third are quite distant, and they are close to each other.
Okay, can we take a look at this one here?
Okay, so you can pull up the record now on that first document, which the computer says is very similar to the situation you described.
That's correct.
Which means it might have been committed by the same guy, for example.
That is the general concept behind modus operandi, that a pattern will be repeated.
Okay, what's it tell you?
Okay, it is describing a woman who was assaulted and beaten and left. She was handcuffed to the car. However, the document does not contain the term homicide, which would be a basic requirement in any kind of a keyword technology. However,
tell us a little bit about the technology. What's the technology? In the sense of, let's take the sentence itself. Do you take it apart, parse it, figure out where the verbs and adjectives and so forth are?
No. What we do on the front end is tell the system the subject matter that it's going to be handling. In this case, it's handling homicides. In another installation we did, it was handling mining support documents. In yet another, it's handling legal library.
All right, so there are certain words in there that would just be placeholders, the and or and so forth. Words
Those
of that
are
sort.
ignored.
Okay, and so now how do you actually then perform this matching process? You pre-analyze all these documents and figure out correspond the words to one another?
No, we analyze the subject matter and the terms that make distinctions between subject matters, such as tire castings relate to crime scene investigation, whereas victim relates to homicide.
David, now this system is being used, as I understand, in the state of Washington in the Green River murder case investigation, which has been unsolved. You work with police departments all over the country. How much do police departments share these kinds of databases and this kind of information?
Databases of the type that Earlene is talking about here are very difficult to share. Because of the very nature of them, they have to send the documents back and forth. There's no system designed right now to be able to transfer those systems back and forth easily. You have to know what you're looking for when you contact another police department and ask them for something.
Do you see that trend changing, though? Are we going to start to see an integration of these systems or not?
I believe with the development of this type of system and other systems of this type, as you would refer to the FBI, that we will see a much greater sharing of this kind of information.
How frequently are these kinds of sophisticated systems used? I mean, is cost a major factor in whether or not a police department can get into this kind of computer support?
Definitely. Trying to derive the funds from the municipalities or states or counties involved is a difficult process, and procurement of this type of system is very difficult.
Is there? Costly. I'm sorry, Gary.
Well, there's always a question whenever we're talking about large databases and this question of access and locks and keys and so forth. Do you see this coming up also in the collection of information about people related to crime?
It depends on who has access to the information. The primary thing we're concerned about is who's going to have access to what type of information or what circumstances. Information of this type that we're referring to would be only open to law enforcement, criminal justice agencies, and this wouldn't be something that we would see out in the public that would maybe hit the newspapers or something like that, because it's of the type of system that it is.
Earlene, is the use of the probe system in the Green River murder case the first time this has been used in that way?
In that way, yes. The other application was office automation.
And what's the feedback been so far? What do the police in Washington State think about this?
Well, I would have liked to have had Officer Shoemaker on the show, because he is the system manager there, is quite familiar with the technology and quite enthusiastic.
Okay, and also there's always a question that comes up also in programs like this, is that how much decision-making would be made by the programmer, in the sense that when the program put it together, there leads to certain cases that more often than others. Do the investigators actually go back and check and make sure that these were relevant cases?
I mean, the computers don't make the decisions. They simply advise.
The judgment the computer makes is simply in reference to the document base and certain documents being related to the request.
So they're aware that they should rely upon
time. Thank you very much. Now, it's fascinating to have this incredible computer ability to help law enforcement officials in finding criminals. There are some concerns, of course, about these massive databases and what can be done with them. They raise some classic techno-ethical questions, and our commentator George Morrow tries to provide some answers.
One seldom hears computers mentioned in complaints having to do with law enforcement. I don't mean to suggest we have nothing to worry about in this area. However, the techniques used in audit trail checks and security access logs, which protect operating systems and accounting software, are tools which can keep the abuse of information by law enforcement personnel to a minimum. We do need safeguards in this area. But equally important, we need to realize that the very nature of crime makes computers potentially a productive tool for our police departments. Criminals almost always repeat the way they commit a crime, and computers are particularly good at spotting and analyzing repetitive patterns. Also, they can save time and effort with the myriad of paperwork which is becoming a larger part of a policeman's day, whether in connection with a crime or as part of something as simple and routine as an auto accident. Today, there is fierce competition for our tax dollars, which will not change in the near future. Computers can make these tax dollars work harder for us in law enforcement. That's how I see it. I'm George Morrow.
In the Random Access File this week, it looks like January 21st will be the day that IBM finally releases several long-awaited new products. Expected to be introduced that day are the Clamshell Laptop Portable and the new TopView 1.1. The new version of TopView will reportedly add networking features and support for 3.5-inch floppy disk drives, but it apparently will not solve the problem of the 640K limits of MS-DOS. Atari reportedly plans to introduce a new upgraded version of the 520 ST. The new computer will be called the 1040 ST, and as the name implies, will feature over 1 megabyte of memory. The 1040 will also improve on the 520 by integrating the power supply and the disk drive into the main unit, thus eliminating the current cable mess with the 520. Atari also announced that a new version of the 520 ST with an RF converter will start showing up on the shelves of mass merchandise stores like Kmart and Toys R Us. In our legislative update file, several major pieces of computer legislation remain unfinished as Congress reconvenes for 1986. They include bills on copyright protection, computer crime and computer privacy, and provisions for R&D tax credits. Epson and Toshiba have announced the development of new color LCD displays for computers. Epson says its new 5-inch screen is 10 times brighter than existing black and white LCD screens with a resolution of 480 by 440 pixels. A California optometrist says the reason computer users suffer eye strain is because the eyes focus on a point beyond the plane of the screen. So he has come up with a VDT template, which he says helps you focus your eyes at the right level. It's called Eye Saver, and it costs $15. Well, doctors may not make house calls anymore, but a new program called House Call may be a substitute. Its developers say it turns your PC into an MD, with the ability to diagnose some 400 common medical problems. House Call comes on 2 double-sided, double-density discs and sells for $40. Finally, if you've seen the movie Young Sherlock Holmes and wondered how they made that stained glass man jump out of the window and wave his blood-tipped sword, the answer is a new graphics computer from Industrial Light and Magic, a division of Lucasfilms. The computer is called Pixar, and it not only created the image, but it electronically combined it via laser scanning with the existing film footage of the actor. Those 38 seconds of the film took Pixar and 6 engineers 9 months to create. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. We'll see you again next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
This is the way some people buy stocks. They meet with their investment broker, he gives them some advice, they give him some commission, and he takes care of the transaction. But nowadays, you can do all of this at home by yourself on your computer if you have the right software. Today, we'll take a look at investment software on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, this is a game called The Wizard of Wall Street. It's a stock market simulation game, and I can call up research reports on a particular industry, like the airline industry there, for example. When I get all the information I need and all the funny money I have that I'm going to play the game with here, I can actually go right to the big board here. You can see the stock exchange ticker tape going across the top, the various stock market indexes to tell me what's going on, news events that are affecting the market. This is a game, but more and more real investors are using their personal computers to manage their portfolios, to actually conduct transactions from their homes. Would you trust a computer to tell you how to invest your money?
I think I'd like to see the results of the advice. But if we all followed the advice of a single program, it wouldn't lead to a very interesting market. There's a lot of value, I think, in the online services, the instant stock trading, the historical information about stocks, the current stock values, things of that sort. I'd use that. And I'd also use programs like this one, the simulation, to learn about the terminology.
Gary, today we're going to take a look at the latest and hottest in new investment software. One of the things Personal Computers has done is make it possible for just about anybody to be a knowledgeable investor. And we'll start out by taking a look at one investor who might not be in the market at all if not for computers.
John Eckridge is not the typical example of a full-time stock market investor. He doesn't wear pinstripes, keep voluminous notebooks, or yell himself hoarse on the trading floor. His toolkit today consists of a portable stock quote receiver and a personal computer. John gave up his traditional brokerage practice when he realized that he could invest for himself at home, freed from the burdens of clients and commuting, in exchange for a few other responsibilities. While he hasn't cut all communication lines to his full-service broker, John does most of his research at the computer, which gathers data from online services, tracks and updates the stocks in his portfolio, and charts the performance of selected stocks over days or years. About the only other tools on his desk are a newspaper and the Quotrek, a real-time stock quote radio receiver. The online services cost about $250 a month. In exchange, John gets a real-time link to the trading floor, a very individualized service, and just a few regrets.
I think when you work alone and you work in a home and you don't have coworkers around you, that some of that feedback is missing. And that's one of the reasons that I still have a standard broker.
Buying stocks from your living room may lack some of the excitement of Wall Street, but it features some special attractions of its own.
Okay, Nick, what do you think?
Joining us now in the studio is Charles Spear, the chairman and CEO of Spear Securities Incorporated in Los Angeles. And also with us is John Frierson, the president of Investec here in San Francisco. Gary?
Chuck, how are computers really helping a small investor nowadays?
Well, a computer, in a way, is the ATM machine for the brokerage industry because it puts in the hands of the consumer a wealth of information never there before, and it gives him the access to the market so that he can do an automated trade.
Okay, now you have an example of just an automated trade going on here, right?
Well, I have the Spear Securities software, which on the main menu shows a variety of things. It shows that you can access quotes, that you can look at your portfolio, which is posted up to the second, that you can look at your tax records, and when you're ready to do a trade, that you can enter the trade detail, get the trade done, and see it posted.
Okay, Chuck, let's start from the beginning. Suppose I'm interested in investing in some stock in the computer field, and I'm thinking about deciding between Apple, for example, and Lotus. And I want to go use this software to try to get an answer as to which would be the better investment right now. How would it help me?
All right, the system carries a database of about 3,300 companies, and you can compare 50 different items, a little more than 50 items, in a variety of ways, company by company, industry group, etc. So we're going to go in and we're going to ask to do that.
Lotus. Okay, now we're online now, right, to your service?
Yes, we are. We're online to Source Telecomputing in McLean, Virginia.
Okay. And you're asking it to do what right now?
Well, I'm asking it to move from the main menu and go to information that's provided to the system by Media General in Richmond. Media General keeps the financial information, and there is their screen.
Okay.
And we are saying to it, we're interested in doing some stock analysis. It will come back after the necessary lawyer's screens that say this
warning
is...
you, don't sue me if you lose money. Okay.
Then it's asked us to put stock symbols in. We'll ask it for Apple.
Okay, and Lotus, I want to see.
Okay. And now it's going to...
So it's pulling out the Apple file right now?
It's pulling the Apple file. It's going to give us another of those exclamation points. And we'll tell it Lotus. If we happen to want to do an industry group, we need just put the number of that group in, and there's a directory here, and that's satisfactory.
So what kind of information can we get out of this now?
Well, first of all, let us say that I'm interested in knowing how these securities have performed recently. I want to know what happened to them last week, one against the other, and I want to know how they've historically performed. It's asking me whether I'm interested in seeing them ranked in percentage order. With just a few, it isn't necessary.
Okay.
And it tells me that last week, Apple was up a bit, Lotus was down. The last 4 weeks, the last 13 weeks, the last 52 weeks year to date.
Now, how would you do a transaction on the stock?
Well, if I want to do a transaction...
Well, can I stop you before you get to that? Suppose I want to know what the insiders are doing in these two companies.
Okay, what we want to do there is, that happens to be on screen 11. So we've asked it for screen 11. It wants to know whether I'm interested in ranking those, and I've said no. So it comes back and says, 45,000 shares of Apple were purchased by insiders in the last reporting period. 84,000 shares of Lotus were sold.
Okay.
Now, you asked about doing a trade. What we want to do that is move off of this aspect of the system and back into invest.
So I can take that information and go right ahead and do a transaction now.
Well, a couple of things you can do. You can ask for Wall Street's research opinion and see what other brokers think of the stock. You can ask for my own opinion because it's carried here as well. But we will want to go to 3, Spear Securities Trading Online. The thing that's important to point out is that this technology supports a market that operates 24 hours a day. The screen will ask the same series of questions that your broker on the telephone will ask. Give the information, push the return key. Within 30 seconds, you'll have a trade. And if it's midnight, you will still get it as long as it's a New York Stock Exchange listed stock.
Hey, John, how does this affect the local broker?
Well, I think the local broker to some extent is threatened these days because what's happened is the electronic revolution has put in the hands of an individual investor the information that in the past was the exclusive area of expertise of the individual broker. And so what you have are people today who are shopping companies to find who will give them the lowest transaction cost, taking the savings, which is enormous in some cases. It can be 75 to 85% over the standard full commission service of the past. They take that savings and go and are able to invest in software and tap into databases that fit their own particular interests and needs. It's an exciting change. It's probably the one area for home computer usage that really offers a genuine service today. People have been looking, what can we do with a computer in a home? There are 40 million investors, individual investors, who as a group own more computers percentage-wise than probably any other group for home computers. And here's an area where they really get a value added, where it pays them to use their computer at home, and the only element that has needed to occur is just the education to show them what software is available and how to use it for investment purposes.
John, when you talk about a savings, are you including the cost of dialing up, the online charges, and things of that sort?
I am indeed. In fact, for the ordinary investor, I don't see that they would need to use on online charges maybe more than $50 would probably be high. $25 to $50 a month. They'll save in one trade that many times over. If someone has as little, say, as $10,000 in the market and they trade 2 or 3 times a year, they'll save enough in commission when they're transacting business through a Spear or Schwab or a Quick and Riley, a discount brokerage firm, to more than offset the cost and pay for these services.
We're going to get back to this in just a minute. First of all, one of the newest wrinkles in investment software is a gadget that lets you monitor what's going on Wall Street in real time on your computer while you're doing some other application. Wendy Woods has a report.
Lotus Information Network is pioneering a new kind of delivery system for time-sensitive investment data. Unlike most services, which offer up-to-the-minute stock and commodity data to computers through the phone lines, Lotus's signal package picks up this data from an FM radio subband by an FM receiver, which plugs into a PC's serial port. Up to 250 user-programmed issues, constantly monitored and changed, can then be displayed in various formats on the PC screen.
Our system is a continuous system so that updates are occurring second by second as the transactions occur on a continuous basis throughout the trading day. Even when the computer is off, our product actually maintains the information in a background mode, and in fact will keep track of your portfolio, including alerting you if changes occur that you've preset to watch for, as I say, even when the product is being used for some other purpose.
This is the brain center for signal broadcast to 12 U.S. cities. Live quotes on 23,000 issues being traded from all the major exchanges come here to this Burlingame, California computer facility via long lines.
From here, information is sent out to the equatorial satellite, where it's picked up by 12 radio stations across the country which broadcast the signal. Lotus's proprietary technology, by the way, also allows the data, once loaded into a PC, to be used in spreadsheets such as 123 and Symphony. The product has only been out for a few months, and although Lotus refuses to divulge sales figures, the company claims the product has sold beyond their expectations. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Stewart, that's one of the newest ways to receive stock quotes. And I understand, John, that the Dow Jones News Service is one of the older ways to receive quotes.
It is. It really was one of the pioneers together with The Source and CompuServe, and now there's another service that competes called ViewData out of Florida. But what they did was bring together the information at pretty high expense to them to develop the, the databases so that the user could tap in and get this immediate kind of information. In a sense, it all came out of unbundling. We talked about that a little bit earlier. The brokerage industry 10 years ago went from the high commission structure to one in which you could buy transaction services separately from data services. And if you want to take a look at, for example, Dow Jones, what they've done is not only bring investor information together, we're pulling up their master menu, but they've tied things in like world news and sports. You can do shopping through them now. You can book airline reservations. So the individual at home with a computer suddenly has a really value-added reason
John,
for having that.
This is a good place for an individual to start with the Dow Jones News Service?
It is. It's relatively cheap to do that. Many of the software packages like Chuck's, like the Charles Schwab Equalizer program, the Dow Jones software itself, which has a terminal program. They have a stock charting program, portfolio management, or any of the communications packages that are available for almost any computer today will allow you an access into the Dow Jones News Retrieval Service. And usually when you do that, you get an hour or two of free access time.
John, give us a brief introduction of what we could get in the stock market. I see it says quotes and market averages.
Well, let's go. One of the more interesting services that is provided is a service called Invest, which actually gives you, through the Dow Jones News Retrieval, the capability of tapping into what top brokers are saying about stocks that you have an interest in. For example,
so I wanted to follow up.
Well, you were looking at Apple Computer. So we're going to punch in, and we find that Apple has been followed by a number of different analysts recently. In fact, if you wanted to go through, you see there's 3 pages of just the listing chronologically from the most recent report back to the one going back a few months, one of the services. And let's say we wanted to see what Payne Weber was thinking. It's number 3 on the list. We'll go in and ask for number 3, and it comes up, and we could choose to download either the entire report or the stock price data. Let's say we wanted to just get their opinion, Payne Weber's opinion. Now, it could be Beige. It could be any one of the other major brokerage firms who are tied into this service, or through Dow Jones News Retrieval, you can go and get Merrill Lynch research. So what you have in your own hands now is the ability to bypass the broker and to get full value for the commission dollar you spend, because you're going to spend it with a discount broker to pay the least transaction fee, and then you go and you only retrieve the data that you really want and need.
Isn't the broker valuable in the sense that they assimilate a lot of the information that normally, if you're looking at all these results, you'd have to do that yourself?
Well, you have 2 different kind of people. You have the sort of person who really turns investment decisions over to someone else who is a professional, and then you have a growing cadre of people who are computer users, by the way, who like to do things for themselves. But what they haven't had available until recently was the tools to do that. Now what they have through Dow Jones or through the Standard & Poor's Market Scope, these services, is they can access real-time, same data at the same time that a broker or another professional can. So if they're really interested in doing it themselves, now they can do it. And it's exciting because you can sit at home and be part of the international financial community on an equal footing with anybody who's been in the business.
Chuck, you are a broker now. How much money can I save by using these kinds of services and investing online?
Well, this kind of approach to the business has a radically different economics to it than the traditional approach to the business. This is the branch. All of those PCs have been sold can be branches, and since we don't have the costs associated with a physical plant somewhere, our commissions tend to be 85 to 90% of those you would charge to the traditional kind of discount broker, and somewhere around 25 to 30% of what you'd pay the full cost brokers.
So in other words, we're paying even less than we would a discount broker because, as you say, the PC becomes your branch in a sense.
Right. That's right. I would like to, in listening to where our industry is going, something I really like to point out is that this system appears to threaten the way brokerage services are traditionally delivered. But if you have a broker who gives you advice and you make money with it, you have found the most valuable resource in the business, and that's somebody you really ought to hang on to.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to have to take a break in just a minute. We'll be right back. We're going to take a look at a $49 program that gives you numbers and charts that maybe will help you pick a winner on Wall Street, so stay with us. Joining us now in the studio is Richard Carlin. Richard is chairman and CEO of Telescan Incorporated of Houston, Texas. And back with us is John Frierson, president of Investec. Gary?
Richard, I'd like to take a look right away at your product called Telescan Analyzer. Good.
Yes, our product allows a person to retrieve historical stock information and display it on the screen very rapidly. We can get any graph of any stock and display it on the screen in less than 15 seconds. This just shows a graph that we've retrieved from our database showing the history of the Dow Jones Industrial Average back to 1973. And as you can see, the Dow has been going flat for a long period of time, and then in 1982 broke out and has since been hitting all-time highs. However, if we take advantage of one of the features of our Telescan Analyzer, and that's the ability to adjust for inflation, we can take a look at the Dow now after adjusting for the Consumer Price Index, and what we find is not a stock market that's hitting all new highs, but a market that is just now beginning to turn around after a very, very long period of decline in real terms.
Now, Richard, this is again connected to another computer system through.
Yes, this is to our own database in Houston, Texas.
And then the data is transmitted locally to this machine and then presented as a graph. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now earlier in the program we were asking some information about insider trading. Now suppose I want to take your system and say how good a guideline is the insider trading in a particular stock. Could I use Telescan to do that?
Yes, you could. Here I'm calling up a graph of Toys R Us and showing insider trading. At the bottom we have a line, and this shows the history of insider trading. And as far as I know, we have the only service that shows this. What you can see is when it's above the line, you have net buying by insiders or corporate officers. When it's below the line, you have net selling. And as can be seen in Toys R Us, when you look at the history, you find buying at every major bottom, and then you find selling at every major top. So by
good stock to follow insider action.
Yes, by following the insiders, you could make some money on this stock.
Okay, now I think another feature you have here, we can take a look at the valuation of a stock, whether it's overvalued and undervalued and so on. Give me an example of one of those.
Okay, what we've done is we've taken up to 5 fundamental values: dividends, earnings, book value, cash flow, capital spending, and sales, and we've converted it into a graphic representation. So you can take one glance at a stock and determine whether it's over or undervalued. And this shows Kellogg's, one of the food stocks out there that are very, very popular. And this just shows our over and undervaluation channels generated from the fundamentals. And for the average person who doesn't know much about this, in one glance they can see, is the stock overvalued, is it undervalued, or right now, hey, let's watch out.
Yeah, very overvalued.
Let's watch out.
Okay, do you have an example where we could see something that's undervalued, something we ought to be buying?
Yes. This shows a very undervalued group, the semiconductors, and this shows National Semiconductor, and again you can see where the stock has historically been overvalued, where it's undervalued, and again we're finding a very undervalued position right now.
John, is there any software around now that's going the next step? I mean, where we have a kind of expert system where instead of my having to analyze the data, it's going to come back and say, buy this, sell this. Are we at that stage of using computers?
We're at that stage. We don't really have the real breakthrough innovative products out yet in the marketplace, but they're only months away. And what is going to be available are systems which will allow you to put interpretive skills, either your own or maybe borrowing on someone else who is considered to be an expert, into allowing you to go through the screening process or the selection process so that you can pick stocks to look at here. You know, I'd take a page out of Lou Brookhiser's book and say, even with overvalued and undervalued showing on the screen right now, there's no guarantees in the future that those the presumptions are going to occur. But what's happened is that today, the person at home with his computer, the individual investor, has the ability to at least be on a par with any professional in being able to analyze and bring their own judgment to bear. Investing will always be an art and not a science, but with the new exposure to artificial intelligence that's coming into the new generation of software, it's just going to multiply and enhance the ability that somebody has. But what's exciting is where it is today. You don't have to leap forward to see that something like Telescan or Spears Access or the Dow Jones News Retrieval that we looked at or other products that are around, they today give somebody a reason to have a computer at home and to try it out and use it. And the economics are there that you can save on the trading through firms like, as we said, Schwab or Spear or others, and take that added money and, you know, really get these products.
It's going to be my software against your software in the future. Huh? We're out of time. Okay, do computers really democratize this investing process? Can you be as smart as that big-time analyst on Wall Street? Our commentator George Morrow has some final thoughts on the opportunities and the risks of computerized investing.
Isn't it marvelous? A seat on the stock exchange right in our own den. And all through the magic of the microcomputer. Millions of us investing our IRA savings with a click of a switch. And what better timing? The third major bull market of the century. Think of the fortunes to be made. Think of the bankruptcies to come. The last two times we succumbed to the lure of Wall Street, it was very exciting and profitable until market bears moved in and wiped it all out with a swipe of a paw. And this time we're deeper in debt than ever before as consumers. There's only two sure ways to profit in stocks. Buy carefully and hold on for years if necessary, or be the agent who conducts the trade. Unfortunately, the rest of us lose most of the time, and a lot of it is very much like gambling. In fact, if I were head of the Gaming Commission in Nevada, I'd be demanding equal time on all these computers to bring our games of chance to your den, just as the brokerage houses are bringing you theirs. After all, we're both after the same thing, your money. That's how I see it. I'm George Morrow.
In the Random Access file this week, the IRS is again plunging into the risky waters of computerization. This time, the Internal Revenue Service is experimenting with online filing. H&R Block and 5 other tax preparers have been authorized to file their clients' 1040s electronically in 3 parts of the country: Raleigh-Durham, Cincinnati, and Phoenix. The online filing is only available to taxpayers claiming a refund. W-2 forms and taxpayer signatures still have to be sent by mail. The IBM RT-PC may be a new machine, but researchers at Carnegie Mellon University have been using 25 RT-PCs in a campus network for several months, and the RT gets good grades. One attractive feature of the new IBM RISC computer is its 40-bit virtual memory chip that can provide up to 1 trillion bytes of user memory. A license plate in the Apple parking lot reads Open Mac, but Apple now says the real Open Mac won't be ready this year as originally promised. The new version of the Mac with internal slots is now being talked about for 1987. Microsoft and Lotus have agreed to work together to develop new application software that incorporates Microsoft's Windows interface, and other software developers seem to be lending support to Windows. Ashton Tate, Microrim, Living Videotext, and others say they are developing new products to take advantage of the Windows interface. In our legislative update file, the battle for continued tax credits for computer research and development now moves to the Senate, where the Finance Committee begins hearings on the tax reform bill. The House version currently includes the R&D tax credit, but the high-tech lobby is concerned about its fate in the Republican-controlled Senate. Time for this week's software review, and here's Paul Schindler.
Even if you've never worked in a place with time cards, this scene should be familiar to you. It must be easy to understand. Even the slowest people can use a time card rack. Well, that's just what Paul Heckel had in mind when he created Zoom racks. The biggest problem with database management software is that people can't get a picture in their minds of how the stuff would look if it were on paper. Spreadsheets are easy. Word processes are easy. Database managers are tough. So we have Zoom racks. The first line of each card shows up on a summary. With a single keystroke, you can take a look at a card. Another keystroke takes you back out to the rack. Notice the words look funny. Zoom Racks uses a special smart zoom to make up abbreviations. For example, it says Press Rels Etten. That's clearly Press Release Edition, as we see on the full card. You move around the rack with arrow keys or by typing numbers. We move over to the contact list and assume that HCK is Heckel himself. We're right. Zoom Racks isn't perfect, but it is interesting, and it's relatively cheap at $125 from QuickView Systems in Los Altos, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
A French computer expert is urging the United States to put what he calls soft bombs into sophisticated software to prevent the Russians from using the software for military purposes. Thierry Breton says, while it's easy to control the export of hardware, it is virtually impossible to control the export of software. Therefore, he says, the only defense is a soft bomb designed to blow up a program if it's used in an unintended way. The military isn't the only one concerned about the safety of its computer systems. In New York, a company called Dataport is building a 2.5-acre vault under the bedrock of the World Trade Center to store backups for the financial district's major computer users. The Dataport vault will also house hot and cold backup computer systems to take over in case of an emergency. Supermarket shoppers in Williamsport, Pennsylvania are carrying little plastic cards with magnetic stripes on them, but they're not credit cards. They're a new computerized tool for market researchers to find out what people are buying. Each time the customer checks out of the supermarket, the card is inserted and records the customer's actual purchases. Researchers say this new computerized system is far more accurate than the old diary system. In one test, comparing the computerized results with diary results, only 1/3 of the consumers who said they had bought Kellogg's Frosted Flakes had actually bought them. I thought they'd be lying in the other direction. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
That special relationship between a therapist and his patient. One of the fundamentals of psychological therapy? Well, perhaps not anymore with the advent of psychological software for computers, a shrink on a disk. How good is this stuff? Is it just a toy or a serious tool? We'll get answers to these questions as we take a look at psychological software on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. And Gary, we're taking a look at a program here called Intracourse. And what it claims to be able to do is to help couples with sexual compatibility or incompatibility problems. And I've answered about 100 or so questions, giving it a profile of two fictional people. And it's giving me now a graphic readout on one of these people, the intimacy versus distance factor. Another one here is conventionality versus ingenuity, for example, individuality versus interpersonality. And in fact, it'll give me a compatibility percentage on 12 different characteristics of these two particular people. It's just one example of the whole host of psychological software which is out on the market right now. Question I have is, how does a dumb number-crunching computer do anything useful with regard to human behavior?
Well, Stewart, number-crunching computers have been used for years to sum up the scores, say, of objective tests like personality inventories. When it comes to non-objective programs, well, programs like this, for example, can be a lot of fun, but there's a real question about how valuable the computer analysis really is. But it may give us a chance to use things like expert systems, rule-based systems, to get those meaningful answers.
We're going to take a look at a whole range of psychological software today, from self-help programs to more sophisticated software that's used in professional psychotherapy. We'll begin by taking a look at how psychiatrists use psychological software to help people with serious mental problems.
Patients recovering from severe head trauma usually undergo lengthy rehabilitation to try to regain basic cognitive functions. Exercises to improve concentration, memory, or motor skills involve repetitive games administered by a therapist. But computers are changing cognitive therapy, often with impressive results. Mental exercises most suited to head injury patients are easily adapted to a computer program. Specialized software like this program, developed by the Karen Lambert Foundation, help to redevelop lost cognitive skills with logic-based games. Doctors don't expect computerized routines to replace therapists who sit by patients during sessions, but in some cases, patients can work by themselves, and the challenge of keeping up with the computer keeps them motivated. The program also seems to provide patients with a tactile sense of their own progress. As they advance in the program, head injury victims increasingly feel their diminished capacities. So a patient that can gauge his own progress is psychologically stronger. Leading a brain-injured person back into the mainstream of life calls for a combination of physical and psychological therapy. While still in an early stage, cognitive software seems to be making a difference. Rehabilitation centers can use their staff more efficiently, and most importantly, patients can go home sooner.
Joining us now in the studio are Dr. Jim Johnson, a psychologist and the president of Human Edge Software, makers of MindProber and Mind Over Minors, among others. Also, we have with us Dr. James Gardner, also a psychologist who has developed some software which is used in treating serious mental health problems. Gary?
Jim, we'll start out with a question, simple question. Is it really possible nowadays with a computer program to get meaningful results of a subjective analysis of someone's behavior?
Sure. I think that at a surface level, the kind of thing that you and I might want on a day-to-day basis, you can do a lot with a computer. That's not to say that it can do the same thing as a professional or somebody who's going to take a more intense look, but you can do certainly much more in an interactive mode than you can, say, with a book, which is the common alternative.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Jim, what's your
Well, I'd be a little more cautious than Jim. We spend on the programs we develop a great deal of time assessing the reliability, validity, and accuracy of the data that's inputted right while it's inputted. And we won't run a program unless that information is reliable, valid, and accurate. And where it's not, we require the people to go back and change the input until they reach a certain level, and only then will we run a program.
Okay, in your case, you're dealing with professionals, and in the particular case of the program we'll see in a minute, that's more oriented, I guess, toward consumer.
Sure.
Average consumer.
Sure.
Can we take a look at the program, see how it works?
Sure. This is MindProber, and it's the...
No, it's Mind Over Minors.
I'm sorry. Mind Over Minors, and it really has two components. You assess yourself, you assess your child, and then it gives you a report. Now, the purpose of assessing yourself and the other is so it can categorize who you are, categorize who the other person is, and then tailor down the strategy for how to deal with them. In my
So let's
case,
see how you do that assessment, Jim.
we've gone ahead and I filled in a series of things, and they're simple adjectives like bossy, active, and so on. I'm not going to go through all of these in the interest of time. So assuming I've gone through those 50 items, now I'd go through and I'd want to assess the child that is of interest. In this case, I have put in my daughter, Jenny.
Let's stop just a second to see some of these traits, though, Jim.
All right, so it's rating on agree or disagree on, like, anxious, she's not, bossy, she is, like most teenagers, active, clear thinking, not idealistic, and so on.
Okay, and there's about 50 of these.
About 50 in each case that are developed scientifically by norming various groups of people observing their children. So if we drop out here for a minute and go to what the output of the program is, again, coming back to the main menu, you can then ask for a report. The only person we have in here is Jenny, and the report comes out where it tells you there's a book that comes along with it. Tells you there's some generic advice.
It's a little bit of built-in advertisement there.
Yes, of course. And we want this one to go to the screen. And what comes out is, the first section is understanding her. And the point of this is to talk about who the two of you are and how you're likely to get along. No advice in this, but just to give you some idea. Talks in this case about we're both adventure-seeking, and be prepared for that. Don't be too upset if she's like you are. And this goes on for roughly a page and a half. Next thing, it gives a set of specific advice in areas that parents are interested in. In this case, it's improving communication. It says because she is energetic, repeat things over and over. Don't expect her to get it the first time. Tell her to stop and listen, reminder. It goes on like this through about what would be 3 or 4 written pages to give you advice from a series of things. If you want to increase her performance now, it'll give you a brief piece of information. It says, keep her activities short-term. Don't give her something long-term. The whole point is what we've done is we've boiled down the expert literature, we've related them to who I am as a parent, who she is as a child, and we've only given that kind of advice that's relevant and doable by the two of you.
Now, on the surface, people might say, well, this is a superficial program. It is, they're just asking a couple of questions and come up with a few paragraphs. So is this technology based in, say, a more professional system of some sort?
Oh, sure. These programs, this particular program, we have about 5 to 10 man-years in. I'm unhappy to say because it took a lot longer than I think thought would happen. There's a tremendous amount of research, and in order to build these programs, we have to go through all the extra books as well as the research area and abstract them and pull them down to the things. They're not. We market them as something to be useful to parents, but we use a kind of tongue-in-cheek attitude. But I'm a former professor and a former scientist, and we don't put out anything that we haven't done a good deal of research on.
Jim, what is your opinion of this program? Is it valuable?
Well, I think it's a very valuable tool for people who deal with non-serious problems. The kind of work we do is dealing with severe aggression and self-abuse and destructiveness, and for those kinds of programs, we need 2,000 bits of information, for example, whereas here they're using 50 bits of information.
Now, the kind of program that you're working with, is it widely used by psychologists right now?
Yeah, our program is used by people in mental health centers, people in group homes and schools and state hospitals for getting, it's the equivalent of going to a university and getting 24 disciplines to sit down for a week and tell you what's going on with that person. Well, they can do that now through our computer program, get that equivalent information.
Okay, Jim, this is a kind of simple case, I suppose, of an expert system. You have a much more sophisticated kind of AI component in your BIP program. Tell us about that.
Well, our program deals with, there are about 5,000 rules, and in the same way they're also extracted from the professional literature and concerned with medication and nutrition and physical health and a whole host of variables. But when we put that program into operation, there's an artificial intelligence module which, based upon experience, whether or not the person does better or improves, the artificial intelligence module will change the rules and rewrite the rules. So we have a program that actually changes over time and adapts itself to the environment in which you put it.
Are there any dangers to this kind of stuff? I mean, is there a risk in somebody getting the wrong kind of advice, taking this stuff too seriously, do you think?
Well, we spend, as I said, we spend about 1/3 of our time ensuring that the information that goes in there is accurate. Our programs won't run unless it's got reliable, valid, and accurate information. And the reason for that is just to minimize those kinds of risks.
And how about your kind of stuff, Jim?
You know, a lot of people, when they hear computer, they say there might be a danger. I have 4 kids, and I've had 4 copies of Dr. Spock. Dr. Spock started out with saying that you should demand feed a child, then he said you should schedule feed, and then you should breastfeed, you should bottle feed. Advice throughout the ages, all of us have gone to bookstores and have read because we need this kind of thing. Is there a danger? I don't know. We try and do the best we can. We think because we use an interactive mode and we go to the research and we try and tailor it down to the situation, we make it better than giving the kind of generic advice that you can give with the Gutenberg methodology, which is one general statement that applies to everybody. So I don't see a danger, I see an improvement.
What do the professionals in your field feel about this? Do you think that this is a threat of some sort?
I think it's mixed. I think the whole issue with expert systems and AI is once you develop a system that in some way mimics an expert, he starts to get threatened. You and I are the same way, and so I think they're going to say that, and I think they're controversial. No
Gentlemen, we're out of time. Thank you very much. Some psychological software is being used in conjunction with other therapeutic techniques like biofeedback. Wendy Woods has a report on that.
This may look like a video game. It is, in a way, but I'm not using a joystick. Instead, a headband with tiny sensors is connected to my head, with which I'm trying to control the action on the screen. This is the office of Dr. George Fuller von Bose, a psychologist who uses a simple Commodore 64 computer equipped with an interface box and special software as one of the tools in his biofeedback work.
The new computerized biofeedback software is now developed in such a way that it can be used with most people with psychophysiologic disorders. One of the ways that it can be used is to have the person learn by watching the video screen where their heart rate, their blood pressure, their brain waves or muscle tension is, and being able to vary the meters as seen on the screen or the various motivational graphics that's on the screen.
In this program, the patient tries to lower the balloon on the screen by relaxing. This, by the way, is called Relax, and it's from Synapse software. The program also includes a kaleidoscope, which increases in complexity and beauty as the patient becomes more at ease. And the Relax graph, which more scientifically shows a patient's progress. Still another program at the doctor's disposal enables him to monitor a variety of body functions visible on the screen.
The real key in biofeedback is the learning process, not the machine. So the more the machine distracts the person from their learning procedure, the less learning takes place.
How well does it work? Well, Dr. von Bose is pleased with his patient's progress. And as for me, well, I look pretty relaxed, don't I? For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us now in the studio are Dr. Roger Gould, a psychiatrist and the president of Interactive Health Systems, and also with us is Dr. Bernie Zilbergeld, a psychologist and author and a sometime critic of the use of computers in therapy. Gary?
Bernie, we've seen several examples of programs here that are used in a role that might be considered traditionally a therapist role. Is there danger in that?
I think there's quite a few possible dangers. First of all, let's differentiate. The first demonstration we saw, the Mind Over Minors, I think there's a lot of dangers. Basically, I feel it's a toy. There's really nothing scientific behind it at all. I have no idea why somebody would pay $50 for a program like that rather than going out and spending $3 or $4 for a paperback with the same information. I don't know what you do with stuff like that. I think if parents view that as a gimmick, a toy, something to play with, see what's going on in the world, fine. What I'm afraid is that some people might take it real seriously because, after all, it's on the box from which truth emanates. I think that's dangerous. On the other hand, Dr. Gardner's, basically what he has is a database for diagnostics and treatment. I think that has some interesting possibilities. We don't know. We won't know until it's tested. But certainly he has a lot of variables in there, and more than any therapist or any group of therapists could keep in mind at any time. I'd like to see some research on how good it is.
Roger, you have a system which is used in a slightly different setting in group therapy, and maybe you could set up for us the scenario in which you would use this particular system.
Sure. Most people come to a therapist for short-term work because they have some problem. They might also have some symptoms, but the symptoms are secondary to a problem. And it's easy to identify what a problem is. A problem is that when you're in some state of dissatisfaction and you're not sure what the right thing to do is, so you don't act. Once you're sure what the right thing to do is and you act upon it, then you dissolve the problem. So we have a program that's organized so that you can take any problem and begin to ask the question, what might I do better or different? And is that the right thing for me to do? And when you answer, is the right thing for me to do, there's two levels. One is that the right choice. Do I really want to do that? Is that good for me to do? And the second is it right for me psychologically? That is, given my past learning, can I afford to change my behavior in a new and novel way?
Okay, what's the therapeutic setting for how you would use this?
A person comes into either a mental health clinic or a psychiatrist or a psychologist's office, or people are referred to in the plan that's used right now as part of a wellness program in which they identify some problems in living they want to help sort out. In the room will be 10 computers, 1 therapist, and 10 patients. They will start out by saying, there'll be an introduction, the computer will begin to then ask them some questions. Each will have their own computer. And basically, what's going on in your life that brought you here? And then from there, they begin to prioritize down, they get a worksheet, and end up with a very specific dissatisfaction in their particular life situation.
Okay, you've got your program up here. Show us a couple of the screens that the patient might use.
Sure. Once the person has, this is about an hour into the program, it's a 2-hour session for the first session, there's 5 of them. Once he has that, the next question that comes up is, what can you do differently than you're doing right now that might address this problem in a way that's satisfactory? And we've skipped a number of menus. The first one had to do with the first category, is that you can express yourself differently. So if it's a personal problem with another person, ask you, what is it that you need to express, what feelings, who's the particular person, your name, that person's name, and it's all confidential.
Okay, what are the choices here?
Then you get into a second kind of behavior that you can do, which is, in any kind of problem, you can discipline yourself to act differently to relieve the stress. So for instance, this is called the daily demands. And it asks you, if you were to be on time with your appointments and your commitments, would it solve the specific problem that you're working on? Would it address it, alleviate it? Would you do more, if you did more for people in your life, like your children or your spouse or your parents, would that help?
Okay, so basically I've got a multiple choice here to pick which of these things might be the problem I'm trying to address.
That's right.
And I answer that, and then where do I go from there?
You answer that, and then we get into the next category. The next category is, how can you use your time and energy differently that's more meaningful to you? Because a lot of times people have problems because they aren't using themselves well in their life or in their work situation.
Okay, Roger, when you get all these questions answered and get all the data together, what's actually done with that material you've collected?
The program continues to guide a person's thinking processes. There's no prescription, there's no evaluation, and we help people then sort through, is this the right thing for me to do or not?
So some choices are given as alternatives of what you can do to solve the problem at that point, and you select those.
These are the choices. We call it provisional action steps. The person makes it much more concrete, and then they begin to look at what we call the concerns. I'm concerned that if I take this action step, it might disturb an important relationship in my life.
But now, how well does this work? When you're in a real group therapy situation, you apply this, what's the result of it?
We've done 1,000 patients so far, and about 75% of the people who came in who were stuck in terms of they could not act in a way to resolve their problem, by the time the 5th week is over, have acted and have come to a kind of new perspective on themselves as developing adults.
And you think that this is something that would have been very difficult to achieve if you'd not had to, or at least a lot more work?
All the therapists, including myself, who use alternate methods and have used alternate methods, compare this method, what we've done before, and this is much more effective and it's much more useful for the patient because they end up with hard copy, they end up owning new skills, the therapist is much less important, and a whole sense of greater self-esteem and problem solving.
Bernie, what do you think about this?
Actually, this sounds interesting. However, I'm sorry, Roger, but the outcome really has to be taken with a grain of salt. You can find any therapist from any school of any sort who say the same thing. The real proof, and Roger knows this, is in comparative outcome studies. And he just told me before that there's some money available and he's going to be involved. And I would even go further than that, because the same holds true of all these programs. The real research will have to be done by somebody else, and we will not have good answers for at least several years down the road. I think it's real important with all these programs that somebody, you know, it's easy to say we need more research and everybody says it. Not many people do it. Because otherwise you just have a lot of wild claims. Some people say computers will lower prices. I can see a lot of ways where they're going to raise prices.
The price of therapy.
The price of anything that involves the computers. Computers are not that cheap, especially when you're buying lots of them.
But what is your feeling in terms of really helping out a therapist? If we could have the really good expert systems, if they evolved a good expert system, would that be a real help to the therapist?
I think what Roger's program is doing, as I understand it, is trying to automate take some of the work away from the therapist that a computer can do. And nothing he said so far, turns me off or makes me really worried. However, there's those placards that say, to err is human, to really screw things up, you need a computer. I think we would do well. This is not talking directly to Roger, but to keep that in mind. This is not more scientific or objective or efficient or anything. It's just a box with stuff we put in it Sometimes it's helpful. I think this holds some promise. I think Dr. Gould holds some promise. But we got to be careful.
I think.
Okay. Real quick, Roger.
Okay. I think the important thing is the stuff you put in it. And we're sitting here, and this is what's been put in here represents about 80 years of clinical experience by 3 professors of psychiatry who are also psychoanalysts. So it's as good as can be.
I've got to call an end to it. Well, we've seen yet another area today in which computers seem to be making an important contribution, yet some are concerned that computers are moving into uniquely human territory. We asked our commentator George Morrow for some final thoughts.
Boy, I sure am glad for the therapy of this camera and all you people listening out there, because I build up a lot of hostility over the flagrant abuse of this word expert. It's bad enough from programmers. Common sense is not a vital trait for these people. But it's really stressful to have the word mangled by psychologists. You expect someone who understands human behavior to have a lot of common sense. Well, what is an expert? Someone or thing who understands a discipline so well that responses are automatic and based on patterns rather than rules. Experts know that rules must be broken some of the time. When? Knowing that answer is the difference between being expert and competent. Now, our present understanding of how the human mind works is so limited that there's no basis for anyone to claim to be a genuine expert in this area. Therapy wouldn't be the hit-or-miss thing it is otherwise. The bottom line, then, is that computers should be able to do as good a job as humans in some areas of therapy. After all, successful therapy results in a patient discovering how to solve his own problems. That's how I see it. I'm George Morrow.
In the Random Access file this week, a new research study from Sweden reports that radiation from video display terminals caused birth defects in the fetuses of laboratory mice. The research was conducted by the Swedish Occupational Safety Administration. One researcher cautioned that one cannot necessarily draw conclusions for humans based on experiments with mice, but he said we can no longer rule out the possibility that radiation from computer VDTs could harm fetuses. Commodore got a new lease on life this week, though it was a short-term lease. Commodore's bankers extended their current loan deadline 1 more month to give Commodore executives time to come up with a payback plan. Commodore owes the banks nearly $200 million. A Commodore spokesman said Amiga sales in the 4th quarter should give Commodore its second-best quarter in history. Kpro has announced it's eliminating several of its models in an attempt to return to profitability. Discontinued are the Kpro 1 and the Kpro 10, which ran CP/M, and 2 versions of the 286i. The company said it's adding a new hard disk version of the Kpro PC, which will come with a 20-megabyte drive and sell for $18.95. In our legislative update file, the Senate Judiciary Committee is hearing testimony on a bill that would make the FBI's National Crime Computer accessible to college campus police departments. The ACLU is arguing against the bill, saying 5% of the records in the FBI's computer contain erroneous information. The ACLU says that has led to false arrests and detention of innocent people. Several computer experts this week warned that the major problem in computer security is not with outside hackers, but with corporate insiders. One industry executive said that despite the publicity given to hackers, only 5 to 10% of computer crime is committed by hackers. The rest of it is the result of careless internal security. The IRS says their upgraded computer system is working just fine so far. The latest report card shows the feds have processed 4 times as many refunds as they had by this time last year. Paul Schindler's up next with this week's software review.
The people's car. Simple to use, dependable. I have to assume that's why the people at Lifetree Software paid homage to an automobile when they named their word processor Volkswagen. Now, I admit, we reviewed this one a few years ago, but version 3 is so improved, I can't resist taking another look. There are a lot of new features in 3.0, and they don't cost you anything extra. The price stayed the same. The biggest change is an addition called the Style Sheet. You set one of these up, and it automatically applies to every document of a certain type. All letters, for example, or all memos. There's also a built-in spelling checker with a 170,000-word dictionary. You can use it to check a document while writing, or go back and check it in batch mode later. Best of all, even with all the new features, Volkswagen 3 is as fast or faster than previous versions. Basically, Volkswagen was good before because of how easy it was to get words into it. Now, with version 3, it's a lot easier to get words out of it, looking just the way you want. This word processor costs $300 from Lifetree Software in Monterey, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
The Soviet's TASS news agency has announced that its English language service will soon go online. You can access the Russian newswire via Reuters or the Canadian Press Service on CompuServe. Finally, the MBA Super Bowl was held last weekend. 3 teams of MBA students at Stanford, Harvard, and the University of Pennsylvania all played the Wizard of Wall Street, a stock market simulation game, to see which team of MBAs could make the most money. No results yet, but the winning team will get a real cash prize of $1,000. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Professional astronomers have big fancy toys like these to play with when they search the universe. But if all you have is a little telescope like this, it can be pretty difficult to find Halley's Comet or anything else. But there is an easier way using your computer. Today, we'll help you find Halley's Comet and lots of other interesting things in the sky as we take a look at astronomy software on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, this is a program called Comet Halley from Great Wave Software, and it helps us find where the comet is in the sky at any one time. You can see there's the comet with its tail right now, right near Sagittarius. I can actually go in here and kind of put it in auto mode, and it'll just click through and show us what the phase of the moon is each day and exactly where the comet is each day, and we can see it moving across the sky there. Gary, it seems there's a high correlation, in fact, between amateur astronomers and computer hobbyists. Were you ever into astronomy? I was.
Well, Stewart, in what seems like a previous life, I taught marine navigation, where we use tables, logarithms, and a lot of addition and subtraction to come up with a location on the Earth.
20 years ago.
Yeah, it's a long time ago. And nowadays, with microprocessor technology, you just use a little nav calculator, or if you get really lazy, you just push a button on your satellite receiver.
Today, we're going to take a look at some of the newest astronomy software. We'll meet a professional astronomer to find out how he uses computers, and we'll see real pictures of Halley's Comet. First, we're going to go to an observatory to see how computers have virtually replaced telescopes in the exploration of the universe.
The history of the Lick Observatory near San Jose, California, began in the late 19th century. Its beautiful mountaintop domes were constructed in a wilderness with the help of wagon teams and the simplest machinery. But while the domes still house some of the original equipment, the operation of its telescopes has changed dramatically. The monumental Shane Reflector Telescope is operated by and feeds data to a computer. Its graceful movements through the night sky are orchestrated by a program that determines where to aim it and then compensates for the Earth's movement. The telescope's 10-foot wide mirror is the source of its impressive light-gathering power, but its final output has changed. Instead of an eyepiece or photographic plate, charge-coupled device cameras, or CCDs, can detect levels of brightness with unmatched sensitivity.
I've been working recently taking CCD images on Mount Hamilton. Those, instead of a format of 500 by 500, that means that each image has something like over 2 million separate bits of information in one image. And we might take on the order of 20 or 30 such images over the course of an evening.
Computers have given astronomers greater control to sift through the dense matrix of light points and to analyze objects selectively. With an overlay of false color, objects like the comet appear more prominently. The astronomer positions the telescope remotely by matching a chip's position on the CCD array to absolute coordinates in the sky. The CCD can record bright and faint objects in the same image, thanks to its quick exposure time. Finally, astronomers can more easily isolate an object by separating it from the surrounding light emissions and reflections. In fact, to some researchers, the density of information available today taxes our ability to absorb it.
I'm an observational astronomer, so I can speak observationally, and it's meant that taking the data is a factor of 10 or 100 times more efficient today than it was 20 years ago when I first entered the field. In fact, we're almost swamped with data today simply because of the computers.
Joining us now in the studio is Evan Scharf, Chief Astronomer for Scharf Software Systems of Boulder, Colorado. And next to Evan is Robin Raskin, Contributing Editor for Family Computing Magazine, which has just completed a comprehensive survey of astronomical software. Gary?
Robin, it seems like a natural fit to have personal computers and astronomy come together. In your survey, what's really available now?
Well, what's available is very exciting because I first started this survey in 1984. We took a look and we decided there really was nothing available for the novice. It was mostly mathematical tables you were looking at. Nobody understood them. Then came interactive graphics. And the exciting thing that you have now with computers is you have an interactive way to say, show me a constellation, show me a star, show me a planet, and view it graphically on the screen and take that information and then go out to the real world and look up with a little more knowledge. And it's become a very exciting way for novices to learn.
Well, when you talk about novices, are you talking about students mainly, or are there just amateur astronomers that use this?
Students, for one. Amateur astronomers can go further and look at some of the coordinate information and do a lot less of the mathematical interpolation. But families who use their computers for checkbooks and other chores can just sit down for the first time, and especially with the comet here this year, it sort of is very exciting to have a way to learn that is interactive and a family venture. So our family, for one, has become amateur astronomers because of the home computer.
Now, Evan, you have a program called Telstar?
Yes, I do.
As an example of this, so let's take a look at it.
Well, Telstar is a program for someone who knows nothing about astronomy and would like to come out and look up in the sky and find out what's there, what it is, how can I learn about it. Telstar lets you have a location that may be a standard location, in this particular case San Francisco. It could be hometown anywhere. And one can pick a date and time between the years 0 and 3000. For our particular example, we'll pick our standard time in San Francisco, and I happen to like 4 o'clock in the morning, which is standard time.
I don't like 4 o'clock.
Well,
tell us why.
It turns out that 4 o'clock in the morning on March 10th, 1982 was one of the days that was going to be the end of the world. It was the grand conjunction of all the planets. The planets were going to line up, the gravitational forces, the metaphysical forces, and so on, and the world was going to fall apart. But what was so exciting was that it gave an amateur astronomer and people looking in the sky a chance to see 6 planets lined up in a view only 90 degrees wide. And what we're going to do is take the standard information presented on Telstar And let's look at it graphically. The system will be loading, doing various calculations on planets, adjusting for the Earth's precession or wobble, calculating inner and outer planet relationships, and present a view to us that's graphical. The view, as we'll see it in just a few seconds, is 90 degrees wide. We'll start out looking due south and covers from the horizon to directly overhead, or the zenith. There are 9 views within Telstar. 8 of them are 8 points of the compass, with the 9th being directly overhead. And in the view that we have here, we have actually 6 planets lined up. The planets are represented by small circles representing the planets with a ring around Saturn, as well as showing dim stars, bright stars, and constellations. It seems that constellations are one of the most fascinating elements. People read about them, would like to see them, and you stand out there and look up in the sky and end up with a sore neck but haven't really found out the constellations.
Suppose I want to help recognize one of those. What can you do?
What we'll do is merely press C for constellation.
It was easy.
And Telstar will draw the lines between the stars right before your eyes so that you can see the shapes. To identify any object on the screen, one merely presses I for identify and moves the crosshair to an individual object. In this particular case, we'll pick the constellation that's kind of a square right in front of us. And if one has the crosshair centered on the screen, it'll tell us that this particular one,
Constellation Libra.
Constellation Libra. It will tell you the astronomical location, the right ascension and declination, but also the azimuth and elevation, the compass heading, and how high, the time it rises, and the direction in which it rises from, and the time that it sets.
Okay, Evan, suppose I want to find a particular thing ahead of time, and I want to see where is it in the sky.
We would enter a date and time, and by the way, this will cover between the years 0 and 3000 for any location. And we'd enter our date and time, and we merely enter L for locate. In this particular example, let's locate Saturn.
Okay.
And it will give us the same information about Saturn. In this particular case, it tells us the phase, or the illuminated portion. After presenting the technical information, our view changes, and there's a flashing crosshair in the middle of the object. There is no doubt.
If we didn't recognize it by the rings, the software would tell us.
would do it.
Evan, how many different objects do you catalog now in this program?
There are 3 different star tables, and each table has about 250 objects. And they represent the brightest objects that one would see when you walk out and look out with the naked eye.
Okay. And we could find Halley's Comet, for example, on here if we wanted to use it for that.
If we picked a date and time when Halley's Comet was close by, we certainly could. In fact, I've used this for my viewing on a regular basis to go out and find the comet.
Robin, what does the software approach to astronomy do that you can't get out of a book or the usual list of tables and numbers?
Well, of course, Evan's approach is being graphic and interactive. Not everybody lives near a planetarium. If you do, you probably don't. You live somewhere where there's so much ambient light you can't see the stars anyhow. Evan gives you the best of both worlds. You have an interactive planetarium. Books are static, stars are dynamic. They move. Programs like Evan's Telstar moves. Some other software that's available that does some exciting things to complement Evan's are tutorials. There's one called Journey to the Stars that has a tutorial on apparent motion. You stand on the Earth and you understand why the stars seem like they're moving, where you're moving, and it all begins to make sense. There are bulletin boards for novices who cite their spotting, so if you have a modem and you dial up on some of the networks, you know, a whole new world is opened up there. People are very anxious to share information at any level.
How about in the school systems? Are they being used extensively in schools now?
There are some now filtering into the schools. There's one package called Astronomy that has 10 simulations, and it lets students create the birth of a planet. It lets planets go in their orbits, and it really gives you a visual feeling for what's going on.
Evan, briefly, what do you do about translating the 3-dimensional world into the 2 dimensions of the screen?
Well, it gets to be a little bit of a challenge. Things that are close to the horizon or up to about 45 degrees of elevation look normal, but when one goes to higher elevations, you get a distortion. You can't display a 3-dimensional sphere in a 2-dimensional plane. And so I have an overview which is provided that is looking directly up overhead, and it shows the same information. One can see constellations or identify without the distortion that one realizes up in the upper elevations. It's totally necessary to have both.
Well, that's pretty interesting stuff. Thank you both very much. In just a minute, we'll see a computer's eye view of Halley's Comet, so stay with us.
Until recently, scientists have been confined to observing the stars as a series of snapshots through telescopes. But today's astronomers are now seeing space as a dynamic, moving universe, condensing time, if you will, through computer modeling. At NASA Ames Space Science Research Laboratory in Mountain View, California, astrophysicists are exploring the unseen, employing data gathered from infrared satellites and space probes. The data is entered into sophisticated graphics workstations, manipulated and tabulated through a VAX minicomputer and NASA's Cray supercomputer. The result has been this startling imagery of universes colliding, experiments solidly grounded in physics.
And we can then, out of those interactions, out of those experiments, extract certain characteristic properties that we would expect. We then go back to the observational people and say, this is what we would expect in interacting systems, for instance, or in the formation of an individual galaxy. That's another example, perhaps, is in the formation of an individual galaxy. These numerical experiments tell us that there's very likely these shapes are much more complex, certainly for elliptical galaxies, than we thought in the past.
The modeling experiments have to date proven that halos of matter, invisible through telescopes, exist throughout galaxies. Coming experiments will attempt to explain star formation and how planets are created. NASA Ames researchers continue to pioneer this new kind of astronomy. Says Dr. Smith, it is this interplay between observation and theory which allows us to make progress. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
We're back in the studio now, and joining us is Bob Peterson. Bob is professor of astronomy at the College of Marin, also the founder of StarSoft. And next to Bob is Steve Vogt, associate astronomer at the Lick Observatory, which is headquartered at the University of California in Santa Cruz, near you, Gary.
Okay. Steve, we often have this view of an astronomer sitting out in front of his, peering through his telescope through his lonely nights. Have computers really changed that at all?
Absolutely, Gary. The field of astronomy has been totally revolutionized by computers. We rarely ever even look through our telescopes anymore. Computers are used to control and point the telescope, personal-sized computers. Computers are used to control the electronic instrumentation that is used to actually do the observing for us. They're essentially glorified TV cameras. And the computers, larger computers, are used to reduce and analyze the data and simulate astrophysical situations to model them and see how they agree with our...
Well, Steve, as a professional astronomer, what kind of information do you look for? What kind of things do you collect?
We collect photons, basically. As an optical astronomer, I collect light. We observe photons, we count them, we sort them into their colors or polarizations, and that's essentially our entire medium for understanding what's going on out there.
Okay, Bob, we want to know about Halley's Comet, I guess, is what we're getting at. You have some software called Halley. Tell us about it.
Oh, yes. Basically, it's 4 small programs put together. It is very graphic in its orientation, and it's an animated sequence allowing you to see Halley's Comet. It's sort of a God's eye view, an overview from the heliocentric view, as we refer to it as. And I'm going to enter a few numbers here, if I may, for a moment. Start back in October, for example, 1985. We're going to be looking down on the solar system, looking at the sun. We're going to display for approximately 300 days and perhaps look every 5 days or so. We'll tell it that we want to look out to maybe the orbit of Mars. And here's the display. We see the formation of the tail as it begins to approach the perihelion point, the closest point to the sun. Tail rather fully develops and then begins to diminish. That's the first program. Actually, I'm going to rerun it.
Just to make clear what we saw there, Bob, that's the path of the comet for a 300-day period starting from that date you entered.
October 1st.
And they were the orbits of the planets that were identified on the side there. Okay.
The next one, I'm going to actually start January 1, 1945. This is about the time when the comet is furthest away from the sun. I'm going to run this for a period of 95,000 days. That sounds like a long period, but we're going to only look every year.
This is astronomy. I mean, what's 95,000 days?
Well, it turns out the 95,000 days is roughly the period of the orbit of Pluto, so we can see the complete orbit of Pluto out there. I'm going to select the size here of 50 astronomical units. An astronomical unit's a distance between the sun and the Earth. And we'll go ahead and display that. Here we can see the comet come in very quickly around the sun. That process is basically over at this point, and now we're just seeing actually Pluto completing,
on the outside,
right, completing its orbit, right. Okay, then we'll switch on.
Okay, that was heliocentric view.
That's heliocentric view. Now we'll move to an Earth-based view, or geocentric view. This one allows us to look up at a star map, basically. Again, I'll select the same dates, October 1, 1985. And we'll select 9 o'clock in the evening, 2100 hours. Again, 300 days for the display, and again, 5 days at a time. I think we'd probably like to see the stars out so we can see where the comet is in relationship to the stars. So we'll enter that. Stars are presented on the screen, and then the path of the comet is displayed. And we can see a rather strong tail being formed in that particular display. We have one other way of rerunning that program to allow us to also see the sun's position. Maybe we'll quickly run through that.
That was helping to show us, by the way, that it's pretty low on the horizon up here at this latitude.
That's true. We're going to be not blessed very well. It would be nice to be in New Zealand for this occurrence, particularly in late March and early in April. Let me quickly...
So you're doing the same thing now, and you're going to also show us the sun's position.
That's correct.
In addition to that.
That's correct. We'll put in 5 days, and yes, we want the stars and the sun. And in this particular view, we'll see actually the occurrence of perihelion, where the comet comes very close to the position of the sun.
Now, is this software going to go on sale in late March?
Well, it's been on sale for a little longer than that.
Steve, now we've been looking at computer versions of Halley's Comet. Now, I understand with your big stuff down at Lick Observatory, you've actually taken pictures of the comet. I think we're going to roll that tape now and take a look at it. Could you describe for us what it is we're seeing?
Sure. This is a computerized image-intensified version of one night's worth of data on Halley's Comet. This was obtained at Lick Observatory using our 40-inch telescope by Richard Stover and Burt Jones. Each frame was taken with a CCD, or charge-coupled device detector, and then the information was processed in a computer and assembled into a color-enhanced image here. The colors that you see there are not real. They're simply representations of intensity, which is convenient for astronomers to be able to see detail and structure more clearly.
Okay, we're not really seeing, this is not an optical film picture, right? This is really a television picture of the comet.
It's sort of a super television picture with a super sensitive television camera. And that's Halley's Comet in the center there, moving among the field of background stars.
Okay, now what do we have here? You also took this with your system.
Yeah, this is what's called a Doppler image of the star HR 1099, which is really a binary system. This star is about 700 trillion miles away, or about 116 light years. It's so far away that you couldn't see it as a distinct, physically separated star system. It would only appear to be a point of light. And using a variety of computerized techniques, we've figured out a way to make Doppler images of the surface of the star so that we can see these large, dark regions which appear to be on the surface of the star. They're star spots, we call them. And we use the information in the spectrum below to derive the image of the star that you see before you.
What is the graph showing us on the bottom of that picture, Steve?
That's a spectral line profile, or the light of the star at a wavelength that's very near the resonance absorption of one atom, basically.
Steve, that's pretty impressive stuff. We hear a lot about using computers to search for radio waves in space and the search for life and these kinds of things. What role are computers playing there?
Well, one of the biggest efforts that is now underway is the SETI program, where they're using very sophisticated hardware and computers, software, to scan the radio frequency spectrum for signals from intelligent life out in space. They can scan millions of channels at once now using the new high-speed computer systems.
And what kinds of things we've been talking PCs pretty much so far. What are the kinds of things you need a Cray to do in terms of an astronomer's work?
Well, problems like Doppler imaging that I just showed you are that sort of class. You need a much larger machine like a VAX.
What computer, in fact, were you using for that?
We were using a VAX 11780 for that, which is reasonably well suited to it. But the larger the computer, the better we could do the problem. Crays are generally used for simulations where you're making a model of something like the inside of a star or the exploding of a supernova, where you have billions and billions of calculations that you have to perform in order to get the answer out. It's very calculation-intensive type modeling.
Bob, we have about a half a minute left as an astronomy professor. Do you find a lot of interest in astronomy and these kinds of things these days, I would think?
Particularly because of the event of Halley's Comet returning. There's been a great deal of interest in the media, of course, and in the general public. So we find quite a bit of activity at the college as a result.
Gentlemen, very fascinating. We're out of time. Thank you so much. We'll be back in just a minute with this week's Computer News. In the Random Access file this week, Computerland is going into the computer business. The company said it's looking for a company in Asia to manufacture a computer to be sold under the Computerland brand name. The Computerland computer would be a low-priced MS-DOS machine designed to compete with the Tandy 1000 and the leading-edge Model D. The new machines could be on the shelf by June. It looks like it's all over finally for Osborne Computers. The company, which had been reorganized after a bankruptcy, is again bankrupt, and its assets will be liquidated. Osborne creditors declared it in default this month when the company could not make payment on a $6 million debt. Commodore posted a whopping $53 million loss for the last quarter despite near-record sales of over $300 million. Commodore stock has been taking a beating, but some analysts are saying chances are looking good for eventual profitability. Steve Jobs has gone into yet another new business. He just bought Pixar, a company which makes a high-end graphics computer. Pixar had been created by filmmaker George Lucas. The price was in the several millions of dollars. Pixar computers were designed to do 3D graphics for movies, but have found a better market in the medical and military fields. IBM was in the odd role of new kid on the block at the recent Unix show in Anaheim, California. With the new IBM PC RT, IBM is in the Unix game at last, and other Unix vendors seem to be moving toward IBM, with much talk about the need for Unix to integrate into the MS-DOS world rather than stand alone. Time for this week's software review, and here's Paul Schindler.
Imagine being able to find any chapter you wanted in any of these books. A difficult task, right? Now imagine me trying to keep track of 700 files in 20 catalogs on 30 megabytes of hard disk. Housekeeping is one of my most irritating chores. Now finally imagine, if you can, how happy I was to be introduced to 411, a package which indexes everything in every text on your hard disk in just a megabyte or two of space. Incredible? That's what I said. Then I said I was sure it would be too slow to be useful. But, as we say in television, seeing is believing. We'll just give a brief demonstration here. You give 411 a word contained in some file you think is on the disk, and it comes back with the name of every file that contains that word. It can even link you into your word processor so you can start work on it right now. What about all your existing files? You can batch them up and throw them in. What about indexing as you go along? That's just what 411 is all about, with a quick little file called Filet to assist you. Now, I don't think any hard disk user can survive without a copy of 411, $149 from Select Information Systems, Kentfield, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
There are some 14,000 companies in the software business, but new industry figures show that 10 companies account for 70% of the business. Here are the software top 10 in order of market share. The top 20 programs, by the way, account for 80% of the software business. In our legislative update file, the budget which President Reagan just sent to Congress includes a surprisingly high amount of money for high technology. Despite budget cuts elsewhere, the Reagan budget for basic research is up 8% over last year. Northwest Airlines has just purchased a $40,000 software package that tells Northwest's Sperry computer how many discount seats it should sell on a flight. The program analyzes 30 criteria, such as load factor and competition, and then it sets the number of cheapy seats. Airline officials said the upgrade of one discount seat a day per flight could generate an extra $12 million a year in revenue. Finally, the story of the $2 billion computer error. Workers at the Federal Reserve Bank in San Francisco spent 3 days learning how to use their new computer system using a dummy program and fake transactions. Then on Monday, the computer went into operation for real. Only somebody forgot to delete the dummy program. So the first thing the computer did on Monday morning was to transfer $2 billion worth of funds to 19 banks which had never requested the money. The error was discovered in a few hours. However, 2 of the banks waited 24 hours before notifying the feds of the computer's mistaken generosity. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Lots of students are coming into career counseling centers like this one to find out about working in computers. Well, what really are the job opportunities in the field, and what kinds of skills do you need to get them? We'll get answers to those questions today as we take a look at careers in computing on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, we're hooked up here to something called the Online Career Network, a kind of electronic help wanted ads for computer jobs, and we see right now a listing of job opportunities in the fields of fiber optics, semiconductors, personal computers, computer-aided design, robotics, and new computer architecture. We're talking about job opportunities in this field now, and it's kind of confusing. One day you read in the paper that some computer company has laid off 500 people, and the next day you read in the paper that there are all kinds of job opportunities in the computer field. Now, which is it?
Well, Stewart, the personal computer industry is still young and quite volatile. If you want stability in a job, you move up toward the mainframes, where a bright engineer with a well-rounded education, say mathematics, computer science, always find long-term employment. Now, career planning in the new emerging area is more difficult, but if you're adventurous, you'll also find it's a lot more fun.
Well, we're going to take a look at what the job opportunities are in the computer field today. We'll meet high-tech placement counselors, recruiters, and employers, and we'll try to find out what it's really like to work in computers. Now, one of the nice things about the computer field, as you know, Gary, is it doesn't only provide employment opportunities, but entrepreneurial opportunities. So we're going to start out by taking a look at the self-employment possibilities in the computer field.
Somewhere between the stodgy giants and the fragile startups of the computer industry is a group of people who perform an important role in exchange for very little attention. They're the independent consultants, programmers, and designers who sell only their expertise. Jack Porterfield is one of these individuals who decided to leave the security of the corporation in exchange for his independence.
I just decided that I wanted to work on my own. The company, as I mentioned, had become large. It was small when I joined it. I like the intimate feel. I like informal. I guess the event was that I had quite a few friends who were consultants, and they sat there like sirens on the rocks beckoning. I took the plunge.
Jack's office is now at home, and his living room houses some very sophisticated hardware. While he has managed to keep busy since choosing self-employment, Jack warns that consulting is not for timid souls.
The ability to take on a job, do it well, and make a client happy are really what it comes down to. In this business, if you have to show your resume, you don't have the job. You have to go in there and convince somebody on a one-to-one level that you can do the job, and then back that up with actually finishing the job and getting the product running.
The demand for independent consultants provides insight into how a computer company operates and why it needs to go outside for solutions to its problems.
Well, there are two reasons. One is technical competence, and the second has got to do with support. In the first case, they may not just be able to hire somebody, or they may not have anybody. And the second thing has to do with support. They may just need a particular job done once. Now, while it may appear on the surface that it's very expensive to hire me, that I'm only there for 2 or 3 weeks, and I get it up and running, and they never have to deal with this particular aspect of the business again.
Joining us now in the studio is James Patterson. James is coordinator of high-tech counseling at Stanford's Career Placement Center. And next to James is John Podkomorski, who is an R&D section manager at Hewlett-Packard and also helps out with some college recruiting at HP. Gary?
James, there's a recent study that was released by UCLA involving a few thousand incoming freshmen. And there apparently the interest in going into a computer science degree program is less than it has been a few years back. What's the reason for that?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think what has happened is that even liberal arts students are finding that they can also obtain employment in the high-tech market just by taking a few courses in computer science. One does not necessarily totally have to have a degree in computer science and or EE in order to find employment in the high-tech industry.
So in a sense that computer science training has been really dissipated among a number of other
Yes,
disciplines.
you can find a music, for instance, major can get a job as assistant programmer as long as he or she has the courses that will allow them to do that particular work.
Mm-hmm. John, do you see that when you're doing your college recruiting?
We see a little of that. I think also there's a renaissance of attention into the business programs and the ability of people to make a contribution in computer science fields by going through business degrees and through MBAs and various other highly business-oriented functions. Mm-hmm. However, we continue to see a very high emphasis in the more technical computer science and engineering fields.
Well, this is actually a question for both. I'll start with John. When you go into a college situation, do recruiting, what do you actually look for in a student that's coming up?
We have several different types of requirements. For the R&D environment, we are obviously looking for very, very well qualified, very high GPA, strong technical contributors, often with technical backgrounds and the ability to demonstrate that they've worked in the field. We also recruit for classical MIS jobs, computer programmer jobs, computer technician jobs, computer repair jobs, a variety of different places, and they all have slightly different criteria depending on the nature of their needs.
Now, James, you're sort of, James, you're sort of on the other side of it. Now, how do you prepare someone to say, talk to someone like John?
Well, basically, preparing, we want them to talk about their background and also give the employer a overview of some of the kinds of courses that they have completed to meet their particular need. Equally important, we talk with students about resume writing, job hunting technique skills, and also what's very important is communication skills. Being able to communicate to people, because no longer will that engineer be isolated by themselves, but he or she will be able to have to work along with other people in a group. So communication skills is very, very important, we're finding.
And this is one of their first opportunities to really communicate, right?
John, how competitive is it right now for the graduate coming out of school? I understand that you have your choice of 10, 20, 50 guys with a 4.0 average coming out for every job you have. Is that true?
Actually, for the competition coming out of high school, out of colleges, is very, very tough, particularly for degree programs, particularly if you want to come into some of the more major corporations, the IBMs, the Hewlett-Packards, the DECs of the world. And to give you a feel for that, on the campus that I recruit on, there's approximately 150 to 200 graduates every year, and we may hire 15 computer science graduates of that type. Everybody else finds jobs someplace else. Mm-hmm. And for those same 20 that are in the top 20% of the class, all of the companies are competing for the same group of people. And there's jobs for everyone. That's usually not an issue. But if you want to aim yourself towards one of the major companies, the focus is very intense.
Now, what is the example that you sort of alluded to this point that you go to a certain place to get a certain type of graduate? What schools besides Stanford, of course, are the top schools that you go to look for, and what are the characteristics of the graduates that come from those schools?
Okay, I personally visit the University of Wisconsin in Madison. There are perhaps 20 schools within Hewlett-Packard Company that are targeted for college recruiting, among them being Champaign-Urbana in Illinois, Stanford, obviously, Berkeley, MIT, all the names that you would expect if you listed the schools that seem like they have the most visibility and have good scientific and technical programs.
Now, John, if you are one of those graduates and you've got 20 guys and they all have 4.0s, what is that other thing you look for to decide which guy you're going to hire?
Communication skills, working background, experience, summer jobs, recommendations by faculty from time to time, their ability to demonstrate practical skills. So I don't care if someone does A's on their exam. What I want them to be able to do is to tell me about what they've done, to have them explain to me that they really understand their work as opposed to just being able to demonstrate the academics.
One of the things that you're bringing out here is that as an employer, sometimes I go into a situation like that and I look for a project, a good-sized project that a student has finished up, and they say, well, from beginning to end. It's actually a little bit of a work experience to be able to do that.
Do they understand how they did that and why?
James, looking at the student side, as you counsel with Stanford graduates, what particular areas seem to be the hottest? What areas do students want to get into?
Right now, we're finding that there's a trend for, especially our EE students, to want to get into product marketing, customer support, and not just totally rely upon design. One of the advantages of the students in our area is that they can go to a broad spectrum of areas. For instance, not only just rely upon the semiconductor, but they can go into telecommunications, they can go to robotics, biomedical engineering, biotechnology, or some of the emerging fields that you'll find that our students are serving an interest. But more importantly, we're getting a lot of the engineers who are no longer saying, I just want to do design, I want to be able to work with people and be around with people, but I still want to use my technical expertise in a high-tech firm.
James, go ahead.
Just comment on that. I think that's really important because often in an academic environment, students are really bred and told that they must go into R&D because they're at the state of the art. And in fact, many fail because their personalities are ill-suited to that. And it's very important to start putting the emphasis now on where the right job is for your personality set.
And it's also a characteristic of our industry right now is that more and more people understand, the technical people understand that we need to have marketing people around and to support the work, because otherwise it's not going to be a success.
Well, even within the realm of R&D, we find that there are jobs that are working in new design, but the number of people that actually work in that area compared to the number of people that work in the sustenance of existing work, this is a very small number as opposed to the people that are necessary to keep things running.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. We're out of time. Now, Gary and I, in just a minute, are going to go back online with that career network to find out what kinds of jobs are out there right now, so stay with us. Gary and I are hooked up again to this online career network, Gary, and we may be out of work soon, so maybe we better look for a job. Let's see what the opportunities are here.
Okay, well, I always wanted to be an electrical engineer. I always respected these guys. Let's try that.
Okay, so you can get an honest job here.
Okay, let's see if I'm qualified for this one.
Okay, what job are they looking for? A hardware test programming person. What are they looking for?
All right, we've got microprocessor-based systems, so I qualify for that one, but looks like double E and CS background. Well, I got the CS background, so maybe I could qualify for that one. Okay. Except I don't think I'd probably be a very good electrical engineer based on my experience.
Okay, next job, a job in electronic packaging, and what do they require there?
All right, so then this is experience in design and packaging of computer system cabinets. I think I'll pass on that one.
Well, even there it says they want a BS, MS, or EE preferred.
That's right. Okay, how about let's try, I better get back into software, right?
Maybe we'll get you a job in software. Okay, you flunked on that one.
Okay, software development, number 4. Huh?
Okay, see if we can find you a job in number 4, software development. And what are they looking for here? Software
Again, this is only one company.
Yeah, this is Sperry. The jobs that are open at Sperry right now. Okay, here's a software development job.
Okay,
what do they want?
Experience with the following software and hardware systems. Let's see what we got. I don't know what this 1100 OS experience is, but I can handle
I don't think you get the job.
The MASM PL1 Plus, Pascal, and C. I got that one, Z80. I can still remember some of that. How about Unix and MS-DOS? Well, I may have to paddle a bit on the MS-DOS. Okay, and again, this is one that requires, well, no, actually, it doesn't require any experience in or any educational experience. And this is typical of the kind of thing that we see, let's say when I'm doing hiring, I look at a strong educational base for one. If it's there, fine. If they haven't got too much experience, that's okay. Now, if you have a strong experience base, then that takes care of some of the educational parts of it.
So you can be a college dropout and still maybe get a job. Huh?
Sure.
Well, one of the nice things, in fact, in the computer field is jobs are being opened up not only in these higher levels, but at lower levels. For instance, one of the fastest growing areas is computer maintenance, where you can get a job maybe with just a couple of years of college. We're going to take a look at that now with this report from Wendy Woods.
9 out of 10 of these students will be able to walk out of this 2-year technical school into well-paying jobs in the computer industry. They're training in the fields of hardware, systems analysis, software programming, and maintenance.
The Labor Department says these computer fields are among the fastest growing occupations in the U.S. through 1995, meaning the employment prospects for these students are virtually among the best for any profession in the country.
Despite the slump of 1985, the careers for which these students are training have tremendous potential. While fewer will enter the manufacturing end compared to several years ago, more will walk directly into design and engineering jobs, especially in fields such as microwave and telecommunications, as America's electronics industry matures and specializes.
I think they have wonderful job opportunities in the field of electronic and computer technology, and whether it be from the design concept and the prototyping of new designs, the application to solving new problems through electronics and computer technology, to the manufacturing, quality control, installation, and servicing of electronic products, ranging from medical to automotive to industrial to computing devices.
The students themselves, while admitting increasing enrollment in computer studies means increasing competition, are still optimistic.
The aspects look great. You know, the market was down, 3-4 months ago, but it is picking up today.
Enrollment in technical schools is generally increasing by 15% a year, while the number of jobs for these graduates outpaces that number. But the most important lesson they're all learning, meanwhile, is that their education won't end here. The fast-changing field of computers means a lifetime of learning, and many will be employed in specialties that we can only dream about by 1995. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
We're back in the studio now, and joining us is Pat Hill-Hubbard, who's Vice President for Engineering and Technical Education at the American Electronics Association. And with us also is Harry Hamlin, the President of Hamlin Associates, a high-tech recruiting firm.
Pat, if I'm looking for a career in computers, what's a hot new area to go into?
I would say telecommunications is certainly a career that is here and tomorrow. In fact, we just did a small survey, and we found that the projections for growth in software telecommunications areas in 5 years is 2.5 times what it is today. So,
okay, and what's driving that?
I think it is telecommunications is not singularly any longer AT&T's. It's a job that is of interest to all kinds of electronics and information technology companies, and not just here in the United States, but certainly worldwide. So we all need them.
Harry, how about you? What do you see as the hot new areas?
Well, definitely telecommunications, but overall, software is the language of high technology, and anybody who is proficient in software has a exciting life ahead of them.
So just a good basic computer science background would be a good thing to get into.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, Pat, what about mentioning telecommunications? If you're a student in school now saying, okay, that's a hot area she told me about, what should I be taking? What should I be majoring in?
Well, that is a small problem today because AT&T used to train our telecommunications engineers, and they're not doing that anymore. In fact, we're just at the verge of launching a major new curriculum at the MS level in telecommunications engineering. But basically a combination of experience, I say a double E is the best preparation right now, and to hang tight, and maybe we'll be able to have a whole curriculum in the future.
Well, this brings up a point. Earlier we were talking about the fact that it's very easy to find a 4.0 student, a graduate. As an employer, I don't find that to be the case, that it's very difficult to find a real good engineer. How do we go about, as an employer, what's the best way to find these people? Harry?
That's
what we're that's what we're in business for. It's really a dedicated project to find these people. First of all, the employer must give us a very accurate specification as to exactly what he wants, and then we will spend from 30 to 90 days looking for that kind of a person.
Now, where do you find these candidates? Do you go into the colleges to find them? Do you go into companies to find them? Where do you actually locate these people?
The people that we search for are usually referred to us by other people. We do maintain a database by technologies and specific disciplines of people, and we approach them and the people that they know, and then go after them.
Now, doesn't this
way.
lead sometimes to, let's say, a kind of a checkerboard career that a person is moving? Well, we had this problem in the Valley, of course, of people moving from one job to the other. And if you're going in there pulling somebody out of one company, and what's the effect on their career?
The life of a project, from product conception to the time of production, is 2 to 3 years or less now. It used to be 5 years, but now it's about 3 or 4 years. And when those projects are completed, an engineer is usually ready to proceed on to something else.
So an engineer should think of his career as being, say, segmented up into 6-year cycles or something? Would that be
well,
the case?
that's not inconceivable. It's not unreasonable. He should set certain goals for himself to acquire new technologies. You don't want to keep doing the same job over and over again, like happened recently in the disk drive industry.
So you're saying job changing is just part of the nature of
growth,
this career.
right, yes.
What about the geography of the opportunities? Are we just talking Silicon Valley, Pat, or where are the job opportunities?
Well, certainly they are here in our backyard, and certainly in California. I believe out of the top 10 areas, California has 4 or 5. And the whole Pacific rim, if you will, is certainly a hot area. Oregon, Washington, Hawaii even, and Alaska. But, you know, it's certainly a national industry. Massachusetts, New York, I believe, is actually after California. Texas, Virginia is developing around the D.C. Beltway, North Carolina, the Research Triangle, and there's a new area called the Technology Crescent that's north of Atlanta, Georgia. So we are certainly, there are jobs everywhere in this country and abroad.
And if we take a look at also one factor is that we have these role models, Steve Wozniak, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, various people who have dropped out of college to go into form their own companies. How important is that educational experience?
Well, I would like to say it's very important. I do believe it is. We're just not all there. We don't know where all of those Steve Jobs are. And the technology is becoming so complex that a very sound theoretical base combined with the idea that as you work, you seek out continuing education so that you don't become obsolete, that's an important thing to do.
What about the opportunities for women in the computer field? On one hand, we hear that it's a very open field for women, yet we hear there's still some biases at certain levels for women. What's your observation?
I would imagine there are biases. I would say women are certainly going into computer science. They do not seem to be going into computer engineering as much, or certainly not EE as much as some of us would like. One of the reasons, I believe, is that there are not role models in the classroom for them. There are very few female EE computer engineer professors, and even less minority.
Okay, real briefly, we have about 30 seconds. What about teaching? Isn't that a real problem that we don't have enough teachers to teach the students to get the jobs?
Yes, very much so. The national shortage on computer engineering faculty right now is 16%. That's in spite of the fact that the salaries are actually coming up. And in California, the need is enormous.
So there's certainly job opportunities in the teaching field. Thank you both very much. If you're interested, by the way, in more information about job opportunities in the computer field, we have some pamphlets we can send you. Write to this address, Jobs, care of Computer Chronicles at 1700 West Hillsdale Boulevard, San Mateo, California, 94402. Now, we've been talking about jobs that are being created by computers. Some people think computers are taking away jobs. We asked our commentator, George Morrow, for his thoughts.
It's not often one stumbles over a basic law of nature. Could it be I have? I want to call it the law of diminishing returns on complexity, and it goes like this. The labor burden of a machine increases in direct proportion to its complexity, while the labor benefit of a machine decreases in direct proportion to its complexity. Here's an example. If machine A is twice as complex as machine B, Machine A will replace only half the labor force Machine B did, while using twice as much labor to maintain, manufacture, and train for. Western civilization seems to have thrived on this principle, each generation creating more complex machines to support the increased population of the next. When it comes to complex machines, I think those of us in the microcomputer industry have done an outstanding job. In the repair and training fields alone, we may have created enough jobs to reduce national unemployment by half. It's a high watermark and may be hard to improve on. But then perhaps I'm underestimating our ability to make complex what could be simple. That's how I see it. I'm George Morrow.
In the Random Access File this week, Hewlett-Packard has joined the RISC battle, announcing its own new line of reduced instruction set computers. But HP says it has taken RISC technology beyond IBM, with many new engineering features that HP says will make its new computers faster and cheaper. Hewlett-Packard is calling its RISC technology HP Precision Architecture. The company said it is staking its future on the new technology, but don't rush out to buy one yet. The first machine won't be out until the fall, and the price tag is $225,000. The battle lines are already forming among computer scientists on RISC technology. Despite the new IBM RT-PC and the HP entry, some engineers are saying that RISC machines will be very difficult to write software for, and some are saying that RISC chips are less reliable, lacking adequate error checking and redundancy. Digital Equipment kicked off its big DEC World Bash in Boston last week by announcing a new local area network system called DEC Connect. It allows a single digital wall plug to accommodate 4 separate feeds, one for high-speed data, one for low-speed data, one for voice, and one for video. AT&T has announced a new low-priced email system with a minimum charge of 40 cents to send a one-page letter. A stamp costs 22 cents. AT&T also says it will offer delivered email to recipients without computers for as little as $7.50 for overnight delivery. It seemed like the Indy 500 of chip makers at the recent Solid State Circuit Conference in Anaheim, California. Hitachi showed off its new Josephson Junction chip, which performed a calculation in mere trillionths of a second. NEC showed off its new RAM chip, which it said operated at 25 billionths of a second. AT&T demonstrated its new MOS chip, which it said moved data at 3 billion bits per second. And IBM said its experimental microprocessor has 93,000 transistors on the chip and can literally run a mainframe program on a desktop computer. Time for this week's software review, and here's Paul Schindler.
You know, some people are going to use one of these to look for Halley's Comet, but the rest of us are just going to have to try to peer into the sky for the big celestial event of 1986. If you want to see it early, though, it helps to have a sky chart. But sky charts have a problem. They really only show you roughly where celestial bodies are in the sky. Wouldn't it be nice if there was some way to obtain a sky chart that showed just what the sky looked like above your house? Well, as you've probably guessed, I know how to get a chart like that by using a package called PC Planetarium. Now, first it asks you for your latitude and longitude. If you don't know them, it draws a globe and asks you to point to your location. Note that the screen is colorful and the instructions are simple and easy to follow. When you complete a task, PC Planetarium says thank you, an often overlooked but pleasant touch. Then it asks for the time and date of your sky chart and what time zone you're in. Obviously ready for 1986, the program points out Halley's Comet as well as other celestial bodies and constellations. PC Planetarium is slow as the dickens. It takes 15 minutes to draw a screen and 20 minutes to print it. But heck, how often do you need a sky chart? PC Planetarium is $52 from Light Software in San Francisco. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
In our legislative update file, the General Services Administration has just completed a survey of computer use by the federal government, looking at attitudes toward computers by new users. The most widespread applications, the big 3 led by spreadsheet analysis. The most frequently cited benefit was more timely output, and the biggest complaint, inadequate training. The Denver Public Library has developed a rather interesting computer application called the Electronic Atlas. Rather than struggling with the hundreds of pages in those oversized Atlas books, you can just enter certain database criteria and the computer will generate a map that answers your questions. There are 1,000 variables such as census figures, demographics, business locations, and so on. Finally, if you ever wondered how accurate barcode readers are, listen to this. International Robomation, which makes barcode readers, wanted to demonstrate the reliability of their system. They put a barcode on a Frisbee and threw it. and the barcode camera reader quickly and accurately read the data off the Frisbee. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
This video camera is part of a computerized vision system attempting to work like the human brain. That means processing millions of pieces of information in milliseconds. Sequential computers can handle that kind of speed, so computer scientists here are developing computers that work more like the brain in parallel. Today we take a look at the cutting edge of the search for computer speed, parallel processing, on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, what I'm doing with my toy trains here is trying to understand parallel processing. You tell me if I have it right. In a sequential computer, basically, you've got one track, one engine, let's say, carrying one piece of information or one instruction. In a parallel system, we could have two or more tracks, two or more engines, each of them carrying some of that information down the line, and therefore we could get the job done in half the time. And the problem is, of course, making sure this train knows what that train is doing. Now, am I on the right track?
Well, I'd say it's a good model. Well, Stewart, the basic idea is to take a complicated task and break it into small, independent tasks that can be carried out at the same time. For example, if we had 1,000 people who want to move down this one train track, we could take several trains and move them to their destination. Or we could take 10 different tracks with 10 different trains and get them all there at nearly the same time. The problem is to coordinate, of course, on this end. Now, for example, your personal computer that you have right now has got a lot of parallel processes going on in it. For example, you've got a microprocessor in the keyboard that's watching the keystrokes, microprocessor in the printer that's watching the platen movements and buffering and printing data, and then a central processing unit that's coordinating all these activities independently.
Well, today we're going to try to find out more about parallel processing and try to understand it. It's certainly a very important area of computer research right now. We'll meet some of the top researchers and scientists in the field across the country, and we'll actually show you a parallel processing computer so you can see for yourself how fast it really is. We're going to start with a background look at parallel architecture, and we'll try to help you understand why we really need it.
Towering over micros, minis, and mainframes are the supercomputers, machines that can match one fingerprint among millions, simulate the forms of life, and design the weapons of doom. This kind of computing power, combining tremendous speed with processing capacity, has been the exclusive province of machines costing tens of millions of dollars. But a widespread interest in parallel architecture may change that. Parallel processing, or the dividing up of computations between processors working in unison, can be accomplished in different ways. The data bus is the most common method, but is effective only for a limited number of processors. The distributed crossbar is another way to distribute processing, although the need to interconnect each processor puts a practical limit to this system as well. The ingenious butterfly switch network is one way to expand the crossbar, permitting up to 256 processors in all. But regardless of the method used, the multiprocessor super minis are giving new number crunching power to specialized users. In San Francisco, the University of California recently installed a parallel processing machine for molecular modeling studies. The 64-bit machine from Floating Point Systems is capable of 38 million floating point operations per second. The new machine can reduce a night's worth of calculations to a couple of hours. With the help of their new computer, the department produces some of the most remarkable graphics ever seen on a computer screen.
Joining us now in the studio is Dr. Howard Resnikoff, currently visiting scientist at MIT's Center for Biological Information Processing, and Dr. Resnikoff also was co-founder of Thinking Machines Corporation. Also with us, Dr. Eugene Brooks, a physicist who was involved in parallel processing research at Caltech and who is now involved in the same area at Lawrence Livermore Labs. Gary?
Howard, what does biological information processing have to do with parallel processing?
That's a good question, Gary. Certainly the most proficient parallel information processors are biological organisms. Let me give you one typical example. If you're driving your car along the street and a child runs out in front, within a tenth of a second, you respond and have your foot aimed toward the brake. What went on in that brief period? Well, light hit your eye, it traveled up the optic nerve, your brain created a plan, compared the information with some stored knowledge, and sent signals to the motor system to move your muscles. Now, the neurons in your brain switch in a millisecond. You had only a tenth of a second in the entirety. So the program that does this is only 100 steps deep. There must be an enormous amount of parallel processing.
Absolutely. Now, at Lawrence Livermore Labs, there are everyday problems being solved there. How is parallelism applied there in solution to problems?
Well, we apply parallelism at Livermore Labs to do two things. One is to reduce the cost of a problem, to reduce the cost of a simulation, rather. The idea is to apply several cheaper computers to a single simulation than to apply one more expensive computer. And the other is to reduce the time at which a physics simulation takes. In order to make progress using physics simulations, you have to get your answers back quickly enough that you don't forget what the problem was to start with.
What would be a typical physics problem that you might solve?
Well, there are many problems you might solve. There are weather simulations. There are simulations of the deformation of metals. There are a variety.
Let's take weather simulation, for example. What's inherently parallel in something like that?
Well, in a weather simulation, you divide up the space, the physical space, which you're simulating into a large number of zones, and the update of the physical characteristics of each zone may go on in parallel, subject to some information from the neighbors.
You could compute each one of these zones separately and in sequence, but in this way, using your parallelism, you can just do them all together.
Yes.
Eugene, what's the factor of speed we're talking about in doing a weather simulation with a Cray or doing it with a parallel approach?
Well, the factor in speed that you get when you use parallel processing to solve a problem is very much in question, basically because you might see a large amount of parallelism in a weather simulation, many thousands or millions of points that could be updated in parallel, but the cost of organizing the computation tends to interfere with effectively using that many parallel processors on the problem. So there's some range of parallelism that you have to exploit in order to utilize a processor efficiently.
Howard, if we take a look at the problem of, say, biological simulation and so forth, are we going to see parallel processing applied to actually artificial intelligence, for example?
I think we've begun to see that already. The example that I gave of biological vision is, of course, very similar to the examples of machine vision. But you have to realize that the amount of computing resource that's required is much greater than any serial machine can provide today. In the biological example of the human eye, there are more than 2,500 megabits per second of data falling on the eye. No machine available today is able to deal with that.
Eugene, when you were at Caltech, you worked on one version of a parallel processing machine called the hypercube. Now tell us what the hypercube approach is.
Well, the hypercube approach was a message passing architecture where you utilized many CPUs that were connected to each other and effectively sent computer mail to one another in order to get the work done. The data of the algorithm had to be distributed amongst all the CPUs by the programmer.
Okay, and you talk about biological. How good is the brain, as an analogy to look at, as a biological example of how to develop a parallel machine?
That's a very complicated question. We know so little about the way the brain works. Some people think there may be as many as 10 to the 12th neurons. That's a very large number. Electronics is not going to build machines that complex. On the other hand, they're very slow units. They're extremely unreliable. There must be a great deal of redundancy. The more fundamental question of how to structure the programs, the algorithms, seems to me to be the place where most progress will be made. And I think there must be general principles that underlie both electronic and biological information.
Okay, gentlemen, we'll continue in just a moment. First of all, let's go take a look at a real parallel processing computer. We'll look at the Alexi, and Wendy Woods has that story from San Jose.
All computers will be parallel processors by the year 2000. That's the prediction of Alexi's president, whose firm makes the Alexi 6400. Capable of operating up to 12 simultaneous CPUs, the 6400 is lightning fast, processing at a fraction of the speed of conventional serial computers, which is why it has already been sold to 60 major customers.
For example, General Motors is using parallel processing to design car bodies and to design parts for its vehicles and do structural analysis on its vehicles. The semiconductor industry is using parallel processing to design chips for new computers. They can get the same calculation for probably 1/4 the price that they can using a single processor.
Parallel processors don't come cheap. The top-of-the-line 6400 costs nearly $3 million. But Alexi sees this technology coming down in price and size as the industry realizes its potential.
Personal computers that are used in business today will be parallel personal computers in 10, 15 years' time. It's the natural step to take. Once you accept that we are running out of performance in serial processors, then developments will be undertaken in parallel processors.
Alexi sold $22 million worth of hardware last year. Not bad for a company pioneering a new technology. And this year, the company not only expects to break even, but to make a profit over its initial investment, after which the sky seems to be the limit. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us now in the studio is David Rogers, the Vice President for Engineering of Sequent Computer Systems of Portland, Oregon. And back again with us, Dr. Howard Resnikoff of MIT. And if you hear a huge roar in the background, that's David's Sequent computer over there, which we're going to get to in just a moment. Gary?
Howard, at the beginning we had 10 trains colliding at the train station. Here's an example of parallelism. How well does that really model parallelism?
Well, Gary, as you said, it's a good model, but it's not perfect. For instance, for a database search where one is seeking some particular string, that works fine. But for problems of the type that Eugene was mentioning, the processors have to communicate a bit. And in that case, the topology of the network becomes important.
Right. Okay, David, there's some incredible things going on the screen on your computer now. Tell me about this demonstration you're going to show us on the Sequent.
I brought with me today an example of a computation which can be divided into parallel segments. The calculation is known as the Mandelbrot set. It's a set of numbers in the complex plane, and it's a good example of a problem which is suited for parallel processing because it can be divided up and run on multiple computers simultaneously. The computer will, in fact, divide up, as is being shown here on the screen, the problem into many tiny segments. The system that I brought with me today has a total of 12 computers, and so the segments will be processed 12 at a time until the result is completed.
Okay, so as I understand, we're going to take a look and solve this problem with one processor, and then 2, and then 12 at a time.
That's correct.
Okay.
Here you see one processor generating a segment of the image which will fill the entire rectangle. Then in a moment, we'll add a second processor, and you'll see that the rate of rectangle appearance is doubled. And then finally, we will add all 12 of the processors, and you'll see that the rectangles are going up.
Okay, so at the moment, we're seeing a visualization, really, of the rate at which one processor is solving this problem.
This is actually the second, right?
Right, we're now up to
Okay,
two.
we're now up to 2 processors at a time.
And now all 12 will be at work, and you see that the rate of execution is gone up linearly, which is one of the advantages of parallel processing. Generally, one wants to accomplish one of 2 results with parallel processing, either a decrease in runtime in order to get results more quickly, or an improvement in throughput. One is measured in results per unit time, and the other is measured in time to reach a single result.
David, we talked about the hypercube as one architecture a few minutes ago, and what is the architecture you have? Can you give us a little explanation of what these different architectures do?
Yes. The hypercube is an example of a connection machine, a network of computers talking to one another, not sharing the same memory. The machine that I brought with me, the Balance 8000, is an example of a closely coupled multiprocessor. All of the processors share access to the same data at every instant in time. One would use a connection machine for problems where the rate of communication among the processors is lower and the distribution of the data is higher. And conversely, with closely coupled machines, one works on problems where the intercommunication is more frequent and the volume of data is larger.
Now, if we apply this to, let's say, the personal computer industry to some extent, is there any application, let's say, of parallelism in personal computing you can think of?
The recently announced PCRT actually allows for parallel computation. The RISC technology machine can be doing engineering and scientific computations, and the PC-compatible engine can be doing more commercial-oriented applications
how about
like spreadsheets.
applications to, let's say, in graphics?
Well, as you probably know, many computers that we think of as single computers today actually consist of several microprocessors, each dedicated to a specific function. That kind of functional distribution has been employed for a long time.
Howard, we just saw 12 processors at work in David's Sequent machine. Now, you were involved some time ago with thinking machines, and they have a massive approach, don't they? Tell us about that machine.
Yes, the thinking machine's connection machine has 64,000 processors, each of which is a relatively simple one, however, and again a hypercube interconnection network. And so for a machine like that, which operates in an SIMD control mode, which means that there's an orchestra conductor giving the same instruction to all of the processors, graphics problems, problems that are related to image processing, and a wide variety of others as well, can be treated in a way that's similar to what you see here, but on a much more massive scale.
David, what are the applications in which your Sequent machine is being used?
We fall into several categories, some which are runtime-oriented and some which are throughput-oriented. The runtime-oriented ones are, like the example I brought with me, graphical applications, simulation of physical systems, as Eugene Brooks talked about. The throughput-oriented ones tend to be transaction-oriented, those things where a large number of people want to have access to the same database.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. That's an impressive demonstration. Now, one of the leading research centers in the country for parallel processing is Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh. In just a moment, we're going to go to CMU and take a look at the WARP project, so stay with us. When Captain Kirk tells Scotty to set the engines at warp speed, you know what he means. He wants the Enterprise to go fast. So when computer scientists here at Carnegie Mellon University started up the WARP project, you know what they had in mind. They wanted computers that would go fast, and that meant parallel processing. The computer scientists here at CMU are trying to build a parallel machine that can provide the computer power needed for vision processing, essential to the future of robotics. Because vision processing is easily divided up into separate computations, it seemed ideal for parallel processing and the localized memory approach of the WARP machine. Vision processing requires tremendous speed just to do the filtering needed to eliminate erroneous images, such as shadows or debris. A vision processor must perform 20 calculations per pixel per second. With a typical matrix of 250,000 pixels, that means 5 million computations per second, far beyond the speed of today's sequential computers. Dr. H.T. Kung heads up CMU's Parallel Architecture Computer Project, and he says building the machine is the easy part.
the difficult thing is usually in parallel processing is that after hardware is built, we don't know how to use it. That's the biggest problem. We want to make sure that whatever piece of hardware we build, we have ways of using it.
So Dr. Kung's approach is to build a parallel machine with a very simple architecture.
We want people to be able to use a warp machine in a programmable way, so that they can change their algorithms, they can change their computation models anytime, and we should be able to support it. Okay, so what we have is a very simple machine, sort of in the hardware level, but we build a lot of software on the top of it.
To be useful in vision processing, the warped machine not only has to recognize what it sees, it has to first translate the distorted images from its lens into the normal linear aspect ratio. And that computation requires tremendous speed, since the image is constantly changing as the computer scans its environment. The usual method of attaining computer speed is the supercomputer approach used by Cray, but Dr. Kung says the parallel approach is superior.
This will be the basic difference between doing things very fast, but very sort of big physical hardware, and doing things very fast on a small piece of hardware. If you will be able to do things fast on a small piece of hardware, you will be able to find a lot of new uses of it. You'll be able to carry your processing to the place where it needs.
One of the next big steps for the WARP project will be the use of very large-scale integration, which will reduce the size of these processor boards to a mere 2 inches by 4 inches. With that level of integration, Dr. Kung says, it's only a matter of time before you find parallel processing in your microcomputer.
You'll probably have a very powerful vision processors attached to your microprocessor system. You can do many more interesting things than you can do now, because you'll be able to see things now. Yes, I believe that. That's one of the big things parallelism will buy us, is that we can do things very fast in a much cheaper way.
Yeah, Stewart, it's applications like image processing that may help bring parallel processing to the forefront.
Gary, let me introduce the two new gentlemen who have joined us here. First of all, Craig Monday, who's a vice president and co-founder of Alliant Computer Systems in Massachusetts, and also with us is Jeffrey Kanan, senior analyst with the investment firm of Hambrick & Quist here in San Francisco.
Craig, we've talked about the hypercube and the sequent. What is your company's approach to parallel processing?
Our approach to parallel processing differs slightly from that of Sequent or the hypercube in that we wanted to produce a range of products that would be used in engineering computing roughly from the $100,000 to $1 million price range. And more importantly, our goal was to provide a form of transparent parallel processing, whereby people with existing applications, typically coded in Fortran, would be able to take them from existing uniprocessor machines and make them run in our parallel processor machine without having to redevelop the application.
Isn't this kind of a difficult problem to take a Fortran program, for example, that isn't really built to say it wasn't built with the model of parallel processing in mind?
That's true. It's quite difficult. It required some state-of-the-art development, both in compiler technology and the actual low-level machine architecture, to produce hardware-based scheduling and synchronization mechanism that allows the granularity of parallel processing to be so small that we can actually find a great deal of parallelism even in a Fortran program.
If you take what would be a sample customer for a machine like this?
Customers that have purchased machines and are using them include many of the Fortune 500 type companies that have R&D labs, companies in the telephony industry, the aerospace industry, and they use it for a range of applications from finite element modeling to speech synthesis and analysis, ray tracing problems, example.
Jeffrey, we've heard about parallel processing for a long time now. We're at the point where it's really a commercial product. I mean, we have a market now and a lot of people really selling machines that do this.
Well, I think really the 1985, 1986 time frame is when we're going to first see some commercial successes in this market. It has been very long on promises and a lot of vendors attempting to get in at this point.
Craig, Gary mentioned at the very beginning of the show, in fact, even a personal computer to some degree has some parallelism in there. In terms of that level, and people who watch our program, for example, what are the consequences to a computer user of the parallel processing technology which is taking place now?
I actually believe that one of the consequences is that technical computing especially is becoming bimodally distributed. Technical problems tend to now be solved where the problem is formulated and perhaps the input and output are done in the personal computer or workstation environment. And through the use of networking, parallel machines with much higher performance are being used in a server role to provide high-performance computation that's very tightly integrated into the environment of the personal computer user or the workstation user.
All right, we're going to have to change our way of thinking about the way we program to use the machines effectively.
I think it depends on what class of machine you're going to try and use. To use a hypercube, for example, I think it's going to require either new programming languages or at least new programming techniques. As I said before, the goal Alliant had was to be able to get reasonable efficiency as you added numbers of processors, even for languages like Fortran that were traditionally only used in scalar processing. So I think both will happen.
Jeffrey, talking about competition, we've heard a lot about the Japanese work in parallel processing. How does the effort of American companies compare with what's going on in Japan?
Well, in this particular market, the market Craig refers to, the gap filler, really it's the American companies taking the lead. The bulk of the Japanese effort is truly at the high end in the area currently served by Cray Research and Control Data.
Now, is this another area, I get the feeling, where the hardware is quite a bit ahead of the software, and really the work that has to be done is to find more ways to use the technology?
I think that the significant progress has been made lately in both areas, both in the development of new languages and also in the development of improved compiler technology that will allow parallelism to be found at a low level and mapped into machines that have been very carefully designed to support that.
Now, also, it looks like the emphasis really is on scientific world to some extent. Is that true, or do we see business applications coming up for parallel processing?
I think there will be business applications. Personally, I believe especially in the database management arena. There's a great deal of potential parallelism to be had there. I think the companies, for example, like ours and Sequent and other startup enterprises have been driven into the high-performance engineering and scientific computing market, partly just due to market conditions and the presence of the major players in the data processing arena, and partly because the technology is very applicable or more readily applicable to a broad array of engineering problems.
Gentlemen, we're out of time. We need parallel television, Gary. Okay, thank you very much for being with us. I'll be back in just a minute with this week's Computer News. In the Random Access file this week, U.S. and Soviet scientists have reached tentative agreement on a new computer network that will link the Soviet Institute for Automated Systems in Moscow with the New Jersey Institute for Technology. The new computer network will allow Soviet and American scientists to share databases and work together on a variety of research projects. IBM says its recent price cuts and a soft market for capital spending will put pressure on IBM's earnings for the first quarter of 1986. The IBM statement suggested that the long-awaited computer turnaround is not quite here yet. They're still celebrating its zenith in the wake of the IRS decision to buy $28 million worth of the Zenith Z171 lap portable. And the IRS decision is causing some aftershocks. Analysts say the decision to go with a 5¼ disk drive machine will help the larger format stay ahead of the 3.5-inch microfloppies. In addition to the Zenith hardware deal, the IRS also selected software packages to go along with the machines. They were Poly Windows as the desk accessory, Enable as the integrated package, and RBase 5000 as the database. In our legislative update file, the Senate Governmental Affairs Committee has released a report criticizing U.S. government computer security practices. The report says there is inadequate screening of computer personnel and lack of planning in the area of computer security risk analysis. A national report by the National Science Board says American high-tech research is basically in good shape. The report, though, warned of an increasing military role in research and a decline in the overall role of the federal government as a funder of R&D. The report said the biggest weakness right now is math and science teaching at the high school level. In Michigan, the influence of automation in the automobile industry is changing high school curricula. One high school in Grand Rapids is now teaching the 4 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic, and robotics. East Kentwood High has bought 6 industrial robots to start up its new program. Finally, a programmer in Iowa has come out with something called Babel 123. It's a speech synthesis program that's designed to talk in a calming and loving way to hogs. Swine researchers say hogs eat more and get fatter faster when they're happy. And research suggests that being talked to gently makes them happy. Babel 123 is being tested this month in Fairfield, Iowa. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by a grant from AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, sponsors of OAC 86, the nation's leading conference on business technology. For conference information, call 800-OAC-1986. Exploring today's business solutions. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Traditionally, the military has meant this, soldiers, and war has been your men against my men. But today, military strategy increasingly involves computers, and war is becoming your computer versus my computer. How have computers affected the military, and how has the military affected computers? We'll get answers to those questions today as we begin a special two-part look at computers and the Pentagon on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, along with these constituent societies, brings you the National Computer Conference, NCC 86, offering a showcase of advanced technology and the industry's foremost professional program. For conference information, call 800-NCC-1986. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, we're watching the ancient art of war here. This is a game. We can see the old art of war involved bows and arrows and swords and so on. Today, war is really computers on one side and computers on the other side. How important really has the defense establishment been in the whole area of computer research?
Well, Stewart, whether we like to acknowledge our heritage or not, the Department of Defense funding has been very important all along the development of computers, right from the very beginning, where computers were used to compute ballistics tables, through the investment in the space program, micro-miniaturization, microchips, and all that. Very important.
Gary, today we're going to take a look at the Pentagon's role in computer research. We'll look at simulations, we'll look at robots, intelligent weapons, and Star Wars. We're going to begin with a background look at the Pentagon's role in computer research.
Not long ago, Silicon Valley went into a slump, with computer companies looking at red ink and layoffs, bankruptcies and auctions. But for one group of companies, the military contractors, business is very good, and it's getting better. From smart missiles to the Strategic Defense Initiative, or Star Wars, the computer business is booming with defense-related projects. Pentagon spending in the Valley jumped $500 million in 1984 to over $4.5 billion and increased again in 1985. Layoffs at semiconductor manufacturers are in sharp contrast with new employment at defense contractors, up 4,000 people at Lockheed Corporation alone. Analysts estimate that anywhere from 15 to 30% of high-tech workers are involved with defense-related work. Critics worry that the trend away from commercial products to direct military applications will thwart the young industry's reputation for taking innovative risks. But those within the industry don't think so.
the government will fund research, whereas the private sector is not interested in funding research. Now, the military and the government has particular goals for that research, so they're not just funding it for its own sake, but the government, in particular the Defense Department, has a very long-term perspective on research. They don't expect to see results of your basic or applied research for 10 or perhaps even 15 to 20 years. That simply is not true in the private sector.
In a mass raid, high-speed bombers could be in on us before we could determine their tracks. And then it would be too late to act. We cannot afford to take that chance. It is to meet this threat that the Air Force has been developing SAGE.
The Pentagon's long reach into high tech is nothing new, as this film from the 1950s demonstrates. SAGE was a computer system built to track aerial intruders for the North American Air Defense Command. It was built at a time when military projects occupied 60 to 70% of the high-tech workforce. Even the earliest mainframes were designed for military purposes. The ENIAC, shown in this 1946 film clip, has a place in history as the first general-purpose electronic computer. It was also funded by the U.S. Army to calculate shell trajectories and to produce artillery firing tables for wartime use, even if it did take 2 days of programming for a 20-second calculation. In the United States, much of the advanced research in computer technology is paid for and directed by military agencies. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA, funds research in the outer realm of technology. DARPA is credited with developing the building blocks of modern computers, from microcircuitry to the mouse. Critics of Pentagon-funded research voice concerns about the way projects are financed and the danger of relying too heavily on military funding. Unlike the lean startup that relies on venture capital, military contractors are guaranteed a profit called cost-plus financing. And still unanswered is how the push for military computers will affect our standing in the international race for computer supremacy.
One of the earliest uses of computers in the military was in the development of simulators for aircraft. While flight simulators have been around since World War II, the early models were mechanical. The computerized simulators were developed in the early 1970s. Today's simulators include extremely sophisticated graphics displays and give the instructor almost complete control over the student pilot's environment. One of the leading companies in computerized flight simulation is Singer-Link. The Link simulators have been developed for military aircraft like the B-52 bomber, the C-130 transport, F-16 and F-111 fighters, and the Huey and Cobra helicopters. At Indiantown Gap, Pennsylvania, a Singer-Link simulator is being used to train pilots on the Huey or UH-1 helicopter. The system uses two Honeywell 790 mainframes to process a variety of analog and digital inputs.
We feed analog input information through the A to D converter into the 790s, where it's distributed by cockpits. It's shuffled to number 2 790, which performs the equation of motion calculations, given back to number 1, and outputted to the hydraulic cylinders, the cyclic, the pedals, the instruments. So control movements from inputs that change with time, like the cyclic, the pedals, or throttle position, are analog inputs. We have digital inputs from any switches, switches for DIs, switches for the radios, are all digital information input to the computer.
The challenge for the computer, of course, is to make the simulation realistic, and that means enough computational speed to update the displays in a meaningful way.
There's two types of inputs to the computer, DIs and AIs. There's two types of outputs, AOs, which vary with time, and DOs, which are either a logic on or off. Every one of those is updated in the computer 16 times a second. So we have an I/O update rate of 15.625 milliseconds, or every 1/64th of a second. it does one mode of the interface. Okay? So all switches, lights, instruments, and inputs are updated every 1/16 of a second.
While early simulators were thought of as second best to actual in-flight training and used primarily to save money, the military says the new computerized simulators are not only cheaper, but better than the real thing.
Virtually everything you can do in the airplane, you can actually do in the simulator. It does represent flying in the clouds. We do not have any visual capability on this simulator. However, one of the added benefits that we have is the introduction of emergency procedures. We can actually input 108 different malfunctions into the computer, and it will show up in the cockpit. These are malfunctions that would normally be catastrophic in the airplane and could not be practiced. We have had at least 2 recorded saves up to now where individuals have practiced some of the emergency procedures in the simulator, have learned them to a very high degree, and have subsequently had the same emergency in the aircraft. And they attribute their saving the aircraft and, of course, the people's lives in the aircraft with their actual simulator training.
The newest generation of computerized simulators feature sophisticated displays that not only give the pilot detailed visual feedback, but also simulate the use of the plane's weapons systems. One of the first applications is on the Army's Cobra attack helicopter.
That system, since it's so advanced in technology, will have a visual display, and all the weapon systems on the aircraft can be operated. The benefit to this is the weapon systems are so expensive to operate, and ammunition is so expensive, and the limited areas that we can actually train in are so far away that they will be able to fire the weapon systems and to stay proficient in the weapon systems by using this. As I mentioned before, very rarely does a Cobra aviator get a chance to fire the TOW missile because of the cost and because of how big a range area you need. Well, here in the simulator, he can fire TOW missiles virtually all day long.
These computerized simulators are designed to train men to operate sophisticated military equipment. But in just a minute, we'll take a look at military robots that don't need any men at all. This may not look much like a tank, but someday it could evolve into one, as robots become an increasingly important part of America's military strategy. This is Terragator, an ALV, or autonomous land vehicle. It's being developed here at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh. CMU's Robotics Institute is working on several aspects of robotics under a grant from DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. While the work here is basic research, the military applications of an autonomous land vehicle are obvious.
If you're in a new area where you don't know the terrain and you don't know what uses it has been put in, for example, there could be mines planted in a field. Even if you send a tank with people in it, you might in fact risk lives again. And again, an autonomous vehicle, an autonomous tank, which might conceivably go do the same thing, would in fact save lives.
While the Terragator has very limited and specific functions, the scientists here are thinking about more sophisticated ALVs, futuristic robots that could actually become the soldiers of the future.
There can be a droid that is dropped and which is self-protecting. If you've been seeing the Empire Strikes Back, they have these little droids that are dropped, and they are completely able to protect themselves. They shoot back and they're able to sense who is there and so on, but they're mainly able to survive, and even their destruction serves a purpose. That the fact that they're not able to communicate back shows that there's an enemy of superior intelligence that has been able to destroy a weapon of this type, which then tells you something about who you're dealing with and in what situation.
One of the fundamental questions being studied here is how should robots move, on legs or on wheels? Right now, the betting is that wheels will win.
We built a 6-legged vehicle, and now we are in the process of building a robot horse with 4 legs and gallop and do various kinds of gaits. But a large part of our research is wheeled vehicle research, because we think that is still going to be 80–90% of the need. Just because birds fly a certain way, you don't build aeroplanes the same way. So just because people walk doesn't mean you have to build robots that walk.
But wheels present lots of problems. To move quickly, a robot may have to spin around. not an easy task for a robot with old-fashioned wheels. So researchers here have literally reinvented the wheel and come up with one that goes forward and sideways. Another major problem in robotics is the sensory systems. The most simple human task can seem to be an impossible one for a robot.
If a system has to go, open the door, and go outside, go through the corridor, we don't know how to do each of those steps. Opening the door without tearing the knob off is a very major problem. And, you know, the sensors, the touch sensors, and being able to, for a robot to feel and think and understand and do the right thing are things that have never been done before and will require many, many years of, you know, very sophisticated scientific research, if you will. And in the process, we'll create an understanding of a technology which will lead to household robots, perhaps, which will, you know, take care of the home and sweep the floors and answer the doorbell and get you a cup of coffee and all of those things.
But the biggest problem for computer scientists here is vision.
In order to open the door, you have to sense what it is there, where the knob is. And you can, if you look at that knob, you can see there are specular reflections. Those reflections make it appear as though there is a, you know, a whole image of the whole room appearing on that little convex surface, which confuses the image further. And then after you decided that it has a round shape instead of an, you know, oval shape, grasping it is a problem. So there's a lot of image processing and a lot of data that comes in, and then a lot of thinking and interpretation that goes on in the environment. And then doing the actual task may be relatively simple compared to all the other things.
Researchers here are approaching the vision problem from every possible angle. There are one-eyed robots, two-eyed robots, and robots with one eye which scans from side to side, much like a lizard. And there are robots with multiple vision systems, using video eyes, laser scanners, and sonar systems. But that creates a software problem, a problem of computer intelligence.
That is the key problem in artificial intelligence, one of the key problems in artificial intelligence. Namely, if you have two experts, or two sensors, or two knowledge sources telling you completely opposing things, one of them says there's an obstacle here, another one says the road is clear, whom do you trust? You know, how can you know what you do not know? You know, people seem to somehow manage to make decisions under uncertainty, and giving a computer the same kind of plausible reasoning capabilities is something we're struggling with. We have simple solutions to it, but the problem is by no means solved.
Perhaps the best example of the complexity of the vision problem for robots is what happened to Terragator one day while trying to follow a simple path. The path had a curve at a spot where there was a tree. The robot's computer is programmed to essentially follow a path in the middle of parallel lines. So the robot tried to walk up the tree thinking its parallel lines were more like a road than the curves of the actual road.
The hardest problem is the problem of deciding what it is that you're seeing, the problem of vision. You know, in the human brain, almost 30% of the human brain is dedicated to looking at a visual scene and interpreting it. That's a lot of computational power. And we still don't understand how to do it very well. And we have been working at it for now 20 years. And I expect we'll work at it for 20 more years.
While researchers here in Pennsylvania are trying to solve the problems of robotics, across the country, computer scientists in California are working on the military applications of artificial intelligence. In just a moment, we'll take a look at an electronic scout, so stay with us.
At Advanced Decision Systems in Mountain View, California, artificial intelligence takes the form of a tactical expert system that can assess threats, plan, and advise with the help of a knowledge base.
A prototype system for a pilot's assistant is particularly exemplary of the sorts of applications that we feel are important for the military, and also why they require so much research and such a long lead time compared with commercial products. What we're talking about is a system to help a pilot, say a fighter pilot, and the system that we've built has multiple expert systems in it. They operate in a distributed near real-time environment. So each expert system is receiving information. That information flows through the system in the form of intermediate requests and decisions, and eventually some of those decisions pop out to the pilot.
This prototype pilot's assistant is an onboard advisor, complete with synthetic speech and graphics displays. Data flows between the situation assessor, monitoring the aircraft and potential threats, the pilot's interface, and the planning module, which will advise the pilot on the best course of action. In this simulation, the aircraft is following a valley along which are SAM missile sites. If the pilot requests a preview, the system's area map locates and displays newly detected missile sites along the plane's flight path. The planner charts a new route and recommends an attack. The pilot agrees to the plan, but the situation changes when an enemy helicopter is detected. The flight path is again changed. Then a missile launch is detected. The plane is hit. The system health module receives sensor data and makes a damage report to the pilot. The planner advises a new battle strategy based on the remaining capabilities of the damaged aircraft. The pilot's assistant is an example of a wide range of similar expert systems for air, ground, and sea warfare, being sponsored by the DARPA Strategic Computing Program. Strategic computing will require a tremendous leap in the practical use of artificial intelligence.
I believe that military applications, especially military applications of artificial intelligence software, are the most challenging applications anywhere. The real-time aspects of handling sensor data are a growing problem. The United States and its technology base has produced us lots of very good sensors of various types, and these sensors produce mounds, hundreds of gigabytes of information, and there are no humans around that can sit down and actually look through all that information. So we have to find a way to boil that information down to its essence and provide that to a field commander or to a decision maker in Washington.
For the battlefield commander, effective decision-making means a well-informed, fast response to the challenge of judging the quality and risks of surrounding terrain and the best path for men and equipment. AI systems can help with these challenges, sifting through masses of information selectively and quickly. ADS is working on a battlefield commander's assistant featuring a multi-attribute display that operates like an intelligent geography database. The system can display a background and identify its natural and man-made attributes, from forests and grasslands to agriculture, cities, and towns. The operator can then add layer upon layer of selective features, rivers, roads, bridges, and other potential obstacles. But the BCA is more than electronic cartography. If the user picks a region and denotes a vehicle type, the system can determine the maximum speed through that area. And from various points on the map, the program will display line-of-sight information from those spots, painting out areas which can and cannot be seen from the vantage point, areas which could hide enemy units. Defining the best path through a battlefield is perhaps the most critical of BCA's talents. Ultimately, the reasoning powers of the system will help field commanders to plot the safest route through a battleground based on physical obstacles and by determining the most likely locations for an enemy attack.
In the Random Access File this week, IBM in the news again, this time with a prototype of a speech recognition system for the PC-AT. A year ago, IBM had demonstrated a speech interface using about $2 million worth of mainframes. This week's demo was on an AT with only several specialized circuit boards. The IBM system takes about an hour's training to learn the user's voice. It can then understand 5,000 spoken words with a reported accuracy rate of 97%. The product is not yet on the market. And with the PC portable rumors out of the way now, there is yet another rumor that IBM is coming out with a new low-end machine to replace the PC Junior. Sources say that IBM's new totally automated manufacturing facility has made it possible for Big Blue to come up with a respectable low-end PC for under $1,000. The machine reportedly would have two 3.5-inch drives. The fallout is still coming down on the PC convertible announcement, and as expected, most of the interest is in the use of the 3.5-inch drive. Already, most major software houses have said they will be coming out with 3.5-inch versions of their leading software products. Floating Point Systems of Oregon has announced what it calls the fastest computer in the world. It's a new 64-bit parallel processing machine based on hypercube topology. Its top-of-the-line machine can perform 262 billion operations per second. It has 16 gigabytes of main memory and 4 trillion bytes of disk storage. A smaller version of the machine has been bought by the University of Michigan. The largest machine, costing $200 million, may be used in Star Wars research. Time for this week's software review, and here's Paul Schindler.
This is one of the great events in computer software history. Now, I know it just looks like modern, up-to-date documentation for a good software program. But you see, it's a great event because it's modern, usable, up-to-date documentation for the best IBM PC word processor, Xywrite. You see, when the old red light over the camera goes off, I write for a living. I'm senior West Coast editor of Information Week magazine, and they expect me to produce. So I produce. The reason? I use Xywrite. I know, everyone thinks the word processor they use is best, but this one is. I said it was best, I didn't say it was perfect. But in version 3.0, which you see booting up here, they added usable documentation to an already top-notch word processor. These screen colors just happen to be the ones I chose. Online help, available by typing alternate F9, is extensive and easy to understand. It'll reorder your directory by date. That's the way I prefer mine. Xywrite has its faults. It's a memory hog. Even with great documentation, it takes a long time to learn to use it. But you can't out-type it, and you can't outgrow it. And printer support is great. XyQuest in Bedford, Massachusetts runs the best telephone helpline in the business. Xywrite, for $300, it's worth a look. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
In our legislative update file, the Telecommunications Trade Bill is making its way through the legislative maze. 3 versions of the act are floating around Congress right now. In general, they require sanctions against countries which erect trade barriers against American telecommunications technology. In California, the State Assembly has approved a study of VDT health hazards. 750,000 computer terminals are used in California. The study is due to be completed next year. In England, the libraries are using a new computer system to keep track of which authors' books are borrowed. Under a system called PLR, royalty payments are then made to the authors based on the number of times their books are borrowed. The computer also obviously provides a kind of top 10 of borrowed authors. According to the British computer, the top 3 American writers in England are, in order, Harold Robbins, John Steinbeck, and James Michener. Finally, there was a demonstration in Washington last week, but it had nothing to do with Latin America or South Africa. It was a demonstration of math teachers protesting calcuholics, students who use calculators and computers, but who have no basic math or arithmetic skills. The protesting math teachers said calculators should be banned from elementary schools so that students will learn how to add, subtract, and multiply. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, along with these constituent societies, brings you the National Computer Conference, NCC 86, offering a showcase of advanced technology and the industry's foremost professional program. For conference information, call 800-NCC-1986. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
This is just a toy laser gun, of course, but someday real lasers may be the key to America's military defense if Star Wars or the Strategic Defense Initiative becomes a reality. But no matter how lethal laser beams may be, their effectiveness will depend on computers, on sophisticated hardware and software. Star Wars is just another example of the close relationship between computers and the military. Today, we take a look at the computer aspects of Star Wars as we continue our two-part series on computers and the Pentagon on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, along with these constituent societies, brings you the National Computer Conference, NCC 86, offering a showcase of advanced technology and the industry's foremost professional program. For conference information, call 800-NCC-1986. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stewart Cheifet, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, this is a game called Balance of Power, and as you can see, here's a map of the world, and there's a legend for friendly countries and hostile countries. It's a game in which the USA is pitted against the USSR for world domination, and you can blow up the world with a nuclear bomb in this thing. We use computers to play these war games at home, but the fact is these two countries are using computers to plan for these kinds of wars. Star Wars, for example, the Strategic Defense Initiative, I mean, that's a military strategy totally dependent on software, isn't it?
Well, waging war used to be real simple. You just shoot an arrow and run like crazy.
You can't run away from these weapons, can you?
And Star Wars really brings our war making to a brand new height. The programs themselves are actually making tactical decisions about what they should do right on the spot. In that case, a program bug takes on an entirely new meaning.
Gary, we're going to continue now with part 2 of our look at computers in the Pentagon, and we'll begin by looking at how the U.S. Navy uses computers.
The traditional symbols of life on a battleship are found even on the Navy's newest vessels: lines, flags, the semaphore, and the bridge, where the captain issues commands in preparation for departure. But once out on the open sea, the symbols have changed from analog to digital. The USS Valley Forge is the most advanced cruiser in the American fleet, the latest in a series of ships equipped for computer-aided electronic warfare. Deep inside its decks is the control center for a combat system called Aegis, named after the protective shield of Zeus.
Technically, Aegis is the Mark 7 weapon system that's built around a spy radar, computer-controlled multifunction phased array radar that gives us the ability to track targets, detect and track targets automatically with fire control accuracy. When you combine that with a command and decision system, a computer-based system that processes information, allows you to correlate targets and keep track of the detections that the spy radar makes, and weapon control system, also computer-based, that allows you to schedule targets and create missile engagements on those targets, then you come up with an Aegis weapon system.
Aegis was developed in response to a perceived increase in Soviet sea power and to counteract the deadly efficiency of air-launched anti-ship missiles, a threat made evident by the destruction of a British destroyer during the Falkland Islands War. Aegis surrounds the Valley Forge with a protective sphere that detects, tracks, and automatically responds to any hostility up to 200 miles away. At the heart of the system is the computer-controlled Spy-1 radar, which projects beams in all directions virtually at once. Sifting through and organizing the sensor data are 3 computer systems, one for the radar, one for the weapon system, and one for the command and control.
The system is totally automated in the event that
one of the 4 computers in a particular bay has something go wrong with it, the system will automatically reconfigure to cut that out and still retain the technical guidance that we need. The way we're using the computers essentially is what's radical from other ships. For doctrine control, which is essentially an if-then statement. If a certain airplane or ship has a parameter, then it is either classified this or engaged as such.
While the Valley Forge is not the first or the only Navy ship with electronic defenses, it marks a new degree of reliance on computer assistance. In the heavily armored Command and Control Center, sensors can identify targets as friend or foe and will track the location, direction, and speed of up to 200 separate targets. The command and decision system feeds the data to a weapons control loop, which assigns priority to the hostile targets, picks appropriate weapons, and computes trial intercepts and the time to fire. Once threats have been identified and weapons assigned, the ship's commander is faced with a major decision. Aegis can operate in manual, semi-automatic, and automatic configurations. In the special automatic mode, the system will automatically fire at targets determined to be hostile until manually overridden. The ability to carry out totally automated warfare is an option that the ship's commander regards with extreme caution.
We can, in fact, operate CIC with very few people. We typically don't, because we tend to put a man in the loop rather than leave the ones and zeros to their own devices.
The cost of an Aegis destroyer? Almost $1 billion per ship. On the other hand, the Navy estimates that even with its smaller crew, one Aegis cruiser can replace 3 or 4 conventional ships.
At the beginning of the program, Gary and I were playing a war game on a computer. Well, they use computers for war games here too, but believe me, it's not for play. This is Griffiths Air Force Base in upstate New York, home of the Rome Air Development Center. The Air Force is doing research here on the use of computers to make those life and death decisions involved in real battle management. The Air Force is developing several computer systems to improve its mission planning, battle management, and command and control functions. The 2 key areas that are being researched here are sophisticated networks or distributed processing and artificial intelligence or expert systems. This, for example, is called the Advanced Sensory Exploitation System. It analyzes input from different kinds of sensors, electronic, visual, and radar, to provide the commander with the best possible information on the status of the enemy. This computer system analyzes the enemy's position and makes recommendations as to flight paths that will allow for maximum effectiveness of the attack with minimum losses to the pilots. The main problem these computers are trying to tackle is one of information overload for the commanders.
The hardware we've developed, the sensors we developed, provide the military with an awful lot of information that they can't deal with in terms of how fast they can deal with it. So what we're trying to do is put some what are generally perceived as human intelligence capabilities, things like learning, problem solving, into the computer so that the computer can do some of that data fusion, if you will, make some sense of the information that's given.
One of the keys to an effective computer system is a network of distributed processing. A network approach is particularly important in the military, where the system may have to operate in a hostile environment.
One of the main things we want for a command and control system is to be able to survive and to be able to continue to operate in the presence of hostility where you may be losing parts of the system. One of the potentials we see for distributed systems is that if I lose nodes, other nodes which remain can pick up the function that was being performed by the node that I've lost. Okay? What that means is I have to be able to move both the processes and the data among the various nodes, and that's what we call migration of processes, migration of data, and reconnect the users that are left to the remaining nodes themselves.
Besides networking, the other main thrust of research here is in the area of artificial intelligence, the use of knowledge-based systems to make the task of mission planning more manageable.
If you say, I want aircraft A to bomb target B at 10 o'clock in the morning, and there's a constraint violated, that is, aircraft A cannot reach target B without refueling, then right away a constraint through coloring or whatever, a constraint will flash on the screen that says you can't do that. And then you can sit down and ask why. And it'll tell you because that aircraft can't fly that distance. Okay. At that point, you could say, fine, schedule me a refueling mission then. Or in fact, you can say to the system, okay, tell me what I can hit that target with then. Rather than you going through the database and say, okay, let's see, maybe one of those aircraft is at a nearer field. You can say to the system, you schedule this for me then. You tell me what I can hit that target with, all right? And the system knows what the range of the aircraft is, what aircraft are at a particular base, what kind of armaments do you need to knock that target out, and do the armaments and the aircraft match?
That's exactly what this system does. The commander can review potential targets, have the computer match them up against resources, and check to see which targets are still unmatched. They're the ones in yellow. The commander can also support his decision-making with a laser disc-based mapping system, which provides detailed aerial views of potential target areas from maps all the way down to photos. The computer system can also be used to play war games and try out various strategies in advance. Here, the commander is creating a scenario, putting in an infantry unit, an engineering unit, and so on at a particular location of conflict. But as sophisticated as these computer systems may be, the designers say they're still just decision aids, not decision makers.
I think the important distinction is that the human is still making the decision, and that's the key. We try to provide him with as much data as we can and try to provide the assurances that the data is current and accurate, but we are not trying to build systems to take the ultimate decision-making power away from the human being.
The humans may still be important, but the computers have changed the ways of warfare. The Air Force experts here say that if the Nazis had had this kind of computer power in World War II, they would not have been fooled on the location of the Normandy invasion. And had we had computers in 1941, the attack on Pearl Harbor might never have happened.
The Strategic Defense Initiative, also called SDI, or Star Wars by some, is a massive undertaking in any terms, and especially ambitious in its computer-related requirements.
There are two classes of requirements that we think about. First are the functionality types of requirements, requirements associated with detecting and tracking weapons, ballistic missiles, re-entry vehicles. The functionality of forming the tracks and prioritizing targets so that target lists can be turned over to weapons so that re-entry vehicles can be attacked and destroyed before they re-enter the atmosphere. Now, those are the functionality types of issues. Then there are some non-functional or desirable attributes that we would like the system and therefore the software to exhibit. And these attributes are, we would like for the system to be able to gracefully evolve with advancing technology and with changing requirements for the system.
The key to successful deployment of SDI may depend on software with the ability to contain faults and to reconfigure the system around any failure. SDI's enormous computational demands call for exceptional hardware as well.
With the advent of multiprocessor architectures, that there's an opportunity to implement the functionality as well as the non-functional attributes of robustness and fault tolerance in multiprocessor architectures that we need to take advantage of. one of the things that we talk a lot about is trying to modularize the software and drive these modules to as low a level of simplicity as we can, and then to distribute the modules through the processor architectures.
Critics of SDI express concern that the system's software needs, perhaps 40 million lines of code, are so vast and so complex that the system could never be totally reliable.
It's very, very difficult and probably impossible to develop what we would consider to be reliable software. And there are a number of reasons for that. The software would be enormously complex. It would be the most complex software package ever written, for one thing. And second of all, it can't be tested under realistic conditions. In order to test it, you'd have to have a nuclear war.
SDI's distributed computer system would direct a variety of new weapons, controlled from largely autonomous space platforms.
One of our key programs at the laboratory now is a ground-based free electron laser. Here you would use the large power inherent in an electron accelerator to produce visible light, and this light would be then reflected up into space, perhaps to a receiving station at geosynchronous altitude, then back down over the area of, for instance, the missile launch to other mirrors.
Researchers describe the need for space-based hardware and software to be resilient and robust, not only to resist countermeasures like decoys, but to survive in outer space.
It will require, for the first time, to put a lot of computer processing power, hardware, in space. There are issues related to that. We've never put big software systems in space either, and the taxing nature of space on not only the processor but also on volatile memories provides us some questions.
Both decoys and anti-satellite weapons represent possible Soviet responses to a defense. One warhead may be accompanied with hundreds or more light decoys, which would look to inexpensive sensor systems pretty much like the real thing. There may be 40,000 warheads. That times 100 gives 4 million objects. Processing 4 million objects in typically 1,000 seconds is a very stressing kind of requirement.
It's somewhat discomforting to think that a future war could be in the hands of two opposing computers. But when you think about it, war has always been a battle of technology.
Absolutely, it has always been like that for centuries. If you had guns and I didn't have guns, I'm done for. If you had cannons and I didn't, there was no way I could fight with you. It goes back as far back as you want. And if I had sophisticated missiles and you didn't have them, as in the Middle East War, in '73 or whenever, there's no competition. And so nobody is going to be foolish enough to say, if you have a weapon that is of demonstrated superiority, then I'm going to come and sacrifice lives. So if a robot fights a robot, and one of them has a clear superiority, then people will say, that's a winner.
One of the concerns about sophisticated computers in the military is the delegation of decision-making to computers. And indeed, it is possible that in the short time frames of ballistic missiles, a computer might have to make its own decision to take defensive action.
A massive launch that corresponds to all of the images of an attack could be dealt with certain precautions associated with multiple phenomenology, measuring the nature of the threat and so forth, and allowing the system to engage the threat, seems to be the kind of philosophy that we would probably adopt, especially in a situation where the system itself was under attack. If if a direct ascent ASAT was launched against the system, it would be likely that the system would be allowed to protect itself.
While it is scary to think about the use of computer technology for war, Professor Reddy thinks computers may in fact prevent wars, in the same way that many argue nuclear weapons have prevented major wars.
War is bad for people anyway, and so why not have robots fight robots and get people out of wars, and those people that have better robots will be declared winner. Some such scenario could in fact happen in the 21st century, because once one has a superior technology, which is clearly demonstrable, then everybody realizes that there's no way one can in fact overcome that advantage. And automatically, people will in fact back down from wars.
While the debate goes on about high-tech warfare and computerized defense systems in space, Lieutenant Colonel Audley says the debate over sophisticated computers in the military is really no different than the debate 70 years ago over airplanes in the military.
When airplanes came about, we didn't know exactly how they were going to fit into the military arena, and we started using them as observation platforms, and then we found that we could shoot at one another from them and drop bombs from them, and they radically changed the nature of warfare. They made battleships virtually obsolete. SDI is another arena where we see incredible advances in technology, and in this case perhaps being directed to make another weapon system obsolete, in this case the ICBM.
Much of the defense-oriented computer research in this country is funded by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Some critics say that puts an inappropriate military bent on basic research, but Professor Reddy doesn't share that criticism of DARPA.
They were responsible, for example, for the invention of time-sharing. They were responsible for the invention of support of artificial intelligence research for a long time, much of the robotics research. They were responsible for the computer networking research, the ARPANET, which is now permitting all kinds of communications and electronic mail. So many breakthroughs that came in this field over the last 30 years have come from universities through support, unrestricted, unclassified research support from DARPA.
There are indeed many civilian spin-offs of technologies developed for the military. For example, the research going on here at Carnegie Mellon University may lead to robot tanks, but it may also lead to safer cars.
The military environment is a microcosm of our general industrial environment and general environment. For example, in the technology that we are looking at, we are hoping will be primarily used in civilian sector for cars that will drive themselves, so that if I'm drunk or fall asleep at the car or not paying attention, I would not be into a fatal accident. And currently the single largest source of deaths in this country, more than 500,000 a year, is because of automobile accidents. We believe this technology can in fact eliminate 90% of those kinds of deaths.
The consensus of opinion seems to be that whether our computer research ends up in military or civilian applications, there is little doubt about the importance of the task at hand.
The most important technologies for the future are very clear. Computers, communications, artificial intelligence, robotics, materials technologies that will help in all of these things. And semiconductor technologies, which are electronics, which are integral to all of these things. Fiber optics, again, for communications. Satellite technologies. Essentially all the ones where we currently have significant superiority over all other nations. And it's a question of whether how long we will maintain the superiority.
In the Random Access file this week, rumors that Apple will be introducing a new enhanced Big Mac featuring an 800K disk drive and 50% faster processing speed. The new enhanced Mac will have the Mac Plus keyboard and retail for under $2,000. There are also reports that Apple is planning a new dual processor machine for 1987 that will essentially put the Apple IIc on one VLSI chip and also contain a second 16-bit chip. Microsoft has come up with a new approach to combating illegal corporate copying. Microsoft says it will agree not to prosecute companies that make illegal copies if the companies agree to pay retail value for the copies and agree to set up a program to discourage illegal copying by employees. One catch, you have to buy $100,000 worth of Microsoft software to qualify. One of the most sophisticated office automation systems is about to go operational, and the user is the Pentagon. Not only is the OA system state-of-the-art, it is secure. The system was developed by Wang and will serve 1,200 Pentagon officials through fiber optics and broadband networks. The National Security Agency, meanwhile, is worrying about the security of sensitive data, which is increasingly moving via computer rather than the mail or the phone. The NSA has said it is developing a totally new encoding system for sensitive communications that will bury the code algorithm inside a chip so that not even the user will know the code. Any attempt to break the code will cause the chip to self-destruct. The era of the custom chip may be here faster than we think. A new technology called laser pantography may enable engineers to design and manufacture a new chip on a desktop device. Laser pantography uses laser beams to etch chip circuits rather than the current technique of photolithography. The new laser technology could dramatically reduce the cost of bringing a new chip to market. Time for this week's software review, and here's Paul Schindler.
This is the ancient symbol for yin and yang. It means that everything in the world has both a female and male nature, black and white contained within it, or something like that. And if you don't believe me, cast an I Ching and ask the ancient Chinese oracle yourself. Yes, I'm talking about a computerized version of the I Ching. Now, you don't have to tell me there's lots of I Chings on the market. I already know that. Each has its devotees. I like this one. There are several modes within the I Ching. First, there's the browsing mode. Kerson Huang, a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, did his own translation of the I Ching, which you can page through a hexagram at a time. There's the meditative mode, in which you can watch the I Ching cast a hexagram before your eyes. And there's the impatient mode, no doubt the most popular one, that gives you a fast reading on a question. Hey, look, I realize this really amounts to no more than a computerized version of the old Magic 8-Ball. You remember, reply hazy, ask again later. But it's fun, and the price is right at $50 from Kerson Huang in Marblehead, Massachusetts. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
More and more companies are turning to computer bulletin boards for in-house staff communication. Companies like Rockwell, NCR, American Express, and Metropolitan Life are using boards for announcements, personnel information, benefit information, corporate procedures, and so on. The companies say it is actually reducing paperwork and helping employees overcome their computer phobia. This was a bad week for telephone company computers. First of all, in Arkansas, some student hackers apparently broke into Southwestern Bell's computer system and got a confidential number that enabled them to make thousands of free long-distance calls. Then in California, Pacific Bell announced that due to a reprogramming error, $51 million worth of long-distance calls had gone unbilled for 6 months. They're now trying to collect. And in Hackensack, New Jersey, police became suspicious when people started lining up to use a particular payphone at a Sears store. Turns out the phone was one of 400 that, due to a computer malfunction, was allowing callers to make international calls without paying a dime. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by AFIPS, the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. AFIPS, along with these constituent societies, brings you the National Computer Conference, NCC 86, offering a showcase of advanced technology and the industry's foremost professional program. For conference information, call 800-NCC-1986. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover the latest in microcomputer technology worldwide. Byte, the international standard.